April 4th, 2025, Qingming Festival. A small, remote town on the border of Yun Province, at the Third People's Hospital. The sky was a dull gray-white, like an old rag that could never be washed clean, letting in only a faint bit of light. On the wall, a stained clock trembled as its hour hand slowly reached 6. Liu Shufen woke up. Not from rest, but from habit. 10 years, more than 3,000 mornings, all at the same time. Her body remembered better than any clock. She opened her eyes but didn't get up right away. She just lay there quietly, staring at the familiar water stain on the ceiling. Winter looked like a curled-up dog, spring like a twisted flower, and summer and autumn blended into a blur of confusion. She had watched that stain for 10 years, long enough to see the seasons and the passing of days within it. A dull pain came from her right wrist. She turned her head and looked at the deep purple mark left by the restraint strap. Last night, the old lady named Xiao in the next room had another episode. Her shouting was sharp and harsh, like a knife scraping glass. Several attendants rushed in, and the noise lasted half the night. Maybe they were afraid she would start too, so the night attendant came and tied her right hand to the bed rail. She tried moving her fingers. The returning blood made them tingle. Liu Shufen, you awake? The door opened, and a large figure filled the doorway. It was Zhang Xiaoying, one of the attendants, a woman in her 40s, thick-waisted, with a rough, impatient voice. Liu Shufen slowly turned her head. Her eyes were calm, almost empty. "Untie me," she said, her voice dry and rough, like rusty gears turning. Zhang Xiaoying walked over and roughly unfastened the strap. The metal buckle hit the bed rail with a sharp clang. "Behave yourself. It's Qingming today. Don't bring bad luck." The strap loosened, and blood rushed back into Liu Shufen's fingers, stinging as it flowed. She slowly sat up. Her gray hair hung messily against her face. She wore the hospital's blue and white striped uniform, faded and frayed at the cuffs. She was thin, the loose fabric hanging from her frame, her shoulder blades clearly visible. "What's the date today?" Liu Shufen asked. "Why ask? Just eat your breakfast." Zhang Xiaoying placed a bowl of thin porridge and a steamed bun on the bedside table. The porridge was watery, with only a few grains of rice visible at the bottom. The bun was cold, and its surface had turned a little hard. Liu Shufen said nothing. She picked up the bowl and drank slowly, one small sip at a time. The porridge had no taste, only a faint stale smell of rice from the night before. She drank very slowly, holding each mouthful for a while before swallowing. Her stomach had long grown used to such rough treatment. It no longer protested, only accepted it quietly. Outside the window came a few clearbird calls, bright and full of early spring's freshness. She lifted her head and looked toward the window with its iron bars. From the 5th floor, she could see over the wall and catch a glimpse of the street outside. A few poplar trees had just sprouted pale yellow buds, soft and fuzzy in the morning light. Farther away stood several gray apartment buildings. Clothes of different colors hung from the balconies, fluttering like small flags. That was the outside. She had not set foot outside for 10 years. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Xiaoying snapped, pulling the curtains shut and cutting off the view. "Finish eating and get ready. They'll be checking the rooms soon." The room grew dim again. Liu Shufen lowered her head and continued drinking the porridge. She didn't touch the bun. Instead, she broke off a small piece and quietly hid it in the pocket of her hospital gown. Inside the pocket was half a piece left from yesterday, already hard as a stone. It was her habit, she always saved a little. As long as there was something in her pocket, her heart felt calmer. After breakfast, she began to tidy her bed. The quilt was folded into a neat square, and the sheet was pulled tight, without a single wrinkle. Her movements were slow but precise. When she finished, she sat on the edge of the bed, hands resting on her knees, back straight. This was the clearest moment of her day. In the early morning and at dusk, when the medicine's effect faded, her mind would clear for a short while, like rocks revealed when the tide goes out. She could remember some things, some people, but as if through frosted glass, hazy and unclear. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps, patients crying or laughing, and caretakers scolding. These sounds had become background noise to her. Her world was small, just this 12-square-meter room, a bed, a bedside table, a chair, and the small patch of sky beyond the iron bars. At 9 in the morning, the doctor came for rounds. A young doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in, followed by 2 trainee nurses. He flipped through the medical chart and asked a few routine questions. Did you sleep well last night?
Yes.
Did you hear any strange sounds?
No.
Does your head still hurt?
No.
The doctor quickly wrote notes on the chart, the pen making a soft scratching sound on the paper. Liu Shufen looked at his unfamiliar face, unable to remember how many doctors had taken care of her so far. The last one seemed to be named Chun, and the one before that was Li. They were all the same, asking the same questions, prescribing the same medicine, and leaving in a hurry. After the doctor left, the nurse brought her medicine. In a small white plastic cup lay 3 pills, 2 white and 1 yellow. Liu Shufen took them and swallowed them with half a cup of warm water. The pills slid down her throat, leaving a familiar bitter taste. She knew what they were, chlorpromazine, or something similar. After 10 years, she didn't even need to look to know. The medicine would start to work in about half an hour. She would feel dizzy and sleepy, her thoughts turning heavy and slow, like wet cotton sinking in water. Then, another day would pass in a blur. But today felt different. After taking her medicine, as she sat in her chair staring blankly as usual, she heard the sound of high heels in the hallway. Tap, 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 clear and steady, coming closer. That sound didn't belong to the nurses. They all wore soft shoes that made no noise, moving quietly like cats. This sound was sharp, carrying the air of the outside world. Liu Shufen lifted her head and looked at the closed door. The footsteps stopped right outside. Then came the sound of a key turning in the lock. The door opened. Against the light stood a woman. She looked to be in her 40s, wearing a dark blue wool coat. Her hair was carefully curled, her face made up, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the droop of her mouth could not be hidden. She held a black leather handbag and stood at the doorway, not entering right away. She looked around the room, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had smelled something unpleasant. Liu Shufen narrowed her eyes and stared for a long moment. That face looked familiar. Between her eyes and brows, she seemed to see the shadow of another person. Guilan? She asked softly, testing the name. Guilan, her eldest daughter-in-law, walked in. The sound of high heels echoed on the terrazzo floor in the small room. She stopped 2 meters away from Liu Shufen, neither coming closer nor sitting down, just standing there, looking down at her.
Mom.
Guilan spoke calmly, her tone giving away no emotion. Liu Shufen's fingers twitched slightly. That word, Mom, she hadn't heard it in years. When was the last time someone called her that? 10 years ago? Or even longer? Her memory was blurry, filled only with scattered fragments. Her eldest son Tang Yuntian's flushed face. Her second son Tang Yunzu's silent back. Her youngest son Tang Yunha's timid look. Her daughter Tang Yunshu's crying voice. Like old photos soaked in water, the edges had melted away, leaving the details unclear.
Why?
Are you here? Liu Shufen asked. Her mind was still clear. The medicine hadn't taken effect yet. Guilan didn't answer. She placed her handbag on the bedside table, took out a tissue, wiped the chair carefully, and then sat down slowly, with deliberate grace. It's Qingming today, Guilan said, her eyes fixed on Liu Shufen's face, as if examining an object. I came to see you. Qingming. Liu Shufen's heart stirred. No wonder she could faintly hear firecrackers outside. Qingming. The day for visiting graves. She thought of the burial hill back home, of her father's and mother's tombstones, and of her husband, Tang Xueduan. Where was Xueduan's grave now? She didn't know. When she was taken away, Xueduan hadn't been buried yet. The army hadn't given any clear orders. Later. What happened later? She didn't dare to think further. "How are Yuntian and the others?" she asked, gathering her courage. Every time someone came, she would ask the same question. Most of the time, she got only silence or vague answers. Guilan's lips twitched, not quite a smile, more like a spasm. "They're fine," she said, just one word. Liu Shufen waited, but nothing more came. The room grew quiet, with only the occasional sound of cars passing outside. She looked at her daughter-in-law's face, trying to find something familiar in it. Guilan had grown old. The bags under her eyes were heavy, and the lines on her face were deep like carvings. She remembered when Guilan had just married into the family, barely in her 20s, with a round face, big eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Back then, she truly cared for her daughter-in-law because Guilan's mother, Du Yunjin, had been her childhood friend. She had thought this marriage made their families even closer, and she treated Guilan even better than her own daughter. "Guilan," Liu Shufen licked her dry lips, "your mother." "Yunjin, how is her health?" Guilan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "She's doing just fine." Her voice sounded as if it were mixed with ice. Silence fell again. Liu Shufen felt a tightness in her chest. The medicine seemed to be taking effect. Her vision blurred, and Guilan's face appeared doubled before her eyes. She blinked hard, trying to stay awake. "Mother," Guilan suddenly spoke, her voice low but firm, each word striking Liu Shufen's heart like a hammer. "Yuntian is gone." Liu Shufen froze. Her ears buzzed, like a swarm of bees had flown inside. She didn't quite hear it. Or maybe she did, but her mind refused to understand.
What?
"Yuntian is gone," Guilan repeated slowly, making sure each word was clear. 5 years ago. He had just come out when they found he had late-stage liver cancer. From diagnosis to the end, it was less than half a year. Liu Shufen opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. She watched Guilan's lips move, each word hitting her like a bullet. Something inside her chest seemed to shatter into dust, leaving behind an endless emptiness.
Yuntian.
Her eldest son, the little boy who used to follow her around, calling Mom in a soft voice, the tall, broad-shouldered teenager who reached 1 meter 80 by 15, the young man who, on his wedding day, had red eyes as he said, "Mom, I'll live a good life."
Gone?
Yunzhou is gone too, Guilan continued, her face expressionless, as if reading a dull report. "Last year."
À car accident.
On the highway, he went to bring back his father's ashes, but a large truck hit his car from behind. He died instantly, and his father's ashes were scattered. Yunzhou, the second son, stubborn but soft-hearted. He loved machines. As a child, he often took apart the family radio and put it back together again. Later, he joined the army and often wrote in his letters, "Mom, I'm doing fine. Don't worry." After 3 years in the army, he came home on leave, but was injured in a traffic accident. He became disabled for life. With her careful care, he later managed to walk slowly with crutches. Yunhee is gone too. Guilan's voice was frighteningly calm. "You know about him. He jumped into the river to save a little girl who had fallen in, but he didn't make it back. When they pulled him out, it was already too late. You were the one who helped arrange everything back then, remember?" Yunhee, the youngest son, the kindest one, the one most like her. He studied medicine and had been working at the hospital for 3 years, saving many lives. She remembered the day he received his job offer from the hospital. He was so happy that he spun around in the yard. Later, he lost his life saving a little girl from drowning. Yunshu is gone too. Guilan suddenly laughed in a strange, broken way. "You thought she stayed in another province for work, didn't you? Actually, she never even graduated from college. My sister tricked her and sent her far up north. Yesterday, I got the news she's gone too." Yunshu, the youngest daughter. Smart, beautiful. After graduating from college in 2010, she never came back home. 3 sons, 1 daughter. All gone. Liu Shufen's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her teeth chattered, making a clicking sound. She wanted to speak, to shout, to ask why. but her throat felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it. Only a faint rasping sound came out. No tears would fall. Her eyes burned with dryness and pain. And Guilan leaned forward, her voice dropping lower, trembling with a strange excitement. Your precious grandson, Tang Rue, he's not going to last much longer either. Liu Shufen suddenly lifted her head, the last bit of light flaring in her cloudy eyes.
Hui hui.
What happened to Rue? She asked hoarsely. Oh, him. Guilan said with a twisted, cruel smile. This morning I gave him something special to drink, something that makes people see things that aren't real. Right now, he should be driving to work. Let me check the time. She lifted her wrist and glanced at her delicate watch. In 15 minutes, he'll pass the intersection of Zhongshan Road and Jiefeng Road. At that moment, the light will turn red, and he'll see his father waving at him from ahead. He'll step hard on the gas and rush forward. Then bang. She made a gesture as if something had exploded. It'll all be over. Liu Shufen stopped breathing. Her eyes widened as she stared at the familiar yet strange face before her. Was this Guilan? The same daughter-in-law she had raised and loved like her own child? Why? She finally forced out the word, each syllable sounding like it was torn from her throat.
Why?
Guilan's smile vanished, her eyes turning cold and sharp. Because you owe me, Liu Shufen. You owe my mother. I've never wronged you. Liu Shufen's voice trembled and broke. When you married into the family, I treated you like my own daughter. When you had trouble giving birth to Rue, I was sick but still knelt outside the delivery room all night. When you wanted to buy a house, I gave you all the money I had saved my whole life. How have I ever failed you? You were good to me? Guilan let out a bitter laugh. That wasn't kindness. That was pity. She laughed wildly. You think I didn't know? You've always looked down on me, thinking I wasn't good enough for your son. You thought I came from an ordinary family, while your son was a college graduate. You, the Tang family, so proud of your background, your education, your military honor.
Ha!
She stood up, looking down at Liu Shufen, her chest heaving with anger. Let me tell you, I don't just want your son gone, or your daughter, or your grandson. I want you gone too. Do you know? For the past 10 years, I've been adding something to your medicine. You thought you weren't sick? You wondered why you never got better? Why your mind kept getting worse? It was me. I made you like this. Liu Shufen's world completely collapsed. She looked at Guilan's face, twisted by hatred, and suddenly everything felt absurd. She had always been kind to others all her life. She never hurt anyone, never spoke badly about anyone. While her husband served in the army, she raised 4 children on her own, enduring countless hardships and struggles. She believed that if she treated others well, they would treat her the same. She believed that sincerity could be returned with sincerity. But it wasn't true. Kindness could be mistaken for pity, and care could be seen as condescension. Some people, the better you treat them, the more they resent you. Guilan, she murmured, tears finally streaming down her face, hot and burning against her cheeks.
How?
How did you become like this? It's all because of you, Guilan shouted sharply. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Slow and heavy, the steps of an elderly person. A figure appeared at the doorway. Liu Shufen lifted her tearful eyes to look. It was an old woman, about 70, small and thin, wearing a dark red cotton jacket. Her hair was sparse and gray, her face covered with age spots. But Liu Shufen recognized those eyes. They belonged to Du Yunjin, her childhood friend. They had grown up together, picking wild vegetables, jumping rope, whispering secrets. Later, they both liked the same man. No, it was Du Yunjin who liked the man Liu Shufen was with. Eventually, Yunjin married Guiqingdong, and Liu Shufen married Tang Xueduan. From then on, their lives went in completely different directions. Du Yunjin walked in without looking at Guilan and went straight to Liu Shufen. She stared at her for a long time, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, hatred, resentment, and perhaps a trace of pity. Shufen, Du Yunjin said in a hoarse, aged voice, I never thought we'd meet again. Liu Shufen looked at her, speechless. Too much had happened, too much to take in. Her mind could no longer keep up. What Guilan said is true, Du Yunjin said calmly. Your 3 sons are gone. Your youngest daughter is gone too. Even your grandson is close to the end. All of this was my doing.
Why?
Was all Liu Shufen could manage to say.
Why?
Du Yunjin gave a bitter smile, one that looked more painful than tears. Because you took away what should have been mine. She slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, very close to Liu Shufen, so close that she could smell the faint, old scent that often lingered on elderly people. Do you still remember? That year, the matchmaker introduced 2 men to us at the same time. One was your husband, Tang Xueduan, a soldier, poor, but full of spirit. The other was Guilan, who worked at the supply and marketing cooperative and came from a better-off family. Originally, Tang Xueduan was meant for me, and Guilan was meant for you. Liu Shufen nodded vaguely. Of course she remembered. How could she not? It was the summer of 1973. She was 18, and her life had just begun. But in the end, you married Tang Xueduan, and I married Guilan. Du Yunjin's eyes grew sharp. You must have tried to win Tang Xueduan over, didn't you? You pretended to switch with me, but secretly had your own plan. You knew Tang Xueduan would have a bright future, and you knew Guilan only looked good on the surface. So you kept telling me how hard it was to be a soldier's wife, how they were away for years, how lonely it was to stay behind. I was young then, and I believed you. And what happened next? You went to Tang Xueduan and told him you didn't mind the hardship. Liu Shufen shook her head hard. No, it wasn't like that, Yunjin. You were the one who said you didn't want to marry a soldier. You said Guilan was good at making people happy. You and Guilan, I was with Guilan, is that what you mean? Du Yunjin interrupted, her smile full of bitterness. That was your plan all along. That night, you told me Guilan was waiting for me at the warehouse, that he had something important to say. But when I went there, he crossed the line. After that, I had no choice but to marry him. And you married Tang Xueduan with pride, became a soldier's wife, and when he later became an officer, you lived comfortably for years. Liu Shufen was stunned. She looked at Du Yunjin, as if she were a stranger. Those accusations, those imagined schemes, she had never even thought of them. I didn't, she said weakly. Yunjin, I really didn't. That night, Guilan came to me himself. He said he wanted to see you and asked me to pass the message. I didn't know he would treat you that way. You didn't know?
Du Yunjin sneered.
You wouldn't understand. You've always been lucky, ever since you were a child. Your mother was gentle, your father drank too much, but you were born pretty and kind, and everyone liked you. And me? My parents loved me, they paid for my schooling, and I'm not worse looking than you. So, why did all the good things happen to you? Her voice grew louder, filled with bitterness built up over decades. You married Tang Xueduan, and when he left the army, he became a local official. Your family's life just kept getting better. I married Guilan. He was lazy, drank too much, and treated me badly. I've lived a hard life for half my years. Your sons are all successful. And my son? He lost his job at 30 and now works at a construction site. Your daughter is beautiful and smart. She got into a top university. And my daughters? The older one was tricked into going north years ago, and I haven't seen her since. The younger one has spent over 20 years trying to marry your son, acting like the perfect daughter-in-law, and barely cares about her own family. Your grandson got into college, but mine didn't even finish high school. This isn't fair. Du Yunjin slammed her hand on the bed. Why is your life so good?
Why?
Liu Shufen stared at her blankly, her tears already dry. She suddenly remembered many years ago, when they were still young girls. Yunjin had always been the strong one. She jumped rope the highest, picked the most wild vegetables, and was the best student in class. Even when they worked in the fields, Yunjin always earned a little more than her. Back then, Liu Shufen thought Yunjin was amazing. better at everything. When it came time for marriage introductions, theirs happened just days apart, and both men were from the same village. Her match was introduced by her uncle, a man with a stable job at the supply and marketing cooperative. Yunjin's match was the son of her father's old herding partner, a soldier, capable but often away from home. After her own meeting, Liu Shufen didn't feel much. The two families just kept in touch normally. But the night after Yunjin's meeting, she came to her crying. "Shufen, I don't want to marry a soldier's life is too hard and lonely." Naively, Liu Shufen said, "Yunjin, how about we switch?" The next day, rumors spread through the village that Yunjin and Guilan had spent the night together. Du Yunjin's father visited Liu Shufen's father, bringing a fine bottle of wine, and persuaded him to promise Liu Shufen's hand in marriage to Tang Xueduan. A week later, the two close friends were married on the same day to men from the neighboring village. The day after the wedding, Tang Xueduan's leave ended, and he returned to the army. The couple had no time to begin their married life together. After marriage, Yunjin began to distance herself. Liu Shufen thought it was simply because they were both busy with their new families. But it wasn't that. The truth was that jealousy and resentment had been buried deep for years, taking root and growing into a towering tree that finally bore bitter fruit. So, Liu Shufen's voice was as soft as a wisp of smoke. "You let Guilan marry my son. Just to destroy my family?"
Yes.
Du Yunjin admitted without hesitation. "I let my daughter marry your son for this very day. I wanted to see your children suffer, your grandchildren suffer, and you left to waste away in this place. Liu Shufen, you're just like your foolish mother. You both had such good chances in life, and look how it ended. Your mother died young, and you ended up here. Some people are just born unlucky. They can never live a good day in peace." The words "born unlucky" pierced Liu Shufen's heart like poison knives. All her strength, kindness, and patience collapsed in that moment. She thought of her mother, Bai Huizhen, gentle, timid, always careful not to offend anyone, yet she passed away before her daughter was even married. Before she died, her mother had held her hand and said, "Shufen, life is hard for women. You must accept your fate." But Shufen had refused to accept it. She believed that with effort and kindness, fate could be changed. Now she realized her mother had been right. Some people are simply born into hardship. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot escape the path set before them. The medicine had fully taken effect. Liu Shufen felt dizzy. Everything around her was spinning. The faces of Guilan and Du Yunjin wavered before her eyes, twisting and distorting like frightening masks. She could still hear their voices, fading in and out. "Mom, that's enough. Let's go. What's the rush? Let her suffer a little longer. The nurse will be here soon." So what if he's here? Who would believe the words of a madwoman? A madwoman? Yes, that's what she was. A woman who had lived in a mental hospital for 10 years. No one believed her words. No one cared about her pain. No one listened to her injustice. "Heaven has no eyes," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Something was burning inside her chest, a fire that made every part of her body ache. The fire grew stronger, rising to her throat, to her head. "Heaven has no eyes," she screamed with all her strength. The sound was not human. It was sharp, desperate, like the cry of a wounded animal. Guilan and Du Yunjin were startled and stepped back. Liu Shufen stood up from her chair. She stood firm, steadier than she had been in 10 years. In her once clouded eyes, a final light burst forth, clear, sharp, like a last spark before darkness. She looked toward the window with iron bars. 5th floor, 15 meters above the ground.
You.
"What are you doing?" Guilan asked nervously, sensing something was wrong. Liu Shufen didn't answer. She walked toward the window, slowly but with determination. The hem of her hospital gown swayed gently as she moved. "Stop her."
Du Yunjin shooted.
Guilan rushed forward, trying to grab Liu Shufen's arm. But Liu Shufen, with sudden strength, pushed her away. Guilan stumbled back, hitting the bedside table. Liu Shufen reached the window and gripped the cold iron bars. The gaps were too narrow for even her head to fit through, but she didn't stop. She began shaking the bars, hitting them with her body.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The dull sound echoed through the room. The rusted welds screeched sharply. She's lost her mind. Completely.
Guilan's face turned pale.
Call for help. Guilan turned to run. At that moment, there was a sharp crack. One of the welds came loose. Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. She shook the bars harder. Once, twice, 3 times, boom. The entire iron fence, along with the window frame, was torn from the wall by her bare hands. Dust filled the air, and pieces of brick fell to the ground. The window was now wide open, and a cool breeze rushed in, blowing through Liu Shufen's gray hair. She stood by the window, turned around, and took one last look at the room that had held her for 10 years, and at the 2 women who had ruined her life. Her eyes were calm, like the sea after storm. Then, she leaned back and fell. Like a dry leaf, she drifted gently toward the ground. The wind roared past her ears, filling her hospital gown. As she fell, time seemed to slow down, slow enough for her to see many things. A white sheet hanging from the 5th floor balcony, a withered plant on the 4th floor windowsill, a cartoon sticker pressed against the 3rd floor glass, and an orange cat peeking out from the 2nd floor window. And then the ground. The gray concrete ground, scattered with a few fallen poplar leaves. She remembered many years ago, also in spring, when she and Yunjin ran through the fields. They were still young then, wearing patched clothes but laughing loudly. The sunlight was warm, the rapeseed flowers shone golden, and the air smelled of grass and earth. Back then, they were still sisters. Back then, fate had not yet shown its cruel face. Heaven has no eyes. Good people are not rewarded, she whispered softly. Then, the world went dark. A dull thud came from the ground. It wasn't loud, but heavy, like a sack of grain dropped from above. A few seconds later, screams broke the silence. Nurses and patients nearby rushed over. Blood slowly spread beneath Liu Shufen, staining the gray concrete red. Her body lay twisted in an unnatural position, her eyes open, staring at the sky. The sky was high and blue, with a few thin clouds drifting by. During the Qingming season, the sky should have been solemn, a time for remembrance. But at that moment, sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon her small body, carrying a faint, sorrowful warmth. The broken window on the 5th floor looked like a hollow eye, silently watching everything below. The wind blew again, lifting the fallen poplar leaves and carrying them far away. When Liu Shufen opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a road. The road was wide and gray, stretching endlessly into the distance. There was no scenery on either side, only swirling gray mist, thick and shapeless. The air carried a strange smell, like old incense mixed with rust, with a faint metallic tang. She looked down at herself. She was still wearing the blue and white hospital gown, but it was clean now, without any stains. The dark bruise on her wrist was gone. Her skin was pale and almost transparent, showing faint blue veins beneath. She raised a hand to touch her face. It felt smooth, without wrinkles. Then she touched her hair, thick and black, just like when she was young. "What is this?" she murmured. Her voice echoed down the empty road, soon swallowed by the mist. From far away came the sound of crying, soft at first, then rising and falling like waves. There were many voices. The hoarse sobs of the old, the sharp cries of children, the sorrowful wails of women, and the low moans of men. Together, they formed a haunting, uneasy chorus. Liu Shufen stood still, confused. She remembered jumping from the 5th floor, the dull pain when her body hit the ground, and the last glimpse of the sky. And then this. "Move forward." A voice spoke beside her ear. It was calm and firm, neither male nor female, carrying an unquestionable authority. Liu Shufen turned around but saw no one, only mist. After a moment's hesitation, she began to walk. The road was smooth, easy to walk on. She moved slowly, glancing around as she went. Sometimes, shapes appeared in the fog, some crying, some laughing, some kneeling, some being pulled forward by chains. Their faces were blurred, like reflections in water, fading as soon as she looked at them. She didn't know how long she had been walking. Time seemed meaningless here. There was no sunrise or sunset, no hunger or tiredness. She just kept walking, step after step, her mind blank. Ahead, a bridge came into view. It was long, stretching across a dark river. The water was thick and slow, glowing faintly with a greenish light. At the head of the bridge stood a stone tablet with 3 large characters carved on it. Naiha Bridge. The words were painted in bright red, as if written in blood. Beside the bridge was a small, simple hut. Under it sat an old woman. She wore rough cloth clothes, her hair gray and thin, and she was stirring a large pot with a long-handled ladle. Steam rose from the pot, carrying a strange scent, sweet yet slightly bitter. Several shadowy figures stood in line before the pot. The old woman scooped up a spoonful of soup and handed it to one of them. The figure took it, lifted its head, drank, and its eyes turned blank. Then it walked onto the bridge and disappeared into the mist.
Mengpo's soup.
Liu Shufen whispered. She had heard of it. After death, one must cross the Naiha Bridge and drink Mengpo's soup to forget the past before being reborn. Now it was her turn. She stepped forward and joined the end of the line. One by one, the shadows drank the soup and crossed the bridge. When it was Liu Shufen's turn, Mengpo looked up at her. That single glance made Liu Shufen tremble. Mengpo's eyes were old, her eyelids drooping, her pupils cloudy, yet her gaze seemed to pierce through everything, reaching into Liu Shufen's soul.
You.
Mengpo spoke, her voice as dry and ancient as wind through dead branches. Your time in the living world is not yet over. Why have you come here? Liu Shufen froze.
I died.
You did, Mengpo said, setting down her ladle and studying her, but not at the right time. You still had 3 months of life left. You were meant to pass in summer, yet now it is only early spring. Liu Shufen suddenly remembered what Yunjin had said. There had been something added to the medicine. So that was it. She wasn't meant to die yet. She had been killed. Someone harmed me, she said quietly. Mengpo nodded, then shook her head. Being harmed is the cause. Dying early is the result. Cause and effect are already set. There is no use in speaking further.
Come, drink the soup and cross the bridge.
She lifted a ladle of the milky white soup and handed it to Liu Shufen. The steam rose gently, carrying a soft fragrance. Liu Shufen took the bowl and looked down. The surface of the soup was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting her young face. If she drank it, she would forget everything. She tried to forget her mother's tears before she passed away, her father's anger after drinking, the warmth of Xueduan's embrace, the laughter of her 3 young sons, her little daughter's loud crying, and the soft voice of her grandchild calling her grandma. She tried to forget Du Yunjin's hatred, Guilan's cruelty, 10 years of imprisonment, and those final words, good people don't always get good endings. She forgot everything. Pain, sadness, resentment, unwillingness, all faded away like smoke. From now on, she would be clean and free, ready to start again. She lifted the bowl to her lips. The soup smelled sweet, almost too sweet. Just as she was about to drink, her wrist was suddenly held tight. It wasn't Mengpo's hand. It was a cold, slender hand reaching out from the mist, gripping her wrist. This person cannot drink the soup yet. The voice was deep, with a metallic tone. Liu Shufen looked up and saw a man in a long black robe standing before her. He looked about 40, with a stern face and deep eyes. On his forehead was a dark red mark, like a flame or a symbol. He wore a black official's hat, and under its brim, his eyes seemed endless. When Mengpo saw him, she quickly stood and bowed. Greetings, honorable judge. A judge. Liu Shufen had heard of them. In the underworld, there were 10 kings of judgment and many judges who kept the book of life and death and decided the fate of souls. This woman's life is not yet over, and her death is unusual. The ties of cause and effect around her are very strong. The judge released her wrist and looked at her. I must take her to the hall to find out the truth before making a decision. Mengpa nodded without a word. The judge turned to Liu Shufen.
Come with me.
Then he walked away. Liu Shufen put down the bowl, looked at Mengpa, then at the judge's back. After a moment of hesitation, she followed. She had no other choice. The judge led her away from the bridge of forgetfulness, heading in another direction. The road grew wider, and the mist slowly cleared, revealing the world around them. It was a place beyond description. The sky was a constant dark red, with no sun, moon, or stars, only flowing light like molten fire. The ground was black and hard as iron, with not a single blade of grass. In the distance stood mountains, steep and jagged, with strange rocks scattered across their slopes. Faint cries echoed from deep within the valleys. The road ahead was crowded with many people, or rather, many wandering souls. They moved slowly in a long line, each with a different expression, some numb, some terrified, some regretful, and some unwilling to accept their fate. On both sides of the path stood ghostly soldiers in black armor, holding long halberds, their faces expressionless. A judge walked in front, the hem of his black robe swaying slightly with each step. He said nothing, and Liu Shufen dared not ask. The two of them, one behind the other, passed through the long line of souls and arrived before a grand hall. The hall was tall and entirely black, its roof covered with dark golden tiles. The doors stood open, revealing a dim interior where tall pillars and shadowy figures could be faintly seen. Above the entrance hung a plaque with 3 large golden characters, Hall of Yama. The letters gleamed coldly under the dark red sky. The judge stepped onto the stairs, and Liu Shufen followed. There were 99 steps, each one high and steep, making her climb difficult. Halfway up, she stopped to catch her breath. Looking up, the hall's open doors seemed like a giant mouth ready to swallow everything. "Hurry," the judge said, glancing back at her. His tone carried no impatience, only calm instruction. Liu Shufen gritted her teeth and continued climbing. At last, she reached the entrance. Inside, the hall was even more magnificent than it appeared from outside. It stretched endlessly into the shadows, with 10 massive black stone pillars on either side, each carved with fierce, monstrous figures. At the far end stood a high platform, upon which several enormous figures sat, their faces hidden in the darkness. The judge did not walk toward them, but turned into a side corridor. The corridor was long, lined with stone chambers on both sides. Some doors were open, revealing officials in black robes questioning the souls. Others were closed, with muffled sounds of punishment and cries coming from within. Liu Shufen kept her head down, afraid to look around. At the end of the corridor was a separate stone chamber. The judge pushed the door open and motioned for Liu Shufen to enter. The room was small and simply furnished, a black stone table, a few stone chairs, and several scrolls hanging on the wall, covered with dense writing. Behind the stone table stood a row of bookshelves filled with thick volumes. Their covers were dark red, like dried blood. "Sit," the judge said, pointing to the chair across the table. Liu Shufen sat down carefully. The stone chair was cold, and the chills seeped through her thin hospital gown into her skin. The judge took a seat behind the table and pulled a book from the shelf. It was thick, with a dark red cover and no title. He opened it and touched the page lightly with his finger. The book began to glow. It wasn't firelight or candlelight, but a soft white glow that came from within the pages. In the light, countless tiny words appeared, moving and rearranging themselves as if alive. The judge lowered his head, his finger slowly tracing the lines. His brows furrowed, tighter and tighter as he read. Liu Shufen held her breath, afraid to make a sound. She could hear her own heartbeat, loud in the silence of the stone room. Time passed slowly. The judge read carefully 1 page, 2, 3. His expression changed from calm to serious, to shocked, and finally to something too complex to describe. When he turned to a certain page, his hand suddenly stopped. He looked up at Liu Shufen. In his eyes were surprise, confusion, and a hint of pity. Liu Shufen, he said in a low voice. Born in 1955, passed away in 2025, at the age of 70. Liu Shufen nodded. Your life. The judge paused, choosing his words carefully. Was full of hardship. Liu Shufen's eyes grew warm. No one had ever said that to her before. Everyone thought she was strong, that she could endure anything, that suffering was simply her fate. But now someone saw her pain. How hard was it? She asked softly, her voice trembling. The judge didn't answer. He moved his finger across the page, and the words lifted into the air, forming moving images. Liu Shufen saw herself. The first image, winter, 1963. 8-year-old Liu Shufen, wearing a patched cotton coat, knelt in the snow. Before her stood a dark tombstone engraved with the words Grave of Mother by Xueduan. Her grandmother had passed away from illness. Her only uncle, by Tang, stood nearby with red eyes. Before your grandmother passed away, she wanted to see you one last time. But the distance was too great, and letters took too long. She couldn't wait for you to come. This is something she left for you. Please keep it safe. Before Uncle Bai could finish speaking or hand the item to Liu Shufen, Bai Huizhen, who was kneeling beside them, suddenly snatched it away. This must be a medical book. Don't take it, Fin. It will only bring her trouble for life. Scene 2. Summer, 1973. 18-year-old Liu Shufen knelt before a mound of earth. In front of her stood a simple tombstone engraved with the words, Grave of the late Bai Huizhen. Her mother had died, taken by illness. Her father, Liu Laoshuan, stood nearby, his eyes red not from tears but from drink. He looked at the tombstone, then at Liu Shufen and suddenly raised his hand, striking her across the face. Bad luck. It's all your fault. Liu Shufen fell into the dirt, her cheek burning, but she didn't cry. Biting her lip, she got up and continued to kneel. The rain grew heavier, soaking her hair and clothes. Her mother's name on the tombstone became even clearer under the falling rain. Scene 3. Autumn, 1973. 18-year-old Liu Shufen, dressed in a faded blue cotton blouse, sat by the hearth. Her father squatted nearby, smoking. Through the haze, his face looked dark and stern. You must agree to the marriage with the Guo family, he said. Guo Qingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative. His family is well off. If you marry him, you'll live comfortably, and we'll get a bride price to help your brother marry. Father, I don't like Guo Qingdong. Like? Can liking fill your stomach? Liu Laoshuan knocked his pipe against the stove. I'm telling you, the marriage is set. You'll move in next month. If you refuse, I'll break your legs and carry you there myself. Liu Shufen lowered her head, tears falling onto the back of her hands. Scene 4. Winter, 1976. In Tang Xueduan's army dormitory, simple but tidy. Liu Shufen sat on the edge of the bed, nervously twisting her fingers. Tang Xueduan walked over with a cup of hot water and handed it to her. Have some water. He spoke gently, don't worry. Since I, Tang Xueduan, have married you, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Liu Shufen looked up at the man she had only met 3 times before marrying, the man who had left home on their wedding night. He wore a military uniform, his shoulders straight, his features firm, but his eyes were soft. I don't know how to do anything. Then you can learn, Tang Xueduan said, sitting beside her. I'll teach you. Moonlight shone through the window, casting soft shadows on the floor. It was one of the few warm nights in Liu Shufen's early life. Scene 5. Summer, 1995. Tang Xueduan retired from the army and was assigned to work at the county agricultural machinery station. The family moved from their old home into the small apartment provided by his new job. 6 people lived together in a 60-square-meter house. The 3 older brothers shared bunk beds in the living room. Liu Shufen cooked, cared for everyone, and often traveled back to their hometown to tend the fields and vegetable garden. She also looked after her in-laws, trying to save food for her own family. Just as life began to improve, bad news arrived. Tang Xueduan was called back for a mission and was seriously injured. He didn't survive. In the hospital morgue, Liu Shufen stood before her husband's body, covered with a white sheet. She didn't cry or shout. She just stood there looking for a long time. Then she turned to her 4 confused children and said, "From today on, I will carry this family." The eldest, Yuntian, was 18, the second, Yunzhou, 14, the third, Yunhe, 11, and the youngest, Yunshu, 8. The children looked at her and nodded, not fully understanding. That year, Liu Shufen was 40. Scene 6. Autumn, 1998. The eldest son, Tang Yuntian, was 21. He saved a girl from drowning, but her family accused him of wrongdoing. The police came, and the crowd whispered and pointed. Liu Shufen rushed to the police station, knelt before the chief, and hit her head on the floor until it bled. "My son is innocent. He was saving her." No one believed her. The evidence was against Yuntian. Soon after, news came that the girl had passed away. In the end, Yuntian was sentenced to 20 years in prison. On the day of the verdict, Liu Shufen stood outside the courtroom, watching her son being led away in handcuffs. Yuntian turned around and shouted to her, "Mom, I'm not wrong." Liu Shufen nodded hard, her eyes blurred with tears. "Mom knows. Mom knows." At that time, her daughter-in-law, Guilan, was 3 months pregnant. She wanted to end the pregnancy and remarry. Liu Shufen gave her all her savings and her late husband's pension, just to keep her eldest son's child and his wife. Scene 7. Spring, 2004. Her second son had been in the army for 3 years and came home for the new year. Tang Yunzu was riding his motorcycle to town when a large truck, breaking traffic rules, hit him. He survived, but his legs were paralyzed, leaving him disabled for life. In the hospital, Liu Shufen stayed by his bedside day and night. When Yunzu woke up and realized he would never stand again, he stayed silent all day. That night, looking at his mother's bloodshot eyes, he said hoarsely, "Mom, let me go. I'll only be a burden to you." Liu Shufen slapped him across the face. It was the first time she had ever hit her son. After that, she held him tightly and cried uncontrollably. "Don't say such foolish things. You're my son. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you die." Scene 8. Summer, 2008. Her youngest son, Tang Yunhe, jumped into a river to save a drowning child. The child was saved, but Yunhe never came back up. 3 days later, his body was found downstream, unrecognizable from the water. When the rescue team brought his body ashore, Liu Shufen didn't cry. She walked over, gently touched his cold face, and smoothed his messy hair. "Yunhe, my good boy," she whispered. "Mom is proud of you." Then she turned to the onlookers and said, "Please go home. My son did what was right. There's nothing more to see." Only after the crowd left did she collapse to the ground, crying in deep sorrow. Scene 9. Spring, 2010. Tang Yunshu, her youngest daughter, was in her final year of university and would soon graduate. She came home for the spring festival. Before returning to school, she told Liu Shufen excitedly, "Mom, I found an internship at a company in the capital. I might even go abroad later. It may be hard to stay in touch, but don't worry. I'll call you whenever I can." On the train back to school, the youngest daughter was drugged by Guilan's older sister, Guime, and sold to a remote mountain village in the north. In a cave house, her hands were chained. She cried out, "Mother, please come and save me." Scene 10. Winter, 2015. Liu Shufen was diagnosed with schizophrenia. The diagnosis was brought home by her daughter-in-law, Guilan, who said it came from a major hospital in the provincial capital. Her second son didn't believe it. He took his frail mother for another checkup, but the result was the same. "The old lady has suffered too much stress. Her mind is broken down," the doctor said. That year, Liu Shufen was 60. Liu Shufen knew she wasn't sick, but she couldn't explain it clearly. After taking the medicine, her mind became more and more confused. She could no longer tell what was real and what was not. In the end, under Guilan's insistence, her second son tearfully sent her to a mental hospital. On the day she left, her 16-year-old grandson, Tang clung to her legs and cried, "Grandma, don't go." "Mom, Uncle, Grandma isn't sick." Liu Shufen wanted to hug her grandson, but the nurse held her back. She could only watch his tearful face grow smaller and blur in her sight. Scene 11. 10 years in the mental hospital, day after day, year after year. Medicine, silence, restraints, scolding. The poplar trees outside turned green, then yellow, then green again. The nurses changed again and again. Fewer and fewer people came to see her, until no one came at all. She remembered the death anniversaries of her lost family members and her grandson's birthday. But no one remembered her. Only during the Qingming festival would Guilan visit once, bringing some things and saying a few words. But her words were like knives, cutting into Liu Shufen's heart. Yuntian is gone. Yunzhou is gone. Yunhe is gone. Yunshu is gone. Barewei will be gone too. It's all because of you. Scene 12. Qingming, 2025. Her eldest grandson, Tang, focused on driving, heading toward his workplace. At the intersection of Zhongshan Road and Jiefeng Road, Tang shook his head hard, rubbed his eyes, and stared blankly ahead. The light was red.
He thought he saw
His father waving at him.
He smiled and called out, "Dad."
"Dad." Then he stepped hard on the gas and rushed forward.
Bang!
Tang car flipped into the air, crashed heavily to the ground, and was crushed by passing vehicles, leaving nothing but wreckage scattered on the road. The scene ended. The words returned to the pages, and the light slowly faded. The stone chamber fell silent. Liu Shufen sat there, tears streaming down her face. The memories she had tried to forget, or that medicine had blurred, now appeared clearly before her eyes. Each image was like a dull knife, cutting into her heart again and again.
Pain.
Too much pain. Pain that made it hard to breathe, pain that made her whole body tremble. The judge closed the book and stayed silent for a long time. "In this life," he finally said softly, as if afraid to disturb something, "you have endured 108 trials. Weak ties with your parents, a short marriage, and a broken bond with your child. You lost your mother young, your husband in your youth, your son in middle age, and spent your old age in confinement. You have known poverty, suffering, injustice, and despair." He paused and looked at Liu Shufen. Even the monk Tang Sanzang faced only 81 trials on his journey west. In your 70 short years, you have faced 27 more than he did. Liu Shufen lifted her head, her tearful eyes fixed on him.
"Why?"
she asked hoarsely. "I, Liu Shufen, have never harmed anyone or done anything wrong. I respected my parents and in-laws, loved my husband, cared for my children, and treated others kindly."
"Why?
Why must I endure all this?" The judge did not answer right away. He opened the book again, found another page, and gently touched it with his finger. A new scene appeared. It showed a courtyard from the early Republic of China. A sign above the gate read by Family Clinic. Inside the consultation room sat a woman in a silk qipao, about 30 years old. She was beautiful, but her eyes carried a sharp, determined look. She was Liu Shufen's great-grandmother, Bai Guilan. A patient entered, a wealthy businessman clutching his stomach, sweating in pain. After checking the patient's pulse, Bai Guilan wrote a prescription. "This illness requires rare herbs, which are quite expensive," she said. The wealthy merchant nodded repeatedly. Money is not a problem, as long as it can be cured. Once the medicine was prepared, the merchant thanked her many times and left. After he was gone, Bai Guilan turned and entered the inner room. Inside, one drawer of the medicine cabinet was locked. She unlocked it, took out a small packet of powder, and mixed it into the herbs she had just prepared. That powder could make people dependent. After taking it once, they would come back again. And when they came back, they would spend even more money.
The scene changed.
Using similar tricks, Bai Guilan gathered great wealth. Some of her medicines could ease symptoms for a while but never truly cured the illness. Some even contained harmful ingredients that damaged the body over time. But her medical skills were impressive, and her words convincing, so people trusted her. When someone died after taking her medicine, their family came to protest. She paid the officials to silence the matter. When others doubted her skills, she hired people to spread rumors, claiming the patient had been poisoned by enemies and that it had nothing to do with her. Over the decades, the Bai family gained great fortune, but also countless grudges. The scene shifted again, to the time of Liu Shufen's grandmother, Bai Xueduan. Bai Xueduan was gentle and timid. She inherited her mother's medical knowledge, but dared not use those harmful methods. She married a man who was lazy and unreliable, and the family declined. To make a living, she sometimes used her mother's secret recipes to treat minor illnesses and earn a little money. By the time Liu Shufen's mother, Bai Huizhen, grew up, the Bai family had completely fallen. During troubled times, Bai Xueduan took Bai Huizhen and her younger brother, Bai Xiutong, hiding the family's remaining wealth as they fled south with other refugees. To survive, she ignored the old family rule that Bai women could only marry into the family, not out, and married Bai Huizhen to Liu Laoshuan, a man with some means. After the founding of the new nation, with the Liu family's help, they returned to the Bai family home in the capital. Bai Huizhen was even more timid. Her husband, Liu Laoshuan, was addicted to alcohol and often mistreated her. She hated the Bai family's medical skills, believing they brought only misfortune. So she never allowed Liu Shufen to touch anything related to medicine. Learning medicine leads to no good end, she always said. Look at your great-grandmother, so skilled, yet everyone spoke ill of her. And look at me, what good has it done me? Marrying a man like your father means a lifetime of suffering. That was why Liu Shufen knew nothing about medicine. She didn't know that the gift of healing flowed in her blood, nor that behind this gift lay generations of accumulated sins. The vision faded. The judge closed the book. "Do you understand now?" he asked. Liu Shufen stared blankly, still lost in what she had just seen. Your great-grandmother, Bai Guilan, used her medical skills to harm others and gain wealth. Her sins were heavy. According to the laws of the underworld, she should be sent to the millstone hell to endure 1,000 years of grinding punishment. But she also did many good deeds in her life, healing the poor and suffering. Her merits reduced her sentence by half. However, the resentment of those she harmed did not fade. It turned into a curse that clung to the Bai family's bloodline. Your grandmother, Bai Xueduan, did not harm others on purpose, but she used improper methods in her practice and failed to cleanse the curse left by her mother. Your mother, Bai Huizhen, avoided responsibility and passed the burden to the next generation. The judge looked at Liu Shufen with a complicated expression. So, these burdens have finally fallen upon you. You must repay the debts of 3 generations of the Bai family through a lifetime of hardship. This is the trial of the kind mother. Only one who endures the greatest suffering can cleanse the deepest sins. Liu Shufen seemed to understand, yet not fully. So, all my suffering is because my great-grandmother hurt people? Yes. So, my son died, my grandson died, I was imprisoned for 10 years, all because of that? It's not punishment, the judge corrected. It's cause and effect. Is there really a difference? Liu Shufen gave a bitter smile, one more painful than tears. Either way, it's all suffering. Either way, my family is gone. Either way, there's no peace. She stood up, staggering slightly. The stone chair was cold. After sitting so long, her legs had gone numb. Then tell me, she glared at the judge, her eyes red, why should I pay for what my great-grandmother did? I did nothing wrong. I don't even know medicine. All my life, I only wanted to be kind, to give my family a good life. Why? Her voice echoed through the stone chamber, filled with despair. The judge watched her silently, giving no answer. Yes, why indeed? The cycle of heaven and the law of cause and effect sound fair, but when they fall upon a single person, they can be deeply unfair. What wrong did Liu Shufen ever do? She wasn't even born into the Bai family. She only carried their blood. She tried to be kind and live a good life, yet she had to bear the sins of her ancestors and suffer pain that was never meant for her. It wasn't fair. But heaven shows no special mercy. All beings are treated the same. Before the will of heaven, what do one person's joys and sorrows really matter? The judge stayed silent for a long time. In the stone chamber, only Liu Shufen's quiet sobs could be heard. The judge took another book from the shelf and opened it. This time, the pages did not show images, but were filled with dense lines of writing. It was the record of Liu Shufen's good deeds throughout her life. She once bought steamed buns for a beggar. She helped a neighbor take care of their child. She fed stray cats. After her husband passed away, she never remarried and raised 4 children on her own. When her eldest son was imprisoned, she kept appealing for him. When her second son became paralyzed, she stayed by his side. When her youngest son died, she did not curse fate or heaven. One by one, small deeds, but so many that the page was almost full. You were born with the fate of a suffering mother, the judge said slowly, and you have endured much pain. But you have also done countless good deeds. These deeds can balance part of your burden and even grant you a choice. Liu Shufen lifted her tearful eyes to him. What choice? The judge closed the book and looked straight at her. The first choice, to be reborn. With your accumulated virtue, I can arrange for you to be born into a wealthy family, to live a peaceful, happy life, and pass away in comfort. Rebirth. To forget everything and start anew. Liu Shufen's heart wavered. What a tempting choice that was. No more suffering, no more hunger, no more watching loved ones leave one by one. She would have a happy family, loving parents, a kind husband, and caring children. She would finally live a good life, a truly good life. And the second choice?
She asked.
The judge paused. The second choice, to return to life. To go back to when you were 18, carrying all the memories of this life, and begin again. You can change your fate, save your husband, protect your children, and avoid those disasters. Liu Shufen's eyes widened suddenly. Rebirth? Back to 18? That year, she was not yet married, her mother was still alive, and her father had not forced her to marry Guilan. That year, everything had not yet begun. But, the judge added, rebirth is not all-powerful. The mother's trial is written into your destiny. Some hardships may be avoided, but some may be impossible to escape. And by changing the past, you might create new and unpredictable consequences. He looked deeply at Liu Shufen. You must think carefully. Reincarnation is peaceful release. Rebirth is difficult redemption. Even if you are reborn, you may not be able to change everyone's fate. The laws of heaven remain, and cause and effect cannot be defied. Liu Shufen sat there, her mind in chaos. Reincarnation? Rebirth? Peaceful release? Difficult redemption? She remembered her mother's thin hand before passing, her father's anger after drinking, Xueduan's warm smile, her 3 sons as children, her daughter's sweet kisses, and Rueer's soft voice calling her. She also remembered Du Yunjin's hateful eyes, Guilan's cold accusations, the 10 years she spent locked away, and the final words, good people don't always get good endings. If she chose reincarnation, she would forget everything. The pain, the injustice, the unwillingness, the resentment, and even those brief moments of warmth, the love that kept her alive, would all disappear. She would have a new life, new family, new joys and sorrows. But would she still be herself? Would the Liu Shufen who had suffered so much yet still believed in kindness still exist? If she chose rebirth, she could save Xueduan. He would not die, and she would not be left alone. She could protect her sons. Yuntian would not be wrongly imprisoned, Yunzhou would not be paralyzed in a car accident, Yunhao would not drown, and Yunshu would not be taken away. She could watch Rueer grow up, marry, and have children. She could expose Du Yunjin and Guilan's schemes and make them face justice. She could change everything. But could she really? The judge said, The mother's trial is part of your fate. Some hardships cannot be avoided. Even if she is reborn, her suffering may return in another form. But can she truly endure it again? The pain of losing loved ones, the humiliation of being betrayed, the despair of being alone and helpless. If it all happens again, will she break? Liu Shufen closed her eyes. Tears, hot and heavy, slid down her cheeks. Many memories came to her mind. Before Xueduan died, he left her a letter. Shufen, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Before Yuntian went to prison, he turned back and shouted, Mom, I did nothing wrong. After Yunzhou was paralyzed, he begged her, Mom, please let me go. When Yunha's body was pulled from the water, his face was swollen and unrecognizable. On the Book of Life and Death, she saw Yunshu chained, crying out, Mother, please save me. Bruer clung to her leg, crying, Grandma, don't go. And in that final moment, when she jumped from the 5th floor, her heart screamed, Heaven is blind. Good people never get what they deserve.
No.
It shouldn't be like this. Good people should be rewarded. Kindness should be treated kindly. Hard work should be seen and valued. If the world is unfair, she will seek justice herself. If fate is cruel, she will change it with her own hands. Liu Shufen opened her eyes. Tears still glistened, but her gaze was firm. She looked at the judge and said, word by word, I choose
to be
reborn. The judge did not seem surprised. He nodded and asked, even if you may suffer again? Even if you cannot change everyone's fate? Even if it may still end in tragedy? Yes, Liu Shufen answered without hesitation. Even if I must suffer again, I will return. I will save my mother, my husband, and my children. I will ask Du Yunjin, ask Guilan, and ask heaven itself. Why must good people suffer? Why must kindness be punished? Her voice was not loud, but every word struck the ground like a stone, heavy and firm. The judge looked at her for a long time, then sighed softly. In that sigh, there was pity, respect, and a faint trace of
hope.
Very well, he said, I will send you back to the summer of 1973, when you were 18. Your mother had just passed away, your father hadn't yet forced you to marry, and everything could still be changed. No, she said softly. I want to go back to when my mother was still alive. I want to ask her why learning medicine was wrong. I even want to use what I've learned to save her and tell her that medicine can harm, but it can also heal. It depends on how it's used. The judge shook his head and took a black pen from the drawer of the stone table. The pen's tip glowed faintly with golden light. He drew a line in Liu Shufen's Book of Life and Death, then wrote a few words. The page shone with golden light before slowly fading. Before you leave, the judge said, putting down the pen and looking at Liu Shufen, there are 2 things you must remember. Liu Shufen held her breath. First, the jade gourd you've worn since childhood is no ordinary item. It was passed down from your great-grandmother and is a symbol of the Bai family's medical heritage. It's not just an ornament. It can protect you from harm and bring you good fortune. It also has other powers that you'll need to discover on your own. Jade gourd? Liu Shufen suddenly remembered. Before her mother passed away, she had hung a small jade gourd around her neck, saying it was from her grandmother and would keep her safe. She had worn it for many years until it was taken away when she was sent to the hospital. The gourd was small, bright green, and finely carved. She had always thought it was just a simple decoration. Second, the judge continued, your future husband, Tang Xueduan, will be your greatest blessing. As long as he stays by your side, you will overcome danger and find peace. Together, you will protect your home, raise a happy family, and live a long, peaceful life. So, no matter what happens, you must marry him and make sure he lives well. Liu Shufen nodded firmly. She would remember those words. The judge stood and walked to the center of the stone chamber. He raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. The circle grew larger, filled with shimmering light. Within it appeared a spring scene, fields, a village, a dirt path, and a young Liu Shufen walking along the ridge in patched clothes. Go, the judge said. remember your choice, and remember your purpose. In this life, may you change your fate and find kindness through your trials." Liu Shufen looked at him one last time and bowed deeply. Then she turned and stepped into the circle of light. The light swallowed her completely. In the stone chamber, the judge stood still, watching as the circle slowly shrank and finally disappeared. He returned to the stone table and opened Liu Shufen's book of life and death again. The page that had once been filled with words of suffering was slowly changing and rearranging. A new path of destiny was taking shape. 108 trials. He murmured. "How many will you overcome this time?" Outside the window, the dark red sky shifted faintly. On the road of the underworld, the line of souls remained endless. At the bridge of forgetfulness, the pot of soup still steamed gently. Reincarnation never stopped, and cause and effect never ended. But there were always those who refused to accept their fate. There were always those who wanted to seek justice from the heavens and the earth. Pain. Her head hurt as if it were splitting apart. Liu Shufen groaned softly and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw first was a ceiling covered with old newspapers. The papers had turned yellow, their corners curled, and the words were hard to read. A thick wooden beam crossed the ceiling, with strings of dried chili peppers and corn cobs hanging from it, covered in a thin layer of dust. She stared blankly for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up. The movement was too quick, and her vision went dark for a moment. She held her forehead and waited for the dizziness to fade before looking around. It was a small earthen house, dimly lit. A few faded New Year pictures hung on the wall, showing smiling workers, farmers, and soldiers. Against the wall stood an old wooden bed. She was sitting on it, covered with a patched blue quilt. Across from the bed was a worn-out wardrobe with peeling paint. The door didn't close properly, revealing neatly folded clothes inside. The window had a wooden frame covered with yellowed paper, torn in a few places, letting in thin rays of light. The air carried a mix of smells: earth, smoke from firewood, and a faint mustiness. Familiar. So familiar. This was her old room in the Liu family's village. Liu Shufen lowered her head and looked at her hands. They were young hands. The skin was rough from years of farm work, but the fingers were long and well-shaped, with no age spots or wrinkles. There is a faint scar on the back of her hand, a mark from when she accidentally cut herself while cutting pig grass as a child. She touches her face again. Her cheeks are full, and her skin is tight. Her hair is black and thick, braided into two pigtails that hang in front of her chest. Her hands tremble as she reaches for her neck. It's empty, no jade gourd. She lifts the blanket and gets out of bed, barefoot on the muddy ground. The ground is cold but real. She walks to the wardrobe. There's a small mirror on the door, but it's too blurry to see her face clearly. Only a vague outline. But that's enough. In the mirror is a young face. Clear eyebrows and eyes, bright and pure. But her face looks pale and tired from illness. It really is her. She has truly returned. Liu Shufen covers her mouth, tears pouring out. It's not a dream. The judge didn't lie to her. She has really been reborn, back before the tragedy began. She quickly opens the wardrobe. Inside are a few old, worn clothes. She takes each out, shakes them, then puts them back. There's nothing there. She suddenly remembers. The jade gourd was given to her by her mother just before she died. She smiles secretly, feeling nervous. She walks to the window and pushes it open. The morning breeze blows in, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Outside is her small yard, with firewood stacked against the wall and a few chickens pecking at the ground in the corner. Beyond the yard is a dirt road, across which are fields. The wheat has just sprouted, a lush green waving in the morning wind. Farther away are rolling green mountains, shrouded in thin morning fog. Everything looks just as she remembers. But this time, she is no longer the naive, helpless Liu Shufen. She wipes her tears and takes a deep breath. The air smells of spring, full of life. "Shufen, are you awake?" An old voice comes from outside, hoarse from a hangover. Liu Shufen stiffens. It's her father, Liu Laoshuan's voice. Memories flood her like a tide. In her previous life, in late spring of 1973, her mother died. Her father became more irritable, drinking every day. When drunk, he would hit her and call her a bad omen, saying she caused her mother's death. She was forced by her father to marry Xueduan in the fall of 1973, beginning a sad life. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. This time it would be different. "You're awake," she responded calmly and opened the door to leave. In the main room, old Liu was squatting at the doorframe, smoking. He was in his early 40s but looked over 60, with a hunched back, wrinkled face, cloudy eyes, and wearing a patched gray cloth jacket with shiny cuffs. Seeing Liu Shufen come out, he lifted his eyelids. "Since you're awake, go light the fire and cook. Your mother has gone to work and will be back soon." Liu Shufen didn't even glance at her father. She turned and went into the kitchen to start the fire and cook. Yes, her father was a lazy man. He slept until he woke naturally, then went to the bathroom, smoked, drank, and then dozed off again. When not drinking much, he sometimes went to the brigade to see her mother, but mostly he lay on the haystack outside, basking in the sun and sleeping soundly. Liu Shufen was very skilled at this. She had done it for decades in her past life, ingrained in her bones. The fire in the stove flickered, illuminating her young face. She cooked while organizing her thoughts. According to the day her mother died in her previous life, her mother could still be working now. Was she back in an earlier time? Or had her mother, even if sick, been working in the fields all along? If so, her mother must have been very ill. How could she talk to her about learning medicine? "Shufen, are you awake?" Suddenly, a gentle, weak voice came from outside the kitchen. Liu Shufen shivered. That voice. She slowly turned her head and looked toward the door. A thin woman was standing there, leaning on the doorframe. She was about 40, wearing a faded blue cloth jacket, her hair neatly combed, but her face was pale, with deep eye sockets and colorless lips. It was her mother, Bai Huizhen. Her mother, who was still alive. Tears welled up in Liu Shufen's eyes instantly. "Mother," she choked, wanting to rush over, but her legs gave way, and she sat down on the ground. Bai Huizhen was startled and quickly came over to help her. "Child, why did you get out of bed? Your fever hasn't gone down yet." My mother's hand was very cold, but real. Liu Shufen tightly held her hand, as if clutching her last hope. "Mother, is that really you? Foolish child, are you confused?" Bai Huizhen touched her forehead. "You're still burning up. Go back to bed and lie down." With her mother's help, Liu Shufen was helped back to her bed and covered with a quilt. She stared at her mother without blinking, afraid that if she blinked, her mother would disappear. Bai Huizhen picked up the medicine bowl from the table. "Here, drink the medicine." The medicine was bitter, dark, and steaming hot. Liu Shufen took it without hesitation and drank it all at once. The bitterness spread in her mouth, but she felt it was incredibly sweet. It was so good to be able to drink her mother's homemade medicine. "Mother," she put down the bowl and looked at her mother. "What time is it now?" "Time?" Bai Huizhen paused. "Today is March 15th. You've had a fever for 3 days and it worried me a lot. What year is it?" "This child, you're really confused." Bai Huizhen shook her head helplessly. "It's 1973, March 15th, 1973. Liu Shufen's mind raced quickly. She was 18 years old. Her mother was still here, her father was still alive, and her younger brother was still small. Everything had not yet begun. She had been reborn into the spring of 1973. The judge really had sent her back to the spring of her 18th year. "Mother," she asked cautiously, "where did you go?" "To the fields, to see how the wheat was doing," Bai Huizhen sighed. "Your younger brother went to your uncle's house. He won't be back for a while." To her uncle's house. Liu Shufen's heart moved. In her previous life, her mother rarely mentioned her maternal grandmother's family, only saying that her grandmother's family had a bad background and was considered Black 5 categories, so they had lost contact long ago. After her mother died, no one from her grandmother's family came to pay respects. Now she knew that Bai Huizhen came from a family of traditional doctors. Her maternal family ran a clinic. But later, their family fell on hard times, and with the political movements, they ended up in this situation. "Mother," she softly asked, "does my uncle know medical skills?" Bai Huizhen's face changed. She covered her mouth. "Don't say such things." She went to the door, looked outside to make sure no one was around, then closed the door and lowered her voice. "You can't say that anymore. Our ancestors were indeed doctors, but what time is it now? That is for olds. If people hear about it, they will criticize us." Liu Shufen nodded. "I understand." "Mother, don't worry." Bai Huizhen sighed in relief and sat beside her bed, holding her hand. "Shufen, I know you're smart, but you must remember, sometimes it's better not to know too much. Our family is peaceful now, and that's enough. But, Mother," Liu Shufen looked at her mother's pale face, "your illness." In her past life, her mother had tuberculosis, and after 2 years of suffering, she died from coughing up blood. When she died, she was just skin and bones. "Mother is fine." Bai Huizhen forced a smile. "It's an old illness. Rest, and it will be okay." "Mother, teach me medical skills," Liu Shufen suddenly said. Bai Huizhen was stunned. "What did you say?" "I want to learn medicine." Liu Shufen looked at her seriously. "I want to cure your illness." "Nonsense," Bai Huizhen said sternly. "What girl learns medicine? Besides, our family is in no position to touch those things now. Why not?" Liu Shufen sat up straight. "Mother, medicine is about saving people, not harming them. Why can't I learn?" Bai Huizhen looked at her with complicated eyes. This daughter has been sensible since she was young, but she is gentle and never dares to argue. "What's wrong today?" "After a fever, she's changed her attitude?" "Shufen," she softened her tone, "it's not that I won't teach you, but our Bai family's medical skills are not pure." "Not pure?" Bai Huizhen was silent for a long time before she whispered, "Your great-grandmother used medical skills to harm people. She earned black money and hurt many. When those people died, their resentment didn't fade, and it all came back as retribution on our family." She tightened her daughter's hand. "Look at your great-grandmother. She was cautious all her life, but in the end, she died early. Look at me, married to your father, but I haven't had a good day. It's all retribution. That's why I don't want you to touch medicine, to avoid sharing this karma." Liu Shufen remembered the judge's words. Great-grandmother Bai Guilan used medical skills to harm and profit, and her sins were deep. Karma has attached itself to the Bai family bloodline, passing down from generation to generation. So her mother knew all along. "Mother," she held her mother's hand again. "What if I could resolve this karma?" "You?" Bai Huizhen shook her head. "You're just a child. What can you do?" "I don't know," Liu Shufen said. "But I want to try. I don't want to watch it get sick. I don't want to see Dad drink and hit people. I don't want this family to fall apart." Tears welled in her eyes, but her gaze was firm. Bai Huizhen looked at her daughter, feeling a pang of sadness. This child has grown up. "Do you really want to study medicine?" she asked softly. "Or is there another reason?" Liu Shufen was silent. She couldn't talk about her past life, her mother's death, the tragedies of her 3 brothers and younger sister, or her 10 years of imprisonment. She could only lie. "Mom, I had a dream these past few days," she said. "I saw an old man with a white beard. He said I was born to learn medicine to help people and do good. He said if I practice medicine and do good, I can clear the Bai family's bad karma." This was a quick lie she made up. But Bai Huizhen believed it. Rural folks often believe in these supernatural stories. Especially since the Bai family ancestors were doctors, some mysterious things are normal. An old man with a white beard. "What did he look like?" she asked. "I can't remember clearly." Liu Shufen shook her head. "I only remember he gave me a jade gourd, saying it was a family heirloom that could protect me." "A jade gourd," Bai Huizhen murmured. "We do have a jade gourd, left by your great-grandmother. But I never saw it. When she left, she didn't say where it was." Liu Shufen's heart sank. The jade gourd isn't with her mother? Where could it be? In her past life, her mother gave it to her before she died. "Mom," she asked, Did Grandma leave anything behind before she passed?
Like
A medicine box or something? Bai Huizhen thought for a moment. There was an old medicine box your grandmother left when she returned to Beijing. I've kept it hidden, never dared to show it. Can I see it? Bai Huizhen hesitated for a long time, then finally nodded. Bai Huizhen walked to the corner of the room, where several torn burlap sacks were piled. She moved the sacks aside, pried loose a loose brick from the wall, and took out something wrapped in oilcloth. She unwrapped the cloth to reveal an old wooden medicine box. The box was small, with peeling paint, and the copper latch was rusted. But faintly on the lid, she could see a character. Bai. There are several layers inside. The top layer contains some common herbs, which are dried and yellowed, but you can still smell a faint medicinal scent. The middle layer has a few yellowed handwritten books bound with thread, with no words on the covers. The bottom layer holds some broken items, a few silver needles, a small copper scale, and a few empty small porcelain bottles. Liu Shufen picks up a handwritten book and opens it. The first page reads, White Family Medical Classics, Volume 1. Below are densely written small characters recording the properties, meridians, and effects of various herbs. The handwriting is neat, but the paper is fragile and tears easily with slight pressure. She then picks up another book, White Family Medical Cases. It records different medical cases and treatment plans. From colds and fevers to difficult illnesses, everything is documented. The last book is the thinnest, but has the newest paper. She opens it and the first page reads, Confession Book by Guilan. This is Grandma Tai's confession book. Liu Shufen's heart beats faster. She quickly flips through it, which records Bai Guilan's entire medical career, both good and bad. In March of the Gengzi year, a wealthy merchant surnamed Li sought treatment, suffering from unbearable abdominal pain. I knew his condition could be treated with common herbs, but I lied, saying rare ingredients were needed, and asked for 50 taels of silver. In July of the Renin year, a woman surnamed Wang was weak after childbirth and sought treatment. I added 5 stones powder to her medicine, causing dependency. She kept asking for more, exhausting her family's wealth. In winter of the Gui Mao year, a child had a high fever and convulsions. The father was poor and couldn't afford medicine. I felt pity and treated him for free, giving 3 doses of medicine, and the child was saved. The father was overwhelmed with gratitude and bowed to thank me. Good and bad, intertwined. A complex, real person. Liu Shufen turns to the last page, which has only one line. I have practiced medicine all my life, saving many people, but also harming some. My sins are deep. I hope future generations will use kindness to counter evil, virtue to repay resentment, and resolve this calamity. Signed, Bai Guilan, winter of the 35th year of the Republic. Bai Huizhen looks at her daughter's focused expression and sighs softly. These books were secretly left by your grandmother. She said, the Bai family's medical skills must not be lost. But they shouldn't be passed on lightly, only to kind-hearted people. She looks at Liu Shufen.
Do you want to learn?
Because I want to save people, she said. To save you, to save Dad, and to help all the sick. I want to prove that Bai family's medical skills can be pure and honest. Bai Huizhen's eyes filled with tears. She touched her daughter's head and said, Good. Mother will teach you. First, you need to copy your great-grandmother's confession, read it every day, and remember it in your heart. Liu Shufen smiled. Her great-grandmother, her mother, and even her great-grandmother have all been seeking forgiveness. They haven't completely escaped their past, and that's good. From that day on, Liu Shufen began her secret journey to learn medicine. During the day, she was still a weak farm girl, helping her mother with chores, washing clothes, cooking, and caring for her father. At night, after her father fell asleep, she would light an oil lamp and study medicine with her mother. Bai Huizhen's medical knowledge was taught by her grandmother. Although she hadn't used it for many years, her foundation was still there. She started teaching her daughter from the basics. This is licorice, neutral in nature, sweet in taste, can strengthen the spleen, boost energy, clear heat, and detoxify. This is angelica, nourishing blood, promoting circulation, regulating menstruation, and relieving pain. This is Huang Lian, clearing heat, drying dampness, and detoxifying. Liu Shufen learned quickly. She found that she seemed to have a natural sensitivity to medicinal herbs. Her mother would explain once, and she could remember. When she saw a herb, her mind would automatically recall its properties, effects, and contraindications. This might be what the judge called a gift in the blood. Besides theoretical knowledge, Bai Huizhen also taught her pulse diagnosis. "Come, give me your hand," Bai Huizhen said, extending 3 fingers and placing them on her daughter's wrist. "Feel the pulse, the rate, strength, and depth." Liu Shufen closed her eyes and focused. At first, she could only feel her heartbeat. But gradually, she could distinguish different pulse types: floating pulse, sinking pulse, slow pulse, rapid pulse. "Mother," she suddenly opened her eyes, "your pulse is very weak." Bai Huizhen smiled bitterly. "Mother knows her body well. I'll write a prescription for you," Liu Shufen said, picking up paper and pen. She recalled the contents from her medical books and wrote down a prescription: Huang Qi, Dang Shen, Bai Zhu, Fu Ling, and Gan Chao. Bai Huizhen looked at the prescription, surprised and wide-eyed. "Where did you learn this formula?" "I saw it in the medical books," Liu Shufen replied. "Mother, your lung qi is weak, and your spleen is damp and sluggish. You need to tonify qi, strengthen the spleen, and transform dampness and phlegm. This recipe should be effective." Bai Huizhen took the prescription and looked at it for a long time. "Shufen," she said softly, "you're better than Mom. Mom studied for over 10 years to come up with a prescription like this. You've only studied for half a month. Mom taught me well." Liu Shufen hugged her mother. "Mom, you must get better." Mother and daughter embraced and cried. Time passed day by day. Liu Shufen's medical skills improved very quickly. Besides learning from her mother, she also studied medical books on her own. She copied her great-grandmother's confession 3 times and read it many times. It recorded not only harmful cases but also treatments for difficult illnesses, some of which were quite advanced. She started secretly treating villagers. At first, it was minor issues: colds, fevers, diarrhea, bruises. She didn't dare to tell anyone, just said she learned some local remedies from her mother. Gradually, after curing a few people, her reputation spread. Villagers began secretly asking her for help. "Shufen, my second child has been coughing for half a month. The barefoot doctor's medicine didn't work. Can you take a look?" "Shufen, my mother has terrible back pain and can't get out of bed. Can you give her a few acupuncture treatments?" Liu Shufen accepted everyone without refusal. She knew this was a chance to earn good karma. The judge said she needed to do good deeds to resolve her karma. She treated patients for free, only accepting eggs and grains as thanks. Her family's life gradually improved. They no longer had to eat sweet potatoes every day. But troubles also came. One night, Liu Laoxuan came home drunk and saw half a bag of flour in the house, his face darkening. "Where did this flour come from?" Bai Huizhen quickly said. "It was sent from my mother's side." "Nonsense." Liu Laoxuan slapped the table. "Your mother's family lives so far away, and they only sent 1 bag of flour? Why hasn't Mu Han come back? Be honest." Liu Shufen stepped forward. "Dad, I treated some villagers. They sent this as thanks." "Treat people?" Liu Laoxuan stared wide-eyed. "You don't know a thing about medicine." "I really do," Liu Shufen said calmly. "Ask Aunt Wang. I cured her second child's cough. And Mr. Li's back pain was also treated with acupuncture." Liu Laoxuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Great! My daughter is talented now. She can see patients." Old Liu smiled happily, then suddenly his face darkened. "But do you know what time it is? Secretly treating patients is superstition. If we're reported, our whole family will be criticized. Father, I am healing people, not practicing superstition." "Healing?" Liu sneered. "Who can you really help? If you have the ability, then help your mother first. Look at her. How much longer can she live?" Bai Huizhen's face turned pale, and she lowered her head. Liu Shufen clenched her fists. "I can cure my mother." "With what?" Liu pointed at the bag of flour. "Just that little thing?" I tell you, from today on, you are not allowed to see patients anymore. Just work honestly to earn work points and wait to get married. I'm not getting married, Liu Shufen said. I want to study medicine. I want to save people. You're rebellious. Liu grabbed a broom, ready to hit her. Bai Huizhen quickly stepped in.
Dad.
Don't hit the child. Get out of my way. Liu pushed Bai Huizhen aside and raised the broom to strike Liu Shufen. Liu Shufen didn't dodge. She looked at her father with cold eyes. Father, if you hit me, I will report you to the village committee. Liu was stunned. Report me for what? Report you for stealing grain from the collective, Liu Shufen said. Last autumn, you stole 3 jean of corn and hid it in the stove. 2 years ago, you stole 5 jean of sweet potatoes and buried them in the yard. These were things her mother told her before she died. Her mother said her father was not truly bad, just scared of poverty, and sometimes stole a little to help the family. Liu's face suddenly turned pale.
You.
What are you talking about? Open the yard and you'll see, Liu Shufen said. Father, I'm not threatening you. I just want to tell you I have my own way to go. If you don't support me, that's fine, but don't stop me. Liu lowered the broom slowly. He looked at his daughter as if seeing a stranger. This timid, weak girl from childhood. When did she become so strong? You. He opened his mouth. Can you really cure your mother? I can, Liu Shufen said. Give me some time. Liu Laoxian was silent for a long time and threw the broom on the ground. Whatever you want, he said, turning to leave. But if anything happens, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my daughter. He left. Bai Huizhen sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Shufen, you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Mother, Liu Shufen helped her up. Some things can't be given in. Taking a step back can lead to a deep abyss. In her past life, she had retreated too much. She retreated until there was no way out, until her family was destroyed. In this life, she would not step back even once. Life returned to normal. Although Liu Laoxian was unhappy, he didn't stop Liu Shufen from practicing medicine. He only warned her to be careful and not let others find fault. Liu Shufen continued secretly treating people. Her reputation grew, and even people from neighboring villages came to see her. Some illnesses that barefoot doctors couldn't cure improved after her treatment. But her main concern was still her mother's illness. Tuberculosis was almost incurable in this era. There were no antibiotics or special medicines, only traditional Chinese medicine to strengthen resistance. Liu Shufen searched through medical books and combined her grandmother's case studies to create a long-term health plan for her mother, boost energy, strengthen the body, nourish the lungs, and reduce phlegm to stop coughing. Finding the right herbs was difficult. Some herbs weren't available in the village, so she went up the mountain to pick them. Springtime in the mountains was full of herbs. Chaihu, Huangqin, Banksia, Jiegeng. She carried a small bamboo basket and wandered the mountain all day. She found that her sensitivity to herbs was getting stronger. Sometimes, she didn't even need to see with her eyes. Her intuition was enough to find the right herbs. And those herbs seemed especially friendly to her. The same herbs she picked always worked better than others. This was probably the gift of the Bai family bloodline. One day, while picking herbs in the mountain, she met an old man. He wore a worn-out Zhongshan suit, had white hair, and wore broken glasses tied with a string around his ears. He was also picking herbs, moving very skillfully. Seeing Liu Shufen, the old man paused. Young girl, do you also know about herbs? Liu Shufen nodded. An elderly man approached and looked at the herbs in her basket. Chaihu, Huangqin, Banksia. Are you treating a lung illness? Liu Shufen looked at him cautiously. Who are you? My name is Zhou Jisher. The old man smiled. I used to be a traditional Chinese doctor. Now I am more like a barefoot doctor. Zhou Jisher. Liu Shufen remembered. In her past life, she had saved an old doctor who was being persecuted while serving in the army. His name was Zhou Jisher. He taught her many medical skills and was her mentor. So, at this moment, Zhou Jisher was nearby. Grandpa Zhou, she respectfully said, my mother has tuberculosis. I am looking for medicine for her. Zhou Jisher examined her carefully for a moment. Your mother. Is her surname Bai? Liu Shufen was surprised. How do you know? I once studied at a medical clinic in the capital. The chief doctor there was named by Xueduan, Zhou Jisher explained. Your mother looks very much like Mr. Bai. Xueduan was Liu Shufen's grandmother. Do you know my grandmother? More than just know her, Zhou Jisher sighed. Mr. Bai was kind to me. When I was poor and couldn't pay for school, Mr. Bai took me as an apprentice for free and taught me medicine. Unfortunately, later. Sigh, he shook his head and said no more. Liu Shufen understood. Zhou Jisher was her grandmother's apprentice, so he was her great-uncle. Grandpa Zhou, she asked, can you teach me medicine? Zhou Jisher looked at her. You want to learn? Yes. Why? I want to help people, Liu Shufen said. I want to cure my mother and everyone who is sick, Zhou Jisher smiled.
Good.
I will teach you. From then on, Liu Shufen gained another teacher. Although Zhou Jisher was assigned to manual labor, his medical skills remained. He taught her more systematic traditional Chinese medicine, how to diagnose and treat, and about acupuncture and massage. With her mother and her teacher guiding her, Liu Shufen's medical skills improved rapidly. After 2 months, her mother's condition showed clear improvement. Her cough lessened, blood was no longer in her sputum, and her complexion became rosier. Though still thin, she looked much healthier. Liu Laoshuan saw the change in his wife and became more gentle with his daughter. Although he still didn't allow her to practice medicine openly, he no longer opposed her. Spring 1973 had passed 2 months since Liu Shufen was reborn. Her medical skills had gained some fame, and people from nearby villages came to see her. But she stayed humble, only treating patients at night, and she didn't charge money, just some grains and eggs. Everyone who came was grateful and kept her secret. Only when very close friends or family were truly ill would she be recommended to see Liu Shufen. Life seemed to be going smoothly. But Liu Shufen knew this was only the calm before the storm. In the summer of 1973, when she was 18, her father would force her to marry, Xueduan would appear, and Tang Xueduan would come to visit. She had to prepare herself. One night, while organizing her medicine box, she found a hidden compartment at the bottom. The compartment was very well concealed. You wouldn't notice it without careful inspection. She opened it and found an oiled paper package inside. Within the package was a thin booklet and a letter. The booklet's cover read, the letter was from her grandmother. Inside the gourd is a world, used for planting herbs, storing items, nurturing spirits. Its uses are endless. However, to open the spirit gourd, one must use the bloodline of the White family as a guide and must have a kind heart, free of greed and anger. Liu Shufen's heart raced. So the jade gourd was truly a treasure, and there was a way to use it. She continued reading. The jade gourd was originally kept by her great-grandmother and later passed to me. But I am of weak fortune and unable to open it. Now, I have hidden the jade gourd beneath the brick and stone of the cowshed stove, sealed away. If future descendants are destined, they can come and retrieve it. Beneath the cowshed stove. Her grandmother's old house was long dilapidated. It was now probably occupied by her uncle's family, living far away in the capital. But the cowshed was likely the temporary shelter her grandmother brought her mother and uncle to escape to Lijiaku. The jade gourd was there. Liu Shufen closed the booklet, her hands trembling slightly. She had found the jade gourd. With the jade gourd, she felt more confident in changing her fate. The next day, she made an excuse, saying she wanted to visit Grandma Liu. Her house was right next to her grandmother's temporary home from before. Although Bai Huizhen found it strange, she didn't stop her. Liu Shufen walked for more than 10 minutes along a mountain path to Grandma Liu's house. Grandma Liu's eldest son, Liu Aigua, was the team leader. At this time, he was organizing the villagers to harvest wheat for spring planting. From afar, Liu Shufen saw Grandma Liu carrying a medicine box climbing up the hill toward her house. She quickly put down her sewing and smiled as she went to meet Liu Shufen in the yard. Shufen, why are you here today? Grandma Liu asked happily. Hello, Grandma. I heard from Sister Wang that you have a headache. I happen to have time today, so I came to see you. Liu Shufen told the truth. When she and her mother went out to work, they heard villagers say that Grandma Liu often had headaches. "Oh, thank you for coming. My headache has been quite bad these days." The barefoot doctor saw me and gave some medicine, but it didn't help, Grandma Liu said as she led Liu Shufen into the house. Liu Shufen was just pretending to visit Grandma Liu, so she didn't stay long. She quickly checked her pulse, massaged her head for a while, looked at the barefoot doctor's prescription, added 2 herbs, and hurriedly left. "Grandma, lie down and rest for a while. You should feel much better. I'll go to the nearby mountain to look for some herbs." After leaving Grandma Liu's house, Liu Shufen turned and went to the old cattle shed where her grandmother used to live. It was a dilapidated yard, with half the wall fallen down and weeds growing everywhere. The main house's roof had collapsed, leaving only a few stubborn beams supporting it. She entered the kitchen. The stove was still there, but it was broken and ruined. Following the instructions in the letter, she searched under the stove. Sure enough, one brick was loose. She pried it open, revealing a cloth-wrapped bundle inside. She opened the cloth and saw a bright green jade gourd. It looked exactly the same as in her previous life. Liu Shufen picked up the jade gourd and held it in her hand. It was smooth, warm, and seemed alive. She bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the gourd. The blood was instantly absorbed. The gourd glowed with a faint green light, growing brighter and brighter until it enveloped her completely. She felt dizzy, and when she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the broken kitchen. In front of her was a strange, wonderful space. The land is about 1 mu in size, square-shaped, and very fertile with black soil. In the middle, there is a small spring, clear water bubbling with a faint white mist. Next to the spring, there is a thatched cottage. In front of it stands a stone tablet with the words, "White Family Medicine Hut." Liu Shufen enters the medicine hut. It is simple, with just a table, a chair, and a medicine cabinet. The cabinet is covered with labels showing different medicinal herbs. She opens a drawer filled with ginseng. Another drawer contains lingji mushrooms. Another has deer antlers. All are rare medicinal ingredients. On the table, there are a few books. She opens one and finds advanced medical texts and some ancient recipes that have been lost over time. On the stone tablet by the spring, there are a few lines of writing. Spring water can cleanse muscles and marrow, cure illnesses, and prolong life. The soil of the spiritual field can grow all things quickly and strongly. The books of the medicine hut contain the essence of the White family. Use them wisely. Liu Shufen kneels by the spring, cups her hands to drink the water. The water is sweet and cool in her throat. A warm feeling spreads from her stomach to her limbs, making her feel much lighter. She finally understands what the judge meant by an unexpected effect. This space, this spiritual spring, these herbs, these medical books, are her greatest hope to change her fate. She kneels on the ground and bows 3 times to the medicine hut. Great-grandmother, grandmother. Shufen will use these well to heal the sick, save people, clear karma, and restore the White family's honor. When she leaves the space, the jade gourd transforms into a green light, merging into her chest and leaving a faint gourd-shaped mark on her skin. Liu Shufen touches the mark and smiles. This time, she truly has a chance to change everything. On the way home, Liu Shufen walks happily. With the jade gourd space, she can grow herbs, use the spiritual spring to heal, and learn more advanced medical skills. Her mother's illness will surely be cured. Her brother's future can be planned. Her father's temper can be gradually eased. As for herself, she touches the gourd-shaped mark on her chest. In the summer of 1973, Tang Xueduan will come. This time, she will not miss him. She will cure her mother's illness, learn good medical skills, and carry on the White family's legacy, marrying him proudly. Then, together with him, they changed everyone's fate. "Mother," she said when she returned home, "I found the jade gourd." Bai Huizhen looked at the mark on her chest in shock. This is... It's the inheritance of the Bai family. "I have taken it," Liu Shufen said, hugging her mother. "Mother, from now on, we will get better and better. I promise." Huizhen's eyes filled with tears. She seemed to see her young mother again, her grandmother, and the many generations of women in the Bai family holding on and hoping. "Okay," she said, holding her daughter tightly. "Mother trusts you." Outside the window, the spring breeze blew across the fields, and the wheat waves rolled. A new era is about to begin. A new destiny will be written by her own hands. After the jade gourd merged with her chest, Liu Shufen's life changed in subtle ways. The most obvious change was in her body. Her previously weak and undernourished body, nourished by spiritual spring water, gradually became fuller. Her skin turned fair and rosy, her hair black and shiny, and her eyes clear and bright. The 18-year-old girl finally had the vitality she should have at this age. But the changes were not only on the outside. Her ability to sense medicinal herbs also improved greatly. Now, without using her eyes, she could identify herbs just by smell, knowing their type, age, and effects. Sometimes, walking on the road, she could smell herbs buried underground. When she dug them up, they were indeed rare varieties. The spiritual gourd space also brought her great convenience. She planted the most needed herbs, ginseng, lingzhi, astragalus, angelica, in her spiritual field. The soil in this field was special. Herbs grew very quickly. Ginseng that normally takes years to mature could be ready in a month here. The water from the spiritual spring was also extraordinary. She took a little each day, mixed it into her mother's medicine, and her mother's illness improved faster. But she was very careful. The spiritual spring water couldn't be used directly. It was too miraculous and might attract suspicion. She secretly added a little to well water, or used a few drops when boiling medicine. The herbs also couldn't be taken out casually. She used excuses like going to the mountain to gather herbs, or said they were given by her master, Zhou Jisher. Zhou Jisher was amazed at her progress. "Shufen, your talent is rare in 100 years, he said after teaching her acupuncture. "I studied with your grandmother for 5 years before I could prescribe treatments independently. You've only been practicing for a month, and you can already treat difficult and complicated illnesses." Liu Shufen lowered her head and said, "My master taught me well." "Not just that." Zhou Jisher looked at her. "You have a special aura. Patients feel at ease when they see you. When herbs are in your hands, their effects seem stronger. This is the power of a kind healer's heart and also the power of the Bai family bloodline." He paused and lowered his voice. "Shufen, do you know about your great-grandmother?" Liu Shufen nodded. "I know a little. Your great-grandmother was a skilled healer, but her heart was not pure, and she took the wrong path." Zhou Jisher sighed. "But your grandmother was different. She did good all her life, but never had a good life. Your mother is the same. This is the Bai family's curse and a test." "I understand," Liu Shufen said. "Master, I want to break this curse." "How can you break it?" "By saving people with medicine and accumulating good deeds." She raised her head, her eyes firm. "I believe that kindness can change hearts, and goodness can cancel sins." Zhou Jisher looked at her for a long time and nodded. "Good girl, I will help you." From then on, Zhou Jisher taught her more carefully. Not only medical skills, but also how to deal with people, how to protect herself and help others during this special time. Liu Shufen's medical skills improved greatly, and her reputation grew. But she always remembered to stay humble. She treated patients at night or in remote places. She only accepted food and eggs as payment, never money. For the very poor, she not only refused payment but also gave extra herbs. The villagers were grateful and kept her secret voluntarily. But secrets are always eventually revealed. The summer of 1973 arrived slowly and peacefully. One evening, just after returning from gathering herbs in the mountains, she was stopped by her neighbor, Aunt Wang. "Shufen, quick. Come to my house and see." Aunt Wang looked pale and sweaty. "My son, Tai Dan, he's not doing well." Liu Shufen's heart tightened. She carried her medicine box and followed Aunt Wang quickly. Tai Dan was Aunt Wang's youngest son, 8 years old. He was fine in the morning, but in the afternoon, he suddenly had a high fever that wouldn't go down, his body twitched, and he foamed at the mouth. When Liu Shufen arrived, Taidan was already unconscious. His face was blue and purple, breathing weak, and his limbs twitched. Aunt Wang's husband, Wang Dazhu, was frantic. The barefoot doctor came and said it was acute convulsions, and there's no hope. Shufen, can you save him? Liu Shufen put down her medicine box and first checked the pulse. The pulse was rapid, floating, and urgent, like boiling water. She looked at the child's eyelids. The pupils were slightly dilated. This was caused by a high fever leading to convulsions and meningitis. If not treated immediately, it could be fatal. There is hope, she said confidently. But we need acupuncture and medication. I have the herbs here, but acupuncture. You must trust me. Wang Dazhu and Aunt Wang looked at each other and clenched their teeth. We trust you. We believe in you. Liu Shufen opened her medicine box and took out silver needles. The needles were a set of 36, of different lengths, given to her by Zhou Jisher. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Her mind recalled the medical texts. High fever convulsions require releasing heat, opening the orifices, calming the liver, and stopping wind. Acupuncture points, by Hui, Rinzhong, Higu, Taichong, Yongquan. She picked up the longest needle, sterilized it, and aimed at Bai Hui point on the child's head, gently inserting it. The needle went in 3 points deep, and the child's body twitched. Everyone around held their breath. Liu Shufen continued inserting needles at Rinzhong, Higu, Taichong. Each insertion was steady, her eyes focused. After all 36 needles were in place, the convulsions gradually stopped, and the breathing became more regular. It worked, Wang Dazhu said excitedly. Liu Shufen remained silent, took some herbs from her box, antelope horn powder, hook vine, gastrodia, full scorpion. These were good medicines for convulsions, rare treasures from her Linghu space. She asked Aunt Wang to boil the herbs while she stayed by the child's side, twisting the needles every 15 minutes. An hour later, the medicine was ready. Liu Shufen removed the needles and helped the child sit up, slowly feeding him the medicine. The medicine was bitter. The child, in a coma, frowned but still drank it. Half an hour later, the fever began to subside. His face changed from purple-blue to pale, breathing steadied, eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Tian, Aunt Wang rushed forward, hugging her son and crying. Tian weakly looked at his mother.
Mom.
I'm thirsty. It's okay. It's okay, Wang Dazhu said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Shufen, you saved my son's life. Liu Shufen sighed in relief, her legs weak, nearly falling. The acupuncture had drained her energy, but seeing Tian wake up made it all worth it. Tian's fever hasn't fully gone down yet. He needs to take 2 more doses of medicine. She wrote down a prescription, saying, I have these herbs at home. I will send them over later. Rest well these days and stay warm. Wang Dazhu nodded repeatedly and took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. Shufen, this is 10 yuan we saved up. Please take it. Liu Shufen pushed his hand away. Uncle Wang, I don't want money. Just a few eggs are enough. That won't do. You're saving my life, Uncle Wang, Liu Shufen said seriously. I treat people not for money. If you're truly grateful, please keep this a secret. I don't want any trouble. Wang Dazhu understood and put away the money. Don't worry, our family won't tell anyone. Liu Shufen nodded and carried her medicine box back home. But secrets don't stay hidden forever. The news about Iron Egg's rescue spread quietly through the village. Although Wang's family kept silent, many people who were there that day shared the story. More villagers came to see Liu Shufen for treatment. She remained modest and only saw patients at night. But once her reputation spread, it was hard to keep it quiet. Eventually, trouble found her. One afternoon, Liu Shufen was organizing herbs at home when there was a loud, rude knocking at the door. Open up. Open the door. It was Zhao Dafu, the village's barefoot doctor. Zhao Dafu was in his 40s, trained at the commune health center, and had been practicing in the village for many years. His medical skills were average, but he was very proud and disliked anyone competing with him. Liu Shufen felt a sinking feeling and opened the door. Zhao Dafu stood outside, flanked by 2 militia members who were his relatives. Is this Liu Shufen? Zhao Dafu looked her over. I heard you're treating people privately and taking money. I didn't take any money, Liu Shufen said calmly. Just some grains and eggs as thanks. That's not allowed. Zhao Dafu raised his voice. Do you have a medical license? A certificate from the health center? Without those, you're practicing medicine illegally. That's superstitious and backward. Liu Shufen clenched her fists. I'm just helping villagers with minor ailments. I haven't interfered with anyone going to the health center. Minor ailments? Zhao Dafu sneered. Iron eggs panic attack is a minor illness? The hospital can't cure it, but you think you can? Are you using some strange methods? A crowd of villagers had gathered around, pointing and whispering. Bai Huizhen came out of the house and stood in front of her daughter. She said, Dr. Zhao, Shufen just learned some folk remedies from the village elders. She hasn't done anything wrong. Please don't make things difficult for her. Folk remedies? Zhao Dafu snorted. Can folk remedies treat serious illnesses? I think she's just practicing superstitions and pretending to be a healer, he pointed at Liu Shufen. I tell you, from today on you're not allowed to see patients anymore. Otherwise, I will report you to the commune, and you and your mother will be taken for criticism. The villagers dared not speak out. Zhao Dafu was part of the commune, and no one dared to challenge him. Liu Shufen looked at Zhao Dafu's proud face and felt a surge of anger. In her past life, Zhao Dafu had bullied many people. He was not skilled in medicine and charged high prices for medicine. When someone couldn't pay for treatment, he refused to help. Such a person shouldn't be a doctor. Dr. Zhao, she suddenly said, since you say I am practicing medicine illegally, why don't we have a fair competition of medical skills? Zhao Dafu was stunned. A competition? Yes. Liu Shufen stepped outside and stood in the yard. We'll find a patient, treat them separately, and see who heals better. If you win, I will stop practicing medicine forever. If I win, she paused. You will tell the commune that I am your apprentice and allow me to continue seeing patients. Zhao Dafu laughed loudly. You want to compete with me? How old are you? How many days have you studied medicine? Not daring to compete, Liu Shufen asked back. Zhao Dafu's face darkened. Fine, let's compete. I want to see what skills you have. The villagers around became excited. This was going to be interesting. Soon, a patient was found. It was Grandma Li from the village, over 70 years old. She had been coughing for half a year and hadn't gotten better. Zhao Dafu examined her first. He pretended to check her pulse, asked a few questions, then said, This is old age cough. Weak qi and blood. Need to tonify qi and nourish the lungs. I'll give you a prescription. Codonopsis, astragalus, white atractylodes, poria. These were common medicines, treating only the symptoms, not the root cause. Then it was Liu Shufen's turn. She carefully checked her pulse and found that Grandma Li's pulse was deep, thin, and rapid, with a yellow greasy tongue coating. This was not just a simple cough from weakness, it was phlegm heat congesting the lungs, combined with yin deficiency. Grandma Li, she asked, did you have a severe cough this afternoon, with thick yellow phlegm, sometimes with blood streaks? Night sweats, dry mouth and tongue? Grandma Li nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, that's right. Your illness isn't a false symptom, it's phlegm heat damaging yin, Liu Shufen explained. You need medicine that clears heat, transforms phlegm, and nourishes yin to moistening the lungs. She wrote a prescription: mulberry bark, scutellaria, fritillaria, dendrobium, salvia, and pollen of tussilago. Zhao Dafu looked over and sneered. Nonsense. For elderly people with coughs, how can you use such cooling medicine? It will only make it worse. Liu Shufen ignored him and said to Grandma Li, Take 3 doses first. If it works, I will adjust the treatment. The medicine was prepared and Grandma Li left, half believing, half doubting. 3 days later, Grandma Li returned. This time, she looked much better, less coughing, and her phlegm was clearer. Shufen, your medicine really works. Grandma Li held her hand. I've taken 2 doses and I feel less chest tightness. I can sleep peacefully at night now. The villagers around were stunned. Zhao Dafu's face turned pale. Impossible, he snatched the prescription. This prescription. There's something wrong with it. What's wrong with it? Liu Shufen asked. Grandma Li's recovery is the best proof that it works. Zhao Dafu couldn't say anything. He had lost, and badly. Dr. Zhao, Liu Shufen looked at him. Now you can explain the situation to the commune, right? Zhao Dafu clenched his teeth and glared at her fiercely, then turned and walked away. The villagers cheered. Shufen won. Dr. Zhao has finally lost today. From now on, we'll go to Shufen for treatment, but Liu Shufen wasn't happy. She knew Zhao Dafu wouldn't give up easily. Sure enough, the next day, people from the commune came. It was the director of the commune health center, surnamed Sun, in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking very serious. He was accompanied by Zhao Dafu and 2 other commune officials. Are you Liu Shufen? Director Sun looked her over. Yes, I heard you secretly treated patients and even competed with Dr. Zhao in medical skills? Liu Shufen nodded. Yes, I did. I won. Director Sun raised an eyebrow. You're confident. But, secretly treating patients without permission is against the rules. I know, Liu Shufen replied. But I didn't take any money. I just helped villagers with their illnesses. If this is also wrong, then I admit my mistake. But simply admitting fault is not enough, said Director Sunday. You need to undergo an examination. If you truly have medical skills, we might consider giving you a chance. If you are just guessing blindly, you will face serious consequences. Liu Shufen felt nervous. What kind of examination? Come with me to the health clinic, said Director Sunday. There are some difficult cases there. If you can treat them successfully, I will acknowledge your medical skills and give you a barefoot doctor training certificate. If you cannot. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Bai Huizhen nervously held her daughter's hand. Shufen, don't go. Mom, it's okay, Liu Shufen said, patting her mother's hand. I am confident. Liu Shufen followed Director Sun to the commune health clinic. The clinic was simple with a few plain houses and basic equipment. Inside, several patients lay in beds, all suffering from long-term illnesses. The first patient was a middle-aged woman who had stomach pain for 3 years, and no treatment had helped her. Director Sun had already examined her, suspecting chronic appendicitis, but he wasn't sure. After checking her pulse, Liu Shufen asked, Does your pain worsen after eating? Do you feel a hard lump when pressing on your lower right abdomen? The woman nodded. Yes. This illness is called intestinal abscess in traditional Chinese medicine, which is similar to chronic appendicitis, Liu Shufen explained. It needs blood circulation and detoxification. She prescribed a formula: rhubarb, peony bark, peach kernel, winter melon seeds, and magnesium sulfate. Director Sun looked at the prescription and frowned. This formula is quite strong. Severe illness needs strong medicine, Liu Shufen replied. 3 doses should show some effect. The second patient was an old man with swollen legs and little urine. Western medicine diagnosed him with nephritis, but treatment was ineffective. After checking his pulse, Liu Shufen found he had spleen and kidney yang deficiency, with internal dampness. She prescribed warming yang and promoting urination, aconite, cinnamon twig, poria, white atractylodes, and alisma. The third patient was a young woman with irregular menstruation and severe dysmenorrhea. Liu Shufen prescribed a formula to regulate menstruation and relieve pain. After examining the 3 patients, Director Sun put away the prescriptions without saying anything. Director, Zhao Dafu added provocatively, all her prescriptions are made up. That formula for appendicitis uses so much rhubarb. What if it harms the patient? Director Sun waved his hand. First, get the medicine and let the patients try. The medicine was prepared, and the patient began taking it. Liu Shufen was arranged to stay at the health center while waiting for the results. After 3 days, the results came back. The first patient's stomach pain was much less, and the lump had shrunk. The second patient's swelling went down, and urine output increased. The third patient's menstrual pain eased, and her period returned to normal. All 3 patients showed improvement. Director Sun looked at Liu Shufen with a complex expression. Who did you learn your medical skills from? From my mother and Grandpa Zhou Jisher, Liu Shufen replied. Grandpa Zhou used to be a traditional doctor in the city, but now he's working in rural labor. Director Sun knew Zhou Jisher. He was a real expert, but unfortunately. Zhou Jisher. He nodded.
No wonder.
Since you are his apprentice, your medical skills are naturally good. He thought for a moment and said, all right, I will give you a barefoot doctor training certificate, which allows you to practice medicine in the village. But there are a few conditions. First, you cannot charge money, only accept goods. Second, serious patients must be transferred to the health center. Third, you need to come to the health center regularly to learn. Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. I agree. And Director's son looked at Zhao Dafu. Dr. Zhao, from now on, Shufen is your colleague. You should help her and not make things difficult. Zhao Dafu looked unhappy but dared not argue. Yes, Director. Thus, Liu Shufen officially became the village's barefoot doctor. Although she still had no salary, she had official recognition and could practice openly. When the news spread in the village, the villagers were happy for her. Shufen is really promising. Medical treatment will be more convenient now. Liu Shufen was also very happy. With this new status, she could help others better, earn merit, and resolve her karma. More importantly, she took another step toward changing her destiny. After returning home, Liu Shufen immediately went to see Zhou Jisher. The village where Zhou Jisher was assigned was the same one she had married into in her previous life, Tangjia Camp. It was separated from Lijiaku by a mountain, so Liu Shufen could gather herbs and visit her master's home easily. Master, I got the barefoot doctor certificate. She showed him the document. Zhou Jisher took it and looked at it for a long time, with tears welling up in his eyes.
Okay.
Okay, he patted Liu Shufen's shoulder. If your grandmother knew in the afterlife, she would be very happy. Master, thank you. Liu Shufen bowed deeply. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. Zhou Jisher helped her up. It's your own determination. Shufen, remember, as a doctor, kindness and skill are the most important. Now that you have an official status, you must be careful with your words and actions, and focus on healing and helping people. I will remember. After returning from Zhou Jisher, Liu Shufen went to see her mother. Bai Huizhen's health had improved a lot. Her lung condition was under control, no longer coughing blood, and she could get out of bed to do chores. Her face looked healthier, and she had gained some weight. Seeing her daughter return, she held her hand and looked her over carefully. You've lost weight. Did you not eat well at the clinic? Mom, I'm fine. Liu Shufen hugged her mother. I'm now a certified barefoot doctor, so I can take better care of you. Bai Huizhen stroked her daughter's hair. I don't ask you to take care of me, only that you stay safe. Shufen, being a doctor is not an easy path. You must be careful. I understand. While mother and daughter talked, Liu Laoshuan came back. Seeing Liu Shufen, he paused, said nothing, and sat on the doorstep smoking. Liu Shufen walked over. Dad, I got my barefoot doctor certificate. Liu Laoshuan responded with an, still silent. But Liu Shufen saw the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Dad was like that. Not good at expressing himself, but happy inside. Dad, she said, now that I can earn money, life at home will get better. Liu Laoshuan took a puff of his cigarette. A barefoot doctor. How much can you earn? Not enough to buy salt. Though he said that, his tone softened a lot. Liu Shufen knew her father had accepted her. This was a good start. With her official status, Liu Shufen's journey as a doctor became much smoother. Every evening, she carried her medical box and went around the village. Whenever someone was sick, she would go to treat them. For the poor, she not only didn't charge money, but also gave them extra medicine. Her reputation spread far and wide, even reaching the local leaders. One day, the wife of the commune's secretary fell ill. She had headaches and insomnia, and many doctors couldn't help her. Director's son recommended Liu Shufen. Liu Shufen visited and found that she was suffering from liver qi stagnation and blood deficiency causing insomnia. She was prescribed medicine to soothe the liver, relieve depression, nourish the blood, and calm the mind. After 3 doses, she improved. The secretary's wife was very happy and gave her a bag of white flour and 2 jin of brown sugar. At that time, this was a very generous gift. Liu Shufen politely declined but accepted it anyway. She shared the white flour with the poorest families in the village and kept the brown sugar for her mother. The secretary learned of this and admired her very much. This girl not only has good medical skills but also a kind heart, he told Director Sunday. She should be encouraged more. With the secretary's approval, Liu Shufen's position in the commune became more secure. Zhao Dafu no longer dared to trouble her and instead tried to flatter her.
Days passed by.
Liu Shufen's medical skills became more refined, and she healed more patients. Her herbal collection in the spiritual space grew larger. She used some herself and secretly shared others with barefoot doctors, so more people could be helped. Her good deeds accumulated, and her bad karma lessened. She could feel that the heavy feeling in her family's bloodline was gradually easing. She was also growing. From a weak, timid girl, she had become a confident, strong, responsible young woman. She was ready to face the hot summer of 1973 and the turning point of her fate. That night, she had a dream. In the dream, she returned to the king of Hell's palace. The judge stood in front of a stone table, looking at her. Liu Shufen, he said, you have done very well. Your good deeds over the past 3 months have reduced 1/3 of the White family's karma. Judge, Liu Shufen asked, can my mother's illness be cured completely? With the help of spiritual springs, yes, the judge replied. But remember, your real test is next month. I know. The hot summer of 1973. Not only that, the judge looked at her. You have changed many people's lives, and the cause and effect lines are starting to shift. Some things that should happen might not, and some things that shouldn't happen might appear. Liu Shufen felt a tightness in her heart. What does that mean? It means you can't rely entirely on memories from your past life, the judge said. Because of your changes in this life, many people and events will be different. You need to adapt quickly. And Tang Xueduan, he will still come. The judge said, but whether you meet him or form a connection depends on your luck. I will try my best. The judge nodded. Remember your mission, resolve karma, change your fate, and pass the tribulation to become compassionate. The dream ended. Liu Shufen opened her eyes, looking at the cloudy sky outside the window. It's almost dawn. She touched the gourd-shaped mark on her chest and softly said, in the summer of 1973, I arrived. On April 8, 1973, the beginning of summer. In the 2 months since her rebirth, Liu Shufen has grown taller, with a balanced figure, a healthy complexion, and clear, bright eyes. When she looks at people, she shows the gentle confidence of a healer. She still wears simple blue cloth clothes, but they are clean and tidy. Her hair is braided into a thick black plait at the back, tied with a red ribbon, looking neat and lively. Now, she is known as the Little Liu Doctor in Lijiaku. Not only villagers come to her for treatment, but people from neighboring villages and communes also seek her out. She is the most diligent student in the barefoot doctor training organized by the Commune Health Center every month. Director Sun often uses her as a role model. Her reputation brings respect and responsibility. Liu Shufen is busy every day. During the day, she sees patients. At night, she organizes medical records. She also finds time to learn from her master Zhou Jisher and tends her medicinal fields in the spirit cauldron space. But she never feels tired. Instead, she feels fulfilled. Because she is accumulating virtue and changing her destiny. Her mother's illness has mostly recovered. The tuberculosis, which was nearly incurable back then, miraculously healed under the treatment of spirit spring water and careful care. Bai Huizhen can now go outside to work, cook, and do laundry. Her face is rosy, and she speaks with strong breath. Lao Lushan's change is even greater. His daughter became a barefoot doctor, and the family often receives eggs and grains from neighbors, making life much better. He no longer drinks alcohol all day and has become much calmer. Although still reserved, his eyes show pride and approval when he looks at his daughter. Her younger brother Liu Muhan, 15 years old, returned alone from Beijing a few days after Liu Shufen became a barefoot doctor. He brought a letter from uncle by Xiaotong and 100 yuan, encouraging him to attend the commune middle school. The letter brought back by uncle was not seen by Liu Shufen because it was addressed to Bai Huizhen personally. However, She followed her uncle's advice and asked the local leaders and the team leader, Uncle Liu, to send her younger brother Liu Muhan to the commune for study. Liu Shufen wanted him to go to school, hoping he could leave the countryside and have a better future. Muhan worked hard and was promising. After just over 10 days during a surprise exam, he did quite well. Liu Shufen then realized that although her mother was often sick, she never gave up teaching them to read and write. Finally, this family felt like a real family. But Liu Shufen knew that this peace was only temporary. Summer of 1973 was a turning point in her life. Her father might force her to marry, Du Yunjin might appear, and Tang Xueduan might come. She had to prepare herself. On the lunar calendar, it was April 24th, Xiaoman. According to tradition, after this day, summer officially begins. Liu Shufen woke up early and made hand-pulled noodles for her family. The noodles were cut very thin, like dragon whiskers, topped with scallions and mincemeat gravy, smelling very delicious. The family of four sat around the table, eating happily and lively. Bai Huizhen looked at her daughter with full pride. Shufen has grown up and can support this family now. Liu Laoshuan nodded silently and ate his noodles. Liu Muhan said, "Sister, our teacher praised you yesterday." "Really? What did he say?" "He said you're a role model in our commune, a girl who taught herself, helps others, and cures illnesses," Muhan proudly said. "The teacher told me to learn from you." Liu Shufen smiled. "You should study hard and aim to go to college in the future. You'll be more successful than me." "I don't want to go to college," Muhan said. "I want to learn medicine from sister and become a doctor too." "Nonsense." Liu Laoshuan put down his bowl. "Learn what medicine? That's a girl's job. You, as a boy, should study well and become a worker or a leader." Muhan didn't dare to argue and lowered his head to eat. Liu Shufen said nothing. She knew her father still held old ideas, thinking girls should marry and boys should have success. But in this life, she wouldn't let her brother repeat the fate of the past. In her previous life, Liu Muhan's family was too poor to marry him off. He married a woman with a disability, and life was very hard. Later, he was even criticized for stealing grain from the collective, and he spent his life feeling ashamed. In this life, she wants her younger brother to go to school, take exams, and leave the countryside. After breakfast, Liu Shufen tidied up the dishes, and Bai Huizhen came in to help. "Shufen," Bai Huizhen suddenly said, "you're 18 this year." Liu Shufen paused with her hand. "Yes, girls your age in the village are already talking about marriage." Bai Huizhen looked at her. "Do you have any thoughts about it?" Liu Shufen put down her bowl and dried her hands. "Mother, I don't want to marry so early." "Mother understands," Bai Huizhen sighed. "You're now a barefoot doctor, capable and independent. You don't want to marry just anyone. But women, they need a home." She took her daughter's hand. "I'm not forcing you. It's just my health. I don't know how many more years I can stay with you. Your father is better now, but his temper is unpredictable. I want to see you find a good family, someone to rely on." Tears welled up in Liu Shufen's eyes. "Mother, you will live a long life. I will cure you, and you'll see me get married, have children, and live a good life." "Silly girl." Bai Huizhen smiled, and as she smiled, tears fell. "Mother believes in you. But you also need to think about yourself. If there's someone suitable, don't miss the chance." Liu Shufen nodded. "Mother, I understand." She truly understood. Tang Xueduan is the right person. But she can't say that now. In the afternoon, Liu Shufen went to the commune health clinic to deliver this month's medical records. Director Sun was in his office reading documents. When he saw her, he waved. "Shufen, just in time." "Director, is there something you want to discuss?" "Yes, I want to talk to you about something." Director Sun pushed his glasses. "The County Health Bureau is organizing a barefoot doctor mobile medical team to send medical aid to remote mountain areas. Our commune has a spot, and I want to recommend you." "A mobile medical team?" Liu Shufen was surprised. "When will it go?" "Leave at the end of April for about a month," Director Sun said. "They go to tough places, very hard work. But it's a good chance to learn and gain experience. You're skilled and young, so you should go see the world." Liu Shufen quickly thought it over. Leaving at the end of April for a month, means returning at the end of May. In her past life, she met Xueduan in mid-May, and she met Tang Xueduan in late May. If she joins the medical team, she will miss these 2 meetings. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Director, she asked, can I send someone else instead? My family, I know your mother needs care, Director Sun said. But your mother is now healthy and can take care of herself. This opportunity is rare, and other barefoot doctors are eager to go. I believe in your potential, so I recommended you. Liu Shufen was silent. She really wanted to go. Going to remote mountain areas could help more people and earn more good deeds. It could also avoid early troubles, and when she returns, many things might already be settled. But what if? What if she misses her chance to meet Tang Xueduan? Shufen, Director Sun looked at her. Do you have any worries? No. Liu Shufen shook her head. I will go. She made her decision. Instead of passively waiting for fate, she chose to take action. She believed that if she and Tang Xueduan were truly destined to meet, they would meet even if she joined the medical team. If it's not meant to be, forcing it won't help. Good, Director Sun said happily. I will register you right away. Prepare yourself. Meet at the health center at the end of April. After leaving the health center, Liu Shufen didn't go straight home. Instead, she went to see her master, Zhou Jisher. Zhou Jisher lived in a dilapidated thatched hut in Tangjiang, arranged by the production team. Though simple, it was very clean, filled with medical books and herbs. Master, Liu Shufen told him about the medical team. Zhou Jisher nodded after listening. You should go. A healer can't stay in one place. You need to travel and see different illnesses to gain experience. But, Master, I will be gone for a month, and my mother. Don't worry, Zhou Jisher said. Your mother's illness is cured. Just take medicine regularly for maintenance. I have your senior brothers to look after you here, so it's fine. Liu Shufen then realized that besides her, Zhou Jisher had taken in a few other apprentices, all young people from nearby villages with a talent for medicine. He had been quietly passing down his medical skills. Master, she asked, do you think I will encounter anything on this trip? Zhou Jisher looked at her with deep eyes. Shufen, your destiny is special. You are meant to walk an extraordinary path. This time when I go out, I might encounter some events and some people. Remember, no matter what happens, stay true to yourself, do good deeds, and good fortune will follow. I understand. After leaving my master, it was already late in the evening. Liu Shufen was walking home, feeling both excited and nervous. This was her first time leaving Lajiaka since her rebirth, going somewhere farther away. What would await her ahead? When she got home, Liu Shufen found visitors there. It was Du Yunjin and her mother. Yunjin is also 18 this year, 2 months younger than Liu Shufen. She wore a new floral shirt, blue cloth pants, her hair in 2 braids tied with red ribbons, smiling happily, looking festive. Du's mother is a clever rural woman in her 40s, speaking loudly, and her voice could be heard as soon as she entered. Our Yunjin is a real beauty in the village. Many suitors have come knocking, but we have high standards. We want to choose a good one. Bai Huizhen smiled and said, Yes, Yunjin is such a good girl. She'll definitely find a good family. Seeing Liu Shufen return, Yunjin's eyes lit up. Sister Shufen, you're back. Yunjin is here. Liu Shufen nodded, setting down her medicine box. In her previous life, she and Yunjin were close friends, very good sisters. But in this life, because she was busy studying medicine, they had less contact, and their relationship became distant. Yunjin didn't seem to mind, and warmly linked her arm with Liu Shufen's. Sister Shufen, you're now quite famous. I heard even the wife of the commune secretary is coming to see you. Just luck, Liu Shufen replied calmly. Yunjin's mother took over the conversation. Shufen, you're really talented. A girl becoming a barefoot doctor is impressive. Unlike our Yunjin, who only does some sewing and embroidery, though it sounded like praise, there was a hint of sourness in her tone. Liu Shufen noticed but didn't reply. Bai Huizhen invited everyone to sit down and poured tea. Yunjin's mother took a sip and then spoke seriously. Huizhen, I came today to discuss something with you. What is it? It's about. Our Yunjin should also start thinking about marriage, Yunjin's mother said. A few days ago, the matchmaker from Tangjia camp next door came to propose marriage, talking about their third son, Tang Xueduan. Liu Shufen felt a tightness in her heart. They had arrived. In her past life, it was at this time that the Tang family came to propose marriage. Du Yunjin had never liked Tang Xueduan from the start, and later, for some reason, she started to get close to her boyfriend, Guilan. Third son of the Tang family, Bai Huizhen thought for a moment. That kid seems to have gone to join the army. He's not discharged yet, so how could they be considering marriage? They said he's coming back this month to recruit soldiers and they might take a look, Du's mother casually said. I don't plan to consider it. Marrying someone in the army is no different from having no man at all. That's not certain, Bai Huizhen replied thoughtfully. If he's transferred to another position, it might be better. Huizhen, I heard from old Xuan, his uncle, that they're also considering Shufen? It seems to be the Guo family from the neighboring village. Do you know about that? Du's mother asked cautiously. The Guo family, Bai Huizhen thought for a moment. Is it the Guo family from the supply and marketing cooperative? I don't know. Uncle hasn't told us anything yet. Yes. Du's mother smiled happily. Guo Qingdong, the eldest son of the Guo family, works at the cooperative. He eats government grain. His family is well off, with a bicycle and a sewing machine. If Shufen marries into that family, she'll be a city girl, living a good life. Bai Huizhen looked at her daughter silently. Liu Shufen understood what her mother was thinking. In her past life, the Guo family was the first to come to Liu's family with a marriage proposal. But in this life, because she had early on refused her father's proposal, did the Guo family directly turn to the Du family instead? Shufen. She looked at Liu Shufen. What do you think? Liu Shufen shook her head. Mother, I don't want to marry so early. Du's mother smiled. Shufen is capable, so she doesn't need to marry so soon. Then she hesitated a moment. I heard from an old friend that the Guo family hasn't received a reply from your family. They probably want to consider Yunjin, since Yunjin and Shufen have been close since childhood. So we came to see what Shufen thinks. Bai Huizhen, after hearing Liu Shufen's answer, smiled and said, No, our family isn't interested. You can consider it yourselves. After saying that, Bai Huizhen looked at Du Yunjin. I wonder what Yunjin thinks. Du Yunjin's face turned red, and she lowered her head. I'm listening to my mother. Are you willing? Liu Shufen asked again. Du Yunjin hesitated for a moment and whispered, Guo Qingdong looks okay, and he has a good job. But I heard he's not very patient and likes to drink. Men, what's wrong with drinking a little? Mother Du said dismissively. After he gets married and has a wife to watch over him, he'll naturally change. Liu Shufen sneered inwardly. Change? Someone like Guo Qingdong. How could he change? In her past life, he drank heavily, hit his wife, lost his job, and relied on Du Yunjin to support him. He even lost all the family money. Du Yunjin married him, but never had a good day. But she can't say that now. If she did, the Du family wouldn't believe her and might think she's just jealous. Yunjin, she said from a different angle, Guo Qingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative, just a temporary worker, right? I heard that his father, Guo Youfu, has recently. She didn't finish, but Mother Du understood. The investigation into Guo Youfu was already spreading in the commune. Although there was no final result yet, the rumors were tight. Mother Du's face changed. That's just a rumor. Accountant Guo is an old cadre. He won't be in trouble. Hope so, Liu Shufen said. But Yunjin's lifelong happiness is important. If Guo's family really gets into trouble and Yunjin marries into that family, she'll suffer too. Mother Du said nothing.
Du Yunjin hesitated again.
Mother, maybe we should wait and see. Wait and see, Mother Du glared at her daughter. Guo's family has such good conditions. If we miss this chance, it won't come again. Besides, Guo's family said they'll give 80 yuan in bride price and a bicycle. Your brother will have enough to marry. Another bride price. Liu Shufen felt cold inside. In the countryside, women are like commodities, priced and used to exchange for bride price or benefits for the family. In her past life, she was sold by Liu Laoshun this way. In this life, Du Yunjin is headed down the same path. Mother, she softly said, Yunjin's happiness is more important than the bride price. How do you know that? Mother Du is unhappy. You're capable of earning money and won't worry about marriage. Our Yunjin is different. She needs a good family, a reliable support. Words went unspoken. Liu Shufen stopped trying to persuade her. Some paths must be walked alone. Some hardships must be experienced firsthand. In her past life, Du Yunjin chose Guoqingdong and hated her for a lifetime. In this life, if Du Yunjin still chooses Guoqingdong, it is her own decision. After seeing off Du's mother and daughter by Huizhen's side, Yunjin's life is hard. Mother, Liu Shufen said, everyone has their own choice. We've advised her, but whether she listens is up to her. Yes, Bai Huizhen looked at her daughter. Shufen, you're more determined than Yunjin. I believe you will choose the right path. Liu Shufen hugged her mother. Don't worry, mother. I won't let myself suffer. A few days later, news arrived. Du Yunjin agreed to marry into the Guo family, and the wedding was set for April 28th. On the same day, Liu Shufen also received a notice. On April 30th, she was to go to the commune health center to join the mobile medical team. Time was tight. Liu Shufen began preparing. She packed her medicine box, gathered herbs, and packed her luggage. She took some rare herbs from her spiritual space, just in case. On April 28th, at the Du family home, Mother Du got up early and cleaned the yard, kitchen, and main hall thoroughly. Then she called out loudly to Yunjin. Jinjin, get up quickly. Guo's family will come to see you later. Get ready neatly, don't embarrass us, Mother. Yunjin hesitated inside her room and spoke softly. I don't want to get married. Mother Du pushed open her door angrily, glaring at her. What did you say? Such good conditions, what more do you want? I said I don't want to get married, Yunjin repeated. I don't want to marry Guoqingdong. I heard Tang's son is good. I want to. Mother Du ran to her bed, threw her broom heavily on the ground. Are you crazy? Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. You say you won't marry? Not happening. What's wrong with the Guo family? Guoqingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative, eating government grain. Marry into that family, and you'll be a city person, no longer working under the sun and dirt. Aren't you satisfied? Mother Du looked at Yunjin, who avoided her gaze. Tang's son is also good, but their family conditions are poor. Look at how their eldest and second children are living. Can they compare to the Guo family? I don't like him. He drinks and hits people, Yunjin whispered. Like him? Can liking him put food on the table? Mother Du raised her voice. Let me tell you, the Guo family gives 80 yuan in bride price and a bicycle. With this money, your younger brother can get married. Our family can continue the family line. As a girl, what right do you have to say no? After speaking, Mother Du felt she might have been too harsh, so she took Du Yunjin's hand gently. Jinner, whether a man loves his wife depends on how she takes care of him in bed. When the time comes, you. While mother and daughter were talking, footsteps and voices came from outside the door. Is Brother Du at home? The voice was loud and cheerful. The Guo family has arrived. Mother Du quickly stood up, tidied her clothes, and said, Hurry up, get ready. I'll go out and greet them first. After Mother Du left, Du Yunjin went to the window and saw 3 people in the yard. Leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with a pen tucked into his pocket, and his hair was neatly combed. This was probably Guoqingdong's father, Guo Youfu, an accountant at the supply and marketing cooperative, a well-known figure in Tangjiang village. Next to him was a middle-aged woman wearing a dark blue cotton-padded jacket, her hair tied into a bun at the back of her head, smiling. She was likely Guoqingdong's mother, Wang Xuehua. At the back was probably Guoqingdong himself. 21-year-old Guoqingdong was not tall but had a fair complexion. He wore a new blue work uniform, his hair slicked with oil and neatly combed. He carried a net bag containing 2 jars of canned food, a pound of sugar, and a pack of snacks. Du Yunjin smiled, turned around to tidy herself up, changed into a new blue cloth jacket and black pants. She rebraided her hair and tied it with a red ribbon before slowly walking out. Guoqingdong, who was in the Du family yard, saw Du Yunjin come out, and his eyes lit up. 18-year-old Du Yunjin, though dressed simply, had delicate features and a graceful figure. Standing there, she looked like a young willow sprouting, fresh and resilient. "Yunjin, sister," Guo Chengdong greeted with a smile, showing a not-so-perfect set of teeth. Du Yunjin blushed and lowered her head, not speaking, and turned to go into the main room. Father Du came over from the firewood pile, brushed off the sawdust from his clothes, and smiled. "Accountant Guo, Sister Guo, you're here. Come inside and sit." They all entered the main room and sat down. Du Yunjin, blushing, went to the kitchen to pour 3 bowls of hot water and place them in front of them. "Yunjin, you sit too," Father Du said. Du Yunjin blushed shyly and sat down next to her mother near the door. Guo Youfu looked around the main room, his eyes resting on Du Yunjin for a moment. He nodded and said, "Old Du, your daughter is looking more lively than ever." "Not really, just a country girl who hasn't seen much of the world," Du's father modestly said, but his face showed pride. Wang Xuehua took the conversation further. "Our Qingdong is doing well at the supply and marketing cooperative. The leaders say he's clever. Not long ago, he was named an outstanding worker." Guo Chengdong puffed out his chest, looking a bit proud. Du Yunjin kept her head down, twisting her clothes with her fingers, occasionally sneaking a quick glance at Guo Chengdong. "Yunjin," Guo Youfu spoke gently, "our Chengdong has a job. Don't worry. If you marry into our Guo family, we will treat you like our own daughter. Chengdong will also treat you well, right, Chengdong?" Guo Chengdong nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will treat Yunjin well." Du's father smiled happily. That's good. "Yunjin," Wang Xuehua added. "About the bride price, we prepared 80 yuan and a bicycle." "A bicycle? Not many in the village have one. If you marry us, you'll be a city girl. You won't have to work in the fields anymore. No wind, no rain. How nice is that? A bicycle." Du Yunjin smiled. The day before leaving, Liu Shufen went to say goodbye to her master. Zhou Jisher handed her a small cloth bag. Inside are the medical cases I've compiled over the years and a few secret recipes. Take them with you and look through them on the way. "Thank you, master." And Zhou Jisher looked at her. "Shufen, this trip might bring you across someone." "Who?" "A soldier," Zhou Jisher said. "I heard a few days ago at the commune that a platoon leader from the army is recruiting soldiers around here. He might go to the place where your medical team is stationed. Tang Xueduan." Liu Shufen's heart raced. "Master, do you know his name?" "It seems to be Tang." "I didn't ask for his full name," Zhou Jisher replied. "But I heard he's a good person, honest and responsible." "That's enough. This information is enough. Tang Xueduan is nearby and they might meet." "Is this fate?" "Master," Liu Shufen asked, "if I meet him, what should I do?" "Let it happen naturally," Zhou Jisher smiled. "Shufen, fate can't be forced, but it can't be avoided either. If you really meet him, just follow your heart." "I understand." After leaving her master, Liu Shufen walked home happily. That evening, Liu Shufen was packing her last things. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Shufen? Are you there?" It was a young female voice, clear and cheerful. It was Du Yunjin. She had come. Du Yunjin wore a new floral shirt, blue cloth pants, and clean black cloth shoes. Her hair was in 2 thick braids tied with red ribbons, her face was smiling, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Shufen." Du Yunjin warmly took her arm. "I heard you're going to a free clinic tomorrow. I came to see you off." Liu Shufen looked at her young, lively, and somewhat scheming face, feeling a mix of complicated emotions. In her past life, behind that smile, there was jealousy and resentment that lasted for decades, which ultimately destroyed her family. But now, Du Yunjin was just an 18-year-old girl. Those bad feelings hadn't yet taken root. "Yunjin," Liu Shufen forced a smile. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Du Yunjin pulled her inside and sat on the bed. She looked around the room. "Did your father give you a hard time?" "I heard the medical team is going to even poorer mountain areas." Her tone carried both envy and suspicion. Liu Shufen sat beside her and shook her head. "He didn't give me trouble. I haven't gone with the medical team yet, so I don't know much." "Oh, I see." Du Yunjin hesitated and said nothing more. "Yunjin," Liu Shufen suddenly asked. How is your matchmaking going? It's settled. I'll be married in the fall. Du Yunjin smiled. Then, aren't you still planning to meet the son of the Tang family? Liu Shufen blurted out. No more. Du Yunjin pouted. He's in the army, and his family is even poorer. My father said soldiers are away for years, leaving women at home to wait alone. So, I won't meet him anymore. Tang Xueduan. It really was him. Liu Shufen's fingers trembled slightly. She forced herself to stay calm. Yunjun, she whispered, I heard that soldiers are actually pretty good. They get allowances, good pay, and after they leave the army, they can get a job placement. Also, soldiers are honest and responsible, so marrying one means you won't suffer. Du Yunjin looked at her suspiciously. How do you know? You haven't married a soldier. I heard it from others, Liu Shufen said vaguely. My great-uncle's wife married a soldier and went to the army with him. They live quite well. Follow the army. Du Yunjin's eyes lit up. Can you go to the army with him? Yes, it seems family members of officers can go along. Du Yunjin was silent, twisting her braid, lost in thought. Liu Shufen knew she was wavering. In her past life, Du Yunjin wanted to marry someone with good conditions, but was also afraid of hardships. She hesitated between Guilan and Tang Xueduan, which led to a big problem. But Liu Shufen changed the subject. Being a soldier isn't always good. They're often away from home, and women have to raise the children and do housework alone, which is hard.
And if
there's a war, then, she didn't finish her sentence.
Dun's face changed.
Yeah, she muttered, my father also said that. Guilan is better, working at the supply and marketing cooperative, stable. Liu Shufen sneered inwardly. Stable? How long could Guilan's job really last? But she said nothing more. Some words, if spoken too much, might cause suspicion. By the way, Du Yunjin suddenly leaned in, lowering her voice. I heard that Guilan's father might not stay long at the supply and marketing cooperative. Liu Shufen was surprised. Why? I have a cousin working in the commune. He said Guiyofu is involved in some shady dealings, and someone reported him for corruption. They're investigating now, Du Yunjin said mysteriously. If they find out, the Guo family will be finished. Guilan's job definitely won't be safe, Liu Shufen remembered. In her past life, Guiyofu was indeed investigated and sentenced a few years later. The Guo family collapsed overnight, and Guilan lost his job, becoming unemployed. After Du Yunjin married in, she didn't have a good life. Instead, she had to pay off debts. It turns out the rumors had already started at that time. Du Yunjin knew this news, but still chose Guilan.
Why?
Because she thought that a family involved in the supply and marketing cooperative might collapse, or because she was a poor soldier with no future. Or was it because she simply wanted to compete with Liu Shufen? Yunjin, Liu Shufen looked at her. If the Guo family really has problems, would you still want to marry? Du Yunjin's eyes flickered. I don't know. But what if everything is fine? A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. It's better than marrying a poor soldier, she understood now. The last bit of hesitation in Liu Shufen's heart disappeared. Du Yunjin knew the risks, but she was willing to take a gamble. She believed the Guo family wouldn't fall, and she hoped she could live a good life. Yunjin, Liu Shufen stood up. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. This was a way of saying she was seeing her off. Du Yunjin was surprised and a little upset, but she still stood up. All right, then rest well. I have things to do tomorrow, so I won't see you off, okay? Liu Shufen nodded. April 30th, early morning. Liu family. Liu Shufen packed all her visible belongings into a bundle. Bai Huizhen made her 2 new outfits, still blue cloth, but with fine stitches and a good fit. Take care of yourself when you go out, Bai Huizhen kept reminding her. Eat when you're hungry, add clothes if you're cold, don't overexert yourself. Got it, mother. Liu Laoshuan didn't say much, but secretly handed her 10 yuan. Keep this for use on the road. Liu Shufen was surprised. Her father actually gave her money. Father, I have a subsidy, I don't need it. Just take it, Liu Laoshuan said sternly. A girl going out should have some money. Liu Shufen took the money, feeling warm inside. Her father had changed.
truly changed.
At the entrance of Liu Jiao village, Liu Shufen, carrying a medicine box and her luggage, said goodbye to her family. Bai Huizhan had tears in her eyes. Shufen, right back when you arrive. Got it, mother. Liu Laoshuan smoked silently and said, be careful. Liu Muhan held his sister's hand. Sister, come back early. Okay, listen to dad at home and study hard. Zhou Jishir also came, along with a few apprentices and many villagers. Dr. Liu, safe travels. Come back early and see a doctor for us. Liu Shufen thanked her one by one and waved goodbye. She left the village and got onto the main road, leading to the commune. On both sides of the road, early rising farmers had already started working in the fields. Seeing Liu Shufen, they all greeted her. Shufen, are you going out? Yes, to join the medical team. Good. You're doing well, Liu Shufen responded with a smile and walked confidently. Halfway there, she met Du Yunjin. Du Yunjin was also alone, standing by the roadside, seeming to wait for someone. Seeing Liu Shufen, she shyly approached her. Sister Shufen, are you leaving? Yes, to join the medical team. I really envy you. Du Yunjin lowered her head. Getting to see the world. I can only stay at home waiting to get married. Liu Shufen looked at her. Yunjin, if you don't want to go, it's still not too late. It's too late, Du Yunjin said with a sad smile. My mother has already accepted the bride price from the Guo family, 80 yuan. My brother's marriage depends on this. More bride price talk. Liu Shufen didn't know what to say. Sister Shufen, Du Yunjin looked up at her. Do you think Guo Chengdong is really a good person? I don't know, Liu Shufen honestly replied. I only know that marriage is for a lifetime and it should be taken seriously. But I have no choice. Du Yunjin's tears fell. My mother said my brother must marry and continue the family line. I can only... She couldn't finish her words. Liu Shufen felt a pang in her heart. Du Yunjin was also a poor girl. Her parents favored boys over girls, and her brother was spoiled. She was like a commodity used to exchange for family benefits. In her past life, she hated Du Yunjin, hated her for destroying her family. But now, thinking about it, Du Yunjin was also a victim. Yunjin, she held Du Yunjin's hand. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Du Yunjin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, Sister Shufen. You're so kind. They exchanged a few more words, and Liu Shufen continued on her way. After walking quite a distance, she looked back. Du Yunjin was still standing by the roadside, watching her leave. Her figure was thin, like a wild grass swaying in the wind. Liu Shufen sighed. Everyone has their own fate and challenges. She can only change her own. When they arrived at the public health clinic, several people were already waiting. They were barefoot doctors from different villages, both men and women, aged from early 20s to around 40. Liu Shufen was the youngest. Director's son was also there. When he saw her, he waved and said, Shufen, come over and meet everyone. He introduced her one by one. This is Dr. Wang from Jia village, this is Dr. Li from Xueduan village, and this is Dr. Zhao from Gully village. Liu Shufen greeted everyone politely. They looked at her young age, and some looked down on her. But when they heard she was the famous little Liu doctor who had cured the secretary's wife, their attitude changed immediately. Oh, so it's you. We've heard of you. You're so young. That's impressive, Liu Shufen responded humbly. Once everyone was present, Director Sun spoke, mainly emphasizing discipline and tasks. Then he distributed some medicines and supplies, and everyone got into the vehicle. The vehicle was an old, battered truck without a roof. They sat inside the cargo area, bouncing roughly. The road was very bad, full of potholes. The truck shook like a cradle. Many people got carsick and vomited badly. Liu Shufen also felt sick but endured it. She used acupuncture on herself to relieve her discomfort. Next to her, Dr. Wang saw this and was surprised. You know acupuncture? Just a little. Teach me? I get carsick too. Liu Shufen showed him how to press on the Naguan point, and it worked well. Dr. Wang gratefully said, Little Liu doctor, you're really something. As they traveled, everyone became more familiar with each other. Although Liu Shufen was young, her medical skills were good, and she was kind, so she quickly gained everyone's respect. After traveling most of the day, they arrived at their first station, Dakingshan Commune, in the evening. Dakingshan was the most remote commune in the county, with high mountains, steep roads, poor transportation, and very limited medical conditions. Many villagers had never left the mountains in their lives and had to endure illnesses on their own. The medical team's task was to stay there for 10 days, treat the villagers, and train local barefoot doctors. The commune leaders attached great importance to this and personally came to meet them. They arranged for everyone to stay at the commune guest house, which was simple but clean. After dinner, Liu Shufen and a few female team members shared a room. Everyone was tired from the day and went to bed early. Liu Shufen couldn't fall asleep. She walked to the window and looked at the mountains outside. The great green mountain in the night looked like a sleeping giant beast, dark and endless. The wind howled, making the window shake. It is said that beyond this mountain lies another land. This was her first step to change her fate. It was also, possibly, where she would meet Tang Xueduan. She touched the gourd-shaped mark on her chest and softly said, "Tang Xueduan, where are you?" Outside the window, stars filled the sky. A shooting star streaked across the night, leaving a long tail, then disappeared behind the mountains. It seemed to respond. The morning at Great Green Mountain came very early. Just before dawn, roosters started crowing. The mountain air was fresh, carrying the scent of pine trees and earth. Distant mountains were shrouded in light fog, faint and blurry, like a watercolor painting. Liu Shufen got up early, finished her washing, and packed her medicine box. Today, the medical team would set up a free clinic at the commune yard. Many villagers would come for treatment. She prepared some common medicines and rare herbs from her spiritual space, just in case. Breakfast was simple: porridge, steamed bread, and pickled vegetables. But everyone ate happily, knowing they would be busy soon. Sure enough, as soon as she set the table, villagers arrived. Most were elders and children, some leaning on crutches, others carrying children. They wore worn but clean clothes, with hopeful and timid eyes. "Doctor, my leg is hurt for over 10 years. Can it be cured?" "Doctor, my child has been coughing for half a month. We've tried many medicines, but nothing works." "Doctor, my mother can't see anymore. Can it be treated?" The questions were many, and the illnesses varied. Liu Shufen and her team started seeing patients separately. She was responsible for internal medicine and gynecology. The first patient was an elderly woman, in her 60s, with shortness of breath and cough, walking with difficulty. After checking her pulse, she found she had lung emphysema combined with bronchitis. This disease is hard to cure with Western medicine, but traditional Chinese medicine can help regulate it. She prescribed herbs to clear the lungs, loosen phlegm, boost energy, and relieve asthma. Ephedra, almonds, licorice, astragalus, atractylodes, and windproof herbs. "Grandma, take 3 doses of this medicine. If it works, come back for adjustments." The elderly woman left, half believing, half doubtful. The second patient was a young wife with irregular periods and severe menstrual pain. Liu Shufen prescribed medication to regulate her cycle and relieve pain, and also taught her some health care methods. The third patient was a child who was malnourished, with a pale face and thin body. Liu Shufen not only gave him medicine but also shared her eggs with him. "Child, eat 1 egg every day at home and take this medicine. In a month, you'll gain weight." The child's mother thanked her gratefully. In the morning, Liu Shufen saw more than 20 patients. She was so busy she didn't even have time to drink water, but she felt very fulfilled inside. At lunchtime, Dr. Wang came over and said, "Little Liu, the patients you saw this morning all had quite special prescriptions. Some medicines I haven't seen before." Liu Shufen smiled and said, "I learned these from my teacher. Your teacher is Dr. Zhou Jishir." Dr. Wang looked at her with respect. "So, you're Dr. Zhou's student?"
No wonder.
Dr. Zhou is a famous doctor in our county, but unfortunately, he didn't finish, but Liu Shufen understood. Zhou Jishir was exiled because of his background, which was a regret for many. In the afternoon, she continued seeing patients. More people came, forming long lines. Liu Shufen patiently examined each one and explained carefully. Her gentle and patient attitude earned the villagers' trust. Some elders held her hand and called her Little Liu Bodhisattva. Little Liu Doctor, you truly have a kind heart. Little Liu Doctor, you will surely live a long life. Liu Shufen felt warm inside. This was the meaning of being a doctor, seeing patients recover and smiles return to their faces. In the evening, fewer patients came. Liu Shufen was about to close up when suddenly she heard hurried footsteps. Doctor.
Doctor.
Help! A middle-aged man carried an elderly person rushing in, panting heavily. The elderly person was about 70 years old, with a bluish face, difficulty breathing, and was unconscious. What happened? Liu Shufen quickly stepped forward. My father suddenly couldn't breathe, and then the man was so anxious that tears came out. The barefoot doctor said there's no hope. I heard you were here, so I carried him in. Liu Shufen examined him and found it was an acute asthma attack, with signs of respiratory failure. She had to act immediately. Lay him flat, she said decisively. The man placed the elderly person on the ground. Liu Shufen took out a silver needle, sterilized it, and aimed at the elderly person's Xinzhong point, Dingchuan point, and Feishu point to insert the needles. The needle went in 3 points, and the elderly person twitched slightly. Everyone around held their breath. Liu Shufen continued inserting needles into several other points. Then she took out a small porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. This was her rescue heart pill, made from herbs in her spiritual space. It helps strengthen the heart, relieve asthma, and open the mind, and is used in emergencies. She put the pill into the elderly person's mouth and gave them warm water to swallow. After finishing, she knelt beside the elderly person and watched carefully. Time passed second by second. The elderly person's face gradually changed from purple to pale. Their breathing became steady, their eyelids moved, and they opened their eyes. He's awake. He's awake, the man shouted excitedly. The villagers around cheered. Dr. Liu is amazing. He's brought him back to life. Liu Shufen sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had been very nervous earlier, and now her legs felt weak. Old sir, she helped the elderly person up. You had an acute asthma attack. Be careful in the future. I will give you a prescription for regular care. The elderly person held her hand tightly, tears streaming down their face. Thank you. Thank you. Young lady, you saved my life. Liu Shufen smiled and shook her head. Old sir, it was your fate that kept you from dying. After saving the patient, it was already dark. Liu Shufen packed up her medicine box and prepared to return to the guest house. As she stepped out of the commune yard, she heard someone call her. Comrade Liu Shufen. It was a man's voice, deep and strong. Liu Shufen turned around. Under the moonlight, a man in military uniform stood not far away. He was tall, broad-shouldered, standing straight. His uniform was a bit old, but very clean. Under the brim of his cap was a young face, handsome and clear-eyed, honest and upright. Liu Shufen's heart skipped a beat. I heard you are providing free medical services here. I have a comrade who is injured, but can't come here. I asked the commune, and they said your medical skills are the best. I want to ask you to help me save him. The man in uniform hesitated to speak. Liu Shufen felt disappointed. It wasn't the face she dreamed of, nor the person she longed for. Tang Xueduan. Comrade Liu Shufen? Is that okay? The man in uniform saw she didn't answer and carefully asked again. Yes, I will tell my companion. Liu Shufen snapped out of her thoughts and said. No, we need to keep this secret. The man in uniform quickly stopped her. Okay, I'll tell my companion I'm going out for a checkup so they won't worry if I'm not here. Liu Shufen nodded and turned to go inside. Liu Shufen explained briefly, checked her medical kit, then followed the man in uniform toward the back mountain. In summer, the mountains often have sudden heavy rain. When they reached the mountain god temple, the rain had become heavier. Comrade Liu Shufen, let's go inside the temple to wait out the rain, and I'll tell you about our comrade's injury, the man suggested. Sure, I'll also have dinner, Liu Shufen agreed. They entered the mountain god temple. Before they could speak, they heard voices from afar. In the heavy rain, this sounded unusual. The voices came through the rain, a bit blurry, but Liu Shufen recognized them clearly. Her heart beat faster. She held her breath. She knew these voices well. The man in uniform turned to face outward. Two figures rushed out of the rain, one after the other, heading toward the temple. The one in front was a middle-aged woman, wearing a gray raincoat, soaked through and looking very disheveled. And the person behind. Liu Shufen's eyes widened. It was a young soldier, dressed in green military uniform, no hat, soaked through, with hair stuck to his forehead, rainwater running down his cheeks. But he ran fast, steady in his steps, even on the muddy mountain path, without slipping. It was Tang Xueduan. This time, Liu Shufen saw clearly. It was Tang Xueduan. Platoon leader, I found a barefoot female doctor. I heard she's very good at her medical skills. Tang Xueduan nodded. At 22, Tang Xueduan looked younger and taller than in her previous memories. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a resolute face, carrying a soldier's aura even in the rain. Liu Shufen almost cried. It was him. It really was him. She had waited 30 years, a lifetime, for this man. Tang Xueduan and the middle-aged woman rushed into the temple, shaking off the rain from their bodies. This rain is really heavy. A middle-aged woman wiped her face and asked, Soldier, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Tang Xueduan replied in a deep, strong voice. Aunt Wang, please find a place to sit and stay warm. He looked up, surveyed the broken-down temple, and then saw Liu Shufen standing in the corner. Their eyes met. Liu Shufen's heart skipped a beat. Tang Xueduan paused, surprised to see that the barefoot Dr. Li Daniu had found was so young. He looked at Liu Shufen with some confusion, but remained polite as he asked, Miss, are you a barefoot doctor? How old are you? Liu Shufen opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She was too nervous, and her mind went blank. Aunt Wang also saw Liu Shufen and came over. Oh, isn't this Dr. Liu who came for the free clinic today? What are you doing here? Liu Shufen snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and said, Aunt Wang, I was visiting my aunt and passing by here to take shelter from the rain. Your aunt? Is she in Donggo village? Why are you taking this road so late? I took a wrong turn. Liu Shufen lowered her head, blushing. Aunt Wang didn't think much of it and turned to Tang Xueduan. Soldier, this is Dr. Liu, who came for the free clinic in our commune. She's a good doctor. Maybe we can take her with us. After we finish helping you, I can send her to Donggo village. Tang Xueduan glanced at the soldier in uniform and nodded. Okay. He then turned to Liu Shufen and nodded.
Hello, you.
Hello, Liu Shufen whispered. The temple grew quiet, only the sound of rain. The three of them each found a place to sit. Aunt Wang leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest. Tang Xueduan sat on a stone bench at the temple entrance, staring at the rain outside, lost in thought. Liu Shufen sat not far from them, secretly watching Tang Xueduan's profile. The soldier in uniform ran into the rain after hearing Tang Xueduan's instructions. In her past life, the first time she saw Tang Xueduan was on the day he looked at Du Yunjin. He was dressed neatly in his military uniform, sitting straight in Du Yunjin's living room, speaking little but sincerely. He said, My family is poor, but I will treat you well. He said, Marrying me might be hard. He said, But I promise, as long as I have a bite to eat, I won't let you go hungry. At that time, she thought this man was very reliable and worth trusting. She was even happy for her little sister because of him. Later, she married him, and he truly kept his promise. Until he passed away, he never let her suffer any hardship. Liu Shufen's eyes filled with tears. Miss, Tang Xueduan suddenly turned to look at her. Are you cold? Liu Shufen was surprised and shook her head.
No.
I'm not cold. Your clothes are wet. Tang Xueduan stood up, walked over to her, and took off his military coat. Put this on so you don't catch a cold. The coat still carried his body warmth, dry and warm. Liu Shufen looked at the coat handed to her, and tears finally fell uncontrollably. What's wrong? Tang Xueduan looked a little worried. Did I say something wrong? No, nothing. Liu Shufen took the coat and put it on. Thank you. The coat was large, almost wrapping her whole body. It smelled of soap and had a faint, masculine scent. It made her feel very safe. Is your name Liu Shufen? Tang Xueduan sat down beside her, about a meter apart. Yes. How old are you? 18. Are you still in school? No. I stopped a long time ago, Liu Shufen whispered. I learned medicine from my mother and helped the villagers with their health. Tang Xueduan was silent for a moment. That's good. Another silence followed. The rain gradually lessened, changing from heavy downpour to a gentle drizzle. Aunt Wang looked at the sky. The rain is almost over. Let's hurry and go, so no one waits for us. Tang Xueduan stood up. Okay. Liu Shufen also stood up, took off the coat, and handed it back to him. Thank you. Tang Xueduan didn't take the coat, but looked at her.
Keep it on.
We still have a little way to go. Give me the medicine box. Liu Shufen bit her lip. All right. The three of them left the broken temple together. The mountain path after the rain was muddy and full of water puddles. Since it was nighttime, the mountain was very dark. Liu Shufen walked in the middle, with Tang Xueduan in front and Aunt Wang behind, holding Tang Xueduan's flashlight. Tang Xueduan walked quickly, occasionally glancing back at her. Seeing she was steady, he continued forward. Be careful. When passing a large water puddle, Tang Xueduan reached out to help her. His hand was very warm and strong. Liu Shufen's face turned red. Thank you. They traveled in silence, but the atmosphere was not awkward. As they approached the station, Tang Xueduan suddenly asked, Comrade Liu Shufen, has your family talked to you about marriage? Liu Shufen's heart skipped a beat. So, it's happening. No, not yet, she whispered. Not yet? Have you helped deliver babies for others before? No, but I think I can. Liu Shufen looked up, understanding the patient's situation, and spoke seriously. I have received training in childbirth. Tang Xueduan was momentarily surprised, then smiled.
Good.
Let's go. His smile was pure and sincere. They arrived at a small, light-filled valley. From afar, Liu Shufen heard a woman's painful moans. Go inside, Tang Xueduan said. She's been like this for a long time. You've worked hard. Liu Shufen nodded and pushed aside the curtain to enter. Before the curtain fell, she looked back. Tang Xueduan was still outside, watching her. Seeing her look back, he nodded, then turned to talk to Aunt Wang. I'll be outside. Just call me if you need anything. The temporary delivery room was a low cave, its entrance covered roughly with a rain tarp serving as a door. Inside was dimly lit, with only a small oil lamp burning. The wick was trimmed very short, barely illuminating the flickering, large, blurry shadows on the stone wall. The woman lay on the ground, covered with dry grass and a military coat. Her damp hair stuck to her forehead, her face as pale as moss on the cave wall. Her lower lip was deeply bruised, and her groans were tightly locked in her throat. Next to her was a younger soldier, helpless and crouching, eyes full of panic. Liu Shufen's heart sank sharply. This was definitely not just early labor. She knelt down, gently touching and pressing on the woman's swollen belly. Her cold fingers felt the intense movements and unusual stiffness underneath. The baby was breech and stuck. The amniotic fluid had long broken, and her dry birth canal was barely expanding. Far from enough. Hot water, she said calmly, unexpectedly steady. Aunt Wang let out an "Oh," and was immediately led outside by the soldier to fetch water. Liu Shufen opened her medical box, and the scissors and bottle of alcohol clinked with a crisp sound. She rubbed her hands with alcohol and told the young soldier, "Hold her shoulders, don't let her move." The real fight began. Time felt thick, like water seeping from the ceiling. One drop after another, with no end in sight. The woman finally couldn't hold back and let out a scream, then immediately broke into quiet, broken sobs. Aunt Wang returned, carrying hot water in a porcelain cup. She held the woman's hand tightly with her free hand and kept repeating, "Push harder, girl. Push harder. Almost there, almost there." It was unclear whether she was comforting the mother or herself. Sweat dripped into Liu Shufen's eyes, making them sting and ache. Her fingers carefully and cautiously reached into the hot, dangerous birth canal, searching for that curled, misaligned little foot. She found it, smooth, tiny, but stubbornly curled. Holding her breath, she used all her skill to gently push and rotate the tiny foot, then pulled it out. It felt like she had spent half her life, but finally, that small foot slid out with a warm, bloody stream. Then another followed. The head. The head is stuck, Aunt Wang suddenly cried out. This was the most dangerous moment. Liu Shufen remembered her master saying that at such times, slow was fast. With her blood-stained hand, she carefully supported the soft, purple-tinged little body, and with her other hand, protected the slightly deformed head. She worked with the mother's desperate, beast-like energy, guiding and rotating gently and firmly. Wow! A faint but clear cry suddenly broke the suffocating silence in the cave. Like a lightning bolt, it shattered all the frozen darkness and anxiety. Aunt Wang, just halfway through chanting Amitabha, choked up and stopped. The young soldier, who had been tense and serious, suddenly turned his head away, his shoulders trembling slightly. Liu Shufen had no time to feel joy. She quickly cut the umbilical cord, tied it tightly with cotton thread, and handed the blood-stained, warm, wriggling baby to Aunt Wang. Her hands moved swiftly, focusing on the task, making sure the placenta was fully delivered. Only after the dark red tissue finally detached, and she carefully checked for any remaining parts, did she dip a piece of cloth in the last of the alcohol to wipe the mother and do a simple stitch for minor tears. Only then did she slowly, with a rusty taste in her mouth, breathe out the breath she had been holding. Everything was packed up. Aunt Wang had used hot water to clean the baby roughly, wrapped him in her old coat, and gently rocked him in her arms. The woman was so tired she almost collapsed, but she struggled to turn her face and kept her eyes fixed on the swaddle. The light from the oil lamp seemed a little brighter. Outside the cave, the sky had turned a light shade of blue, and the bird calls had changed to clear morning songs. Last night's soldier entered quietly, still expressionless, placing 2 hard, mixed flour buns and a small pot of water on the clean grass mat. He quickly glanced at the safe mother and child, then stiffly nodded to Liu Shufen and Aunt Wang. "Thank you for your hard work." He didn't say anything else or explain. They silently helped him down the mountain. When they left the cave, Liu Shufen didn't see Tang Xueduan. By the time they reached the commune, the sun was already high. Aunt Wang's legs went weak, and she almost sat on the ground. She patted her chest nervously. "Oh, my heart is finally back in my chest now." She looked at Liu Shufen, wanting to say something, but in the end, she just sighed. "Dr. Liu, your hands really are blessed hands." Liu Shufen didn't speak. She looked down at her hands, which were swollen, cut, and still had bloodstains between her nails. Her canvas medical box was much lighter now. The gauze and alcohol had all been used up. She carried it slowly back to the small courtyard of the commune. The dried chuanxiong herbs from yesterday were still in the basket, giving off a dry, slightly bitter smell. The warm sunlight shone on her, dispelling the mountain's cold. Last night in the cave, that tiny oil lamp, the first cry, and those tense, silent faces all seemed to be behind a thick fog. Only the faint pulse and warmth left on her fingertips, the first signs of life, were clear and vivid, deeply imprinted in her memory. She scooped a bowl of cold well water and washed her hands slowly, again and again. At that moment, her teammates from the medical team, who had come with her yesterday, also started to come out. Dr. Wang saw Liu Shufen washing her hands and moved closer. "Dr. Liu, no wonder your medical skills are so good. Even your hand washing is so careful." Liu Shufen gave a weak smile. "You're not bad either." As they joked, more patients arrived in the courtyard of the commune. Everyone began another busy day. Today, Liu Shufen finally could return to the guest house on time. After a tiring day, she felt a bit exhausted and lacked energy. As she finished packing her medical kit, she heard someone call her. "Comrade Liu Shufen." It was a man's voice, deep, strong, and very familiar. Liu Shufen turned around. In the sunset light, Tang Xueduan was standing nearby in his military uniform, waving at her. Liu Shufen saw this familiar face again and suddenly felt energized. The sunset glow was soft, shining on Tang Xueduan's shoulders, giving him a gentle halo. This time, Liu Shufen could see clearly that he looked younger and more lively than in her memories, full of the energy typical of soldiers. "Comrade Liu Shufen," Tang Xueduan called out again and walked over. Liu Shufen snapped out of her thoughts, trying to stay calm.
"Yes.
It's me. Did the woman giving birth have complications? Or, I am Tang Xueduan, the temporary platoon leader here," he saluted her politely. "Yesterday, we heard that the medical team was here for free clinics in Dakingshan, and there was an emergency that called you away. Thank you for your help. I came to see if you need any assistance now." His voice was pleasant, deep, gentle, and reassuring. Liu Shufen took a deep breath. "Thank you, platoon leader Tang. We're doing fine." Tang Xueduan looked at her medicine box. "Are you also part of the medical team?" "Yes, I am a barefoot doctor from Lijiaku." "You're so young to be a barefoot doctor." "That's impressive," Tang Xueduan said, a bit surprised. "I just learned a little from my master and my mother." They stood there for a moment, speechless. The mountain wind blew, bringing the sound of pine trees swaying. Far away, dogs barked one after another. Liu Shufen looked at Tang Xueduan, her mind full of words, but unsure how to say them. She wanted to tell him she was his wife, that they had 3 sons and a daughter. She wanted to tell him that in her past life, he died too early, leaving her to suffer alone. She wanted to tell him that in this life, she came to find him, to change their fate together. But she couldn't speak. She could only watch him quietly. Tang Xueduan felt a little embarrassed under her gaze. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Liu Shufen blushed and looked down. "It's just. You look very familiar, like I've seen you somewhere before." This was the truth. Tang Xueduan smiled and said, "Maybe I saw you before at the commune? I often come here to recruit soldiers." "No, this is my first time at Dakingshan commune." Another silence followed. Tang Xueduan looked at the sky. "It's getting late. I'll take you back to the guest house. It's not safe in the mountains at night." "No need, I can manage on my own." "Let me escort you," Tang Xueduan insisted. "You're here to see the villagers as a doctor. I want to make sure you're safe." Liu Shufen didn't refuse again. They walked side by side along the mountain path. The path was narrow, only wide enough for one person. Tang Xueduan led in front, Liu Shufen followed behind. The setting sun cast long shadows of them, intertwined. "Comrade Liu Shufen," Tang Xueduan suddenly asked, "how long have you been a barefoot doctor?" "More than a month." "Do you like this work?" "Yes," Liu Shufen replied. "It's meaningful to help others." Tang Xueduan looked back at her. Under the moonlight, her eyes shone brightly.
"You're very brave," he said.
A girl coming to such a remote mountain area to treat villagers. Many men couldn't do that. "Is Commander Tang the same?" Liu Shufen asked. "You serve in the army, protect the country, which is also very admirable." Tang Xueduan smiled. "That's my duty." They continued walking and talking. Liu Shufen learned that Tang Xueduan was here recruiting soldiers for Dakingshan. Although remote, the mountain children are healthy, hardworking, and suitable for the army. "I've already recruited 5, Tang Xueduan said. "All good prospects. Once I recruit enough, I'll take them back to the army." "When will you leave?" "In about half a month," Tang Xueduan replied. "Why? Are you sad to see me go?" His words were playful, but Liu Shufen listened seriously. "Yes, I will miss you," she said softly. Tang Xueduan was momentarily stunned and stopped walking. He turned around and looked at Liu Shufen. Under the moonlight, her face was delicate and gentle, her eyes clear and firm. She stood there like a wild lily in the mountains, pure and resilient. "Comrade Liu Shufen," he said softly, a little hoarse. "You call me Shufen," Liu Shufen interrupted him. "My mother and master all call me that." "Shufen," Tang Xueduan called softly, finding the name smooth to say. "How old are you?" 18. "You asked yesterday." "Oh, sorry," Tang Xueduan said. "I'm 22. He knew he shouldn't ask a girl's age, but he was curious. "I heard," Liu Shufen suddenly said, that Lieutenant Tang doesn't have a girlfriend and plans to visit his family in May? It was unintentional, but Liu Shufen asked directly. Tang Xueduan was surprised. How do you know? I heard, Liu Shufen replied. Is it Yunjin? Tang Xueduan nodded.
Yes.
A matchmaker introduced her. She's a good girl, but I haven't met her yet. Do you plan to meet her? Tang Xueduan paused and shook his head. Not anymore. Why? Because, Tang Xueduan looked at her seriously, I believe marriage is for life. It shouldn't be taken lightly. I want to find someone who understands and supports me, not just based on looks or conditions. Liu Shufen's heart beat faster. Have you found her? Tang Xueduan didn't reply, just looked at her. The answer was clear. They continued walking forward. When they reached the guest house, Tang Xueduan said, Shufen, I need to go to some villages in the mountains tomorrow to recruit soldiers. It might take several days. Be careful. Yes. Tang Xueduan paused. When I return, I'll find you. And we can talk, okay? At the guest house entrance, Tang Xueduan stopped. You go inside. I'll watch you go in. Liu Shufen nodded, took a few steps, then looked back. Tang Xueduan was still standing there, watching her. Lieutenant Tang, she said, there are wild animals in the mountains. Be careful. I know, Tang Xueduan smiled. You too, rest early. Liu Shufen entered the guest house. She leaned against the door, listening to her footsteps fade away, feeling a mix of emotions. She saw him.
Really saw him.
And Tang Xueduan seemed to like her. In this life, she truly had a chance to change. In the following days, the medical team continued their free clinics. Liu Shufen felt a bit distracted, occasionally glancing toward the door, hoping to see the figure in military green. But Tang Xueduan did not come. People from the commune said they had gone into the mountains early in the morning to visit the most remote villages. Liu Shufen felt worried. Deep in Dakingshan, the roads are difficult and there are wild animals. She wondered if he might be in danger. But worrying was useless. She could only focus on her work. Today, many patients came for treatment. Liu Shufen worked all day, seeing over 30 patients, and was exhausted. At sunset, as she finished her work, the weather suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled over from the mountains, covering the sky. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed like silver snakes weaving through the clouds. It's going to rain heavily, Dr. Wang said. Quick, pack up. Everyone hurriedly packed up their things. Just as they moved everything inside, heavy rain started pouring down. The rain was so heavy, it was like a bucket being poured out. It hit the roof tiles with a loud noise, and everything outside was covered in a white mist, making it hard to see. Liu Shufen stood by the window, watching the rain, feeling even more worried. With such heavy rain, what if Tang Xueduan is in the mountains? Don't worry, Xiao Liu, Dr. Wang said, noticing her concern. Captain Tang is a soldier. He has experience.
He'll be fine.
Liu Shufen nodded, but her heart was still tense. The rain continued all night. By morning, it had lessened but hadn't stopped. The mountain roads were surely damaged, and Tang Xueduan and the others wouldn't be able to return soon. The medical team had planned to visit another village for free clinics today, but because of the rain and blocked roads, they had to cancel. Everyone gathered at the guest house, organizing patient records and discussing plans. But Liu Shufen couldn't sit still. She made an excuse, saying she wanted to check on yesterday's patients, and went out with an umbrella. The scenery of Dakingshan in the rain was special. The mountains were shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing. The muddy roads made walking slippery. Liu Shufen visited a few homes of seriously ill patients for follow-up and medication adjustments. When she reached the last house, she overheard a conversation. Did you hear? There was a mountain flood in the mountains. Really? Yes. The villages downstream were flooded. Some people were swept away. Liu Shufen's heart tightened. Which village? Looks like.
Near Haishugu.
Haishugu. That was the place Tang Xueduan visited yesterday. She turned around and ran toward the commune courtyard. It was still raining, and the road was very slippery. She fell several times, covered in mud, but she didn't care. She got up and kept running. When she reached the commune courtyard, many people had already gathered there. The commune secretary was organizing people. Quick! Go to Heishui Creek. Save the people. Liu Shufen rushed over. Secretary, I want to go too. The secretary looked at her. You're just a girl. What are you going to do? It's dangerous. I'm a doctor. Someone is hurt. I can help. Liu Shufen insisted. The secretary thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Follow us. Be careful. The rescue team set out quickly. More than 20 young men, holding shovels and ropes, braved the rain heading toward Heishui Creek. Liu Shufen followed behind, carrying a medical box, walking carefully. The road was very difficult. Some parts had been washed away, so they had to go around. In some places, the water was deeper than the knees, so they had to wade through. After more than 3 hours, they finally reached Heishui Creek. The scene in front of them made everyone gasp. The original village had been destroyed by the mountain flood. Houses were collapsed, trees broken, and everywhere was mud and broken stones. There were crying, shouting, and calling for help all mixed together. Quick! Save the people! The secretary shouted. The rescue team immediately spread out and began searching and helping. Liu Shufen also joined in. She first checked the people who had been rescued, examined their injuries, and treated their wounds. Most had minor injuries, scrapes, and cuts, but some were seriously hurt, with broken bones and internal bleeding. She did her best to treat them, using good medicine from her spiritual space. After rescuing a group, she continued deeper into the ruins. The scene became more tragic the farther she went. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting, "Here! Someone is here!" Liu Shufen ran over. It was a collapsed house, with a beam pressing down on someone underneath. Only a hand was visible. Everyone worked together to move the beam and dig the person out. It was a young man, dressed in military uniform, already unconscious. Liu Shufen's heart clenched. It was Tang Xueduan. She rushed over to check his injuries. Fortunately, it was just a head injury from the impact, and he was unconscious. He had some scrapes on his body, but no broken bones. She quickly stopped the bleeding, bandaged him, and fed him a rescue pill. Lieutenant Tang. Lieutenant Tang, she softly called out. Tang Xueduan's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Liu Shufen, he was momentarily stunned. Shufen, why are you here? I'm here to help, Liu Shufen said, tears falling down. You scared me. Tang Xueduan wanted to sit up, but he felt very dizzy. Don't move, Liu Shufen said, holding him down. Your head is hurt. You need to rest. No. I can't. Tang Xueduan struggled. There are still 2 people trapped underneath. He pointed in a direction. Liu Shufen looked that way. It was a collapsed barn. Hurry. There are more people over there, she shouted. The rescue team immediately went over and started digging. After more than an hour of digging, they finally found the trapped people. It was 2 young men, new soldiers Tang Xueduan had recruited yesterday. They were still alive but badly injured. One had a broken leg, and the other was bleeding internally. Liu Shufen quickly began to treat them. She set the broken leg on the spot and stabilized it. For the internal bleeding, she used a silver needle to stop the bleeding and gave them medicine. After finishing, she finally relaxed. Tang Xueduan watched her all along, feeling grateful, admiring, and something else he couldn't quite name. Shufen, he said, thank you. No need to thank me. Liu Shufen wiped her sweat. I'm a doctor. It's what I should do. The rain gradually stopped. The rescue work was still ongoing. Liu Shufen and Tang Xueduan sat on a large stone to rest. How did you know I was here? Tang Xueduan asked. I heard about the flood at Heishui Gully, and I was worried. Liu Shufen didn't finish her sentence. Tang Suzun understood. He looked at the girl in front of him. She was covered in mud, with scratches on her face, her hair messy, but her eyes were clear and firm. The way she helped with the rescue was professional and decisive, like an experienced doctor. Shufen, he said softly, you're very good. Liu Shufen blushed. Good at what? Good everywhere. Tang Xueduan said seriously. Good at medicine, kind-hearted, brave, strong. You're the best girl I've ever seen. Liu Shufen's heart beat faster. Is this a confession? Lieutenant Tang, she looked at him. You said before you wanted someone who understands and supports you. I understand you and support you, Liu Shufen said bravely. I know medicine and can help take care of our comrades. I'm not afraid of hard work and can go with you to the army. She couldn't finish her words. Tang Xueduan held her hand. His hand was large, warm, a bit rough, but very comforting. Shufen, he said, when I return to the army, I will ask to get married. Liu Shufen was stunned. What? Tang Xueduan said clearly, I want to marry you. Your family is Liu Jiao, right? Yes, my father is Liu Laoshuan. Sunlight after the rain peeked through the clouds and shone on them. It sparkled like hope. The Blackwater Creek, after the mountain flood, was full of destruction. The rescue team worked until it was almost dark to evacuate all the survivors. The commune brought stretchers, and the seriously injured were sent to the county hospital that night. The lightly injured were cared for in temporary shelters. Liu Shufen worked late into the night, bandaging the last injured person. Only after finishing did she lean on her sore back and straighten up. The mountain wind after the rain was cool, making the oil lamp at the shelter flicker. She stepped outside and saw Tang Xueduan sitting on a stone nearby, staring into the distance. His uniform was soaked, muddy, and his forehead wound was bandaged, but a little dark red blood still seeped from the edge of the gauze. The moonlight shone on his side face, outlining his strong features. Lieutenant Tang, Liu Shufen said, walking over, does your wound still hurt? Tang Xueduan came back to himself and shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Your medicine works well. He shifted on the stone, making space for her. Sit for a while. You've had a long day. Liu Shufen sat beside him. They were a little apart, but they could feel each other's warmth. The night was quiet, with only occasional sounds of groaning and crying from afar. The mountain night was dark, but the stars were very bright, filling the deep blue sky. Thank you today. Tang Xueduan broke the silence. If you hadn't arrived in time, those two new soldiers might have. I'm a doctor, it's my duty, Liu Shufen said softly. Tang Xueduan turned to look at her. In the glow of the oil lamp, the girl's face was gentle yet firm, with a calmness rare for her age. Her quick and decisive actions today showed she was no ordinary 18-year-old girl. Shufen, he hesitated, you said before. Your mother is also a doctor. Yes, my ancestors were all healers, Liu Shufen replied honestly. My mother just recovered from lung tuberculosis and I learned medicine from her and my master. Tuberculosis, Tang Xueduan frowned. That's a serious illness. It's cured. Liu Shufen thought of the magic of the spiritual spring water and felt grateful. I used some old remedies and treated it for over 3 months. Tang Xueduan was silent for a moment. Do your parents know you came so far away?
Yes.
At first, my father didn't agree, but when he saw I was determined, he let me go. Liu Shufen paused. Our family is in Liu's village at the border of Yun Province. We're poor, but my parents love me. Yun Province's border. Tang Xueduan looked thoughtful. My home is in Tangjia Camp, not far away. The two villages are separated by a mountain. Liu Shufen's heart moved. Does Captain Tang's family have other members? My father passed away early. My mother raised my 2 brothers, me and my younger sister when she grew up, Tang Xueduan said calmly. My 2 brothers got married and moved out. My sister married 2 years ago, so now only my mother is at home. I've been in the army for a few years and rarely went back. There was a hint of guilt in his voice. Liu Shufen noticed it. Joining the army to protect our country is an honorable thing, she said. Your mother must be proud of you. Tang Xueduan smiled. Yes, she always writes to me, telling me to do my best in the army and not to worry about home. They fell silent again. The mountain wind picked up, making the shelter rustle loudly. Liu Shufen shivered. Tang Xueduan took off his muddy, damp military coat and draped it over her shoulders. It's cold at night in the mountains. Don't catch a cold. Although the coat was muddy and wet, it still carried his warmth and a faint scent of soapberry. Liu Shufen clenched her collar, feeling warm inside. Captain Tang, she gathered her courage. What you said during the day. Is it still valid? Tang Xueduan was momentarily surprised, then understood what she meant. It's valid. He looked at her seriously. What I say, I mean. After this mission, I will report it. But what? However, I need to get your parents' approval first, said Tang Xueduan. Also, I want to be clear that being a military wife is very hard. I am in the army and can't go home often. You will have to manage the household alone, take care of the elders, and maybe even move to the frontier with me. Are you really sure about this? Liu Shufen nodded, without hesitation. I have thought it through. In her past life, she experienced the hardships of being a military wife, but she also tasted the sweet moments hidden within those difficulties. Tang Xueduan is a good husband, thoughtful, responsible, and respectful to her. Even though they are often apart, their feelings have never faded. In this life, she not only wants to marry him but also to change his tragic fate of dying early. I'm not afraid of hardships. She looked at Tang Xueduan with firm eyes. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to endure anything. Tang Xueduan felt a warm rush in his heart. He was 22, had served in the army for 6 years. He had met many girls who showed interest, but Liu Shufen was the first to be so honest and strong. Okay, he said, holding her hand. When I go back, I will report to my superiors. Once approved, I will come to propose to your family. His hands were rough, with calluses on his palms, but they were warm and strong. Liu Shufen couldn't help but hold his hand back, tears almost falling. In her past life, he held her hand just like this and said, Shufen, marry me. I will treat you well. He kept his promise until his last moment. In this life, she will be the one to protect him. Captain Tang, she asked softly, when will you return to the army? Originally on the 10th, but because of the flood, it might be delayed a few days, Tang Xueduan replied. Some of the new soldiers we recruited are injured, and we need to wait until they recover. Liu Shufen thought to herself. The medical team will stay in Dakingshan for 6 more days before moving to the next commune. If Tang Xueduan leaves in the middle of the month, they can still spend some time together. I will also go to the next commune in a few days, she said. I know, Tang Xueduan said. Director's son mentioned it to me. Don't worry, once everything here is settled, I will come find you. Really? Really, Tang Xueduan smiled. I keep my promises. They sat for a while longer until the oil lamp nearly went out, then each went back to rest. Liu Shufen lay on the makeshift wooden bed, covered with Tang Xueduan's coat, but she couldn't fall asleep. Today's events felt like a dream. She met Tang Xueduan, saved him, and even promised to marry him. Everything went so smoothly that she couldn't believe it. In her past life, they went through meeting, engagement talks, formal engagement, and marriage with many difficulties along the way. In this life, surprisingly, on a night after a mountain flood, they quickly decided their future together with just a few words. Was it fate's plan, or was it her own actions changing the outcome? Liu Shufen touched the gourd-shaped mark on her chest, silently thanking the judge of the afterlife and her great-grandmother for the inheritance. Without these, she wouldn't have the confidence and courage she had today. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle and bright. She closed her eyes and made a wish, to grow old with Xueduan in this life, with children and grandchildren around her. In the following days, the medical team continued to treat the injured in Heishui Gully. Liu Shufen was busy every day, but she always made time to visit Tang Xueduan. His injuries weren't serious, and he could walk the next day. But he kept busy helping settle the disaster victims, coordinating supplies, and working hard. When Liu Shufen changed his bandages, she couldn't help but say, "Your injury isn't fully healed. Don't tire yourself out. It's fine, just superficial wounds," Tang Xueduan said casually. "But you don't push yourself too hard. I noticed you haven't looked well these days." Liu Shufen was indeed tired. During the day, she saw patients. At night, she organized prescriptions and also took time to tend the medicinal fields in the spirit cauldron space. But she felt it was worth it. "I can handle it," she said, changing his gauze. Tomorrow, the the medical team will move to the next commune. Tang Xueduan paused. So soon? Yes, it's part of the plan, Liu Shufen said, lowering her head to organize the medicine box. When will you come to find me? Once the Heishui Gully area is settled. In no more than 3 days, Tang Xueduan replied. I'll come to Baishui Commune to see you. Baishui Commune was the next stop for the medical team. All right, I'll wait for you. Early the next morning, the medical team packed up and prepared to leave. Tang Xueduan came to see Liu Shufen off. Here, this is for you, he said, handing her a small cloth bag. Liu Shufen opened it to find a fountain pen, with a black body and a gold nib, looking very new. What's this? I earned it as a reward for my service in the army, Tang Xueduan explained. You might find it useful. Write to me later. In the 1970s, fountain pens were rare, especially ones with gold tips. Liu Shufen held it in her hand, feeling its weight. It's too precious. Just keep it, Tang Xueduan said. When I get to Baishui Commune, you must write me a letter. Liu Shufen blushed and nodded. Okay. The car started. Liu Shufen sat inside, looking back. Tang Xueduan stood by the roadside, waving to her. In the morning light, his figure was tall and steady, like a pine tree. The car turned a bend in the road and disappeared from sight. Liu Shufen clenched her pen tightly, feeling both happy and nervous. This goodbye might be the last time they see each other. Maybe forever. Baishui Commune was a bit richer than Dakingshan, but it was also more remote, near the border. When the medical team arrived, it was already evening. The commune leaders warmly welcomed them and arranged for everyone to stay at the commune guest house. The conditions were better than in Dakingshan. At least there was electric lighting, though the power was unstable and flickered. Liu Shufen and 2 other female team members shared a room. After a simple rest, she took out paper and a pen to write a letter to Tang Xueduan. What should she write? She held her pen, thought for a long time, and finally only wrote a few lines. Commander Tang, I have arrived safely at Baishui Commune. Everything here is fine. Don't worry. Your injury isn't fully healed. Remember to change your medicine on time. Don't overexert yourself. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Liu Shufen, May 8, 1973. After finishing, she read it over and felt it was too simple, but she didn't know what else to write. In this era, feelings were expressed subtly. She folded the letter and put it into an envelope. She planned to send it at the post office tomorrow. The next day, the medical team began free clinics at Baishui Commune. The villagers heard doctors had come and all came to see them. Liu Shufen and her team worked from morning till night, with no time even for meals. After 3 busy days, Liu Shufen finally found time to go to the post office and send her letter. The post office was small, with only 1 staff member. When they heard she was mailing a letter to the troops, the worker carefully checked the envelope, stamped it, and accepted it. How long will it take to arrive? Liu Shufen asked. The troops' mail is fast, about 7 or 8 days, the worker replied. But if it rains heavily and the roads are bad, it might take longer, 7 or 8 days. By then, Tang Xueduan might already be on his way to find her. Leaving the post office, Liu Shufen wandered around the streets of the commune. Although Baishui Commune is remote, its proximity to the border brings some special items to the market: imported fabrics, soap, candies, and various mountain products. Liu Shufen bought half a pound of fruit candies to share with her team members. She also saw a piece of blue fabric with white flowers. It was soft and simple, perfect for making clothes. She checked the money in her pocket. Besides the 10 yuan her father gave her, she had some subsidy from the medical team, totaling over 20 yuan. That was enough to buy the fabric. "Young lady, do you want to buy some fabric?" asked a middle-aged woman with an accent, speaking standard Mandarin. "How much is this fabric per foot?" 3.5 mao. No need for a fabric ticket. No fabric ticket. That was rare. Liu Shufen was tempted. She calculated that making a dress would need about 7 feet of fabric, costing 2 yuan and 45 mao. "Please cut me 7 feet. "Sure." The woman quickly measured and cut the fabric. As she carried the fabric back, Liu Shufen thought to herself, She could make a jacket for her mother, and the leftover pieces could be sewn into a school bag for Muhan. When she saw Tang Xueduan, she would ask what pattern he liked, and next time, she would make one for him too. Suddenly, she heard noise ahead. A group of people was gathered at the commune gate, apparently arguing. Liu Shufen went over to see. It was some villagers arguing with a barefoot doctor. "Dr. Zhao, the medicine you gave me didn't work. My mother's condition is getting worse." "Exactly. My father too. After taking your medicine, he vomited and had diarrhea." The person in the middle was Zhao Dafu. He looked red-faced and stammered, "The medicine. The medicine was issued by the health center. How could there be a problem? How is there no problem? Look for yourself." A man pulled out several packets of medicine and threw them on the ground. "This medicine is moldy." Liu Shufen squatted down and picked up a packet to examine it. It was indeed moldy. Poor storage caused the medicine to become damp and spoiled. Not only would it be ineffective, but it could also be toxic. She stood up. "Dr. Zhao, this medicine really can't be used anymore." Zhao Dafu looked at her, his face turning even worse. "Liu Shufen, this has nothing to do with you. How is it not my business?" Liu Shufen said calmly. "I am part of the medical team. When I see a problem, I have to speak up." She turned to the villagers. "Everyone, these moldy medicines are not safe to take. You all take the remaining items, and I will exchange them for good ones."
Who are you? Someone asked.
"I am Liu Shufen, the barefoot doctor from Lijiaku." "Liu Shufen?" An old man's eyes lit up. "Are you the young doctor who cured Wang Taidan?" "Yes, that's me." "Oh, young Dr. Liu," the old man said excitedly. "I've heard of you. Your medical skills are excellent." The villagers immediately gathered around Liu Shufen, talking about their illnesses. Liu Shufen listened patiently, gave each of them a new diagnosis, prescribed new medicines, and shared her herbs with them. Zhao Dafu was left standing aside, his face dark and angry. When the villagers left, he walked up to Liu Shufen, grinding his teeth. "Liu Shufen, are you deliberately opposing me?" "Dr. Zhao, I am doing this for the patients," Liu Shufen replied. "It's true that the herbs are moldy, and you can't deny it. How do you know anything?" Zhao Dafu lowered his voice. These medicines were approved by the health station. If you say otherwise, you're insulting the health station." Liu Shufen understood what he meant. To save money, Zhao Dafu used damp herbs or inferior ones. She had heard of such things before. Some barefoot doctors used poor-quality herbs to make extra money by fooling villagers. "Dr. Zhao," she said seriously, "as a healer, your conscience is the most important. Using moldy medicine to treat people isn't saving lives, it's harming them. Zhao Dafu was furious and ashamed.
"Fine.
You're so high and mighty. Let's see how long you can feel proud," he stormed off. Liu Shufen shook her head and carried her cloth back to the guest house. She told Dr. Wang about what happened. Dr. Wang sighed. "Dr. Zhao. His medical skills are poor and his heart isn't right. But he has connections at the health station, so we can't do much about him. We can't just watch him harm people," Liu Shufen said. "Let's report it to Director Sun when we go back," Dr. Wang suggested. "We're on their turf now, so better not cause trouble." Liu Shufen nodded, but she had her own plans. That night, she entered the Linghu space. The herbs in her medicinal field were growing well. The Lingji mushrooms had grown to palm size, and ginseng was starting to look like a little person. She picked some common herbs, planning to secretly replace Zhao Dafu's poor-quality medicines tomorrow. By the spring of the spiritual pond, she took a few sips of water and felt her exhaustion disappear. Looking at everything around her, she felt much more at ease. With these supports, she was not afraid of Zhao Dafu causing trouble. After 2 more days, Tang Xueduan still hadn't come. Liu Shufen was a bit worried. She counted the days. He should have arrived by now. Could something have happened on the way? Or did his injury flare up again? She was restless and distracted even during her consultations. In the afternoon, she was treating a child when suddenly she heard the sound of a car outside. She ran out to see a military green jeep parked at the gate of a commune yard. Several people got out. Leading them was a middle-aged officer in a four-pocket military uniform, with shoulder epaulets showing he was a company commander. Behind him were two young officers, one of whom was Tang Xueduan. Liu Shufen's heart immediately tightened. Tang Xueduan saw her too and nodded slightly, but his expression was serious, without a smile. Did something happen? The company commander spoke with the commune leaders for a moment, then approached the medical team. "Who is Liu Shufen?" the commander asked. Liu Shufen stepped forward. "That's me." The commander looked her over and nodded. "I'm Tang Xueduan's company commander, surnamed Li. I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Is that okay?" Liu Shufen felt a little nervous. "Yes, that's fine." Commander Li said to Tang Xueduan, "Xueduan, you come too." The three of them entered an office in the commune. After closing the door, Li said straightforwardly, "Liu Shufen, someone has reported to the military that you and Xueduan have an improper relationship, and also that you are using your medical practice to hide illegal medicines." Liu Shufen was stunned. Tang Xueduan's face turned pale. "Commander, this is slander. Shufen is not like that." "Xueduan, stay calm." Li waved his hand. "Liu, tell me, what is your relationship with Xueduan?" Liu Shufen took a deep breath. Reporting to the commander, "I met Lieutenant Xueduan during a free clinic at Daqing Mountain. He was injured, and I treated him. Later, we developed feelings for each other and agreed to report our marriage after the mission was over." She spoke honestly and openly. Commander Li was a bit surprised. He thought the girl might deny or argue, but she was so straightforward. "And what about the illegal medicines? I use only legitimate medicinal ingredients. Some are traditional secret recipes, but I definitely do not have any prohibited items," Liu Shufen said. "If the company commander doesn't believe me, he can check my medicine box." Commander Li paused and said, "The report is very detailed. It mentions you have a miracle medicine that can bring people back to life. They suspect it might be an illegal product from abroad." Liu Shufen understood. It was the heart-saving pill. She had used it at Heishui Gully to save several people. At the time, many people saw her. "That's not a miracle medicine. It's a homemade heart-saving pill based on an old recipe," she explained. "The main ingredients are salvia, 3-7, musk, and others, all normal medicinal materials. Homemade." Commander Li frowned. "Do you have the qualification to make medicine?" "I'm a barefoot doctor. I can make some common medicines," Liu Shufen replied. "And this medicine is only for emergency use, never sold." Tang Xueduan interrupted, "Company commander, Shufen is very skilled. She has saved many villagers in Daqingshan. I can testify that she uses proper methods." Commander Li looked at Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen, then suddenly smiled. "You two do seem quite a good match." Both were stunned. "I've read the report. It's full of holes," Commander Li said. "But since someone reported it, we must investigate." "Comrade Liu, I need to check your medicine box just to follow procedure." "That's fine," Liu Shufen nodded. There was nothing illegal in her medicine box. The heart-saving pills were down to 3, and the rest were ordinary medicinal ingredients. After the inspection, Commander Li nodded. "No problem. But, Comrade Liu, be careful when making medicines in the future. It's best to register with the health clinic." "Yes, I understand. As for you and Xueduan," Commander Li looked at Tang Xueduan. "Xueduan is one of my soldiers. I trust his judgment. If you are sincere, just submit a report and I will approve it." Tang Xueduan was very happy. "Thank you, Company Commander." Liu Shufen also relaxed. "Thank you, Company Commander. Don't celebrate too early," Commander Li said seriously. "The investigation isn't over." "Xueduan, do you know who reported it?" Tang Xueduan shook his head. "No, I checked and the letter was sent from Baishui Commune," Commander Li said, looking at Liu Shufen. "Comrade Liu, have you offended anyone here?" Liu Shufen's mind flashed with Xiao Dafu's angry face.
Yes.
"The barefoot doctor Xiao Dafu from the commune resented me because I exposed him using moldy medicine." Captain Li nodded. "I will report this to the commune leaders. People like that are not suitable to be doctors." The issue was resolved. After seeing off Captain Li, Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen finally had a moment alone. "Sorry," Tang Xueduan said first, "for causing you trouble. It's not your fault. Liu Shufen shook her head. Someone was deliberately trying to cause problems. Don't worry, the captain will handle it, Tang Xueduan said, holding her hand. Once this is over, I will report it. Okay? Liu Shufen looked at him. How is your injury? It's healed. Tang Xueduan pushed up his hair. The bandage was already removed, leaving a faint scar. The medicine you gave me worked well, no visible mark. That's good. They stood under the old locust tree in the commune yard, silent for a moment. The sunset was beautiful, with colorful clouds filling the sky. In the distance, the mountains stretched on, like a vivid painting. Liu Shufen, Tang Xueduan softly said, once I file the marriage report, I will take you to see my mother. She will definitely like you, okay? Liu Shufen's eyes filled with tears. In her previous life, she never met her mother-in-law before the wedding. After marrying in, her mother-in-law took good care of her, often saying it was hard for her to raise the children alone and that the Tang family owed her. When Tang Xueduan passed away, her mother-in-law fainted from grief several times and treated her even better. In this life, she was determined to take good care of her elders. Also, Tang Xueduan took something from his pocket. This is for you. It was a red 5-pointed star, as if taken from a military cap. This was worn when I joined the army for 6 years, he said. I give it to you as a token of our promise. Liu Shufen took it, holding it in her palm. The star still carried his warmth. I don't have any valuable things to give you, she thought for a moment, then took a red string from her neck, with a small jade gourd pendant attached. It was a fake, made to resemble a real gourd, carved from ordinary nephrite, not worth much, but finely crafted. This was given to me by my mother for protection, she said, placing it on Tang Xueduan. You wear it and don't take it off. Tang Xueduan gently touched the jade gourd on his chest and nodded seriously. Okay, I will never take it off in my life. The evening breeze blew, and the acacia flowers fell like gentle snow. The two looked at each other and smiled. In this moment, life was peaceful and beautiful. They stayed at Baishui commune for 3 more days, and the medical team's task was complete. During these days, Tang Xueduan stayed close to Liu Shufen. He helped keep order, carried medicine, and sometimes went with Liu Shufen on medical visits to treat and help people. Liu Shufen's medical skills amazed him. Whether it was difficult cases or sudden emergencies, she handled them calmly and cured the patients. The villagers were grateful and called her Little Liu Bodhisattva. You are really amazing, Tang Xueduan said on the way back from a medical visit. Liu Shufen smiled and said, I just did what I was supposed to do. No, Tang Xueduan looked at her seriously. You truly want to help people, not for fame or profit. I've met many doctors, but few like you. Liu Shufen felt warm inside. In her past life, someone had said similar words after she cured an elderly, lonely person. The old man held her hand and said, Young lady, you have a kind heart like a bodhisattva. But in her past life, her medical skills were not good enough, and she didn't have the qualifications to practice medicine, so she never saved anyone as a doctor again. But when Tang Xueduan said those words, it felt very different. Xueduan, she called his name for the first time. If I continue practicing medicine in the future, will you support me? Of course I will, Tang Xueduan said without hesitation. If you have the ability, you should use it to help more people. When I return to the army, I'll see if I can arrange for you to study at the military hospital or become a health worker. Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. Really? I'll try, Tang Xueduan said. But first we need to get married, then you can follow the army. When they mentioned marriage, both felt a little shy. In this era, love and marriage were subtle and reserved. They were already quite bold to talk about it openly. After I go back, I'll report it, Tang Xueduan said. Probably in about a month, I'll have news. Then I'll come to propose to you. Liu Shufen nodded. My father and mother might find it a bit hard to accept. Especially her father, who in her past life didn't agree with her marrying a soldier, thinking it was too hard. I will talk to them, he said. Tang Xueduan said, with my sincerity. Liu Shufen believed in him. Tang Xueduan is such a person, honest and steady. Once he makes a decision, he will stick to it. The return date has arrived. The medical team is going back to the county town, and Tang Xueduan is also taking new soldiers back to the army. The night before their departure, they sat on a hillside outside the commune for a long time. The stars were bright, like scattered diamonds on velvet. In the distance, fireflies danced, their green lights flickering like a dream. "Tomorrow we will part ways," Tang Xueduan said. "Yes," Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. "Take good care of yourself." "Is the border area dangerous?" "Not dangerous," Tang Xueduan said casually. "Just training and patrols. Don't worry." Liu Shufen knew he was comforting her. The border of Yun province in the 1970s was not very peaceful. But she couldn't say much. "Here, this is for you." She took out a small porcelain bottle from her medicine box. "It's a hemostatic powder I made. Very effective. And these few heart-saving pills, they can save your life in an emergency." Tang Xueduan took it and held it in his hand. "Thank you." Also, Liu Shufen reached into her clothes and took out a pair of insoles. "I made these in the past few days. Put them in your shoes. It will make walking more comfortable." The insoles were made of coarse cloth, with fine stitches, embroidered with simple cloud patterns. Tang Xueduan was so touched he couldn't speak. This girl, she cares about him deep in her heart. "Shufen," he held her hand. "Wait for me. At most 3 months, I will come to ask for your hand. I'll wait for you." The next morning, 2 vehicles headed in different directions. Liu Shufen sat in the medical team's truck, looking back. Tang Xueduan stood beside the jeep, waving to her. In the morning light, his figure grew smaller and eventually disappeared at the end of the road. She clenched the 5-pointed star badge on her chest, feeling both reluctant and hopeful. 3 months. In 3 months, they can be together openly and happily. The return trip seemed shorter than the journey there. Liu Shufen was eager to go home. She wanted to tell her father and mother that she had found the person she wanted to marry. The medical team first returned to the county hospital to report their work. Director Sun listened to everyone's reports and especially praised Liu Shufen. Xiao Lu performed very well this time, saving many critically ill patients. The County Health Bureau decided to award her a certificate for Outstanding Barefoot Doctor and also gave her 20 yuan as a bonus. Everyone clapped and congratulated her. Liu Shufen received the certificate and bonus, feeling very happy inside. It's not about the money, it's about recognition. With this award, she felt more confident when talking to her father about marriage plans. After reporting her work, the medical team disbanded, and everyone went home. Liu Shufen got on the bus back to Lijiaku. The bus was old, shaky, and stopped often. On the way, villagers got on and off, carrying baskets and holding chickens and ducks, making the scene lively. Liu Shufen leaned against the window, watching the scenery outside. The closer she got to home, the faster her heart beat. She didn't know how her parents would react, especially her stubborn father. In the evening, the bus arrived at Lijiaku. Liu Shufen carried her luggage and got off, immediately seeing her mother waiting at the village entrance. Bai Huizhen looked a bit thinner, but was in good spirits. Seeing her daughter, her eyes immediately filled with tears. "Shufen, you're back, Mom." Liu Shufen ran over and hugged her mother. They embraced and cried together. "You've lost weight, and your skin is darker." Bai Huizhen touched her daughter's face. "You must have had a hard time outside." "No, I am fine." Liu Shufen wiped her tears. "Mom, how is your health?" "I'm fine. I'm doing well." Bai Huizhen held her daughter's hand. "Come on, let's go home. Your father has cooked something delicious. He's waiting for you." On the way home, villagers greeted Liu Shufen. "Shufen is back." "Little Liu doctor, I heard you won an award." "That's amazing," Liu Shufen responded with a smile. They reached home. It was still the same simple mud brick house, but there were a few flower pots in the yard, blooming brightly. The smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Liu Laoshuan was squatting at the door smoking. When he saw his daughter, he stood up and took her luggage. "You're back," he said quietly. "Yes, Dad, I'm back." Liu Muhan ran out from inside the house. "Sister." He had grown taller in nearly a month, looking like a young man. "Muhan," Liu Shufen patted his shoulder. How's your studies? Third in the class, Muhan proudly said. Good job. The family went inside to eat. The meal was rich. Smoked meat stir-fried with garlic sprouts, eggs with chives, sour vegetable and potato soup, and white rice. This kind of feast is usually only seen during the New Year in the countryside. Father, what day is it today? Liu Shufen asked. You're back, and that's a good day, Liu Laoshun said warmly, rare for him. Liu Shufen's nose tingled. Father has changed, he really has. During dinner, she shared her experiences from going out, told about saving someone and about winning an award. Her parents listened carefully, their eyes full of pride. My daughter is promising, Bai Huizhen wiped her tears. Liu Laoshun ate quietly, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, the family sat in the main room drinking tea. Liu Shufen knew it was time to talk about serious matters. Father, mother, she took a deep breath. I have something to tell you. What is it? Bai Huizhen asked. I met someone and I want to marry him. The room fell silent. Liu Laoshun put down his pipe and looked at his daughter. Who? His name is Tang Xueduan. He's a platoon leader from Tongjia camp next door, Liu Shufen said calmly. We met at the medical team. He was injured, and I treated him. Later, we liked each other, and we agreed to marry after the mission ends. Bai Huizhen was stunned. Liu Laoshuan's face darkened. A soldier? Yes. No way, Liu Laoshun slammed the table. What's so good about soldiers? They can't come home all year. If you marry him, you'll be a widow. Father, I'm not afraid of hardship, Liu Shufen said. Xueduan is a good person, honest, responsible, and kind to me. He will treat me well. Treat you well? Just words. Who doesn't say that? Liu Laoshun stood up. I tell you, I don't agree. You better forget about it. Father, stop talking. Liu Laoshun turned and walked out. This matter is not up for discussion, he left. Bai Huizhen sighed and took her daughter's hand. Shufen, your father is just thinking of you. Being a military wife is indeed hard. I've been through it myself, I understand. Liu Shufen knew she was talking about her grandfather. My grandfather was also a soldier and passed away early, leaving my grandmother to raise my mother and my uncle. Eventually, they ended up here. Mother, I understand hardship, she said, holding her mother's hand. But joining the army is different. He promised me he would treat me well and let me continue practicing medicine. Mother, I want to marry him. Seeing her daughter's determined look, Bai Huizhen's heart softened. Are you really sure about this? Yes, I'm sure. Then, Bai Huizhen hesitated. After your father calms down, I will talk to him. But you must promise me, don't argue with him. I promise. That night, Liu Shufen lay in bed, unable to sleep. She knew her father would oppose, but she didn't expect such a strong reaction. It was the same in her past life. Her father didn't agree with her marrying Tang Xueduan, thinking soldiers were not successful. Later, Tang Xueduan came to their home himself, showed his determination, and asked a matchmaker to arrange a marriage. Only then did her father reluctantly agree. This time, she had to find a way to persuade her father. Just as she was thinking, the door opened gently. It was her mother. Shufen, are you asleep? Not yet, mother. Bai Huizhen sat by her bed, touching her daughter's hair. Tell me about Tang Xueduan. What kind of person is he? Liu Shufen sat up, leaning on her mother, and softly spoke about Tang Xueduan, his honesty, his sense of responsibility, his gentleness, his bravery in saving people during a flood, his promises to her. Bai Huizhen listened quietly. Mother, Liu Shufen finished and asked, do you think someone like him is worth marrying? Bai Huizhen was silent for a long time before saying, yes, he is. She held her daughter's hand. Shufen, the biggest regret of my life is not marrying the right person. Your grandfather passed away early, and your father. Sigh. I don't want you to follow my old path. Xueduan won't, Liu Shufen said firmly. He will treat me well. I believe you, Bai Huizhen said. But your father? That will take time. He's stubborn, but his heart isn't bad. Give him some time, okay? Also, Bai Huizhen took a cloth bag from her bosom. This is for you. Liu Shufen opened it, revealing a pair of old silver bracelets, shiny despite their age. This was my dowry from your grandmother, Bai Huizhen said. I wanted to give it to you when you got married.
Now.
I give it to you first. If the marriage is truly decided, then the dowry should be arranged. Liu Shufen's tears fell. Mother, don't cry. Bai Huizhen wiped her daughter's tears. My girl has grown up and is going to get married. I'm happy. Mother and daughter embraced and cried together. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle. Liu Shufen held her silver bracelet, feeling more determined. In this life, she must be happy. For herself and for the person she loves. In the following days, Liu's family was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Old Liu was strongly against his daughter marrying a soldier. He kept a stern face and said nothing. Liu Shufen tried to talk to him several times, but he always replied, no discussion. Bai Huizhen was caught in the middle, feeling torn. She understood her daughter's choice and also knew her husband's worries. She tried to mediate, but it didn't help much. Lu Muhan supported his sister. Big sister, I heard soldiers are very impressive. Commander Tang must be a hero. Kids don't understand anything, old Lu scolded, glaring at his son. Eat your meal. Muhan stuck out his tongue and dared not speak. Liu Shufen knew that this deadlock couldn't go on. She had to show her father how good Tang Xueduan was, not just tell him. In 1973, in the remote border area of Yun Province, autumn arrived unusually early. Summer had just passed, but the air was already thick with fall. Liu Shufen stood by the earthen wall of her yard, looking at the winding dirt road in the distance. She had returned 2 months ago. During these 2 months, she and her father had been at odds, unable to convince each other. A few days ago, she received a letter from Tang Xueduan saying he would come to propose marriage on July 26th. But she hadn't convinced old Liu. She suggested that Tang Xueduan bring the matchmaker in the afternoon for a first meeting. Even more strange was the Guo family. Maybe her reputation had spread, or perhaps their family was completely out of options. After agreeing to do Yunjin's marriage, they even asked someone to come and see Liu's family. Old Liu surprisingly agreed. So, Liu Shufen and old Liu reached an understanding. Both families would meet for the match. Old Liu wanted the Guo family to come in the morning and Tang Xueduan in the afternoon, which suited Liu Shufen perfectly. Today, July 26, 1973, was the day Liu Shufen was to meet the suitors. The sky was not fully bright yet, and Lijiaku was still covered in thin morning fog. However, Liu Shufen had already woken up. She lay on a hard bed, staring at the ceiling covered with old newspaper. The roof had leaked a few times, and the water stains looked like an abstract map. She had looked at it for over 10 years, and every line was so familiar she could draw it with her eyes closed. According to her memories from her previous life, matchmaker Wang An would bring Tang Xueduan and another suitor, Guo Qingdong, to Lijiaku at the same time. The two groups would arrive one after the other, just a short while apart, one to see her, and the other to see Du Yunjin. But in this life, Guo's family and Du Yunjin had already met, and Tang Xueduan was already engaged to her, so he wouldn't go to see Du's family again. Today, both were coming to see her. She had already planned ahead, convincing her parents to accept the idea of 2 separate visits, Guo's family in the morning and Tang's family in the afternoon. This way, she would have enough time to prepare. Shufen, what are you daydreaming about? Bai Huizhen came out of the kitchen, holding a wooden basin. Hurry up and change your clothes. Guo's family will arrive soon. Liu Shufen turned to look at her mother. After nearly half a year of careful care, Bai Huizhen's lung illness had healed. Though still thin, her face had color again, and her eyes looked brighter. The nourishing spring water and Liu Shufen's carefully prepared medicine had brought this woman, once given a death sentence, back to life. Mom, I really don't want to see Guo's family, Liu Shufen said as she took the basin and helped her mother hang up clothes. Bai Huizhen sighed. I know you're not happy about it, but your father took the deposit from Guo's family, 5 yuan. If you don't see them, the money will have to be returned, and your father can't bear to lose it. 5 yuan. So that's it. In the rural areas of 1973, 5 yuan could buy 40 jin of rice or 2 good sets of clothes. Liu Shufen, who loved drinking, probably had already exchanged that money for alcohol and drank it all. He wouldn't be able to give it to her now. I understand, Liu Shufen said calmly.
Don't worry, Mom.
I have a way. She really did. In her previous life, the matter between Xueduan and Du Yunjin was something she was passively involved in. This time, she wanted to actively make it happen, not by sacrificing herself, but by helping those two naturally come together. White Huizhen looked at her daughter with both pride and doubt. You have big ideas and courage. But marriage is not a game. You need to think carefully. I think it through clearly, Liu Shufen said, holding her mother's hand. Mom, trust me. I will choose a good path for myself. Seeing her daughter's determined look, White Huizhen finally nodded. All right, I trust you. After a while, the door creaked open again. White Huizhen carried a rough ceramic bowl with steaming red sugar and eggs. This is a special treat in the countryside, usually too good to eat often. Eat it while it's hot, she said, placing the bowl on the small wooden table by the bed. Today is the day you meet your future, so stay in good spirits. Liu Shufen looked at her mother. Though she was only in her early 40s, her hair was already half white, and her face was marked with the hardships of life. Although her lung illness was cured with spiritual spring water and medicine, her body was still weak, and she would get short of breath if she stood too long. Mom, you should eat some too, Liu Shufen said, picking up a spoonful of egg and offering it to her mother. White Huizhen moved back. I won't eat. You eat. Today is your. Mom, I won't eat if you don't, Liu Shufen insisted, holding up the spoon. Her mother's eyes reddened, and she opened her mouth to eat. The egg was fragrant, and the syrup was sweet, but her heart felt bitter. Shufen, her mother sat down and took her daughter's hand. Today, you will meet the two families. The Guo family has good conditions. Guo Qingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative and eats government grain. The Tang family. They are soldiers, poor but honest. You. She paused, her voice lowering. You decide for yourself. I won't pressure you. As long as you're happy. Liu Shufen's nose stung with tears. In her previous life, her mother had said similar words, but back then, her mother was seriously ill and too weak to speak clearly. In this life, her mother was healthy and could see her marry. Mom, don't worry. I have a plan, she said, tightening her grip on her mother's hand. White Huizhen nodded and wiped her eyes. Then eat quickly and change into your clothes after. The Guo family will come first, so get ready. Liu Shufen looked at the red sugar eggs in the bowl, already planning her next steps. The Guo family was coming first, so she had to deal with them first. But she couldn't show too much favor. She needed to make them think she wasn't interested, but not too obvious, to avoid angering her father. She slowly ate the egg, her mind racing quickly. At the same time, the Du family was also busy. Du Yunjin looked at herself in the broken mirror at home again and again. Today, she was wearing new clothes, a floral-patterned shirt made of fine fabric and dark blue polyester pants, both sewn by her mother. Her hair was styled into 2 shiny, smooth braids, tied with red ribbons, and she had applied a bit of face cream, smelling nice. Yunjin, are you ready? Mother Du, Wang Kaifeng called from outside the door. We need to leave early to the Liu family so they don't wait. Coming. Du Yunjin looked at herself in the mirror again and smiled happily. Today, she wasn't going to just visit friends. She was going to cause some trouble. That dull girl, Liu Shufen. Why should she get to meet with both families? Guo Qingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative. Such good conditions. 2 months ago, he already agreed to her marriage. But then Liu Shufen spread her reputation as a little miracle doctor, and their families suddenly changed plans and went to meet with the Liu family. And Tang Xueduan, he also promised to visit her family before. Although poor, he was a platoon leader and might get a good job in the future. Guo's family had already agreed to her marriage, and she didn't know how to politely refuse Tang's family. But they came first, saying they wouldn't meet her, and then went to meet Liu Shufen instead.
Why?
What's wrong with her, Du Yunjin? Is she any less beautiful than Liu Shufen? Why does everything good go to Liu Shufen? She had already found out that today, both the Guo family and the Tang family would come at the same time. She wanted Guo Qingdong to see her clearly. She was more beautiful than Liu Shufen. She also wanted Tang Xueduan to notice her. As for Liu Shufen, she should marry a simple farmer and spend her whole life working in the fields. Mother, she asked as she stepped out of her room, should we bring something? Bring what? Wang Kaifeng glared at her. We're just going to visit, not to meet for marriage. Bringing things will only cause gossip. But it doesn't look good to go empty-handed.
Du Yunzhen muttered.
You don't understand. Wang Kaifeng lowered her voice. Today we need to be smart. You should speak less and observe more. If Guo's family or Tang's family take a liking to you, that's your luck. If not, we won't lose anything, just treat it as visiting relatives.
Du Yunzhen secretly smiled inside.
Her mother was thinking the same way as she was. After they finished preparing, the mother and daughter left the house. The morning fog hadn't cleared yet, and the road was damp. In the distance, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking could be heard, along with the greetings of villagers starting their day. Colorful Phoenix, where are you going so early? Someone asked. I'm going to Lu's house. Shufen is getting married today, so we're going to take a look, replied Wang Kaifeng with a smile. Oh, Yunjin is going too? You're dressed so nicely. People might think you're the bride. Yunjin blushed and said nothing.
Wang Kaifeng chukka.
This girl loves to dress up. Let's go. As they walked away, Wang Kaifeng whispered, Did you hear? Everyone can tell. You should tone it down today and not stand out too much. Got it, Yunjin replied, feeling even more proud inside. Even outsiders could see she was better than Shufen. Could those two men not notice? In Lu's yard, old Lu was squatting on the doorstep, smoking. Today, he wore a nearly new blue cloth jacket. Though patched, it was clean. His hair was combed with water, looking somewhat tidy. The dry tobacco pipe in his hand was his only respectable possession, and the copper tobacco box was polished shiny. Her father stopped smoking. When guests arrive, it will smell too strong. Bai Huijin came out of the kitchen, holding a basin of water. Old Lu nodded, but didn't put out his pipe. Instead, he took 2 deep puffs. When will the Guo family arrive? They said early, so probably soon, Bai Huijin replied. Her father, when they come, be polite. After all, it's Shufen's lifelong event. I know. Old Lu interrupted her. I'm not a child anymore. Bai Huijin didn't say anything, and went to water the few potted plants in the yard. Those were medicinal herbs Shufen had planted, Panax nodo ginseng, Rehmannia, dendrobium, growing lush and green. Old Lu looked at the herbs with complicated feelings. He knew his daughter was capable, knew medicine, and could earn money. But she was still his daughter, and she needed to get married. Marrying well was her blessing and also the family's face. If she married poorly, he didn't dare think about it. The Guo family was well off. Guo Qingdong worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, and when Shufen married him, she would become a city person, no longer working in the fields. The Tang family. Although poor, Tang Xueduan was a platoon leader and an official. He could be assigned a job after transferring. Both families were good choices. But old Lu's heart leaned more toward the Guo family. Not for anything else, but because they agreed to give 50 yuan in bride money and a bicycle. With these, my son Muhan has enough money to get married. He knows that thinking this way might upset his daughter. But what can he do? Their family is poor, and since his son needs to carry on the family line, he can't ignore his son's future. Ah, he sighs deeply. Dad, why are you sighing? Liu Shufen comes out of the house. Today, she wears an old blue cloth jacket, washed so it looks faded, with patched cuffs. Her hair is braided into a single plait, tied with a red ribbon. Her face is clean and simple, with no makeup. She looks pure and neat, like a mountain flower after rain, pretty but not flashy. Lao Xuan looks at her and frowns. You're just wearing this. What's wrong? Liu Shufen looks down. It's clean. Today is the day for your matchmaking. Wearing something so old, people might think we're very poor, Lao Xuan complains. Dad, our family isn't wealthy, Liu Shufen says calmly. If they only care about our poverty, then maybe this marriage isn't meant to be. Liu Shufen is speechless. Bai Huizhen steps in to smooth things over.
Dad, Shufen is right.
We are who we are. We don't pretend to be rich or poor. Those who truly want to marry won't care about these things. Liu Shufen snorts, but says nothing. Liu Shufen walks into the yard to water the herbs. She gently touches the leaves of the panax plant, feeling the medicinal energy flowing through the veins. This is her talent and her confidence. With her medical skills, she doesn't need to marry to change her fate. But she needs Tang Xueduan, the man who gave her warmth in her past life, the benefactor who can change her destiny. Today, she must make her father and mother see Tang Xueduan and choose him. As for the Guo family and Du Yunjin, she has her own ways to deal with them. At this moment, Liu Shuan's voice calls from outside the yard. Shufen, the Guo family is here. Come out quickly. She steps outside, and a few people are already in the yard. Leading them is a man in his 50s, wearing a gray patterned shirt. His hair is neatly combed and shiny. He carries a net bag with 2 jars of canned food and a bag of brown sugar. This is Guo Youfu, the father of Guo Qingdong, the accountant at the local supply and marketing cooperative. He is a well-known figure in the village. Next to her stands a chubby middle-aged woman, Guo Qingdong's mother, Wang Suihua. She wears a dark blue polyester jacket, her hair tied in a bun at the back of her head, and has a layer of snow-white cream on her face, making her look a bit frightening. She wears a forced smile. Beside her is Guo Qingdong himself. 21-year-old Guo Qingdong is not tall but has a fair complexion. He wears a brand new blue work uniform, an outfit from the supply and marketing cooperative, which is rare in the countryside. His hair is slicked with hair oil and combed carefully, just like when he visited Du Yunjin's house. The difference is he is also carrying something, a piece of pork tied with a grass rope, weighing at least 3 jin. When Liu Shufen comes out, Guo Qingdong's eyes light up, but he quickly frowns. Liu Shufen's outfit today is too plain. It looks so plain that she seems more like someone just finished working in the fields than a girl coming to meet someone. Liu Shuan quickly steps forward. Guo accountant. Guo's sister-in-law. You're here. Come inside and sit. Old Liu, you're too polite. Guo Youfu smiles, but his eyes scan the yard. He is checking Liu's family situation. The brick house is old but tidy. The yard isn't big but clean, with some flowers and plants growing. It looks like a family that knows how to live well. Is this Qingdong? He's grown so tall. Liu Shuan looks at Guo Qingdong. Guo Qingdong straightens his chest. Hello, Uncle Liu. Good. Come inside. Everyone enters the main room. Bai Huizhen brings tea, and Liu Shufen follows behind, lowering her head, looking shy. Guo Youfu and Wang Suihua sit down, while Guo Qingdong stands behind his parents, but keeps glancing at Liu Shufen. Today, Liu Shufen's outfit is very simple. So simple that it looks a bit old-fashioned. Guo Qingdong feels a little disappointed. He imagined his match to be wearing new clothes and looking pretty, at least like Du Yunjin. But the Liu Shufen in front of him, not only is her clothes old, even her hair tie is used. Shufen, pour tea for the guests, Bai Huizhen says. Liu Shufen responds with a soft tone, picks up the teapot, and pours tea. She deliberately acts clumsy, and when pouring, her hand trembles, spilling some tea on the table. Oh no! She whispers, quickly wiping it with her sleeve. Wang Suihua's eyebrows immediately furrow. This girl, why is she so clumsy? It's okay. Bai Huizhen quickly took the teapot. Shufen, go check the fire in the kitchen. Liu Shufen lowered her head and left. Guo Youfu took a sip of tea and spoke. Old Liu, we're straightforward people, so let's not beat around the bush. Today we're here about the marriage of our 2 children. Yes, old Liu nodded repeatedly. Our son Qingdong is doing well at the supply and marketing cooperative. The leaders praise him for being clever. Guo Youfu began to boast about his son. Recently, he was named an outstanding worker and received a hot water bottle as a reward. Oh, an outstanding worker. That's impressive. Old Liu nodded in agreement. Guo Qingdong smiled proudly. So, our family doesn't have high demands. Guoyofu shifted the topic. For the girl, she needs to be diligent, sensible, and able to bear children. As for family background, we're not picky, as long as she's honest. He spoke nicely, but his tone carried a sense of superiority. Old Liu noticed, but didn't mind. Since their conditions were good, a bit of pride was natural. Our Shufen hasn't gone to school for long, but she's diligent, sensible, and good at washing clothes and cooking, he said. She's healthy too, never been seriously ill since she was young. Really? Wang Xuehua spoke up sharply. But I just saw Shufen and she seemed a bit dull? She even spilled her tea. Bai Huizhen's heart tightened. She quickly said, the child was nervous. She's not usually like that. Wang Xuehua frowned. Old Liu, your Shufen looks a bit thin. Is she not feeling well? No. Old Liu hurried to say. Shufen is strong. She can do any work. Washing clothes, cooking, feeding pigs, raising chickens. She's capable. Really? Wang Xuehua looked at Liu Shufen again. But with that build, can she bear children? Our family wants to continue the family line. Her words were straightforward and harsh. When Liu Shufen returned from checking the fire, she secretly sneered inside but pretended to be shy, shrinking back behind her mother. Bai Huizhen's face looked unhappy, but she held back from reacting. Sister-in-law Gua, the child is still young. She hasn't grown up yet. 18 is still young. Wang Xuehua curled her lips. When Qingdong was her age, he could carry 100 jin of grain. Gua Qingdong had been silent, his eyes shifting back and forth on Liu Shufen. He admitted that Liu Shufen looked delicate, but she was too thin, with a flat chest and a small backside, not like someone good at having children. She also dressed very plainly, which was embarrassing to show off outside, unlike Yunjin. However, she had the nickname Little Doctor, which could help the Gua family. Father, mother, he whispered, maybe. We should look again. Guoyofu glared at his son. Look at what? We've already come. Hearing his son's words, Wang Xuehua's eyebrows furrowed even more, but since she might still need to rely on him in the future, she didn't show her doubts openly. She just wondered if Liu Shufen really had those skills. Guoyofu got straight to the point. Old Liu, let's be honest. My son Qingdong works at the supply and marketing cooperative, earning a proper wage. If Liu Shufen marries in, she'll be a city person and won't need to farm anymore. This is a good deal. No one else around 10 miles can match it. Yes, the accountant Gua is right. Liu Laoshun nodded repeatedly. So, our demands aren't high, Guoyofu continued. For the bride price, follow the rules, 50 yuan and a bicycle. For the dowry you can decide, but at least 4 new quilts and 4 sets of new clothes. That's the minimum, for new quilts. 4 new outfits. And that's just for the groom's side. What about the bride's clothes? Liu Laoshun gasped in surprise. This dowry was a huge amount in Liu's village. But thinking that his daughter could marry into the city, he felt it was worth it. Liu Shufen sneered nearby. The bride price for Du Yunjin was 80 yuan and a bicycle. That must mean they looked down on her. But if they looked down on her, why did they come to see her? Could it be that the Gua family was in trouble? Were they trying to make her a scapegoat? That's right, Liu Laoshun said. It's about the cloth tickets for making clothes and quilts. I'll get the tickets. Guoyofu waved his hand. Just prepare the money. Liu Laoshun looked worried. He could manage to gather the money for cloth, but cloth tickets were rare and hard to buy, even with money. And also, Wang Xuehua added, if Shufen marries in, she needs to learn the rules of the supply and marketing cooperative quickly. Our Gua family is a respectable family, and we cannot let others gossip about us. This clearly means that when Liu Shufen marries in, she must follow the rules of the Gua family. Liu Laoshuan's smile froze on his face. Although he was eager for the bride price from the Gua family, his daughter was still his own, and he didn't want her to suffer.
Well,
it depends on what the children want, he said vaguely. Look what you're saying. Wang Xuehua raised her voice. Marriage is a big matter, and parents make the decisions. Lao Liu, you wouldn't be so clueless, would you? The atmosphere immediately became tense. Liu Shufen stood to the side, lowering her head, twisting her fingers around her clothes. She knew very well that her father was already moved. 50 yuan and a bicycle were enough for him to marry off her younger brother Lu Muhan. In her past life, she was simply sold this way. Not this time. Liu Shufen quietly left the room, then soon returned carrying a plate of peanuts and melon seeds. Uncle Gua, Aunt Gua, please have some seeds, she said softly, lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. Wang Xuehua looked at her with even less satisfaction. Shufen, lift your head and let Auntie see. Liu Shufen slowly raised her head. Did she not wash her face today? Why does her face look so pale? Wang Xuehua wondered silently. Shufen, how old are you? Guiyofu asked. 18. Did you go to school? Yes, for 2 years.
But then
my mother got sick, so I stopped studying, Liu Shufen said even softer. Sick? Wang Xuehua became alert. What kind of illness? Lung. Tuberculosis, Liu Shufen timidly replied. But it's already cured.
The doctor said.
It won't be contagious anymore. Tuberculosis. Wang Xuehua and Guiyofu exchanged a shocked look. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. This disease is contagious. Even if cured, who knows if it will come back? Or if it can be inherited? While Wang Xuehua and Guiyofu hesitated, Liu Shufen looked up timidly and asked, Uncle Gua, Aunt Gua, may I say something? Everyone looked at her. Speak. Guiyofu nodded impatiently.
I
am not feeling very well, Liu Shufen whispered. Recently I was seriously ill. The doctor said. It might affect my ability to have children. When she said this, the main room fell silent. Wang Xuehua's face suddenly changed. What illness? Lung. Tuberculosis. Liu Shufen's voice grew quieter. But it's already cured, it's just worried about leaving a lingering problem. Again, tuberculosis. Her mother had tuberculosis, and now she did too. It seems tuberculosis is definitely contagious. Guiyofu and Wang Xuehua looked at each other, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Old Lu Xuan. Wang Xuehua stood up. What do you mean? Telling my son Qingdong he's sick? Do you want to ruin our Gua family's future? No, old Lu Xuan hurriedly said. Shufen's illness has long been cured. Truly cured. Even if it's cured, it doesn't matter. Wang Xuehua pulled her son. Qingdong, let's go. We won't talk about this marriage anymore. Gua Qingdong also panicked. Although he disliked Liu Shufen's plainness, he was more afraid of marrying someone who was sick. Tuberculosis. What if it spreads to him? Father, mother, let's go, he said, following his parents out. Old Liu Xuan tried to stop them, but Guiyofu pushed him away. Old Liu, let's forget about this today. We don't want the deposit anymore, just take it as a lesson. After saying that, the family of 3 left without looking back. In the yard, old Liu Xuan stomped his feet in anger. Shufen, what nonsense are you talking? Where did you get tuberculosis? Liu Shufen calmly replied, Father, if I didn't say I was sick, would they have left so easily? You. Old Liu Xuan pointed at his daughter, speechless for a moment. Bai Huizhen sighed. Dad, forget it. The Gua family is that kind of family. If Shufen married into them, she'd just suffer. Better to back out. What's good about backing out? Old Liu Xuan shouted. 50 yuan. A bicycle. All gone. Everything's lost. He squatted on the doorstep, holding his head, as if he had lost his soul. Liu Shufen walked over softly. Father, there's still another appointment this afternoon. Old Liu Xuan looked up, his eyes red. This afternoon? Who is it? It's a soldier, named Tang Xueduan, Liu Shufen said. Introduced by Aunt Wang from Yunnan, a platoon leader in the army. A soldier? Old Liu Xuan frowned. What's so good about soldiers? They can't come home all year. Father, don't worry first. Liu Shufen crouched in front of him. I've checked on Tang Xueduan. He's a good person, honest, capable. Moreover, he is an official with a stipend, and in the future, he can be assigned a job after transferring. So what? Still just a poor soldier. Lu Laoxian said dismissively. Father, trust me this once. Liu Shufen looked into her father's eyes. Tang Xueduan is my benefactor. As long as I marry him, Our family will get better and better. Her eyes were so firm that Lu Laoxian was a little shaken. How do you know that? I just know. Liu Shufen stood up. Father, you don't need to say anything this afternoon. Just watch. If Tang Xueduan is a good person, just nod. If not, I will follow your decision. Lu Laoxian looked at her, sighed after a long pause. Fine, do as you wish. Liu Shufen felt relieved. She had passed the first test. Just after noon, the Du family mother and daughter arrived.
One Confronting, shooting, Guilan.
Old Liu, we're here to boost Shufen's confidence. Bai Huizhen came out to greet her. Kaifeng is here, come inside and sit. Du Yunjin followed her mother, scanning the yard. She didn't see anyone from the Guo family and felt secretly happy. It seemed the Guo family had already left, and it looked like they didn't reach an agreement. Where is Shufen? She asked. She's inside, Bai Huizhen replied. Yunjin, go talk to her. She's a bit nervous. Okay. Du Yunjin was eager to have a chance to talk to Liu Shufen alone. She went into Liu Shufen's room and closed the door. Liu Shufen was sitting on the bed mending clothes. When she saw her, she looked up. Yunjin is here. Shufen. Du Yunjin sat beside her, affectionately linking her arm. Did the Guo family leave? Yes. How is it? Did they like you? Liu Shufen shook her head.
No.
I said I had tuberculosis, and they were scared away. Du Yunjin was secretly pleased but pretended to be surprised.
Oh.
How can you say that? Such a good match. What's so good about it? Liu Shufen put down her needlework. That kind of Guo family, I can't afford to marry into it. By the way, didn't you already agree before? Why? I don't know, Du Yunjin echoed. Guo Qingdong has a good job, but he's not very nice and likes to drink. My parents said if I married him, I would suffer. She paused, lowering her voice. Sister Shufen, I heard. Someone in the army is coming this afternoon. Yes, his name is Tang Xueduan. Being in the army is really hard. Du Yunjin began her plan. My father says soldiers are poor, gone for years, leaving women at home to manage alone. Plus, the border area isn't safe, just in case. She didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. Liu Shufen sneered inwardly. In her past life, Du Yunjin also said the same, which made her nervous and afraid of military marriages. Later, after the incident with Du Yunjin and Guo Qingdong, when Tang Xueduan asked for her opinion, she hesitated. As a result, just after they married, Tang Xueduan didn't even spend the night with her and went back to the army. In this life, she wouldn't be fooled again. Serving in the army to protect the country is a noble thing, Liu Shufen said. It's tough, but honorable. Du Yunjin was stunned. This answer was different from what she expected.
But
being a soldier's wife is really hard, she continued, stirring the pot. My cousin married a soldier, and he only comes home once every 3 years. She has to handle everything herself, aging 10 years in the process. That's just bad luck for your cousin, Liu Shufen said calmly. I heard Tang Xueduan is a good person, a platoon leader, with good benefits. When he retires, he might even get a job. Du Yunjin felt more anxious. Why was Liu Shufen so unshakable? She needed to add more fuel. Sister Shufen, I'm not trying to scare you. She leaned in closer. I heard that Tang Xueduan's family is very poor, the poorest in Tangjia camp. He joined the army just to get by, and who knows what will happen in the future. Don't be fooled by the matchmaker. Liu Shufen looked at her and suddenly asked, Yunjin, do you also like Tang Xueduan? Du Yunjin blushed.
you.
What are you talking about? I see you dressed so beautifully today, not just to keep me company, but almost like you're here to see him, Liu Shufen said directly. If you really like Tang Xueduan, I can give him to you. Her words were too straightforward, catching Du Yunjin off guard.
I
don't, she stammered. That's good, Liu Shufen smiled. Then today, just stay with me and don't say anything silly. Du Yunjin felt uneasy as she watched her. She sensed that today Liu Shufen was different from usual. Usually, Liu Shufen was gentle, shy, and spoke little. Today, Liu Shufen had sharp eyes and spoke confidently, as if she was a different person.
I
need to help my mother with chores, she said, making an excuse and quickly leaving. Liu Shufen looked at her back and sneered coldly. Trying to compete with her for Tang Xueduan? Du Yunjin is not qualified. In the afternoon, when the sun was setting, matchmaker Wang Ant brought Tang Xueduan to the house. Liu Shufen was already waiting in the yard. This time, she wore a new outfit, still a blue cloth jacket, but it was semi-new, washed clean and neatly ironed. Her hair was combed and braided into a thick black plait hanging in front of her chest, tied with a red ribbon. She had applied some face cream, giving her a light, pleasant scent. She also wore a pair of silver earrings her mother gave her. The earrings were old but polished shining softly in the sunlight, along with the red five-pointed star Tang Xueduan gave her. She wanted Tang Xueduan to see a clean, neat, and spirited girl at first glance. From afar, she saw that familiar figure. 22-year-old Tang Xueduan, dressed in a faded military uniform, without a hat, showing his short crew cut. He was tall, broad-shouldered, straight-backed, walking with a steady step, carrying the confident rhythm of a soldier. The sunlight highlighted his strong features, thick eyebrows, a straight nose, clear eyes. Liu Shufen's heart suddenly beat faster. Shufen, the guest has arrived, Bai Huizhen called from the kitchen. Liu Shufen turned and went into the kitchen, bringing out the prepared tea. At that moment, Wang Ant had already entered the yard with Tang Xueduan. Old Liu, Huizhen, are you home? Wang Ant called loudly as she entered. Liu Laosuan came out from the main room, smiling. Wang Ant is here. Come inside and sit. His gaze fell on Tang Xueduan, and he looked him over carefully. The young man was indeed spirited, standing straight, with a proper look, unlike Guilan, who was greasy and flashy. But he was too poor. His military uniform was washed out, with patches on the cuffs. Is this the company commander Tang? Liu Laosuan asked. Hello, Uncle Liu. Tang Xueduan saluted and said, I am Tang Xueduan, a platoon leader in a southern Yunnan unit. His voice was deep, gentle, and carried a reassuring strength. Liu Shufen came out carrying a tea tray and happened to hear these words. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the teacup gently clinked, making a clear sound. Tang Xueduan turned his head and looked at her. Their eyes met. Liu Shufen's heart skipped a beat. Tang Xueduan was also momentarily stunned. The Liu Shufen in front of him was different from the one he had seen before. Before, she appeared as a serious doctor who quickly helped people with their illnesses. Now, she looked more real and down-to-earth, an 18-year-old girl. She was not a delicate village girl, nor a rough farm girl. She stood straight, her eyes clear, confident but humble. She wore a blue cloth jacket that looked neat and tidy. Her silver earrings swayed gently with her movements, adding a touch of softness. The red five-pointed star on her chest made her look even more resilient. Shufen, this is platoon leader Tang, Wang Shun introduced. Xueduan, this is Liu Shufen. Liu Shufen stepped forward, placed the tea tray on the stone table, and poured a cup of tea for Tang Xueduan. Platoon leader Tang, please have some tea. Her voice was steady, not too loud or soft, clear and pleasant, serious and respectful. Tang Xueduan took the cup and said, Thank you. His hand was large, with long, slender fingers, prominent knuckles, and calluses on the palms from years of gun training. Liu Shufen looked at his hand, thinking of her past life. That hand had gently stroked her hair and had also held their child firmly. Just a few days ago, that hand had held hers and told her he wanted to marry her. Everyone don't stand around. Come inside and sit, Bai Huizhen called out. Everyone entered the main room. Du Yunjin also came in and sat beside Liu Shufen. She had dressed up specially today, and sitting next to the simple Liu Shufen made her look even more charming. Tang Xueduan glanced at her, nodded slightly as a greeting, then turned his gaze back to Liu Shufen. The Liu family's main room was very clean. Though simple, it was spotless. There was a portrait of Chairman Mao on the wall, below which was a square table and a few chairs. Liu Laosuan asked Tang Xueduan to sit in the main seat. Tang Xueduan declined, saying, Uncle Liu, you sit. I'll sit over here. He chose a seat near the door and sat up straight with his back very upright. Liu Shufen sat opposite him, separated by the table. She could clearly see his face, his eyes, and his every move. Aunt Wang began to explain. Xueduan is from Tang. He has been in the army in southern Yunnan for 6 years. Now he is a platoon leader with officer benefits. His 2 older brothers are married and have moved out, and his sister is also married. Only his mother is left at home. He is honest, capable, and performs very well in the army. He has even made achievements. Old Liu nodded silently, but said nothing. Bai Huizhen asked, how old is Lieutenant Tang? 22. In the army. Must be hard. Not hard. I serve the people. Tang Xueduan replied confidently. Liu Shufen's heart moved. In her past life, he also said the same. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he never complained, only saying, serve the people. Lieutenant Tang, Liu Shufen suddenly spoke. I heard there are many herbs in southern Yunnan? Tang Xueduan looked at her. Yes, there are many. The mountains there are full of medicinal herbs. Our military health team knows quite a few. For headaches or colds, they pick herbs themselves to treat. Really? Liu Shufen's eyes brightened. I also know a little about herbs. We have many medicinal plants here too. Sanqi, Tianma, Chonglu, they are all good medicines. Talking about herbs, she continued eagerly. The fulling in southern Yunnan is especially good, big and thick. And dendrobium, we call it huangqiao, but you call it hajia grass, right?
Tan su zun samai.
Yes, it's called hajia grass. The health team used to pick it, dry it, and brew it for tea. They say it's good for the throat. Dendrobium nourishes yin and clears heat, benefits the stomach, and produces saliva. It's really good for the throat, Liu Shufen nodded. But it's cold when raw, so people with weak stomachs should be careful. When she said this, not only Tang Xueduan but also Aunt Wang and Liu Laoshuan's couple were stunned. This girl knows so much? Du Yunjin sat nearby, feeling both anxious and angry. When did Liu Shufen learn all this? She's not just good at embroidery and cooking, right? The barefoot doctor was just a lucky find? How can she talk so knowledgeably about herbs? She couldn't let Liu Shufen steal the spotlight. This statement was sudden and clearly meant to cause trouble. Old Liu frowned. Bai Huizhen also looked upset. Tang Xueduan glanced at Du Yunjin and calmly said, joining the army is really hard, but also honorable. Army wives have it even harder. So, we soldiers should be proud to support them. His words were nice. They acknowledged the difficulty and showed respect for the wives. Du Yunjin was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Liu Shufen secretly smiled inside. Tang Xueduan is a straightforward and honest person. He doesn't avoid problems and remains humble. Captain Tang is right, she said. Army wives work hard, but it's honorable. Protecting our country and keeping the home safe is something to be proud of. Tang Xueduan looked at her with more admiration. Shufen, where did you learn all this? Wang Shan asked. From my mother, Liu Shufen replied. Her family used to be doctors, and they left some medical books. I read them whenever I have free time. She spoke casually, but Tang Xueduan's eyes changed. He thought, Shufen is so wise. Just a few simple words helped ease the awkwardness earlier. Comrade Liu Shufen, he asked seriously, are you interested in becoming a doctor? Yes, I am. I am already a barefoot doctor, Liu Shufen said without hesitation. I want to treat people and save lives. Our countryside lacks medical resources, and many people ignore small illnesses until they become serious. If someone knew a bit about medicine, they could help many. Her words touched Tang Xueduan deeply. During his years in the army, he had visited many remote areas and seen too many cases where lack of medical care worsened illnesses. Sometimes, a small wound got infected because it wasn't treated in time, leading to amputation or even death. You are right, he said, looking at Liu Shufen with admiration. The countryside really needs people who understand medicine. They talked about medicine, rural healthcare, and saving lives. Liu Shufen spoke confidently, with both theory and practical experience, of course, from her past life and her time with the medical team. She explained everything clearly. Tang Xueduan listened more and more with interest. Old Liu and Bai Huizhen listened nearby, feeling both surprised and proud. They knew their daughter was skilled in medicine, but they didn't realize she knew so much and could talk so easily with a platoon leader from the People's Liberation Army. Aunt Wang was also happy. It seemed like there was a good chance. Du Yunjin was anxious nearby. She couldn't join the conversation or understand the medical details. She could only watch as Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen talked more and more comfortably, feeling so angry her fingers almost clenched into fists. After about an hour of chatting, Liu Shufen suddenly stood up. Lieutenant Tang, I'll go add some more tea. She carried the teapot to the kitchen. Du Yunjin quickly followed her. She couldn't let Liu Shufen handle everything alone. Tang Xueduan watched Liu Shufen's back, feeling a strange sensation inside. This girl was like a mountain spring, clean, clear, and strong. Xueduan. Aunt Wang took the chance to say, Shufen is a good girl, right? Hardworking, sensible, and she knows medicine. If you marry her, your family won't have to worry about health issues anymore. Tang Xueduan smiled, but didn't say anything. They were just pretending for others. They had already decided to be together. Liu Shufen was refilling the tea in the kitchen when Du Yunjin came in. Shufen, she whispered, what you just said. What does it mean? Are you showing off that you know medicine? Liu Shufen didn't look up. I'm telling the truth. How is that showing off?
Du Yunjin was angry.
You know I was feeling nervous today. Can't you just let me be? Liu Shufen finally looked up and met her eyes. Let you do what? Steal my date?
Du Yunjin blushed.
You're talking nonsense. I think Lieutenant Tang is a good person and want to get to know him better. Getting to know is fine, Liu Shufen said calmly. But don't play tricks. Yunjin, we've grown up together, I understand your feelings. But today's matter concerns my future, and I won't give in. She spoke plainly, and Du Yunjin couldn't hold her embarrassment anymore. Liu Shufen, don't be unkind. Do you think Lieutenant Tang really likes you? Look at the clothes you're wearing, and look at me. His eyes aren't blind. Liu Shufen smiled. Yunjin, marriage isn't about who dresses prettiest. If Lieutenant Tang only cared about appearances, I wouldn't like him at all. Du Yunjin was so angry she couldn't speak. Liu Shufen no longer paid attention to her and went out holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. Du Yunjin stood there, trembling with anger. She was unwilling. Why could Liu Shufen chat so easily with Lieutenant Tang? Why could she only watch helplessly?
No.
She had to find a way. In the main room, Tang Xueduan was talking to old Liu. Uncle Liu, Comrade Shufen knows medicine. Who did she learn from? She learned from her mother, old Liu said. Her mother's family has been doctors for generations and left some medical books. Shufen is smart. She learns quickly. That's rare. Tang Xueduan nodded. Now, in the countryside, there's a shortage of doctors and medicine. Someone who knows medicine can help many people. Old Liu looked at him, feeling a bit uncertain. This young man spoke honestly and simply. Although poor, he was upright. And he seemed genuinely interested in Shufen, not just pretending. But being a soldier, it's too hard. Lieutenant Tang, old Liu hesitated and asked, how often can you come back from the army in a year? Usually once a year for family visits, Tang Xueduan answered honestly. If there's a tough mission, maybe only once every 2 years. Old Liu's heart sank. Once a year, or even every 2 years. If Shufen married him, wouldn't she be a lonely widow? That's too hard, he muttered. Tang Xueduan paused and said seriously, Uncle Liu, I know being a soldier's wife is tough. So I don't dare make promises easily. But if Comrade Shufen wants to marry me, I will do my best to treat her well. I receive a monthly allowance of 25 yuan, and I will send 20 back home. She can continue practicing medicine or do other work at home. When I retire and get a job placement, life will get better. He spoke sincerely, without flowery words, only real plans. Old Liu listened, feeling more complicated. This young man was honest, truly. But no matter how honest, it couldn't change the hardships of being a soldier. At that moment, Liu Shufen came in with tea. She refilled everyone's cups, then sat down and looked at Tang Xueduan. Lieutenant Tang, she asked softly, if you get married, will you support your wife to continue practicing medicine? This question was sudden and direct. Tang Xueduan was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, yes, as long as she likes it and it benefits the people, I support it. Liu Shufen smiled. The smile was gentle but sincere, like the warm sunshine of spring, bright and comforting.
Thank you, she said.
Tang Xueduan looked at her, feeling a small touch in his heart. This girl not only wants to get married but also dreams of becoming a doctor to help others. Such ideals and persistence are rare in this era. Comrade Shufen, he said, if you really want to become a doctor after we get married, I can help you contact the military medical team to learn. The military hospital has good conditions, and you can learn a lot. When he said this, Lu Laoxian and Bai Huizhen looked at him in surprise.
He was
making a promise for the future. Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. Really? Can I? I'll try, Tang Xueduan said. It should be fine. The army also needs people who understand medicine. They looked at each other and smiled. The friendly atmosphere made Du Yunjin feel uneasy. She couldn't wait any longer. Lieutenant Tang, she suddenly spoke, I have a question for you. Everyone looked at her. Go ahead, Tang Xueduan nodded. If you're in the army and your loved one is at home and gets bullied, what would you do? Du Yunjin asked. You're so far away, can you help? This was a sharp and realistic question. Tang Xueduan paused for a moment, then said seriously, if I were in the army, I really couldn't help much. But I believe Shufen isn't the kind of person who lets others bully her. Also, military family members are protected by law. If someone dares to bully them, both the army and local authorities will take care of it, he explained clearly, acknowledging the difficulty but also offering a solution. Du Yunjin was left speechless. She didn't expect Tang Xueduan to answer so thoroughly. But distant water can't quench immediate thirst, she said stubbornly. If something really happens, waiting for the army and local authorities to handle it might be too late. Yunjin, Bai Huizhen, couldn't hold back. What are you saying? Don't talk about things like accidents. Du Yunjin suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth. But the mood was already broken. Tang Xueduan looked at the sky, stood up, and said, Uncle Liu, Andy, it's getting late. I should go now. Old Liu Shufen also stood up. So, quick? Stay a little longer. No, I need to hurry home, Tang Xueduan said. Sorry to bother you today. He looked at Liu Shufen. Comrade Shufen, thank you for the tea today. I enjoyed talking with you. Me too, Liu Shufen replied. Be careful on your way, Lieutenant Tang. Tang Xueduan nodded, then said to Aunt Wang, Aunt Wang, let's go. Aunt Wang quickly got up. All right, let's go. After seeing Tang Xueduan and Aunt Wang off, the yard became quiet. Lu Laoxian squatted on the doorstep, smoking without speaking. Bai Huizhen was tidying up the tea set, also silent. Du Yunjin knew she should leave, but she was reluctant. She hadn't achieved any of her goals today and felt embarrassed. Huizhen, Aunt, old Liu uncle, I should go now, she said. Yes, take care, Bai Huizhen replied calmly. Du Yunjin left feeling disappointed. Only the family of 3 remained in the yard. Dinner was simple: porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed bread. Liu Laoxian ate very little and kept smoking quietly. Bai Huizhen looked at her daughter, wanting to say something but hesitating. Liu Shufen understood that her parents had something on their minds. After dinner and cleaning up, the family sat in the main room. The kerosene lamp cast a dim, flickering light on the wall. Shufen, Liu Laoxian finally spoke. You saw both families today. Tell me, what do you think? Liu Shufen put down her sewing and said seriously, Dad, Mom, I want to marry Tang Xueduan. Liu Laoxian frowned. Why? The Guo family is so well off and you want to marry a soldier. The Guo family is rich, but they're not good people, Liu Shufen said. Guo Youfu is greedy, Wang Xuehua is mean, and Guo Qingdong is lazy. If I marry into that family, I'll just be unhappy. But soldiers also suffer, Liu Laoxian said. They can't go home often. How will you manage alone? I'm not afraid of hardship, Liu Shufen replied. Tang Xueduan is honest, upright, and responsible. He supports my medical studies and even said he'd help me get training at the military hospital. Dad, such a man is worth marrying. Liu Shufen didn't speak anymore. He knew his daughter was right. But just thinking about her having to support a family alone made him feel sad. Her father, Bai Huizhen, spoke. I think Shufen is right. Tang Xueduan is a good boy. He is honest and sincere, not the kind to use sweet words. He respects Shufen and supports her career as a doctor. Such a man is rare. Liu Shufen looked at his wife. Do you agree too? Bai Huizhen nodded. I agree. It's a bit hard, but I feel at ease. Liu Shufen then looked at his daughter. Are you sure about this? I'm sure, Liu Shufen said firmly. Liu Shufen was silent for a long time, then finally sighed. It's up to you. These 3 words seemed to take all his strength. Liu Shufen's nose tingled. Father, stop talking. Liu Shufen waved his hand. The path is yours. Just don't regret it later. I won't regret it. And so it was decided. Liu Shufen returned to her room, closed the door, leaned against it, and exhaled deeply. It's done. She finally convinced her parents. Now, she just had to wait for Tang Xueduan's reply. According to their letter agreement, Tang Xueduan would send a matchmaker in 3 days to reply, indicating he was willing to continue their relationship. Then he would come again to formally propose marriage. While she was thinking, she heard a soft knock outside the window. Liu Shufen was surprised. She went to the window and pushed it open. Under the moonlight, a figure stood outside the wall. It was Tang Xueduan. How did he come back? Her heart raced with joy. She lowered her voice. Xueduan?
How come you?
I wanted to come back and see you. Tang Xueduan's voice was quiet but clear. There are some things I still want to talk to you about. Liu Shufen hesitated for a moment, then looked back. Her parents' door was shut, and the lights inside had gone out. She gently climbed out the window, landing silently. They walked to the old locust tree outside the yard, a few steps apart. The moonlight was bright, shining on Tang Xueduan, giving him a silver glow. His face looked sharper in the moonlight, and his eyes were deep. Shufen, he said, I want to ask you again. Do you really mind marrying a soldier? Liu Shufen looked at him. I don't mind. Why? Because you are Tang Xueduan, she said, because you have ideals and responsibility. You're a good person. I don't regret marrying you. Tang Xueduan was deeply moved. Her words were so honest and open that he didn't know how to respond.
But
being a military wife is really hard, he said. I am in the army and I can only come home once a year at most. You have to handle everything at home alone. If we have children, it will be even more difficult for you. I understand, Liu Shufen replied. But I am not afraid. I have medical skills and can support myself. When you're away, I will treat patients and help people. When you come back, I will go with you to the army and continue practicing medicine. She spoke so naturally and confidently, as if she had already planned all her future paths. Tang Xueduan looked at her, feeling a warm feeling inside. This girl was stronger and more determined than he had imagined. Shufen, he said, should I tell your parents in 3 days? Yes, I'll wait for you. Okay. They stood there for a while longer. I should go now. It's too late, and it wouldn't be good for your reputation. All right, be careful on the way. Tang Xueduan left. Liu Shufen stood under the locust tree, watching him disappear into the moonlight, feeling full of happiness and hope. She returned to her room, holding the 5-pointed star, lying on her bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. Everything that happened today felt like a dream. Their performance went so smoothly. It was so perfect she couldn't believe it. But touching the gourd-shaped mark on her chest, she felt reassured. This was the meaning of her rebirth, the start of changing her fate. The next 3 days felt like years to Liu Shufen. She spent her days as usual helping at the commune health clinic. Since she got her barefoot doctor certificate, she went twice a week to learn from Director Sunday. In the evenings, she organized herbs, read medical books, or worked in the spirit gourd space, tending her herb garden. But her mind was always on Tang Xueduan. Where was he? Had everything been prepared? On the evening of the 3rd day, She was drying herbs in the yard when Aunt Wang arrived. "Shufen. Good news," Aunt Wang said with a big smile. Xueduan sent a message through someone. He said the report has been submitted, the leaders support him, and he's waiting for the notice. He also said to wait for him, at most a month, and he will come back to propose. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," she said with a smile. "Why thank you? It's a good thing." Aunt Wang held her hand. "Shufen, you're lucky. Jianjun is a good boy. I've watched him grow up. His character is excellent. You two are a perfect match." Liu Shufen blushed and nodded. After seeing Aunt Wang off, she returned to her room and took out a piece of blue fabric with white flowers from her box. This was her wedding dress fabric. Although bright colors weren't popular in this era, a bride still needed a new dress. She chose this fabric carefully. It was simple and elegant, soft to the touch. She began to cut and sew. Every stitch was filled with hope and happiness. She wanted to wear this dress when she married Jianjun. After Jianjun left, the Liu family started to prepare. The news of their engagement spread quickly through the village. Villagers came to congratulate them. Bai Huizhen was busy welcoming guests, and Liu Laoshuan's face also showed a smile. Liu Shufen started making clothes for Jianjun. She measured, cut, and sewed the blue fabric with white flowers. The stitches were tight, and she carefully finished the collar and cuffs. While working, she thought about her past life. In her previous life, she also made clothes for Jianjun. He always said her clothes fit perfectly and were very comfortable. Later, he left, and she kept those clothes until she was taken to a mental hospital, and they disappeared. In this life, she wanted to make many clothes for him, so he could wear them all his life. Besides clothes, she also made shoes. Making shoes is a skillful task. Every stitch must be firm and even. Every night, Liu Shufen worked under the oil lamp, often staying up late. Bai Huizhen felt sorry for her daughter. "Don't work too hard. Take your time." "I'm not tired," Liu Shufen replied. "I want him to wear it soon." Bai Huizhen smiled. A girl grows up and leaves home. The engagement preparations went smoothly. According to local customs, they had to go through the 3 letters and 6 rituals. Although the modern times simplified the process, the basic steps were still followed. Jianjun sent someone to deliver the betrothal gift letter, officially setting the engagement date, the 8th day of the 9th lunar month. Liu Shufen liked this date very much. While the Liu family was busy preparing for the engagement, bad news came from the Du family. It turned out that after Du Yunjin returned home that day, she couldn't shake her disappointment. She felt she was better than Liu Shufen in every way. Why could Liu Shufen marry Jianjun, but she could only watch? She went to find her mother, Wang Kaifeng, and cried, "Oh, mother, I can't accept this. Liu Shufen, that sick girl, why does she get to marry into such a good family?" Wang Kaifeng was also angry. She thought her daughter might get a good marriage this time, but it all turned out to be a failure. "It's all because of Liu Shufen, that little troublemaker," she gritted her teeth, pretending to be so proud. "I think she's just showing off in front of Captain Tang, trying to impress him." "Exactly." Du Yunjin cried even harder. "Mother, you have to help me find a way. I can't let Liu Shufen have a better life than me." Wang Caifeng's eyes lit up, and she had an idea. "Yunjin, don't worry. Captain Tang hasn't proposed yet, so we still have a chance." "What chance?" "You should go talk to Guilan," Wang Kaifeng whispered. "The Gua family hasn't made a deal with Liu's family yet. Tell him that Liu Shufen has a lung illness and can't marry. Then you can get close to him. Guilan works at the supply and marketing cooperative, and he's not bad. If I could marry him, wouldn't that be better than Liu Shufen?" Yunjin's eyes brightened. "Yes. Guilan is also good. Plus, he already agreed to marry her before. If she goes to see him now, it should work out. After all, he's from the city and can eat the goods ration." But will Guilan like me?" she worried. "Why not? Didn't he already like you last time?" He thought he could get Liu Shufen, that little troublemaker, but now she's out of the picture. "He'll definitely like you," Wang Kaifeng said. "My daughter is pretty and knows how to dress up. She's much better than Liu Shufen." Guo Qingdong isn't blind. He will like you, Yunjin was convinced. The next day, she dressed up specially and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something. Guo Qingdong was there as expected. When he saw Yunjin, his eyes lit up. Today, she wore a floral patterned shirt that made her skin look fair and tender. Her hair was shiny and smooth, tied with a red ribbon. She walked with a graceful sway of her hips. Brother Qingdong, she said softly at the counter, I want to buy some brown sugar. Guo Qingdong quickly handed her the brown sugar. Yunjin, how much do you want? Half a jean, she said, handing him the money. Brother Qingdong, I heard. You went to Liu's house a few days ago. Guo Qingdong's face stiffened.
Don't mention it.
Liu Shufen is sick, with a lung illness. I almost got tricked by her.
Oh.
Really? Du Yunjin pretended to be surprised. Sufeng's sister, you really are something. Why didn't you tell us you were sick? You're just hurting yourself. Exactly, Guo Qingdong said angrily. I even brought meat, but it was all wasted. Du Yunjin took the chance to say, Qingdong brother, don't be angry. Sufeng's sister might just really want to get married, so she didn't say anything. She's a good person, just unlucky to get sick. Her words were clever, showing sympathy for Liu Shufen while also confirming she was ill. Guo Qingdong looked at her and thought she was kind and was speaking up for Liu Shufen. Yunjin, you're so kind, he said.
Du Yunzhen blushed.
Qingdong brother, don't say that. We're from the same village, helping each other is what we should do. They talked for a while longer, and then Du Yunjin left with some brown sugar. Since then, she often went to the supply store to buy things and would chat with Guo Qingdong every time. Guo Qingdong had liked her from the first time they met, but because of family issues, he wanted Liu Shufen to support him. So he listened to his parents and went to visit Liu's family. Seeing Liu Shufen and then Du Yunjin, he realized that Du Yunjin was his true love. He quickly became enchanted by her, thinking she was both beautiful and kind, much better than Liu Shufen. Half a month later, Guo Qingdong asked a matchmaker to propose marriage to Du's family. Wang Kaifeng was so happy she couldn't stop smiling and agreed right away. The bride price was less than what the Tang family gave Liu's family, but they added 30 more yuan and a Shanghai brand watch. Du Yunjin finally achieved her wish and married into the city. But she didn't know what kind of future awaited her. Liu Shufen heard the news while she was boiling medicine for her mother. Bai Huizhen said, Yunjin is sure to marry Guo Qingdong. They added 30 yuan and a watch. Kaifeng is so happy, she's showing off everywhere. Liu Shufen paused, then continued boiling the medicine. Mother, that's her choice, but Bai Huizhen hesitated. I'm worried Yunjin will suffer. If she marries him, that's her business, Liu Shufen said calmly. Mother, everyone has their own path. We just need to take care of ourselves. She wasn't cold-hearted, just wise enough to see through things. Du Yunjin and Guo Qingdong are a perfect match. One is vain, the other lazy. She has no reason or ability to interfere. One afternoon, Du Yunjin suddenly came to see Liu Shufen. She looked much thinner, with red, swollen eyes, as if she had cried for a long time. Shufen Jia, she started crying as soon as she entered. Yunjin? What's wrong? Liu Shufen helped her sit down. Guo family. They want to cancel the engagement. Du Yunjin sobbed. Liu Shufen felt worried. Why? Guo Youfu. Guo Youfu was caught, Du Yunjin said through tears. Corruption, selling supplies. He was arrested. The Guo family is finished. Guo Qingdong lost his job too. They said they want to cancel the engagement and take back the bride price. Sure enough. Liu Shufen had expected this day, but not so soon. In her past life, Guo Youfu was only caught a few years later. In this life, could her changes and the butterfly effect have made things happen earlier? What did your mother say? She asked. My mother. She won't return the bride price. Du Yunjin cried even harder. She said the bride price was already used for my brother's engagement, so she can't pay it back. The Guo family said they will sue us. Shufen Jia, what should I do? Liu Shufen looked at the helpless girl in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. In her past life, Du Yunjin married Guo Qingdong, endured hard times, then began to hate her, seek revenge, and finally destroyed her family. In this life, Before Du Yunjin was married, the Guo family fell apart. Is this good luck or bad luck? Yunjin, she said softly, if you don't want to marry him, now is a good chance. But the bride price. Du Yunjin shook her head. My mother won't agree. She said even if Guo Qingdong is useless, I have to marry him. Otherwise, my brother's wedding will be ruined. Again, this situation. Liu Shufen felt a surge of anger. Why should women sacrifice for their brothers? Yunjin, listen to me, she said, holding Du Yunjin's hand. Marriage is for your whole life. Marrying someone you don't like, especially in this situation. Have you thought about your future? Guo family is gone. Guo Qingdong has no job, no income. If you marry him, you'll suffer, and you might even have to help him pay debts. Do you want to live like that forever? Du Yunjin was stunned. She hadn't thought about these things. She only knew that her mother told her to get married, so she had to marry.
I
don't know, she whispered. Think carefully, Liu Shufen said. If you really don't want to, I can help you. How can you help? I know the director of the Women's Federation, Liu Shufen explained. It's the new era now. Marriage is free, and parents can arrange it. If you truly don't want to, you can go to the Women's Federation. Du Yunjin's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. But my mother. Yunjin, Liu Shufen looked at her seriously. You need to live for yourself once. Du Yunjin was silent for a long time, then finally nodded. I'll think about it. After sending Du Yunjin away, Liu Shufen felt uneasy inside. She wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing. If Du Yunjin really backed out of the marriage, would she end up resenting her? But she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In her second life, she didn't want to see anyone repeat the tragedies of the past. Even if Du Yunjin might hate her in the future, she accepted it. A few days later, there was trouble at the Dujia household. Du Yunjin really went to the Women's Federation and told them about her family forcing her into marriage. The director of the federation took it seriously and went to talk to Dujia himself. Du Yunjin's mother cried and caused a fuss, saying her daughter was unfilial and that the bride price from the Guo family had already been used up and couldn't be returned. The federation director was firm. This is a new society. Marriage is free. Your actions are arranged marriage, which is illegal. If you keep forcing Yunjin, we will report to the police. Fearing this, her mother agreed to cancel the marriage. But they couldn't return the bride price. In the end, they negotiated, and Dujia agreed to pay back the Guo family in installments, 5 yuan a month, including interest over 2 years. Although the Guo family was unhappy, they had no choice. Guo Youfu was still locked up inside, and the house was in chaos, so they had no energy to argue. The marriage was called off. Du Yunjin was free, but she didn't feel happy. Gossip spread in the village, saying she was unlucky and that the Guo family was cursed because of her. Her mother also scolded her daily, saying she had wasted all the family money. Du Yunjin became quiet and rarely went out. Liu Shufen visited her a few times, comforting her and telling her not to mind the gossip. Shufenjie, Du Yunjin suddenly asked, do you think I can still find a good family? Yes, Liu Shufen replied confidently. You're such a good girl, you will definitely find someone who truly cares for you. But my mother said I was rejected before and no one wants me. That's old thinking, Liu Shufen said. Girls in the new era have their own value. You can embroider, cook, work hard, and you're capable. What's wrong with you compared to others? Du Yunjin looked at her with bright eyes. Shufenjie, thank you, she said, holding Liu Shufen's hand. Before, I was jealous of you, thinking you had a good life. Now I see that your kindness comes from your own effort. Liu Shufen felt a little tremble inside. In her past life, Du Yunjin never said such words. Yunjin, she softly said, we are sisters. We should support each other in the future. Yes. After leaving Du's house, Liu Shufen looked up at the sky. The sky was very blue, and the clouds were white. She had changed someone's life. Although she didn't know what the future held, at least she felt at peace with herself now. On August 15th, Tang Xueduan wrote a letter. The letter was short, but its content made Liu Shufen so happy, she wanted to jump. Her leave for the wedding was approved. He would come back in early September. Along with the letter, there was a set of military uniform for Liu Shufen. It wasn't an official uniform, but it looked very similar, green, with fur pockets, very spirited. Xueduan said you should wear it on your wedding day, Bai Huizhen said, touching the outfit with tears in her eyes. My girl is getting married. Liu Shufen held the uniform, feeling full of happiness. Finally, the day was coming. She started counting the days. In late August, the commune organized an autumn harvest production mobilization meeting, and all village officials and active members had to attend. Liu Laoshuan, the team leader, naturally had to go. Liu Shufen, as an outstanding barefoot doctor, was also notified to attend. The meeting was held in the commune's large hall, which could seat hundreds. When Liu Shufen arrived, the hall was already full. She found a seat at the back and saw her father sitting in the front row, talking to someone. The meeting began with a commune secretary giving a speech, praising the outstanding individuals and groups from the first half of the year. Liu Shufen's name was mentioned several times, and she even went on stage to receive a certificate. When she stepped down, she saw that her father still had a serious face, but his eyes showed pride. This made her feel warm inside. Halfway through the meeting, suddenly there was a commotion outside. A messenger ran in and whispered a few words to the secretary. The secretary's face changed, and he stood up. Comrades, there is a sudden announcement. A soldier from the People's Liberation Army has come to our commune to give a report on military-civilian unity. Please welcome him. Applause filled the hall. Liu Shufen felt a stir in her heart and had a strange feeling. The door opened, and a figure in a military uniform walked in. Tall, straight, with steady steps. His face under the cap was handsome and familiar. It was Tang Xueduan. Liu Shufen's heart suddenly beat faster. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to come in a few days? Tang Xueduan stepped onto the stage and saluted. His gaze swept over the audience and paused briefly on Liu Shufen, giving a slight nod. Hello, everyone. I am Tang Xueduan, a platoon leader from a unit in southern Yunnan. Today, I am here to give a report, and I have a personal matter to attend to. He paused and looked toward Lao Lu of Lajiaku. Is Comrade Liu Laoshuan from Lajiaku here? Everyone's eyes focused on Lao Lu. Lao Lu was stunned for a moment and stood up. I'm here. Uncle Liu. Tang Xueduan stepped down and approached Lao Lu, saluting seriously. I am Tang Xueduan, Shufen's boyfriend. Today, I want to publicly promise you, I will treat Shufen well and be good to her for the rest of my life. There was a sudden buzz in the hall. Proposing marriage publicly. Such boldness was unheard of in rural areas in the 1970s. Lao Lu was also stunned, looking at the young officer in front of him, speechless for a long time.
You,
Uncle Liu? Tang Xueduan took out a letter from his pocket. This is a certificate from the military leadership approving our marriage. And this. He also took out a red cloth bag, opened it, revealing a stack of money and some ration tickets. This is my savings over the past few years, 120 yuan and some cloth and grain tickets. I know Shufen is your good daughter. Please accept this small token of my sincerity, 120 yuan. In the 1970s, that was a huge amount. Many families' annual income was less than that. The auditorium was filled with cheers. Old Liu's hands trembled a little. He had seen money before, but this sincere and serious proposal was the first time he had experienced it.
Do you
really want to marry Shufen? Yes, I do, Tang Xueduan said seriously. Uncle Liu, I know being a military wife is hard, but I promise you, as long as I am alive, I will not let Shufen suffer. I will let her continue practicing medicine and do what she loves. My mother in Tangjia camp has already agreed. She said once Shufen gets married, she'll treat her like her own daughter. His words were simple but sincere. Many people in the auditorium nodded in agreement. Old Liu, such a good son-in-law. Where can you find someone like him? Yes, he's a sincere soldier from the Liberation Army. Shufen is so lucky. Old Liu looked at Tang Xueduan and then at his daughter in the distance. Shufen stood there, her eyes red, looking at him. There was both hope and determination in her gaze. He sighed. A daughter growing up means she will leave someday. Are you Really going to treat Shufen well? He asked, his voice a little hoarse. I will, Tang Xueduan said firmly. I give my honor as a soldier to guarantee it. Old Liu was silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded.
All right.
I agree. The auditorium erupted in warm applause. Tears welled up in Shufen's eyes. Tang Xueduan looked at her and smiled. That smile was like spring sunshine, warm and bright. After the meeting, Tang Xueduan followed Uncle Liu and his family back to Lijiaku. On the way, villagers came to congratulate them. Old Liu, congratulations. You found a soldier daughter-in-law. Shufen is so lucky. Although old Liu still kept a serious face, the corners of his mouth were turned up. Clearly, Tang Xueduan's public proposal had made him proud. Back home, Bai Huizhen had already heard the news and was so happy she wiped away tears. Come in quickly and sit. Hurry. Tang Xueduan took out the gifts he brought. 2 bottles of white wine, 2 packs of snacks, a piece of dark blue fabric, and 2 pens for Muhan. Auntie, uncle, this is a small gift. Please don't mind. Not at all. Not at all. Bai Huizhen took the gifts happily, liking Tang Xueduan more and more. This young man looked energetic, polite, and was from the Liberation Army. So good. Lu Laoxian sat the guest, Tang Xueduan, at the main seat in the main hall, while he sat opposite him. Xueduan, he began, since we've made the decision, I need to say a few words first. Go ahead, sir. Shufen is my only daughter, and I've raised her with care. Lu Laoxian said, she's stubborn and determined. Once she sets her mind on something, nothing can change it. But she's kind-hearted and filial. If you marry her, you must treat her well. If she's wronged, I won't agree. Don't worry, Tang Xueduan replied. I will protect her with my life. Lu Laoxian nodded and asked, can your army allow Shufen to continue practicing medicine? Yes, Tang Xueduan said. I've already asked my leaders. Once Shufen joins the army, she can help at the military clinic. The leaders support it, saying she's talented and skilled. That's good, Lu Laoxian sighed in relief. His biggest worry was that after his daughter married, she would give up her medical work. That was her passion and part of the white family's tradition. Also, Bai Huizhen interrupted, when do you plan to get married? Tang Xueduan looked at Liu Shufen. It depends on her. I want to do it soon, but we need to prepare. Liu Shufen blushed. Dad and Mom, you decide. Bai Huizhen thought for a moment. It's September now. How about planning for a month in October? That's when the farming is slow and everyone's free. Good, Tang Xueduan nodded. Should we hold the wedding at Lijiaku or at the army? Let's do it at Lijiaku, Lu Laoxian said. When a girl gets married, she leaves her family home. After the ceremony, you can take her to the army. All right. With the big decision made, the atmosphere relaxed quite a bit. Bai Huizhen went to cook, Liu Shufen helped, and Tang Xueduan and Lu Laoxian talked in the main hall. In the kitchen, Bai Huizhen was chopping vegetables and said, Shufen, Xueduan is a good boy. I can tell he's sincere about you. Yes, Liu Shufen said quietly, focusing on her vegetables. Your dad is stubborn, but he's happy inside, Bai Huizhen said. Today, he looked proud at the commune. The villagers all envy him for having a soldier's daughter-in-law. Liu Shufen smiled. She knew her father cared about his reputation. Today's events had touched his soft spot. By the way, Bai Huizhen remembered, you need to make a dress for Xueduan. Once you're engaged, there should be a betrothal gift. I have a piece of cloth, Liu Shufen said. I bought it at Baishui commune. It has a blue background with white flowers, and it suits him well. That's good, Bai Huizhen replied. There are also shoes that need to be made. Soldiers wear out their shoes quickly. While cooking, mother and daughter discussed and made a list of things needed for the engagement. In the main room, Lu Laoxuan and Tang Xueduan talked about the army. Is it dangerous on the border? Lu Laoxuan asked. No, it's not dangerous, Tang Xueduan said. Just patrols and training. It's peaceful now, so there's nothing to worry about. That's good, Lu Laoxuan said, smoking a cigarette. I only have a daughter, Shufen. I can't bear for her to worry. I understand, Tang Xueduan said. I'll be careful and keep her safe. Also, Lu Laoxuan lowered his voice. Shufen's mother isn't feeling well. She just recovered from a lung illness. About this, Shufen told me, Tang Xueduan said. Don't worry, when Shufen joins the army, I will take her mother to the hospital regularly. Our army hospital has good facilities. Liu Shufen nodded, feeling reassured. His last concern was gone. This son-in-law was very thoughtful. During dinner, the atmosphere was very warm. Tang Xueduan didn't drink alcohol. Instead, he offered Liu Shufen 3 cups of tea. Liu Shufen enjoyed himself and talked more. Xueduan, I trust you with Shufen. If you ever hurt her, I'll break your legs. Father, Liu Shufen scolded playfully.
Tang su zun sợ mai.
Uncle, don't worry. That won't happen. After dinner, Tang Xueduan was about to leave. He needed to return to Tangjia camp to prepare for the wedding. Liu Shufen saw him to the village entrance. I didn't expect you to come, she said. I wanted to surprise you, Tang Xueduan said, looking at her. And also show my sincerity to your father. He was very happy, Liu Shufen said. You made him proud today. That's good, Tang Xueduan said, holding her hand. I'll go home, tidy up, and find a good date. I'll be back in about a month to marry you, okay? Liu Shufen said, handing him the finished shoe insoles. Put these in your shoes for comfort. Tang Xueduan took them, feeling warm inside. Shufen, wait for me. I will. He left. Liu Shufen stood at the village entrance, watching his figure disappear into the evening light, feeling full of hope and happiness. In this life, she is about to marry Tang Xueduan very soon. In early September, according to the lunar calendar, there is 1 month left before Liu Shufen and Tang Xueduan get married. The autumn harvest at Liu's farm is almost finished, with only scattered rice stubble remaining in the fields. The air is filled with the fresh scent of rice and the damp smell of earth. Morning and evening breezes are starting to feel cooler. Liu Shufen has been staying at home lately, mostly preparing her dowry. 2 new quilts are already finished. The cotton was spun by her herself, and the pillowcases are made of plain blue fabric with white flowers, simple but sturdy. 4 new sets of clothes are nearly done. She is sewing the last pair of pillowcases with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in water. Although the embroidery isn't very fine, each stitch shows her care. That afternoon, she was sitting in the yard embroidering when she suddenly heard noisy voices outside the gate.
Liu Shufen.
Come out here. The sharp, loud voice belonged to Wang Kaifeng, Du Yunjin's mother. Liu Shufen's heart tightened. She put down her needlework and stood up. Bai Huizhen also came out from the kitchen, wiped her hands, and went to the gate. A group of villagers, mostly women, had gathered outside, all craning their necks to watch. Wang Kaifeng stood at the front, hands on her hips, looking angry. Du Yunjin followed behind her, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Kaifeng, what are you doing? Bai Huizhen asked with a frown. What am I doing? Wang Kaifeng raised her voice. I'm here to ask your Liu Shufen. Does she still have any shame? Her words were harsh, and the women watching whispered among themselves. Liu Shufen walked over to her mother calmly and looked at Wang Kaifeng. Aunt Du, what do you mean? What do I mean? Wang Kaifeng looked her up and down with a spiteful look. You know very well what you've done. A young girl, not yet married, acting so indecent with a man. You've ruined Yunjin's marriage. Liu Shufen understood what this was about. They were targeting her and Tang Xueduan's marriage. Aunt Du, where do you get your words from? She asked calmly. My relationship with Lieutenant Tang was approved by both families, with a matchmaker's guarantee, honest and proper. How can you say it's indecent? Honest and proper? Wang Kaifeng sneered. Then I ask you, on the 15th of last month, did you go alone to the back mountain? Did you only come back after dark? Liu Shufen felt a heavy weight in her heart. On the 15th of last month, she did go to the back mountain to pick herbs. That day, she needed a special herb called 7 leaves 1 branch flower, which only grew near the cliff on the back mountain. When she returned after gathering the herbs, it was already dark. I went to pick herbs, she said. Picking herbs, Wang Kaifeng sneered. Did you have to go until it was dark? Did you go alone? I think you were meeting some man secretly. When she said this, the women watching nearby gasped in shock. Is that true? Shufen seems honest enough. People can look good but have a hidden side. By Huizhen trembled with anger. Wang Kaifeng, you're spreading lies. My girl Shufen is innocent. Why are you accusing her like this? I'm accusing her. Wang Kaifeng took out a handkerchief from her pocket. Look at this. I found it on the back mountain. It has the character Liu embroidered on it. Isn't it your Liu Shufen's? The handkerchief was indeed Liu Shufen's. That day, she used it to wipe sweat while picking herbs and accidentally dropped it in the mountain. It's my handkerchief, Liu Shufen admitted. But I dropped it while picking herbs, not during a secret meeting, Wang Kaifeng interrupted her. Then explain why there is a man's hair on it. She unfolded the handkerchief and sure enough, there were a few short hairs wrapped around it, clearly belonging to a man. The women watching burst into chatter.
Oh,
there are really men's hairs. This is hard to explain. No wonder Lieutenant Tang was so eager to marry her. Turns out it was because of this. Liu Shufen's face turned pale. She truly hadn't noticed anything on the handkerchief that day. But those hairs, how could they be from a man? She had never been in contact with any man. Madame Du, she took a deep breath. These hairs are not mine. I don't know who put them there. Don't know? Du Yunjin suddenly spoke, her voice trembling with tears. Shufen, just admit it. That day, I saw you with a man on the back mountain. I didn't dare say anything, afraid it would ruin your reputation.
But now,
Lieutenant Tang wants to marry you. I can't let him be deceived. Her words were even more damaging than Wang Kaifeng's. Oh my goodness. People should not judge by appearances. The villagers took turns discussing and gossiping. Liu Shufen looked at Du Yunjin's pitiful face and felt a cold chill in her heart. She finally understood. It was all a trap planned by Du's mother and daughter. The handkerchief was real, and the hair was deliberately placed there. The witness was Du Yunjin herself. Their goal was to ruin her reputation and break up her marriage with Tang Xueduan.
Why?
Because Du Yunjin didn't marry Tang Xueduan or Guiqingdong. Although the Gu family proposed marriage, they withdrew after hearing that Du Yunjin was unlucky in love. Now, Du Yunjin had become the village's joke. She was not willing to accept this, so she wanted to drag Liu Shufen into trouble. Yunjin, Liu Shufen looked at her. You said you saw everything with your own eyes. Tell me, what did that man look like? What was he wearing? What did you two say? Du Yunjin didn't expect her to ask this and hesitated for a moment. She stammered, I was far away and didn't see clearly. You're brave enough to say that you saw me, even though you didn't, Liu Shufen pressed. Can you at least remember the approximate time? Was it morning or afternoon? Which way was the sun? It was in the afternoon. Du Yunjin panicked. The sun was in the west. That's wrong, Liu Shufen said calmly. On the 15th of last month after lunch, I went to the back mountain. The sun was in the east. Around 3 p.m., I came down the mountain and the sun was still in the south. If you saw me in the afternoon with the sun in the west, it must have been around 5 or 6 in the evening. By then, I would have been home already. She turned to the women watching nearby. Ladies, can you testify? Did I come back around 3 o'clock that day? Did I also bring some herbs for everyone? The women looked at each other. Someone remembered. Yes, I think so. Shufen came back quite early that day. I also remember she gave me a bunch of plantain to boil for water to help with urination. Seeing the situation was turning against her, Wang Kaifeng quickly said, even if the time is wrong, what about the hair? There is a man's hair on the handkerchief, and that's a fact. Liu Shufen looked at her. Mother Du, are you sure that is a man's hair? Of course I am sure. Wang Kaifeng raised the handkerchief. It's so short. If it's not a man's, what could it be? That might not be the case, Liu Shufen replied. My younger brother Muhan shaved his head recently, and his hair is this short. Maybe I was working at home when my hair fell onto my handkerchief, and I didn't notice. You're talking nonsense. Wang Kaifeng hurriedly said, this clearly was picked up from the back mountain. Whether it was from the back mountain or not, I don't know, Liu Shufen replied. But I know that a few strands of hair can't prove anything. If Aunt Du doesn't believe me, I can check my pulse publicly to prove my innocence. Check your pulse? Wang Kaifeng was surprised. Check what? Check for happiness, Liu Shufen said clearly. If I really was involved with a man, as you say, I might already be pregnant. I can check my pulse in front of everyone to show whether I am pregnant or not. Everyone was stunned when she said that. Checking the pulse publicly to prove innocence? This girl is really brave.
Shufen.
Bai Huizhen grabbed her daughter. Don't cause trouble. Mother, I am not causing trouble, Liu Shufen said. The innocent are clear. I want everyone to know that I, Liu Shufen, am innocent. She looked at Wang Kaifeng. Aunt do you dare to let me check my pulse? Wang Kaifeng was caught in a difficult position. She didn't expect Liu Shufen to come up with this move. Normally, when a girl faces such a situation, she would cry loudly or hide away, afraid to see people. But Liu Shufen insisted on proving herself publicly.
Check.
Check then, she said stubbornly. I don't believe you can find anything wrong. Liu Shufen sat in the yard, extending her left wrist. Is there any woman here who knows a bit about medicine? Come and check with me. The women looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Only Liu Shufen was the one who knew medicine. Others wouldn't know how to check the pulse. I'll do it, a voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw Zhou Jisher walking over with a cane. Although Zhou Jisher had been assigned to manual labor, his medical skills were well known in nearby villages. When he appeared, everyone quieted down. Dr. Zhou, you're here. Liu Shufen stood up. Zhou Jisher nodded, sat opposite her, and extended 3 fingers to place on her wrist. Everyone held their breath.
Time passed second by second.
Zhou Jisher examined carefully, checked both wrists, looked at her tongue coating, and asked a few questions. Finally, he stood up and loudly said, Comrade Liu Shufen's pulse is calm and steady, with a deep wrist pulse. There are no signs of pregnancy. And she was still a virgin. This statement was very direct, and the women blushed, but they all understood what it meant. Liu Shufen was innocent. Dr. Zhou, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Wang Kaifeng still refused to give up. I've been practicing medicine for 40 years and have never been wrong, Zhou Jisher replied. Wang Kaifeng, you're a mother too. How can you falsely accuse a girl of losing her innocence? Do you realize how much damage this could do to her for the rest of her life? Wang Caifeng's face turned red and white, and she couldn't speak. Du Yunjin had already hidden behind her mother, afraid to show her face. Now the truth is clear. Liu Shufen stood up and looked at Wang Kaifeng. Madam Du, do you have anything to say? Wang Kaifeng was speechless. If not, please leave, Liu Shufen said. In the future, please watch your words and don't spread unfounded rumors. Wang Kaifeng left quietly, pulling her daughter behind her. The women watching also dispersed, chatting as they went. So Shufen is innocent after all. Madame Du and her daughter are so mean, they almost ruined Shufen's life. Finally, the yard became quiet. Bai Huizhen hugged her daughter and cried, Shufen, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Liu Shufen patted her mother's back.
Mom, I've fine.
Justice will come to light. Don't worry about what they say. Zhou Jisher looked at her with admiration. Shufen, you did the right thing. When facing rumors, you must respond honestly. Thank you, Master. Liu Shufen bowed deeply. No need to thank me, Zhou Jisher said. It's all because of your own strength.
But
this isn't over. The Dujia family won't give up easily. Be careful. I understand. Liu Shufen nodded. She looked toward the direction where Madame Du and her daughter had left, her eyes firm. This time, she wouldn't let anyone bully her again. Although Liu Shufen publicly proved her innocence, rumors still spread quietly in the village. Some people believed Zhou Jisher's diagnosis and thought Liu Shufen was innocent. Others believed that if she really hadn't done anything wrong, why would Madame Du and her daughter say such things? These rumors naturally reached Tang Xueduan, who was busy building a new house at the Tang family's farm. He only found out about it 3 days later. That day, he came to Liu's family to deliver the last part of the wedding gift, a brand new Phoenix bicycle. When the bicycle was pushed into the village, it caused a big fuss. Everyone ran out to see, touching the shiny frame with envy. Old Liu's family is really lucky this time. A bicycle. The first one in our village. Old Lu's face lit up with happiness as he personally pushed the bike into the yard and wiped it down again and again. After Tang Xueduan finished delivering the bike and was about to leave, an old man from the village stopped him. Xueduan, the old man hesitated. There's something. I don't know if I should tell you. What is it? Tang Xueduan asked. The old man told him about the rumors, then added, Of course, I've known Shufen since she was young. She's honest and decent. She wouldn't do such things. It's just, rumors can be so cruel. Tang Xueduan's face darkened. He said nothing and turned to walk toward Lu's house. Liu Shufen was hanging clothes in the yard. When she saw him return, she looked surprised. Xueduan? Why are you back? Did you forget something? Tang Xueduan stepped in front of her and looked at her. Shufen, I've heard the rumors in the village. Liu Shufen paused, slowly lowering her clothes.
Do you
believe them? I don't believe them, Tang Xueduan said firmly. The person I like wouldn't do such things. Liu Shufen's nose tingled, and tears almost fell. In her past life, she had faced similar rumors. Back then, Tang Xueduan had already passed away. She was left alone with her child, being pointed at and judged, accused of being unfaithful. She couldn't defend herself and could only endure silently. In this life, Tang Xueduan was still alive, and he said he believed her. Thank you, Xueduan, she whispered. Thank what? Tang Xueduan held her hand. You're my wife. Who else would I believe if not you?
But.
He paused, his eyes turning cold. The Du family women slandering you can't be let go easily. What do you want to do? I'll go to see them, Tang Xueduan said. And make them apologize to you publicly. No need, Liu Shufen shook her head. The rumors have already been cleared up. Now they're hiding, afraid to face anyone. If we cause trouble again, it will just make us look petty. But we can't let them get away with it. Tang Xueduan rarely showed anger. Xueduan, Liu Shufen looked at him. You know, this has taught me a lesson. Some people, the more you pay attention to them, the more they get excited. If you ignore her, she will lose interest on her own. The Du family mother and daughter are now the joke of the village. We don't need to do anything more. Tang Xueduan looked at her calm face, and his anger slowly cooled down. His wife was not only strong, but also wise. Okay, I trust you, he said. But if they dare to bother you again, you must tell me. As they were talking, Lao Luchun came out of the house. Seeing Tang Xueduan, he paused. Xueduan? Aren't you leaving? Father, I came back to see Shufen, Tang Xueduan replied. Lao Luchun nodded, squatting on the doorstep to smoke. After a while, he said quietly, Xueduan, about those rumors in the village. Don't take them to heart. Shufen is my daughter. I know what kind of person she is. Father, I understand, Tang Xueduan said. I know exactly what kind of person Shufen is. Lao Luchun nodded and said nothing more. Bai Huizhen came out of the kitchen, her eyes still red. Xueduan, Shufen has been wronged. Mother, don't worry, Tang Xueduan said. With me here, I won't let her be wronged again. That night, Tang Xueduan stayed at the Liu family for dinner. At the table, he solemnly told Lao Luchun and Bai Huizhen, Father, Mother, I want to make a statement today. I believe in Shufen. I will believe in her for the rest of my life. I don't believe a word of those rumors. When we get married, I will treat her well and never let her suffer any wrong. Lao Luchun and Bai Huizhen were so moved they couldn't speak. Having such a reasonable son-in-law, what more could they worry about? After dinner, Tang Xueduan was about to leave. Liu Shufen saw him to the village entrance. The moonlight was bright, shining on both of them. Shufen, Tang Xueduan held her hand. In just over half a month, you will be my wife. Wait for me. Wait for you. Tang Xueduan left, and Liu Shufen stood there, watching his figure disappear into the moonlight. Her heart was warm, full of happiness. In this life, she finally met someone who truly understood her, believed in her, and protected her. No, I have encountered this before in my past life, but back then, we didn't trust each other, and we wasted over 3 years of time. This time, I won't let that happen. I will cherish every day I spend with Tang Xueduan. What are rumors? What is hardship? With Tang Xueduan by my side, I fear nothing. After the rumor incident, the Du family mother and daughter did calm down for a while, but their days were still hard. Although the villagers didn't say it openly, their eyes were full of contempt. No one wanted to talk to them when fetching water at the well. Shop clerks ignored them when buying supplies. Even Du Yunjin's former friends now avoided her. Wang Kaifeng was so angry she scolded people at home every day, scolding Liu Shufen, Tang Xueduan, and the villagers who looked down on them. Du Yunjin cried all day, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Worse, after hearing about the matter, the Guo family completely cut ties with the Du family. Originally, Guo Qingdong had some interest in Du Yunjin, but now he kept his distance, afraid of bad luck. Du Yunjin's marriage was completely ruined. One day, Wang Kaifeng went to the commune market and overheard some gossip. Did you hear? No one dares to marry the girl from the Du family now. Who would want to? She's so malicious. Even her childhood friends accuse her.
Exactly.
Such a girl would bring disaster if she married into a family. Wang Kaifeng was so angry she trembled and confronted them. What are you talking about? The women weren't afraid of her. Are we wrong? You know very well what your daughter did. My daughter didn't do anything, Wang Kaifeng insisted. Come on. Dr. Zhou examined her and proved Liu Shufen is innocent. Your daughter is just jealous of her good marriage and is causing trouble on purpose. You. Wang Kaifeng couldn't speak and left in shame. When she got home, she looked at her crying daughter and was furious. We need to think of a way. What way? Wang Kaifeng's eyes lit up. Your aunt is in the county town, right? Let's go to stay with her. The county town is so big, no one will recognize us, and you might find a good family.
Du Yunjin's eyes brightened. Really?
Yes, really, Wang Kaifeng said. Tomorrow, I will write a letter. Mother and daughter decided to leave and started packing. News of their departure spread quickly through the village. Some thought they deserved it. Others felt sorry for them. When Liu Shufen heard the news, she was preparing medicine for her mother. Bai Huizhen said, the Du mother and daughter are leaving to stay with relatives in the city. Liu Shufen responded with an but said nothing. Shufen, do you hate them? Bai Huizhen asked. Liu Shufen thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I don't hate them. Why?
They slandered you so badly.
Because they have already faced their punishment, Liu Shufen said calmly. Mother, look, they can't stay in the village anymore and have to leave to find others. That's their punishment. Bai Huizhen sighed.
Yes.
Being a good person means being kind. Liu Shufen looked at the fire in the stove, feeling very peaceful inside. In her past life, Du Yunjin ruined her life. In this life, Du Yunjin faced the consequences of her actions.
Karma cycles and justice is served.
She no longer hated because hatred is too tiring. She decided to look forward and live her own life well. 3 days later, the Du family mother and daughter left. No one saw them off. They carried their bags, looking tired and dirty, and left the village on the bus to the city. As the bus started, Du Yunjin looked back at Lijiaku. This was the place she had lived for 18 years, and she would never return. Tears fell from her eyes, but no one saw. Liu Shufen stood in her yard, watching the bus disappear at the end of the dirt road. She knew that her and Du Yunjin's grievances ended here. In the future, they would each have their own lives and destinies. And she needed to take control of her own future. A month later, Tang Xueduan indeed returned. This time, he came back wearing a brand new military uniform with a big red flower on his chest. The commune leaders personally saw him off, with drums and gongs, making a lively scene. Lijiaku was buzzing with excitement. The People's Liberation Army's son-in-law has returned. Shufen is so lucky. Tang Xueduan brought wedding candies to every household in the village, for both adults and children. Everyone ate the candies and talked about good luck, creating a very festive atmosphere. That evening, Tang Xueduan visited the Liu family officially. He brought the marriage certificate, with a red cover and gold lettering. He also presented the dowry for Liu Shufen, a Shanghai brand watch, a butterfly brand sewing machine, and 200 yuan. At that time, this was a very generous dowry. Lu Laoshun and Bai Huizhen were both stunned. Xueduan, this is so valuable, Bai Huizhen said. It's not valuable, Tang Xueduan replied. Shufen deserves the best. Liu Shufen touched the watch, feeling so touched she couldn't speak. The Shanghai watch cost over 100 yuan and required industrial coupons. He had used all his savings for this. Xueduan, do you like it? Tang Xueduan looked at her. I like it, Liu Shufen nodded firmly. That's good. After we get married, I will buy you an even better one, he said with a smile. The wedding was scheduled for the 8th day of the 10th lunar month.
There were 6 days left.
The Liu family started preparing. The guest list was finalized, the menu was decided, and the new house was decorated. Just Liu Shufen's original room, repainted, with red wedding characters pasted and new bedding put in. Liu Shufen also prepared her dowry. 2 new quilts for new outfits, a silver bracelet from her mother, a set of silver needles from her master, and her collection of medical books and prescriptions she had saved over the years. She planned to take all of these with her, because to her, this was not an end, but a new beginning. On the 7th day of the 10th lunar month, the day before the wedding. According to tradition, the bride and groom could not see each other. Tang Xueduan stayed at Tang's home, while Liu Shufen stayed at her house. That evening, Bai Huizhen came to her daughter's room to talk. Shufen, you're getting married tomorrow, she said, touching her daughter's hair. Mother will miss you. Mother, I will come back often to see you, Liu Shufen said, leaning into her mother's embrace. Yes, Bai Huizhen took out a jade gourd from her pocket. Wear this. Liu Shufen was stunned. This jade gourd was exactly the same as the one she carried on her chest. This, mother, this is left by your great-grandmother, a real family treasure, Bai Huizhen softly said. Mother has kept it hidden and never took it out. Now that you're getting married, it should be passed to you. Liu Shufen took the jade gourd in her hand, feeling its smoothness and warmth, as if it had a life of its own. Mother, do you know the secret of this gourd? Bai Huizhen shook her head. I don't know. But your grandmother said it is the root of the Bai family and must be passed down through generations. Shufen, you are the hope of the Bai family. You must pass on the medical skills, heal the sick, save lives, and do good deeds. I will, Liu Shufen said seriously. She didn't expect her mother also had a jade gourd. What about the one on her chest? What's going on? Could it be that the Bai family's legacy isn't just one? She couldn't understand, but she knew it was a good thing. Thank you, mother. Foolish girl, Bai Huizhen hugged her daughter. I only want you to be happy. Mother and daughter talked for a long time until late at night. Liu Shufen lay in bed, holding 2 jade gourds, one given by her mother, a family heirloom, and the other formed from the mark on her chest, feeling full of strength. These 2 gourds looked exactly the same, but seemed different. The one her mother gave was warm, simple, with traces of age. The one on her chest was lively and vivid, as if it had a life of its own. She didn't know what this meant, but she knew it was a good thing. The Bai family's legacy was finally complete in her generation. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Tomorrow, she would marry Tang Xueduan. In this life, she would be happy. She would use her medical skills to save people, do good deeds to accumulate virtue, and resolve the Bai family's karma. She would grow old with Tang Xueduan, with children and grandchildren around them. She would change everyone's fate. Liu Shufen closed her eyes and softly said, Judge, do you see? I am changing my fate. Outside the window, it seemed a breeze had blown, carrying echoes from distant mountains, as if responding. That day, Liu Shufen finally finished preparing all her dowry. With some free time, she picked up her medical book again. Late at night, Liu Shufen locked the door and blew out the oil lamp. She didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. The jade gourd mark on her chest felt slightly warm, and a gentle green light flashed. She disappeared inside the room. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the spirit cauldron space. The space was still the same, A 1-acre spiritual field, a spiritual spring in the middle, and a thatched cottage by the spring. But upon closer look, some changes were visible. The herbs in the spiritual field grew more lush, the water in the spring seemed clearer, and the thatched cottage looked a bit newer than the last time she entered. Liu Shufen walked to the cottage and pushed the door open. The inside was simple: a table, a chair, and a medicine cabinet. On the table were several medical books, all left by great-grandmother by Guilan. She picked up the top book and opened it. It was the By Family Medical Classic, Volume 1, which contained basic knowledge of herbs and treatment methods. She had almost learned it all. The next book was By Family Medical Classic, Volume 2, which she hadn't looked at carefully before. This time, she found the content much deeper, with more complex prescriptions and some special treatment techniques, secret acupuncture points, unique massage methods, and even some healing rituals. Healing rituals were an ancient form of medicine used by shamans, involving charms and prayers to cure illnesses. In the modern era, these were criticized as superstitions. How could great-grandmother dare to write these in a medical book? Liu Shufen continued flipping through the pages, her heart pounding more and more. The later volumes of the By Family Medical Classic recorded increasingly strange content. Some prescriptions used herbs she had never heard of, some techniques were beyond normal medical skills, and some were clearly harmful. For example, in the third volume, there was a prescription called Confusing Mind Powder, which could cause hallucinations and make people obey the person giving the medicine. Next to it, great-grandmother's note said, "Use with caution, harmful to both others and oneself." In the fourth volume, there was a record of a lifeline needle, said to be able to keep a dying person alive longer. The note read, "Defying heaven will bring divine punishment." The fifth volume. Liu Shufen couldn't bear to look anymore. She closed the book, leaned back in her chair, her heart pounding like a drum. Who exactly was great-grandmother by Guilan? Was her medical skill meant to save or harm people? Why were there so many evil practices in these books? No wonder the judge said the Bai family owed too many karmic debts. Such medical skills, if used improperly, can indeed cause great harm. She steadied her mind and reopened the medical book, starting from the first volume, studying carefully. This time, she read more attentively. Not only did she look at the prescriptions, but also examined Grandma Tai's notes and the hidden messages between the lines. Gradually, she began to understand some secrets. Grandma Tai's medical skills are divided into two parts. One is the traditional medical classics, which helps people and heals illnesses. The other is the harmful poison classics, which hurt people for profit and do evil deeds. Strangely, these two parts are not completely separate. Some things from the poison classics can be turned into good remedies with slight changes. Some parts of the medical classics can harm if used wrongly. Grandma Tai repeatedly emphasized in her notes, "A doctor's heart should be kind. Used well, it saves lives. Used badly, it harms. Remember this. Remember this." It seems Grandma Tai regretted her actions in her later years. She knew she had made many mistakes, so she left these medical books hoping future generations would learn from her and use medical skills for good, not evil. Liu Shufen felt a mix of feelings. She touched the yellowed pages of the book, as if she could feel Grandma Tai's struggles and regrets from back then. "Grandma Tai," she whispered, "don't worry. I will use these skills to help people, not harm them. I will atone for you and resolve the White family's karma." The book seemed to understand her words and flickered slightly. Liu Shufen was startled. She looked closely, and the book returned to normal. Was it an illusion? She shook her head and continued reading. After finishing the book, Liu Shufen left the thatched hut and went to the spiritual field. The soil in the spiritual field was special, shiny black, soft and moist to the touch, like it had just rained. But it hadn't rained in the space. She remembered the inscription on the stone tablet. The soil of the spiritual field can grow all things, growing quickly and strongly. Since it can grow everything, it can naturally grow crops too. She had previously planted some rare herbs: sanchi, tianma, chonglu, dangue, huangqi. Now they were ripe and stored in her medicine box, which also contained some other seeds. Now was a good time to try planting them all together. She took out the seeds from the medicine box and planned her planting. Sanchi on this side, Tianma on that side, Dangui in the middle. Once planned, she began to sow the seeds. Without a hoe, she dug holes with her hands. The soil in the spiritual field is very soft, and digging creates a hole easily. She places the seeds inside, covers them with soil, and waters them with holy spring water. The holy spring water is magical. After watering, the soil around the seeds quickly becomes moist, as if it is life. After planting all the seeds, she is exhausted and sweating heavily. But looking at the neat rows of crops, she feels very proud. Once these herbs grow, I can help more people, she whispers to herself. Just as she finishes speaking, something amazing happens. The seeds she just planted sprout, break through the soil, and grow tender leaves at a visible speed. Liu Shufen is stunned. She knows that the spiritual field can make plants grow fast, but she didn't expect it to be so quick. It's only been a few minutes. She squats down to observe carefully. The tender leaves of the herb called sanchi are oval-shaped and light green. The sprout tips of tianma are red, like small bamboo shoots. The leaves of angelica look like feathers, bright green. At this rate, won't they be ready in just a few days? She remembers some rare medicinal herbs from medical books, which take many years or even decades to grow. If she can harvest them in just a few days here, her heart races. If this is really possible, she can make more good medicines and help more people. She thinks about how she used to visit the field only once in a long time, wasting so much space and land. Suddenly, the space around her vibrates. It's not an earthquake, but a kind of energy fluctuation. Liu Shufen stands up, alert, looking around carefully. The surface of the holy spring ripples. The door of the thatched cottage closes automatically, and the herbs in the field stop growing. What's going on? She asks softly. No one answers. But the jade gourd mark on her chest feels hotter and hotter, as if it's about to burn. She covers her chest, feeling a warm flow coming from the mark, spreading through her limbs. It feels very comfortable, like soaking in warm water. The warm flow makes her body feel light, her mind clear, and her breathing smoother. She closes her eyes, sensing this warm flow. Gradually, she begins to see things. Not with her eyes, but with her feelings. She could feel the vitality of each herb in the spiritual field, the energy contained in the spiritual spring water, and a certain kind of aura flowing in the space. She reached out her hand toward a piece of sanchi. Before her fingers touched the leaves, she could sense that this sanchi had a gentle nature, good at promoting blood circulation and reducing blood stasis, but it wasn't mature enough yet. It would be best after 3 more days. She then moved toward Tianma. Before her hand touched it, she knew that this Tianma was neutral in nature, sweet in taste, capable of calming wind and stopping spasms and relieving pain, especially when combined with chuanqiong. Is this a natural affinity for medicinal herbs? The judge had said she possessed this ability, but she never expected it to be so amazing. Excited, she walked around the spiritual field, feeling the medicinal properties, effects, and best harvest times of each herb. With this ability, she would be more confident in preparing medicines and treating illnesses in the future. The warm current gradually faded, and the space returned to calm. Liu Shufen opened her eyes, noticing she was covered in sweat but feeling very refreshed, as if she had slept well. She looked at the herbs in the spiritual field, which had already grown to half a foot tall. At this rate, they would be ready to harvest tomorrow. She nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave the space. Before leaving, she went to the spiritual spring, scooped up a handful of water, and drank. The spring water was sweet and cool, soothing her entire body after entering her throat. She poured some into a small bottle, planning to take it out for her mother to drink. Back in her room, it was not yet dawn. Liu Shufen lay on her bed but couldn't fall asleep. Tonight's discovery was too shocking. The magic of the spiritual field, the awakening of her abilities, and the secrets in the medical books. She felt as if she had opened a new door, behind which was a whole new world. This world had dangers, but also opportunities, tests, but also hope. And she was already prepared. The next morning, Liu Shufen went to the commune health clinic as usual to help. Now she went twice a week, learning Western medicine from Director Sun and teaching some traditional Chinese medicine knowledge to the clinic's doctors. Everyone liked her, saying she was smart, eager to learn, and humble. Today, a special patient arrived at the town health clinic. It was an old man in his 70s, brought in by others. He said he had been suffering from stomach pain for 3 days, vomiting whatever he ate, and now he was so pained that he had fainted. After Director Sun examined the patient, he looked serious. It might be a bowel blockage. We need to send him to the county hospital for surgery immediately, but the county hospital is over 50 miles away. The bumpy road might be too much for the patient, said a doctor. Still, we have to send him, Director Sun replied. Are we going to wait here and do nothing? Liu Shufen stepped forward. Director Sun, let me take a look. He hesitated for a moment and moved aside. Liu Shufen checked the old man's pulse. The pulse was heavy and rough, like stones pressing on the blood vessels. She gently pressed on his abdomen. The old man furrowed his brow in his unconscious state. It's not a bowel blockage, she said. It's a blockage caused by hardened stool. Hardened stool, Director Sun was surprised. Yes, when stool becomes very dry and hard, it can form stones that block the intestines, Liu Shufen explained. In this case, we can use traditional medicine to help pass the stool. No need for surgery. Are you confident? Director Sun asked. Yes, Liu Shufen nodded. My master taught me a special recipe for this kind of problem. She wrote down a prescription: rhubarb, mirabolite, magnolia bark, and bitter orange, all medicines that promote bowel movements. Director Sun looked at the prescription. This recipe is quite strong. Severe cases need strong medicine, Liu Shufen said. 3 doses should work. Then let's try it, Director Sun agreed. It's better than risking death on the bumpy road. The medicine was prepared and boiled. They gave it to the old man. After an hour, the old man woke up and said he needed to go to the bathroom. 2 nurses helped him to the toilet. After a while, they heard a loud splash and then a relieved sigh from the old man. He had successfully passed the stool. A large, hard piece of stool, like a stone, was finally out after 3 days of blockage. The old man came out of the bathroom looking much better, holding Liu Shufen's hand. Young lady, thank you. You're my lifesaver. Liu Shufen smiled. Don't mention it, sir. Eat more vegetables and fruits, drink plenty of water, and avoid constipation. Watching this, Director Sun said emotionally, Shufen, your medical skills are improving more and more. If this case had been at the county hospital, they would have operated. But you treated him with just a few medicines. That's impressive. It's thanks to my master, Liu Shufen modestly replied. It's because you're willing to learn, Director Sun said. Shufen, once you're done with your current busy period, I want to recommend you for further training at the county hospital. You are such a talented person. You shouldn't be hidden away in the countryside. Liu Shufen's eyes brightened. Really, can I? Yes, Director Sun nodded. I know the director of the county hospital. I'll talk to him. Thank you, Director Sun. No need to thank me. Director Sun patted her shoulder. Work hard and become a good doctor in the future. After leaving the health clinic, Liu Shufen felt full of motivation. With the spiritual field and her medical skills, she was sure she could help more people. When she returned home, she entered her space. The herbs in the spiritual field had already matured. The roots of Panax nodo ginseng were as thick as a thumb, gastrodia tubers looked like small potatoes, and the purple flowers of the trillium opened. She carefully harvested some, prepared them, and stored them in her medicine cabinet. She also planted a second batch of seeds. This time, she planted some rare herbs, Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, and snow lotus. These herbs are hard to find outside, but they should grow well in her spiritual field. After planting the herbs, she sat by the spiritual spring, pondering a question. Since the spiritual spring water is so magical, could it be used to cure illnesses? She remembered giving a little to her mother yesterday, and her mother said she felt very comfortable. This morning, her mother's face looked rosier. Maybe she could try? She filled a small bottle with spiritual spring water, planning to take it to the health clinic tomorrow and give some to the old man to see if it worked. If it was effective, her medical skills would have another powerful tool. As she was thinking, the space vibrated again. This time more noticeably. The thatched hut's door opened automatically, and a calling sound came from inside. Liu Shufen stepped in and saw that a drawer at the bottom of the medicine cabinet was glowing. She pulled open the drawer, revealing a paper-wrapped package. Unwrapping it, she found a thin booklet. The cover read, "Secrets of the Spirit Cauldron." She flipped to the first page, which had only one line. Spirit Cauldron recognizes its owner. The inheritance begins. A healer's heart must be kind, and good use is key. Turning the page again, she saw instructions on how to use the Spirit Cauldron, how to enter and exit the space, how to plant herbs, how to draw from the spiritual spring, and even how to store items in the Spirit Cauldron. It turned out the Spirit Cauldron could not only grow herbs but also serve as a storage space. She tried following the instructions, focusing her mind and thinking, collect. A teacup on the table disappeared. She then thought, retrieve, and the teacup reappeared in her hand. It really works. Liu Shufen was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. With this new skill, gathering herbs and carrying medicine would be much easier. She kept reading. The later part described more advanced uses of the Spirit Cauldron, like refining pills with spiritual springs, cultivating spiritual herbs in spiritual fields, and even using the Spirit Cauldron to treat illnesses. It was so amazing. She read eagerly until her mother called her outside for dinner, then reluctantly left the space. That night, she had a dream. She dreamed of her great-grandmother, by Guilan, standing by the spiritual spring, looking at her with a complicated expression. "Child," said her great-grandmother, "the Bai family's legacy is now yours. Remember, medical skills are like a sword, able to save lives, but also capable of harm. How you use them depends on your heart." "Great-grandmother, I will use them to save people," Liu Shufen said. "Good." Her great-grandmother smiled. "I believe in you. Go now, save those who need help, do what you must." She woke up. It was morning. Liu Shufen sat up, looked out the window at the morning light, and felt full of strength. A new day, a new beginning. She would carry the Bai family's legacy and the secrets of the Spirit Cauldron, walking her own path. A path of healing and saving lives. A path that could change her destiny. By the end of September in the lunar calendar, only 10 days remained until Liu Shufen and Tang Xueduan's wedding. Autumn in Lijiaku was beautiful. The fields of rice had been harvested, leaving only golden stubble. On the hillside, maple leaves turned red, bunch after bunch, like burning flames. The sky was high and blue, with clouds as white as cotton candy. Liu Shufen's dowry was all prepared. 2 new quilts for new outfits, a pair of embroidered pillowcases, and a pair of silver bracelets from her mother. She had also secretly prepared some things. Rare medicinal herbs from the spiritual field, carefully processed and stored in small porcelain bottles, a few medical books she copied herself, and a bottle of spiritual spring water in a plain glass bottle, looking just like ordinary mountain spring water. These were her confidence and her secret. Recently, Tang Xueduan was very busy with military duties and couldn't visit often. But he sent a short letter through someone else, with just a few words. "Shufen, the mission is urgent, and the return date is uncertain. The wedding date remains the same. I will come back as soon as I can. Wait for me." Xueduan, September 25, 1973. Liu Shufen looked at the letter, feeling both sweet and nervous. The sweetness came from knowing Tang Xueduan thought of her and still took time to write. The nervousness was because the army's tasks are always risky. She was worried he might get hurt. But worrying was useless. She could only wait. Wait for the wedding day, wait for her groom, and wait for their new life to begin. Meanwhile, in a shabby alley in the town, the Du family's life was hard. Wang Xifeng's sister married a worker and lived in a small dormitory building at the factory. The house was tiny, with only one room, crowded with 4 people, her sister, brother-in-law, and 2 nephews. Now, Wang Kaifeng and Du Yunjin also lived there. 6 people in one room, sleeping on mats on the floor at night. Her brother-in-law looked unhappy and was always angry and hitting things. Her sister was caught in the middle, feeling stuck. Du Yunjin felt even worse. She was used to the spacious countryside and couldn't stand the cramped space here. She was used to being cared for and couldn't handle the cold looks from others. When she looked for a job at the factory, they said she was uneducated and only gave her temporary work, earning only 8 mao a day, which wasn't enough for food. She started to regret her decision. Regret leaving Lijiaku, regret opposing Liu Shufen, and regret everything. "Mom, let's go back," she cried one night. "Go back." Wang Kaifeng glared at her. "Go back and be laughed at. But staying here, people are laughing at us too," Du Yunjin said. "My coworkers look down on me because I'm from the countryside. The factory people know I'm from the rural area and look down on me. Who can you blame?" Wang Kaifeng said impatiently. "It's all your own doing." Du Yunjin said nothing, only crying. Wang Kaifeng looked at her daughter and felt uneasy inside. She also wanted to go back, but they couldn't. Lijia could no longer welcome them. Going back would only make things worse.
"Just be patient," she sighed.
"Soon, I'll find you a husband, and once you're married, it will be better." "Who would marry someone like me?" Du Yunjin said with a bitter smile. "No city person would want me." Wang Kaifeng didn't reply. She knew her daughter was right. City folks had high standards and wouldn't look at a rural girl, especially one with a bad reputation. Mother and daughter sat silently, only sighing. Here is the improved and corrected version of your text. On the other side of Lijiaku, there was a different scene. Liu Shufen's marriage plans became the talk of the whole village. The women gathered together, talking about this. "Shufen is lucky to marry a soldier. I heard he's a platoon leader, an officer. The bride price is generous. Bicycles, watches, sewing machines, everything. Old Liu's family is really proud this time." Liu Laozhan had been walking around happily these days. Although he still kept a serious face, his eyes showed pride. Bai Huizhen was even more cheerful, smiling all day and giving out candies to everyone. Only Liu Shufen herself remained calm. She had prepared everything that needed preparing and arranged what was necessary. Now all that was left was to wait. Wait for that special person to come back. On the 5th day of October, 3 days before the wedding, Tang Xueduan returned. He arrived in the evening, dressed in a brand new military uniform, tired but in good spirits. Liu Shufen was hanging clothes in the yard when she saw him. The basin in her hand dropped to the ground with a loud clatter. "Xueduan, Shufen, I'm back," Tang Xueduan said, walking quickly over and holding her hand. His hands were rough and warm, gripping hers tightly. "Was the mission successful?" Liu Shufen asked. "Yes, it went well." Tang Xueduan nodded. "Just a bit delayed, almost didn't make it back. That's what matters." Liu Shufen's eyes turned red. Bai Huizhen heard the noise and came out, seeing her son-in-law. She was so happy she started to wipe tears. "Xueduan is back. Come inside and sit. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Tang Xueduan replied. "Auntie, don't worry, I'll sit for a while and then leave. The army has some matters to attend to. I'll come again tomorrow." "Even if you're busy, you must eat," Bai Huizhen said, rushing to the kitchen to heat the food. Tang Xueduan looked at Liu Shufen with gentle eyes. "Shufen, these days. You've worked hard." "It's not hard," Liu Shufen shook her head. "You're the one who's been working hard." They stood in the yard, the sunset casting long shadows that intertwined. After dinner, Tang Xueduan was about to leave. Liu Shufen saw him to the village entrance. "Shufen," Tang Xueduan said, "the wedding might be a bit simpler. The army has rules, and we can't make it too fancy." "I understand," Liu Shufen replied. "A simple wedding is fine. I don't care about those things. Sorry to make things difficult for you." Tang Xueduan felt a bit guilty. "No need to feel wronged." Liu Shufen looked at him. "As long as I can marry you, I won't mind." Tang Xueduan's heart warmed. He held her hand. "Shufen, You're so kind. They talked for a while longer, and Tang Xueduan left reluctantly. Liu Shufen stayed where she was, watching his back, feeling full of hope. In 3 days, she would become Tang Xueduan's wife. The day before the wedding, an unexpected visitor arrived at Liu's house. It was Du Yunjin. She came alone, wearing an old floral shirt, looking tired, with red eyes, and appearing several years older than her real age. Bai Huizhen saw her and paused. Yunjin? Why are you back, Huizhen aunt? Du Yunjin lowered her head.
I
just want to see Sister Shufen. Liu Shufen came out of the house and was surprised to see Du Yunjin. Yunjin, Sister Shufen. Du Yunjin suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please forgive me. Liu Shufen was startled and quickly helped her up. What are you doing? Get up. I won't get up, Du Yunjin cried.
Shufen, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have been jealous of you, slandered you, or done those bad things. Now I am paying the price. I can't stay in the county town anymore. My uncle despises me. I can't find a job. I deserve this. She cried heartbreakingly, full of genuine remorse. Liu Shufen looked at her, feeling mixed emotions. In her past life, Du Yunjin never admitted her mistakes until she died. In this life, she was kneeling in front of her, confessing. Was it fate changing or something else? Yunjin, get up first. Liu Shufen helped her. Forget about the past. Just focus on living well from now on. Sister Shufen, do you really forgive me? Du Yunjin couldn't believe it. Yes, Liu Shufen nodded. No one is perfect. Admitting mistakes and changing is the greatest good. Du Yunjin cried even harder. Shufen, you're so kind. I was really blinded before. Stop crying. Liu Shufen poured her a glass of water. Drink some water and calm down. Du Yunjin drank the water, and her emotions gradually steadied. Sister Shufen, I came back this time to ask you for a favor, she said shyly. What's the matter? I heard you're getting married tomorrow. I want to attend your wedding. Is that okay? Du Yunjin said. I want to see you happy with my own eyes, and I also want to share your joy. Liu Shufen hesitated for a moment. Honestly, given what Du Yunjin had done before, she shouldn't be allowed to come. But now she was truly sorry, and she was so pitiful. All right, she nodded. You can come. But what? But you have to promise me to be a good person from now on and not do bad things anymore, Liu Shufen said seriously. I promise.
I promissa. Du Yunjin nodded repeatedly.
Shufen, I will change. After sending Du Yunjin away, Bai Huizhen looked worried. Shufen, are you really letting her come? What if she causes trouble again? Mother, I believe she's truly sorry this time, Liu Shufen replied. Give her a chance. You're too soft-hearted, Bai Huizhen sighed. Liu Shufen smiled quietly, saying nothing. It's not softness, but understanding. Du Yunjin has already faced her punishment. There's no need to kick her when she's down. Giving her a way out is also a way to do good deeds for oneself. On the 8th day of the 10th lunar month, the Liu family compound was filled with a joyful and busy atmosphere. Red banners hung in the yard, and double happiness characters were pasted everywhere. Even the wildflowers by the wall seemed to bloom more brightly. Liu Shufen sat on her bed in her room, holding a small, broken mirror. In the mirror, she saw herself dressed in a blue and white wedding gown, sewn by her own hands. The fabric was bought at Baishui Commune, simple and elegant, soft to the touch, with delicate edging on the collar and sleeves. Her hair was neatly combed and tied into a bun at the back, with a silver hairpin, her dowry from her mother, stuck in it. She looked at herself in the mirror, an 18-year-old girl with a clear face, delicate eyebrows, and bright eyes. In her past life, she married Tang Xueduan at this age too, but back then, her eyes were filled with confusion and fear about the future. This life, her eyes now shine with hope, expectation, and determination. Shufen, Bai Huizhen pushed the door open, holding a tray.
Eat something.
You need to get up soon, and I worry you won't have time to eat. The tray had a bowl of brown sugar eggs and 2 plain steamed buns. Liu Shufen took it and said, Mother, You should eat too. Mother has already eaten. Bai Huizhen sat beside her daughter and looked at her carefully. My girl, you look so beautiful, mother. Liu Shufen's eyes welled up with tears. Bai Huizhen took her daughter's hand, rough from years of hard work, and gently stroked the soft back of her hand. Today you're getting married. I have a few words to tell you. Go ahead, mother. First, when you arrive at the Tang family, be respectful to your mother-in-law. Xueduan's mother raised her siblings alone, so she's not easy to deal with. Treat her like your own mother. Bai Huizhen spoke softly, but each word was serious. Second, Xueduan is in the army. You're alone at home, so take good care of the house. Handle the family matters properly and don't interfere in what you shouldn't. Third, and most importantly, don't forget your medical skills. That's the foundation of our Bai family and your livelihood. Liu Shufen nodded firmly. I understand, mother. Also, Bai Huizhen took out a small cloth bag from her pocket and opened it. Inside were a few crumpled bills. This is what I've saved over the years, 10 yuan.
Keep it with you.
When you're at your new home, you should have some money. Mother, I don't want it. Liu Shufen pushed it back. Xueduan gave me a dowry, and I have money. You keep this, buy yourself some good food. Just take it, Bai Huizhen insisted, pressing the money into her daughter's hand. I don't need it. If there's an emergency while you're out, it might come in handy. Liu Shufen looked at the 10 yuan in her hand, feeling both warm and a little sad. She didn't know how long her mother had saved to gather that money. Mother, once I settle in, I'll bring you to live with me, she said. No need, no need. Bai Huizhen waved her hand. I'm fine at home. Just live well, and I'll be happy. As they talked, there was a voice outside the door. Liu Laoshuan called, Shufen, are you up yet? Yes, father. Liu Laoshuan pushed the door open, holding a pipe. Today, he was dressed a bit neater than usual, but his face was serious, with no smile. Today, I am leaving home. He sat on the bench and took a deep smoke. He said everything he needed to say. Your mother already told you. Your father only said one thing. The road is your choice. Take good care of yourself. If things don't work out, come back. Our family will always have a meal for you. His words sounded firm, but Liu Shufen could hear the concern behind them. Dad, I will take good care of myself, she said. Liu Laoshan responded with an and took something out of his pocket, placing it on the table. It was a piece of cloth wrapped around something. When opened, it was an old silver coin, a bit darkened with age. This was left by your grandfather. This is all I have, Liu Laoshan said. Keep it with you, as a keepsake. Liu Shufen picked up the silver coin. It was heavy. She knew this was her father's most valuable thing. Dad, this is too precious. Just take it, Liu Laoshan interrupted her. A daughter who leaves home is like water spilled. In the future, remember to respect your mother-in-law and don't let anyone say our Liu family lacks manners. After saying that, he stood up and left without looking back. Liu Shufen watched her father's back, tears finally falling. That's just how her father was. He didn't speak nicely, but his heart was soft. Bai Huizhen gently wiped her daughter's tears. Don't cry. Today is your wedding day. If your eyes swell, it won't look good. Liu Shufen nodded, holding back her tears. For the next few hours, she hardly slept. Her mind replayed her past life, like a movie, and she also imagined her future in this life. It was almost dawn when she finally dozed off for a little while. That day, just before dawn, Liu's house became lively. Aunt Liu brought some women from the village to help. Some combed hair, some cooked, and others decorated. A temporary stove was set up in the yard, with a big iron pot simmering meat, filling the air with a delicious smell. Liu Shufen was woken up early, washed her face, and got dressed. In this era, heavy makeup was not popular, but the bride still needed to look nice. Aunt Liu applied some face cream on her and put lipstick on her, borrowed from the supply store at the commune, which she had to return later. Shufen looks so pretty today, Aunt Liu said as she combed her hair. Xueduan is so lucky. Ma'am, please stop talking. Liu Shufen blushed. There's no need to be shy, Aunt Liu smiled. Once you're married, you're an adult. You should say what needs to be said. and do what needs to be done. Xueduan is in the army and can only come home once a year. You need to be quick and have a son for him soon. Her words were straightforward, and the women helping in the house all laughed. Liu Shufen's face turned even redder, and she looked down without speaking. She brushed her hair, changed into her wedding dress. The blue dress with white flowers made her look very pretty. A silver hairpin was in her hair, gently swaying with her movements. The Liu family's wedding was simple, held in their yard. There were a few tables with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and wedding candies. Only relatives and neighbors attended, fewer than 30 people. Tang Xueduan wore a new military uniform, with a big red flower on his chest, standing at the gate to greet guests. Liu Shufen wore her blue and white wedding dress, with a red veil on her head, sitting inside the main room waiting. There were no traditional wedding drums, sedan chairs, or formal wedding rituals. According to military wedding rules, it was simple but respectful. At 10 in the morning, the ceremony began. Aunt Wang acted as the host, said some lucky words, then had the couple bow to Chairman Mao's portrait, bow to their parents, and then the husband and wife bowed to each other. After 3 bows, the ceremony was over. Everyone clapped and wished them well. May you have many children, grow old together. Liu Shufen listened, feeling warm inside. Although it was simple, she was truly married now, married to Xueduan. The feast began. The food was simple: a bowl of braised pork, a bowl of potato and chicken stew, a bowl of cabbage and tofu, and plain rice. But at that time, this was a very good meal. Everyone ate happily, and the atmosphere was lively and friendly. Du Yunjin also came, sitting in a corner, eating quietly and rarely speaking. Someone recognized her and pointed, but she just silently endured. Liu Shufen saw her and asked her brother Muhan to bring her a bowl of meat. Du Yunjin looked up, her eyes red, and softly said, "Thank you." After eating, Xueduan was ready to take Liu Shufen away. According to tradition, the bride should leave her family and go to her husband's home. But since Xueduan was in the army, and their home was on the outskirts of town, it would be evening by the time they arrived. The wedding was scheduled to take place before 3 p.m., so today they would go to the temporary army quarters in town first. Liu Shufen bowed to her parents to say goodbye. "Father, mother, your daughter is leaving," she said with a choked voice. Bai Huizhen helped her up. "Good child, live a good life." Old Liu Xuan looked serious but had red eyes. "Go ahead." Liu Shufen bowed to Zhou Jisher. "Master, thank you for your teachings." Zhou Jisher helped her up. "Shufen, remember my words. Doctors have kind hearts and kindness spreads everywhere. I will remember." It was time to leave. At that moment, Du Yunjin suddenly stood up and walked to Liu Shufen. Everyone became quiet and watched her. Du Yunjin knelt down again, but not to Liu Shufen. She bowed to everyone. "Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters," she said loudly, "I have done many wrong things before. I'm sorry, Shufen's sister, and sorry to everyone. Today, I want to apologize to all of you." She bowed 3 times, her forehead turning red. "From now on, I will change for the better and be a good person. Please give me a chance." After speaking, she stood up, walked to Liu Shufen, took something out of her pocket, and handed it to her. It was a small cloth bag. "Shufen's sister, this is my gift to you. It's not worth much, but it's my heartfelt wish. I wish you happiness." Liu Shufen opened the cloth bag. Inside was a pair of red headbands, simple but very clean. "Thank you," she said, accepting it. Du Yunjin smiled, and as she smiled, tears fell down her face. "Shufen's sister, you must be happy, and you too." Du Yunjin turned and left, not staying for the later farewell. Liu Shufen watched her go, feeling a bit emotional. In this life, her grudge with Du Yunjin was finally settled. Next was the farewell ceremony. "Is the bride ready?" A voice called from outside the courtyard. "Ready, ready," Liu Dajin replied, covering Liu Shufen's head with a red veil. The veil was made of red cloth, opaque, and Liu Shufen saw only red. She heard firecrackers, drums, and children's cheers outside. "The groom is here." Liu Shufen's heart suddenly raced. She heard footsteps, steady, heavy, coming closer step by step. It was Tang Xueduan. Today, she wore a brand new military uniform with a big red flower on her chest, and she was smiling with bright eyes. "Shufen," he said softly as he walked up to her. "I'm here to pick you up." Liu Shufen's hands trembled slightly. Tang Xueduan held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, come with me." He held her hand and led her step by step out of the room, out of the main hall, and into the yard. The yard was full of villagers who came to see her off. Everyone looked at the bride and groom and said lucky words. "Perfect match, a match made in heaven. May you have many children soon." Lao Lu and Bai Huizhen stood at the door of the main hall, watching their daughter. Bai Huizhen was wiping tears, and Lao Lu had a serious face, but his eyes were also red. "Father, mother." Liu Shufen knelt again and bowed 3 times to her parents. "Your daughter has been unfilial and cannot serve you at home anymore." Bai Huizhen helped her up. "Silly girl, stop talking nonsense. You're married now, you're an adult. Live a good life." Lao Lu opened his mouth as if to say something but finally only said, "Let's go." Tang Xueduan also knelt and bowed to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Father, mother, don't worry. I will treat Shufen well." "Good, good." Bai Huizhen nodded repeatedly. Lao Lu nodded and waved his hand. It was time to leave. According to local customs, the bride should be carried out by her brother. Lu Muhan came over with a sad face to carry her. 15-year-old Lu Muhan squatted down, and Liu Shufen leaned on his back. Although he was thin, he was strong and carried her steadily out of the yard. "Sister, you must be happy, very happy." Tang Xueduan followed behind, holding Liu Shufen's dowry, a wooden box containing her clothes, bedding, medical books, and medicine box. Outside the yard, a military green jeep was parked, sent by the army to pick her up. This was a top-level display at the time, and villagers gathered around the car, marveling. "Soldiers are just different. Shufen is so lucky." Liu Shufen was carried to the front of the car, and Tang Xueduan helped her into it. She sat inside herself, with her red veil still covering her, only able to see the small space at her feet. The car started. "Shufen, come back and visit often. Live a good life." Her tears finally fell uncontrollably. This marriage meant a new life for her. The car left Lijiaku and headed onto the dirt road leading to the town. Although Tangjiang is only separated from Lijiaku by a mountain, you can walk over it, but driving to the town takes a longer route. Tang Xueduan sat beside her, gently holding her hand. "Shufen, don't be sad. I will bring you back often in the future." Liu Shufen nodded silently. Her hand was very cold, so Tang Xueduan held it tighter. "Are you cold?" "No." "Then why are your hands so cold?"
"I'm nervous." Tang Xueduan smiled.
"Nervous about what?" "I won't hurt you." His words were playful, making Liu Shufen blush. Luckily, her veil covered her face, so he couldn't see. The car swayed as it traveled for over an hour, finally reaching the town. Their new home was a temporary military dormitory. The room was small, with only one room, a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. But it was very clean, with red wedding characters on the wall and new bedding on the bed. Tang Xueduan looked a bit embarrassed. "The conditions are simple. Sorry for the inconvenience." "It's okay," Liu Shufen said. "It's quite nice." Tang Xueduan helped her sit down and lifted her veil. They looked into each other's eyes. The red candles flickered brightly, illuminating their young faces. "Shufen," Tang Xueduan whispered, "we are now husband and wife." "Yes. Don't worry, I will treat you well." He held her hand. "I'm in the army, so I can't be with you all the time, but my heart is always with you." "I understand," Liu Shufen said. "I will wait for you at home, take good care of my mother, and continue practicing medicine to help others." "Good," Tang Xueduan smiled. "That's my good wife." They talked for a while longer until someone outside called, "Captain Tang, come out and have some drinks." According to tradition, the wedding night should be lively, but the army has rules, so they couldn't make too much noise. Everyone just asked Tang Xueduan to go out and have a few drinks. Tang Xueduan went out. Liu Shufen was alone in the room, packing her belongings. She didn't need to bring her dowry. This was only a temporary stay, and they would leave tomorrow. Liu Shufen neatly folded the quilt, hung up her clothes, placed medical books on the table, and stored herbs in the medicine box. After tidying up, she sat by the bed, looking out at the moonlight. She felt very calm and peaceful inside. In this life, she finally found a home. After a while, Tang Xueduan returned, carrying the smell of alcohol, but he hadn't drunk much. "Did they trouble you?" Liu Shufen asked. "No." Tang Xueduan shook his head. "They are comrades." It was just a small gesture, and they left. He walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Liu Shufen. The soft glow of the red candle lit up her face, gentle and beautiful. "Shufen," he whispered, "there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Tang Xueduan hesitated. "I might have to go on a mission again soon." Liu Shufen's heart tightened. "Is it dangerous?" "Not dangerous," Tang Xueduan said. "It's just border patrol duty, and I might be gone for a month." She breathed a sigh of relief. Border patrol was tiring but relatively safe. "Be careful," she said. Tang Xueduan held her hand. "Shufen, when I'm not here, take good care of yourself. Stay here for now. If anything happens, go to the clinic and see Dr. Zhang, or go to the camp to see the instructor. They promise to look after you." "I understand," Liu Shufen nodded. "Don't worry about me, Xueduan. I want to stay at the Tang family camp for now, to be with my mother. When my work arrangements are settled, I'll come back here. Is that okay?" In her previous life, her mother-in-law was very kind to her. She often said that when Xueduan was away, she was alone, and it was not easy, especially since they didn't have a proper wedding night before he left. Her mother-in-law felt guilty about that for a long time. This life, she would take good care of her mother-in-law. If possible, she wanted to bring her along and live together. Tang Xueduan looked at her with gentle eyes. This girl was strong and independent, and he didn't need to worry too much. But he still wanted to care for her, to look after her. "Shufen, thank you. I didn't want to leave you alone back home. Worried you wouldn't adapt," Tang Xueduan said, holding her hand. "I appreciate that you want to stay with my mother. She will like you very much." Liu Shufen smiled. In her previous life, she was reluctant, but her mother-in-law liked her. This life, it wouldn't be a problem. Looking at Liu Shufen's smiling face, Tang Xueduan suddenly said, "Actually, the first time I saw you, I felt you were different from other girls." "Different how?" "It's hard to explain," Tang Xueduan thought for a moment. "It's just, I felt there was light in your eyes, a kind of, an unspoken strength. At that moment, I thought, this girl, I want to marry her." Liu Shufen smiled. "You knew you wanted to marry me back then?" "Yes," Tang Xueduan nodded. "Although I didn't know you were skilled in medicine, or how capable you are. I just felt you were the person I was looking for." Liu Shufen felt warm inside. In her past life, Tang Xueduan also said similar words. He said he married her because she was kind and strong. In this life, he still feels the same. "Xueduan," she softly said, "I also have something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Liu Shufen hesitated for a long time. Should she tell him about her rebirth? Should she reveal the secret of the spirit cauldron? In the end, she decided to tell part of the truth. "Actually, I know medicine, not by chance," she said. "My maternal ancestors were doctors, and they left some medical books. I secretly read them when I was young, and later, I had a dream. I saw an old man with a white beard who said I was born to learn medicine and to help others and do good. Since then, I started studying medicine seriously." Her story was partly true and partly false. The old man with the white beard was made up, but learning medicine and helping others was real. Tang Xueduan listened without surprise. Instead, he smiled. "No wonder you're so talented. It turns out you were guided by that old man. Do you believe it?" Liu Shufen asked. "I believe it," Tang Xueduan said seriously. "You're doing good deeds, saving lives, and accumulating virtue. It's right that the old man guided you." Liu Shufen's nose felt a little sore. This man always believed in her unconditionally and supported her. "Xueduan, thank you." "Don't thank me." Tang Xueduan held her close. "You're my wife. Who else would I believe in?" The red candle flickered, casting a warm glow on the two embracing. Outside the window, The moonlight was gentle like water. Tonight marked the beginning of a new life. The red candle quietly shed tears beneath the window decorated with a double happiness sign. Its flickering flame occasionally crackled softly, adding a lively touch to this simple yet clean new home. Outside the window, dark mountain shadows, like ink, stretch across the night. The small border town is so quiet that you can hear the wind walking through the mountain valleys. Liu Shufen sits on a single bed covered with a new red silk quilt. Her fingers unconsciously twirl a decorative button on her wedding dress. The button feels warm from her touch. The room still smells faintly of leftover wine and food from earlier, mixed with the warm scent of candle wax burning on the windowsill. Just now, when they were about to rest, Tang Xueduan's comrades came to disturb the wedding, saying they wanted to add to the celebration. Tang Xueduan saw off the last of his lively friends, then turned to close the door. The wooden door creaked shut, blocking out the cold and the noise outside. He turned around, taking off his military coat and draping it over his arm. He was only wearing a neat white shirt, with the collar unbuttoned, revealing a sun-kissed neck darkened by the highland sun. He didn't come over immediately, but stood by the door, looking at her. His gaze was deep, like the silent mountains behind him. During the day, he appeared calm and steady in front of his friends, but now, some other emotion flickered in his eyes, deep and intense, like thick honey that candlelight couldn't melt away. Last night, it was the same night. He received an urgent order and left hurriedly, still dressed in his groom's outfit, which he hadn't had time to change out of, disappearing into the night. That empty bed, the cold bedding, and a heart that suddenly felt weightless. Liu Shufen thought she had long forgotten, but now, as the candle flickered, her memories came back clearly. "Shufen," he said softly, his voice a little hoarse, as if the quiet room and the candle smoke had soaked into him. Liu Shufen looked up. This time, he was really here, standing in front of her, not turning away. He walked to the table, picked up a white porcelain wine pot warmed by hot water, and poured 2 small cups. The wine was clear and bright, shining with an amber glow in the candlelight. He handed her a cup, his fingers touching her fingertips, dry, warm, with the calluses from years of holding a gun. "Wedding wine," he said simply, 3 words. Liu Shufen took the cup, her fingertips trembling slightly from the cold porcelain. She mimicked his gesture, crossing her arms with his. Suddenly, they were very close. She could smell the faint scent of soapwood on him, mixed with a hint of tobacco. The wine was very spicy, burning from her throat down to her stomach, but gradually a warm feeling rose inside her, pushing away the coldness from her memories that seemed to come from nowhere. After drinking, he took the 2 cups and put them back on the table, but he didn't sit up straight. His leaning posture completely covered her with his shadow. The candlelight behind him cast a soft, golden glow on his broad shoulders. He reached out, his fingertips hesitant at first, but finally gently rested on her simple silver hairpin. He carefully pulled it out, and her long, dark hair flowed down, spreading over her wedding dress. His movements were not very skilled, even a little clumsy, as if afraid of hurting her. After removing the hairpin, his hand didn't leave, but instead slipped into her thick hair, his fingertips lightly brushing her scalp with calloused pads. Liu Shufen trembled slightly all over and instinctively closed her eyes. With her sight closed, her other senses became sharper. She heard his suddenly heavy breathing. She heard her own heartbeat pounding like drums. She heard the faint talk as the candle wax dripped. The warmth of his fingertips seeped through her hair roots, gradually reaching her. This time, his voice almost whispered into her ear, warm breath brushing her earlobe. "I won't leave." This sentence was like a key, suddenly opening a gate. Liu Shufen's nose prickled, and her tightly closed eyelashes fluttered. Not just for this night's celebration, but for the countless lonely nights facing the cold pillow in her past life. For the anxious waiting for news, for the 3 years of waiting to finally get a real beginning that belonged to them. His kiss fell first on her forehead, tender and respectful, then on her moist, salty eyes, tasting the tears that welled at her corners. Finally, he pressed his lips to hers. At first, it was tentative and gentle, as if touching fragile porcelain. But soon, the pressure increased, carrying a long-suppressed, almost fierce longing, yet restrained at the critical moment, transforming into deeper, more intense sucking and nibbling. His arm wrapped around her, strong and firm, pulling her into his embrace. The intricate knots of her wedding dress were undone one by his hands, slipping away to reveal the plain inner garment beneath. His palm pressed against her, hot and firm, feeling her trembling skin. The temperature was surprisingly intense. Rough hands, calloused from holding guns, brushed over her shoulders, neck, and back, causing shivers to run through her. The red candle burned brightly, its flames crackling softly. Outside the window, a dog barked briefly before falling silent again. In the distance, the mountain wind swept through the pine trees, bringing a deep, tide-like moan. But inside this room, the world outside no longer mattered. A strong, unfamiliar scent of a man filled the blanket, blending with her faint, wild scent from the small border town, creating a new, confusing, yet intoxicating smell. Liu Shufen opened her blurry, tear-filled eyes, looking at his close, tense jawline and the bloodshot eyes that showed he was trying to hold back emotions. She shook her head, unable to speak, and buried her face deeper into his sweaty shoulder, wrapping her arms around his broad back. This small movement seemed like silent permission and encouragement.
He swallowed hard, then
seemed to confirm their true connection. The night was still long. The last drop of wax from the candle dripped away quietly, and the flame went out. Cold moonlight seeped through the cracks in the paper window, casting a narrow, silver glow on the ground. In the darkness, his arms stayed tightly around her sweaty waist, his chin resting on her hair. Their breathing gradually slowed, becoming long and steady. Liu Shufen lay in his arms, eyes open, watching the blurry outline of the ceiling. Her body was sore and tired, but her mind was clearer and calmer than ever before. It was not an illusion of hope, nor cold memories, but the real, steady breathing of the person beside her, warm body heat, and their fingers tightly intertwined. The mountain wind still lingered outside, but it could no longer enter this small, warm world. Regrets from her past life, like the extinguished candle, had shed their last tears. And this long-lasting companionship had just begun to take root in this quiet, border town's deep night, trembling but unshakably strong. On the morning after the wedding, just as dawn broke, Liu Shufen woke up. She heard even breathing beside her. Turning to her side, she looked at Tang Xueduan's sleeping face in the faint light coming through the window. He has thick eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and pursed lips. Even while sleeping, he shows the firm resolve typical of a soldier. Last night, they truly became husband and wife. Tang Xueduan felt sorry for her having to travel again tomorrow, so he didn't bother her much and let her rest. Thinking of those embarrassing moments, Liu Shufen's cheeks warmed. She gently lifted the blanket and got up, moving quietly to avoid waking Tang Xueduan. She dressed quickly and went to the window. Outside, she saw the familiar yet strange scenery of the town, where she had lived for many years in her past life. There were mud brick houses, firewood piles, chicken coops, and distant green mountains. "Are you awake so early?" Tang Xueduan's voice came from behind, husky from just waking up. Liu Shufen turned around, her face still red. "Yes, I couldn't sleep." Tang Xueduan sat up, wearing a loose army green vest that showed his strong arms. He beckoned to her. "Come here." Liu Shufen walked over and was pulled into his arms. "Does it still hurt?" he asked softly in her ear. Liu Shufen's face turned even redder. She shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. That's good." Tang Xueduan held her for a while before releasing her. "We need to leave early today because we're traveling. Tongjia camp isn't far, but the road is rough." They packed quickly. The messenger had already brought breakfast. There were brown sugar eggs, plain steamed buns, and a dish of pickled vegetables.
"Eat more,"
The road will be bumpy and you might get hungry, Tang Xueduan said, helping Liu Shufen with an egg. After eating, the army's jeep was waiting outside. The driver was a young soldier named Xiaochen. When he saw Liu Shufen, he loudly greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Liu Shufen smiled and nodded. She didn't have much dowry, just a wooden box and 2 bundles, and they were quickly loaded onto the car. The vehicle started moving. Liu Shufen looked out the window, watching the small town gradually disappear. The car turned onto the dirt road, leading to Tangjia camp. The road was indeed rough, full of potholes and bumps. Xiao Chen drove while saying, "Captain Tang, once we leave the town, we head east. Tangjia camp is on the other side of the mountain. It's not far in a straight line, but we have to go around, so it will take over 2 hours. Thank you for your hard work," Tang Xueduan said. "No trouble at all. It's my honor to send the captain and sister-in-law home." Liu Shufen looked at the scenery outside the window. The autumn fields are golden. The rice has been harvested, and straw stacks are piled up in the fields. In the distance, there are rolling green mountains covered in mist, like a traditional ink painting. Tang Xueduan points to one of the mountains and says, "Beyond that mountain is Tangjia camp. When I was a child, I often went up the mountain to herd cattle and gather firewood. What's your area like?" Liu Shufen asks. "Similar to Lijiaku, it's also a mountain area and poor," Tang Xueduan replies. "But our village has a good well, and the water is very sweet. My mother said I grew up drinking from that well." When he mentions his mother, Tang Xueduan's expression softens. "Is your mother easy to get along with?" Liu Shufen asks nervously. In her past life, she didn't live with her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law was always kind to her. After Tang Xueduan passed away, his mother-in-law fainted from grief several times, and eventually, she also passed away early. "Yes, she's easy to get along with." Tang Xueduan smiles. "My mother-in-law is kind-hearted, but has had a hard life. My father died early, and she raised us 4 siblings alone. It wasn't easy. What about your brothers and sisters?" Oldest brother, Tang Xuewen, farms at home. His wife is from the neighboring village, and they have 2 sons. Second brother, Tang Xuewu, works at the brick factory in the commune. His wife is from the town, and they have a daughter. My younger sister, Tang Shuiying, got married to a nearby county 2 years ago. Liu Shufen quietly notes all this. These are her relatives, and she will need to get along with them in the future. The car stops briefly at the supply and marketing cooperative in the town to buy some gifts. 2 bottles of wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, some snacks, and candies for the children. Then it turns east onto a narrower dirt road. The road becomes bumpier, and the mountains grow taller. Liu Shufen feels dizzy from the bumps, her face turning pale. Tang Xueduan asks Xiao Chen to stop the car and takes out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. "Shufen, drink some water. It's spiritual spring water." Liu Shufen recognizes the bottle. It's the one she gave him. She takes a few sips. The cool, sweet spring water soothes her throat, and her dizziness begins to fade. "Are you feeling better?" "Much better." The car continues on. After more than an hour, they finally see a village nestled in the mountain valley. That is Tangjia camp. Tangjia camp is a bit larger than Lijiaku, with about 100 households. The village is built along the mountain, with houses arranged neatly. Most are mud brick houses, but there are a few new brick and tile houses. When the jeep enters the village, it causes quite a stir. Xueduan is back, still bringing her new wife along. The People's Liberation Army is so impressive, they came back in a car. The children ran after the car and the adults watched from the roadside. Tang Xueduan rolled down the window and greeted familiar villagers. "Third uncle, how is your health? Aunt Li, how is this year's harvest?" Everyone responded with smiles, but they looked curiously at Liu Shufen inside the car. Liu Shufen sat politely with a gentle smile on her face. The car stopped in front of a small courtyard. The yard was simple, with mud brick walls and a wooden door, but it was very clean. A group of people was already waiting at the door. An elderly woman in her 60s stood at the front, wearing a faded blue cloth jacket, her hair neatly combed, her face full of wrinkles, but her eyes bright. She was Tang Xueduan's mother, Wang Xiuying. Tang Xueduan got out of the car quickly and walked to his mother. Mom, Xueduan. Wang Xiuying held her son's hand, looking him over from head to toe. You've lost weight and your skin is darker. Mom, I'm doing well. Tang Xueduan turned and waved to Liu Shufen. Shufen, come over. Liu Shufen got out of the car and approached Wang Xiuying, feeling a bit nervous. Mom. Wang Xiuying looked at her with moist eyes. Good girl, good girl. Come inside quickly. She then introduced the others. This is your eldest brother Xuewen and his wife Guilan. This is your second brother Xuewu and his wife Chunmei. This is your younger sister Xueying and her husband Zhangwo. Liu Shufen greeted everyone one by one. The eldest brother, Tang Xuewen, in his 30s, was honest and simple. The eldest sister-in-law, Guilan, was capable and efficient. The second brother, Tang Xuewu, around 35 or 6, had lively eyes. The second sister-in-law, Chunmei, in her early 20s, dressed better than others, like someone from the town. The younger sister, Tang Xueying, 20 years old, had features similar to Tang Xueduan, cheerful and confident. Everyone was very friendly, asking her questions eagerly. How old are you, Shufen? 18. Where are you from? Lajiaku, tired from the journey. Come inside and rest. Liu Shufen was led into the main room. The main room was small but very clean, with a portrait of Chairman Mao on the wall, a square table below, and a few chairs. Wang Xiuying pulled her to sit down and poured her some water. Xueduan wrote in his letter that you're a good girl, sensible and skilled in medicine. Mom is happy. Xueduan marrying you is his good fortune. Thank you for your praise, mother, Liu Shufen said shyly. It's not praise, it's just the truth, Wang Xiuying said, holding her hand. Look at your hands, delicate and soft, clearly never worked hard. From now on, at home, mother will take good care of you. Liu Shufen felt warm inside. This mother-in-law was kinder than she had imagined. The wedding feast in Tangjia village was held in the old Tang family courtyard. There were 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms, forming a square, earthen courtyard. At the corner of the yard, an old jujube tree with bare branches had a few strips of red cloth hanging from it, fluttering in the mountain breeze, adding a festive touch. The banquet was a flowing feast, a local custom where food was served from noon until late afternoon. The cooks were Tang Xueduan's older and second sisters-in-law, who had invited 2 quick-handed village women to help. A makeshift earthen stove was built at the base of the courtyard wall, with 2 large iron pots steaming and sizzling. One pot was filled with a mix of fatty and lean braised pork, its glossy sauce bubbling thickly. The other had golden scrambled eggs mixed with dried and rehydrated mountain mushrooms, their aroma strong and inviting. The staple food was corn cakes mixed with white flour, each golden and crispy at the edges, baked to a fragrant crunch. The courtyard was filled with a full table and benches borrowed from nearby. The men sat around one table, talking about harvests, wild mountain animals, and, glancing at the groom, dressed in a brand-new military uniform and looking especially tall, they couldn't help but make lively, slightly naughty jokes, their voices loud, drawing occasional glances from the women at the other table. Tang Xueduan didn't speak much, just smiled, poured drinks for elders and brothers, clinking his military-issue enamel cups. He drank strong corn liquor in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing, face turning slightly red, but his eyes remained bright. The women's table was more reserved. Mother-in-law Tang Wangshi, dressed in a stiff, dark blue cloth jacket, sat at the main seat, her face showing a mixture of satisfaction and tiredness as she smiled. She kept glancing at her new daughter-in-law, Liu Shufen, who was dressed in a red wedding gown, modest and obedient, surrounded by her sisters-in-law. A few relatives and sisters-in-law spoke auspicious words, but their eyes were like rulers, carefully sizing up the new bride's appearance, figure, and manners. Liu Shufen could feel those gazes, curious, eager, and judging. She simply lowered her head and took small bites of the overflowing food in her bowl, food that some enthusiastic sister-in-law had kindly served her. Our soldier is lucky. Look at Shufen, such a neat girl. She's clearly capable, Yes, Lijiaku is a remote place, but the girl is honest. From now on, she'll be a military family member. She'll go to southern Yunnan with Xueduan to enjoy a better life. The chatter was soft and scattered, like the sparrows pecking at leftover crumbs in the corner of the yard. The eldest sister-in-law was busy arranging dishes, and the second sister-in-law was loudly greeting guests. They all wore smiles, but behind those smiles, perhaps there was a mix of feelings about the brother who was about to leave or maybe difficult to see again, and about the new sister-in-law who had just joined and was still unknown in character. Only the youngest sister, who was married to a neighbor, held Liu Shufen's hand sincerely and said a few kind words. She secretly handed her 2 cooked eggs with red spots on them. As the wine flowed and everyone got a little tipsy, someone suddenly called out for the bride to light a cigarette. Liu Shufen was pushed to her feet, holding a matchstick, and walked over to the men's table. The dry, rough mountain tobacco burned harshly. She struck several matches before. Amid teasing laughter and swirling blue smoke, trembling hands finally lit the elder's cigarettes. Tang Xueduan watched quietly from nearby, not stepping in to help. Instead, his eyes held a gentle smile, as if saying, "Don't worry, everyone has gone through this." As the sunset painted the western mountain ridges orange, the last group of guests, full and burping, began to leave, exchanging congratulations. The yard was messy with dishes and cups, and the air was thick with the mixed smells of food, smoke, alcohol, and earth. The lively atmosphere gradually faded like a tide, leaving behind a quiet, tired calm. Tang Xueduan helped his brother and sister-in-law clear the tables, while Liu Shufen and the sisters-in-law washed the mountain of dishes by the well. The cold well water was sharp, but it made her hands, which were shy and nervous, feel a little better. The sisters-in-law chatted about everyday life and occasionally asked her about Lijiaku. The atmosphere was much more natural than at the banquet. This was the celebration at Tang's house. There were no fancy delicacies or complicated rituals, only simple, earthy joy, straightforward warmth like firewood, and the subtle, clear connection and acceptance of family ties. Every glance, every joke, even the clattering of dishes, silently told Liu Shufen, "From today, you are part of the Tang family." After dinner, the guests left. The family sat together in the main hall, talking. Wang Xiaoying took out a red cloth bag and handed it to Liu Shufen. "Shufen, this is a gift from Mother." Liu Shufen opened it and found a pair of old silver bracelets, shiny despite their age. "This was passed down from my husband's grandmother. Now I give it to you," Wang Xiaoying said. "It's not worth much, but it's a keepsake." "Thank you, Mother," Liu Shufen said sincerely. Her older sister-in-law, Guilan, also gave her a pair of homemade cloth shoes. Second sister Chunmei gave her a piece of patterned cloth, and younger sister Xueying gave her a red ribbon. All simple, but heartfelt gifts. Liu Shufen thanked each one. In the afternoon, Tang Xueduan took Liu Shufen for a walk around the village. The Tang family village was very poor, even poorer than Liu's village. The roads were dirt, muddy after rain. Most houses were made of mud bricks, some leaning or crooked. The village had no big industries, mainly farming, pig raising, and chicken raising. "Our land is mostly mountains, so the harvest isn't good," Tang Xueduan said. "Since I joined the army, I send money home every month, and life has gotten a bit better for Mother and my brothers. I will send money too," Liu Shufen said. "No need. I get a stipend," Tang Xueduan said, holding her hand. "Keep your money. Buy what you want." They reached the old well at the village entrance. The well was very old, with a blue stone frame worn smooth by time. The water was clear enough to see reflections. "This is the well I told you about," Tang Xueduan said. "The water is very sweet. I used to come here to fetch water when I was a child." Liu Shufen scooped some water and took a sip. It was indeed sweet. "Good water." "Yes," Tang Xueduan looked at the well. "My mother says that drinking from this well makes people honest." "Everyone in our Tang family is honest," Liu Shufen nodded. From what she saw today, the Tang family was truly honest, without many tricks. In her past life, she managed to raise so many children alone, with help from her brothers and sisters-in-law. After dinner, everyone sat outside in the yard to enjoy the cool evening. Autumn nights can be a bit chilly, but sitting together and talking feels warm and cozy. Big brother Tang Xueduan asked, "Xueduan, how many days will you stay at home this time?" 3 days, Tang Xueduan replied. "The army has tasks, so I need to go back soon. That's so sudden." Wang Xiaoying looked a little disappointed. "Mother, next time I have leave, I will bring Shufen back to stay for a few more days." Last night, when Tang Xueduan was about to sleep, he changed his mind at the last minute and asked Liu Shufen to stay in town first. When he returns to fix up the old house, Liu Shufen will come back to stay with her mother. All right, work is important," Wang Xiaoying said, though she felt reluctant. She understood. They chatted for a while longer before each went back to their rooms to rest. Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen stayed in the room where Tang Xueduan used to live. It was small, with only a bed and a table, but it was very tidy, and the bedding was new. They closed the door, and inside, only the two of them remained. A bright red candle was burning. This was Wang Xiaoying's special arrangement, meant to be festive. Liu Shufen sat on the edge of the bed, feeling a little nervous. Although they had become a couple last night, today, being in her husband's family felt different. Tang Xueduan came over and sat beside her, holding her hand. "Shufen, are you tired today?" "No, I'm not." Liu Shufen shook her head. "Mother and brother and sister-in-law are all very nice. They all like you very much." Tang Xueduan smiled. "My sister-in-law told me secretly that you are even better than she imagined, beautiful and sensible." Liu Shufen blushed. "My sister-in-law is flattering me. It's not flattery." Tang Xueduan looked at her. "You are just naturally good." The candlelight cast a soft, warm glow on his face. Liu Shufen looked into his deep eyes, feeling a gentle affection rise in her heart. "Xueduan," she whispered, "thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for marrying me. Thank you for giving me such a good home." Tang Xueduan felt a warm rush inside and embraced her. "Silly girl, I should be the one saying thank you. You gave me a home." They sat together quietly, listening to the insects chirping outside the window. After a long while, Tang Xueduan released her and blew out the candle. In the darkness, he kissed her lips. This kiss was even gentler and more tender than last night. Liu Shufen closed her eyes and responded to him. Clothes slipped off piece by piece, skin touching skin, warm and real. This time, Liu Shufen felt no nervousness or pain from last night, only full tenderness and hope. She hugged her husband's neck and willingly accepted his gentle touches. Tang Xueduan was very gentle, afraid of hurting her. His kisses softly landed on her forehead, eyes, nose, lips, then on her neck and collarbone. "Shufen," he whispered in her ear, "my wife." Tears welled up in Liu Shufen's eyes. Not from sadness, but from happiness. In her past life, she was a lonely widow for 30 years, never experiencing intimacy with a partner. In this life, she finally felt complete. "Xueduan." She called his name, her voice trembling. "I'm here." He kissed away her tears. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Their bodies gradually merged like two intertwined vines, impossible to tell apart. Liu Shufen held her husband tightly, feeling his presence, his warmth, his love. At this moment, she was no longer the lonely woman waiting to die in the mental hospital, nor the soul crying before the king of hell. She was Liu Shufen, Tang Xueduan's wife, a woman loved and cherished. The night was long, and love was deep. That night, they found their home in each other's arms. The next morning, Liu Shufen woke up to bright daylight. Her side of the bed was empty. Tang Xueduan had already gotten up. She sat up, feeling sore, but her heart was sweet. Thinking of those shy moments, her face turned red again. But this time, it was no longer embarrassment or fear, only sweetness and happiness. She dressed and stepped outside. Tang Xueduan was chopping wood in the yard. Seeing her, he put down his axe and came over. "You're awake? Why not sleep a little longer?" "I can't sleep anymore." Liu Shufen looked at her husband and noticed his ears were also red. She couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Xueduan felt a bit shy. Nothing. Liu Shufen shook her head. Where's Mom? In the kitchen cooking. Liu Shufen went to help in the kitchen, where Wang Xiaoying was making pancakes. Shufen is awake. Why not sleep more? You were tired all day yesterday, Wang Xiaoying said with a warm smile, her eyes full of love and understanding. Liu Shufen blushed. Not tired. Mom, I want to help you. No need, no need. You go rest, Wang Xiaoying said. Xueduan really is too much. He doesn't know how to care for others. This remark was subtle, but Liu Shufen understood it and blushed even more. Mom. All right, I won't say more, Wang Xiaoying said with a smile, patting her hand. Go wash your face. Dinner will be ready soon. After breakfast, Tang Xueduan took Liu Shufen to visit her father's grave. His father's grave was on the hillside behind the village. It was simple, just a mound of earth with a stone tablet that read, "The grave of the late Tang Gongyud." Xueduan placed offerings, lit incense, and knelt with Liu Shufen. Father, I brought my wife to see you, he said. This is Shufen, from Lijiaku, now my wife. She's very good, smart, capable, and knows medicine. Mom likes her a lot, and my brothers and sisters like her too. Rest assured, I will treat her well and live a good life. Liu Shufen also bowed her head. Father, I am Shufen. I will honor Mom and live a good life with Xueduan. Don't worry. The wind blew across the hillside, rustling the leaves as if in response. After visiting the grave, the two sat on the hillside, looking down at the village. When my father passed away, I was only 10, Xueduan said. He fell while gathering herbs on the mountain and couldn't be saved. Back then, our family was poor. We couldn't even afford a proper coffin, so we wrapped him in a mat and buried him. Later, I joined the army, saved some money, and finally put up a stone tablet for him. Liu Shufen held his hand. Father would know you're filial. Yes, Xueduan nodded. Shufen, when I retire from the army, we'll settle in the town and make a home. We'll bring Mom here so she can enjoy her life. Okay? They sat for a while longer before heading down the mountain to go home. In the afternoon, Liu Shufen helped Wang Xiaoying with chores, while Xueduan went to help his older brothers with work. Wang Xiaoying, while mending shoes, said, Shufen, Xueduan is straightforward and sometimes speaks harshly. Don't take it to heart. He has a good heart. I know, Mom. He's a responsible boy, Wang Xiaoying said. When his father passed away, the family was so poor they couldn't even buy a decent coffin. He was only 10, but he went with the adults to gather herbs and chop wood to help the family. At 15, he joined the army, not just for food, but to send his allowance home and support us. Liu Shufen listened, feeling a bit sad. She remembered her past life, and Xueduan was the same, responsible and caring. He has been in the army for these years and sends money home every month. I told him to keep it for himself or for his future wife, but he wouldn't listen. He said the family needs it more. Wang Xiaoying wiped her eyes. Now that he has married you, I feel at ease. Shufen, you must treat him well. Life in the army is not easy, dangerous and hard. You should wait for him at home, support him. I will, Mother, Liu Shufen said seriously. I will wait for him, support him, and take care of him. Good girl, Wang Xiaoying smiled. I knew that Xueduan married a good wife. Tang Xueduan said, Thank you for being kind to my mother and my family. They're also my family, Liu Shufen replied. Xueduan, don't worry. I will take good care of my mother and get along well with my brother and sister-in-law. I know, Tang Xueduan said, holding her tightly. Marrying you was the best decision I ever made. On the day of their return, it was just dawn, and Tang village was still covered in light gray morning fog. Liu Shufen woke up early. She heard Tang Xueduan breathing steadily beside her. She turned her face slightly and, through the faint light coming through the window paper, saw his straight nose still in perfect shape while he was sleeping. These past few days felt like a dream, yet every detail was so real. Her mother-in-law's early morning cough, her sisters-in-law chatting by the well, the solid weight of his arm at night. Now they were going back to Liu's family village, and she felt a strange, hard-to-explain reluctance, as if this unfamiliar Tang village had quietly taken root in her heart. There was movement in the kitchen. Tang Xueduan also woke up and quickly got up to dress. When they finished packing and left the house, their mother-in-law, Tang Wangshi, was already waiting in the main hall. On the table were a few oil paper packages and a basket of red-dyed eggs. Eat on the way, her voice was calm as usual, but her eyes lingered a little longer on Liu Shufen. Leave early, the mountain road is difficult. Her eldest sister-in-law added 2 freshly baked pancakes into the basket, still warm. Eat some on the way. Going back to your family is a happy thing, don't go hungry. The second sister-in-law brought over a small cloth bag, handed it to Liu Shufen. This is for your mother-in-law, dried mushrooms from our place, great for soup. Her younger sister-in-law, who had returned early from a neighboring village, also pulled Liu Shufen's hand and pressed a handful of fruit candies into her pocket. For the children, to satisfy their sweet tooth. Liu Shufen responded one by one, feeling a little tight in her throat. These small acts of care were like the light shining through morning fog, gentle, not hot, but warm and comforting to her heart. Tang Xueduan picked up the basket and packages, nodded to his mother and sister-in-law, and said, "Mother, we're leaving now." "Be careful on the road," Tang Wangshi said, standing at the yard gate. Mountain people usually don't show too much farewell, but when Liu Shufen looked back, she saw her mother-in-law still standing there. Dressed in deep blue, blending into the shadows of the doorframe, she looked like a silent guardian. A jeep arrived. Wang Xiuying held her son's hand, and then her daughter-in-law's. "Be careful on the way. When you arrive, write to us." "Understood, mother." "Shufen, if Xueduan bullies you, just tell mother and I will scold him." Shufen smiled. "Okay." The carriage started moving. Shufen looked out the window at her mother-in-law and family growing smaller in the distance, tears falling again. But this time, it was not sadness of parting, but happiness and gratitude. She now has a family, a loving husband, a caring mother-in-law, and a peaceful home. In this life, she truly changed her fate. After leaving Tang's camp, the mountain road became steep. The morning fog gradually lifted, revealing the true colors of the autumn landscape. The leaves turned yellow and red, covering the hillside in a patchwork of colors, like spilled paint. The mountain breeze was cool, carrying the scent of pine needles and fallen leaves. Occasionally, mountain birds fluttered past, leaving behind clear, cheerful calls. Tang Xueduan borrowed a military vehicle and took Shufen back to Liu's village. When the car entered the village, it caused quite a stir. "Shufen is back. The soldier's daughter-in-law has returned." Villagers gathered around, asking eagerly. "Shufen, how are things at your husband's home? Is Xueduan treating you well?" Shufen responded with a smile. "Yes, everything is good." Tang Xueduan carried gifts, 2 bottles of wine, some cigarettes, and a few packs of snacks. That was considered a generous gift at the time. When they arrived at Liu's house, Bai Huizhen was already waiting at the door. "Mother," Shufen ran out of the car and hugged her mother. "You're back." "It's good you're back," Bai Huizhen said, touching her daughter's face. "Have you lost weight? Are you eating well? Sleeping well?" "All is good, mother, don't worry." Liu Laoshuan also came out of the house. Seeing Tang Xueduan, he nodded. "You're here, father," Tang Xueduan respectfully greeted. "Come inside." The family entered the main room. Shufen took out the gift she brought for her parents, a piece of blue fabric with white flowers for her mother, a new pair of cloth shoes for her father, and a fountain pen for her younger brother Muhan. "That must have cost a lot of money," Bai Huizhen said with concern. "It didn't cost much," Shufen replied. "Xueduan's allowance is enough. Actually, these were bought with herbs from her spiritual space. She collected rare herbs, sold some through others, and exchanged them for money and vouchers. But she couldn't say this openly." "Shufen is really impressive," Tang Xueduan said with a smile. "She helped many people see the doctor in our hometown today. She's skilled, and everyone praises her." "Really?" Bai Huizhen was both surprised and happy. "Yes," Tang Xueduan nodded. The head of the health clinic said they want Shufen to go to the county hospital to learn more, so she can become a formal doctor in the future. That's wonderful. Bai Huizhen wiped tears of joy. Although Liu Shufen didn't speak, the wrinkles on his face eased a lot. His daughter was successful, and he felt proud. At noon, Bai Huizhen cooked a hearty meal: smoked meat with garlic sprouts, eggs with chives, pickled fish, and Shufen's favorite shredded potatoes. The family sat together happily, enjoying the meal. Liu Shufen, rarely taking the initiative, poured wine for Tang Xueduan. Xueduan, I leave Shufen to you. She's stubborn but kind-hearted. Please take good care of her. Don't worry, father. I will treat her well, Tang Xueduan said, taking the cup and drinking it all. After eating, Shufen helped her mother clear the dishes, while Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen talked in the main room. In the kitchen, Bai Huizhen held her daughter's hand. Shufen, is Xueduan good to you? Yes, Shufen nodded. Mom, he's really nice. He respects me, supports my medical practice, and discusses family matters with me. That's good, Bai Huizhen sighed in relief. A woman's marriage is about understanding and caring. Xueduan may be poor, but he's honest and kind, much better than those rich but unfaithful men. I know, Shufen said. Mom, how is your health? Are you taking your medicine on time? Yes, I am, Bai Huizhen replied. The medicine you gave me is good. I feel energized. I can even work in the fields now. Don't overwork yourself, Shufen warned. Once I settle down, I'll bring you to stay with me for a few days. No need, Bai Huizhen waved her hand. Just take good care of yourself at your husband's home. Don't worry about me. They talked for a long time until the sun started to set. It was time to leave. Shufen looked back reluctantly. Mom, I have to go. Go ahead, be careful on the road. Bai Huizhen saw them to the village entrance. Come back often to visit. Okay. The car started moving. Shufen looked back again. Her mother was still at the village entrance, waving. The setting sun stretched her shadow long, thin, and stubborn. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Tang Xueduan held her hand and said, Don't be sad. We will come back often in the future, okay? The car drove out of Lijiaku and onto the road, heading towards southern Yunnan. Shufen wiped her tears and looked ahead. From today on, she was officially part of the Tang family. The return trip felt much lighter. A new life was beginning for them. Life after marriage was calm and full. Tang Xueduan's unit was stationed in a small county on the border of Yunnan province, more than 200 miles from Lijiaku. The next day, Tang Xueduan received orders to lead a squad on a border patrol mission for a month. On the night before leaving, the couple sat beside a simple wooden bed, the oil lamp casting flickering shadows on the wall. Shufen. Tang Xueduan held her hand, his voice full of apology. We just got married, and now I have to leave. Don't say that, Liu Shufen interrupted him, gently touching the buttons on his uniform. You're a soldier, and it's your duty to carry out your mission. I will wait for you at home. Seeing her calm and firm eyes, a warm feeling filled his heart. The girl he married was stronger than he had imagined. I've already talked to Dr. Zhang at the health clinic. You should report there tomorrow, Tang Xueduan said. Just do some medication and organizing work. Don't do heavy tasks. I also informed the battalion headquarters. If you have any difficulties, go see the instructor. Shufen nodded. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. She took out a few small porcelain bottles from her box. These are the medicines I prepared. Take them with you. This one is a hemostatic powder, this one repels insects, and this one treats diarrhea. She also took out a new pair of insoles. The border roads are rough. Put these inside your shoes for comfort. Tang Xueduan took the items, his eyes slightly moist. Since childhood, besides his mother, no one had ever prepared his gear so carefully. Shufen. His voice was a little hoarse. Don't say anything. Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. Just come back safe. That night, they slept in each other's arms, talking a lot. Tang Xueduan shared funny stories from the army, and Liu Shufen talked about village life, as if trying to say everything in a month. Before dawn the next day, Tang Xueduan got up. He quietly dressed in his military uniform and went to the kitchen, planning to make breakfast for his wife. The porridge was overcooked. Liu Shufen was awakened by the smell of smoke. She walked into the kitchen and saw her husband looking embarrassed. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Let me do it." She quickly cooked new porridge, made 2 pancakes, and fried a plate of shredded potatoes. Tang Xueduan watched her busy figure, feeling both warm and a little sad. This girl should be loved and cared for in her new marriage, but she has to face a month of separation alone. "Shufen, when I come back, I will make it up to you." "Make it up to what?" Liu Shufen placed the food on the table. "Your safe return is the best reward." After breakfast, the assembly call sounded. Tang Xueduan packed his bag, went to the door, then looked back at his wife standing in the morning light. She was wearing a blue and white floral dress, her hair neatly combed, with a gentle smile on her face. "I'm leaving," he said. "Okay," Liu Shufen nodded. "Be careful on the way." Tang Xueduan saluted and turned to leave quickly. Liu Shufen stood at the door, watching her husband's figure disappear into the morning fog. When she could no longer see him, she closed the door and went back inside. The house suddenly became quiet. She sat on the edge of the bed, touching the pillows still warm from sleep, feeling empty inside. But soon, she pulled herself together. Now is not the time for sadness. She had her own things to do. She changed into clean clothes, tidied her hair, locked the door, and headed to the health clinic. The military health station was on the east side of the camp, a row of 3 small houses. When Liu Shufen arrived, Dr. Zhang was already organizing the medicine cabinet. "Dr. Liu is here." Dr. Zhang was a woman in her 40s, speaking straightforwardly. "Captain Tang told me from now on, you will work with me. Our conditions are simple, but there's plenty of work." Liu Shufen nodded. "Dr. Zhang, just call me Shufen. Whatever work you have, just tell me." "Good, straightforward." Dr. Zhang smiled. "Let's start by getting to know these medicines." The clinic was indeed simple. It had 1 consultation room, 1 pharmacy, and 1 treatment room. The medicines in the pharmacy were few, mostly common Western medicines like aspirin, penicillin, iodine, and bandages. There were fewer traditional Chinese medicines, only some common herbs like licorice, angelica, and astragalus. Liu Shufen looked carefully, already making plans in her mind. She planted many herbs in the spirit cauldron space, which she could gradually take out to enrich the medicine storage. "Dr. Zhang," she asked, "what medicines are missing here?" "I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. If needed, I can gather some herbs." Dr. Zhang's eyes lit up. "You can gather herbs? That's wonderful. The most needed medicines here are for treating rheumatism and injuries. The border is damp, and many soldiers suffer from joint pain. They often get hurt during training, so we always lack things like safflower oil and Yunnan Baiyao." "I've noted that," Liu Shufen said. "When I have free time, I will go to the mountains to pick herbs." In the following days, Liu Shufen quickly became familiar with the clinic's work. She was careful, quick, and had a good memory. She soon remembered where all the medicines were placed and how to use them properly. Dr. Zhang was very pleased with her. "Shufen, you've been a big help. I used to be the only one here, and I was so busy I couldn't catch my breath." "That's what I should do," Liu Shufen said. "I'm happy to help." Besides helping at the clinic, Liu Shufen also started taking care of their home. She tidied up the small dormitory very neatly. On the wall, she hung dried wildflowers she picked from the mountains, pressed into specimens, which added a special touch. On the windowsill, she grew a few herbs: mint to repel mosquitoes, aloe vera to treat burns, and Panax nodo ginseng to stop bleeding. She also asked someone to buy some vegetable seeds from the town. Behind the dormitory, she made a small garden and planted cabbage, radishes, and scallions. Every day, she watered and weeded, watching the green seedlings grow taller each day, feeling very peaceful. On weekends, she would go to the mountains to gather herbs. The mountain forests at the border are dense and rich in medicinal plants. She carried a bamboo basket and a small hoe, wandering in the mountains for half a day. With a spirit cauldron space, she could store the herbs anytime, so she didn't have to worry about carrying too much. One day, she met an elderly Miao woman gathering mushrooms in the mountains. The old woman carried a basket and was collecting mushrooms. Seeing Liu Shufen gathering herbs, she asked curiously, "Girl, what are you doing with these plants?" "Grandma, I am a doctor. I gather herbs to treat illnesses," Liu Shufen replied awkwardly in a little meow language. She had lived on the border before and knew some simple meow words. "Doctor," the old woman's eyes brightened. "Are you a soldier, doctor?" "Yes, that's wonderful," the old woman took her hand. "My grandson has had leg pain for several months and can't walk. Can you take a look?" "Yes," Liu Shufen said. "Where is your home?" The old lady's home is on the other side of the mountain, a small meow village. Liu Shufen followed her for more than half an hour before seeing a few bamboo houses. The old lady's grandson is named Ashan. He is about 15 or 16 years old, with a swollen left knee that can't bend. After examining him, Liu Shufen found he had severe rheumatism. "Grandma, this illness needs time to heal," she said. "I'll give him a few injections to ease the pain. I'll also give you some medicine to apply on his knee every day." She took out silver needles from her medicine basket. These were a gift from Zhou Jisher, and she always carried them. After sterilizing, she inserted a few needles around Ashan's knee. Then she took some herbs, angelica root, ligusticum, and wulingscian, crushed them, wrapped them in cloth, and handed them to the old lady. "Mix with alcohol and apply on the knee. Change it daily." Finally, she left some sanchi powder. "If the pain is severe, dissolve a little in warm water and drink it. It can help stop the pain." The old lady gratefully refused her money and chickens. "Grandma, I am a family member of a People's Liberation Army, doctor. Treating and helping people is what I should do." Since then, Liu Shufen often went to the Miao village to pick herbs. She healed Ashan's leg and also treated other old villagers' common ailments. The villagers were very grateful and called her Ashima, which means good girl in the Miao language. Word spread gradually, and nearby villages learned that the army had a kind girl who could heal. More and more people came to see her, soldiers, their families, and local villagers. Liu Shufen welcomed everyone. She set up a simple shelter next to the clinic to treat the villagers. When medicines ran out, she took them from her spiritual space. For difficult cases, she studied medical books in her space at night. Her medical skills improved quickly through practice, and her reputation grew. A month passed quickly, and Tang Xueduan was supposed to return. Liu Shufen counted the days and prepared in advance. She bought meat and eggs, planning to cook a nice meal to welcome her husband. But on the day he was supposed to come back, Tang Xueduan didn't arrive. 3 more days passed, and there was still no news. Liu Shufen felt uneasy. She went to the military camp to ask. The instructor said the mission was delayed, and the exact return date was uncertain. 7 days passed, and there was still no news. Liu Shufen couldn't sit still anymore. She went to see Dr. Zhang. "Dr. Zhang, do you know how the border patrol team is doing?" Dr. Zhang looked serious. "Shufen, don't worry. Things at the border have been a bit unstable lately, so there might be some issues. But Captain Tang is experienced, so he should be fine." These words didn't really reassure her. Instead, they made her more worried. She remembered from her previous life that Tang Xueduan had died in a border conflict. It was years later, but in this life, many things had changed. Could it happen again? She didn't dare to think about it. On the 10th night, Liu Shufen was sewing clothes under the lamp when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. "Dr. Liu! Dr. Liu!" It was Xiao Wang from the health clinic, running out of breath. "Hurry! There are injured people. It's an emergency." Liu Shufen dropped her needle and ran outside. The clinic was in chaos. A few soldiers covered in blood were brought in. Some had broken arms, others had leg injuries, and the most serious one was bleeding from the chest. Dr. Zhang was busy trying to help. When he saw her, he shouted, "Shufen,
Quick!
stop the bleeding." Liu Shufen rushed over and immediately saw the soldier with a chest wound. He wasn't Tang Xueduan, but she recognized him. He was Xiao Li, a soldier from Captain Tang's unit. "Dr. Zhang, let me do it." She knelt beside Xiao Li and quickly examined the wound. It was a gunshot wound. The bullet hit his left chest, close to the heart. Blood was pouring out like a fountain. She pressed on the wound with gauze, but it quickly soaked through. We need surgery immediately, Dr. Zhang said. But our conditions here. We can't wait, Liu Shufen said firmly. If we delay, it will be too late. She sent Xueduan to boil water and asked another nurse to prepare the tools. She took a small porcelain bottle from the medicine box. Inside was her special, hemostatic and skin-regenerating powder, made with spiritual spring water and rare herbs. Dr. Zhang, hold the wound steady. I'll clean the wound. Without anesthesia, Shaoli twitched in pain. Liu Shufen gritted her teeth, using tweezers to remove the bullet fragments, cleaning the wound, sprinkling the powder, and then stitching it up. Her hands moved quickly and steadily, as if she had done this many times before. During the mountain flood, she had indeed treated many injured people, and under the lack of medical supplies, she had developed excellent skills. The powder was magical. After sprinkling it, the bleeding stopped very quickly. The wound started healing visibly to the naked eye. Dr. Zhang was stunned. Shufen, what kind of medicine is this? It's a family secret, Liu Shufen explained simply, continuing to treat the next injured person. After working all night, by dawn, all the injured had been taken care of. 3 seriously injured people were saved. 5 with minor injuries had their wounds bandaged.
And 2
had sacrificed themselves. Liu Shufen looked at the 2 bodies covered with white cloth, feeling like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart. Xiao Wang, with red eyes, said, "It was an ambush. The enemy was hiding. Captain Tang and the others. They are still behind." What happened to Captain Tang? Liu Shufen grabbed him tightly. Captain Tang stayed behind to protect his comrades as they retreated.
Now.
We haven't heard anything yet. Liu Shufen's legs went weak, and she almost fell. Dr. Zhang caught her. "Shufen, don't worry. Captain Tang is experienced. He will be fine." But she didn't believe those words herself. If he was safe, why hasn't he come back yet? The next 3 days felt like years to Liu Shufen. During the day, she cared for the wounded at the clinic. At night, she sat at the door waiting. Her eyes turned red from exhaustion, and she had lost some weight. Dr. Zhang advised her, "Shufen, you should rest. I will call you if there's any news." "I can't sleep." Liu Shufen shook her head. She remembered her past life. When Tang Xueduan sacrificed himself, she waited just like this. She waited and waited, only to receive terrible news in the end. In this life, would it happen again?
No.
It won't. She was reborn. She had changed so much. Tang Xueduan wouldn't die. By evening on the 4th day, Liu Shufen was changing a small Li's dressing when suddenly she heard cheers outside. "They're back. They're back." She dropped the gauze and ran outside. At the camp entrance, a group of soldiers covered in dirt and exhausted was helping each other walk in. Leading the group was Tang Xueduan. He had scratches on his face, his uniform was torn in several places, and he was limping, but he was alive. Tears welled up in Liu Shufen's eyes. She ran over, wanting to throw herself into his arms, but afraid of hurting his wounds, she could only stand in front of him, trembling as she asked, Are you okay?" Tang Xueduan looked at her swollen, red eyes and felt a pang in his heart. "I'm fine, just some minor cuts." "Sorry to worry you." Liu Shufen finally saw that his left arm was wrapped in a bandage with blood seeping out. "You're hurt and still say you're fine," she said anxiously and angrily. "Come with me to the clinic." At the clinic, Liu Shufen carefully unwrapped the bandage. The wound wasn't deep but was long, stretching from his shoulder to his elbow. "How did you get hurt?" "It was scratched by a branch," Tang Xueduan said casually. The little soldier nearby couldn't help but say, "It wasn't just a branch. Captain Tang was cut by a knife while saving me. If it weren't for him, Mind your own business." Tang Xueduan glared at him. Liu Shufen stopped talking. She lowered her head and gently cleaned, medicated, and bandaged his wound. Her movements were gentle and tender, but tears kept falling onto Tang Xueduan's hand. "Shufen." Tang Xueduan wanted to say something. "Don't speak." Liu Shufen choked up. "Let me finish treating the wound first." After finishing, everyone else quietly left the small treatment room. Only the couple remained inside. Liu Shufen sat beside Tang Xueduan, holding his hand, and finally burst into tears. You scared me to death. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Tang Xueduan, using his uninjured right hand, embraced her.
I'm sorry, Shufen.
I made you worry. I don't want to hear sorry. Liu Shufen looked up, tears in her eyes. I want you to promise me that you'll be careful from now on and come back safe. I promise you, Tang Xueduan said seriously. For you, I will come back safe too. Liu Shufen leaned into his arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling finally at ease. They had overcome this challenge again. After Tang Xueduan returned home, he rested for half a month. These 2 weeks were the happiest days Liu Shufen had experienced since her rebirth. Every morning, she got up to cook, and Tang Xueduan sat at the door of the kitchen talking to her. She talked about the clinic, her herbal gathering stories, the old lady from the Miao village. She talked about the army, patrol stories, and her comrades' tales. After breakfast, Tang Xueduan went to the camp to handle some paperwork, while Liu Shufen went to the clinic. At noon, she would come back early to cook, and they would eat together, then take a nap. In the afternoon, if the weather was good, they would go for a walk on the nearby hillside. Tang Xueduan explained the terrain along the border and how the troops were stationed. She told him about different herbs and their healing properties, sharing her tips for treating illnesses. In the evening, they cooked together, ate together, and tidied up. Then they sat in the yard, looked at the stars, and talked. It was simple but warm. Liu Shufen felt that this was the life she wanted. No wealth or fame, no grand achievements, just mutual support and peaceful companionship. Tang Xueduan's injury healed quickly. The medicine Liu Shufen used was made from spring water and rare herbs, and it worked very well. After 2 weeks, the wound was mostly healed, leaving only a faint scar. Shufen, your medicine really works, Tang Xueduan said, moving his arm. In the past, injuries took at least a month to heal. It's an old family secret, Liu Shufen smiled. Next time you get hurt, I'll use it again. Don't curse me, Tang Xueduan said, pinching her nose. I don't want to get hurt again. Good that you know. Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. You need to take care of yourself. We still have a long life ahead. Yes, a long life. After his injury healed, Tang Xueduan returned to his normal work. But after this mission, the army gave him a short leave so he could spend time with his wife. Liu Shufen wanted to go to the county town. Why do you want to go to the county town? Tang Xueduan asked. To buy some things, Liu Shufen replied. The health clinic needs herbs, and I want to see if I can buy some at the county hospital. Also, I want to send some gifts to my parents. I'll go with you. The county town was over 60 miles from the army. They took a shared ride with the army's vehicle. This was Liu Shufen's first visit to the county town after her rebirth. The streets weren't wide, but much livelier than the commune. There were state-run shops, a post office, a hospital, and even a cinema. They first went to the county hospital. The pharmacy there was much larger than the army clinic and had a full range of herbs. Liu Shufen bought some herbs that the army lacked: safflower, frankincense, myrrh, and dragon's blood, good for treating bruises and injuries. They also visited a bookstore and bought a few medical books, basic Chinese and Western medicine texts, even though she didn't need them, just for show. Then they went to a state-run store. She bought a pair of rubber shoes for her father, a piece of blue fabric with white flowers for her mother, and a steel pen for her brother Muhan. They also bought some daily necessities: soap, towels, and sewing needles. Once everything was bought, Tang Xueduan said, Shufen, let's go see a movie. Movie? Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. In her past life, she had only watched outdoor movies in the village and had never been to a cinema. Yes, Tang Xueduan smiled. Today they are showing Red Detachment of Women. I heard it's very good. The cinema was simple, but many people were there. They bought tickets and sat in the back seats. The movie started. The screen was black and white, a bit blurry, but the story was very touching. When Qianghua sacrificed herself, Liu Shufen cried. Tang Xueduan held her hand. It's just a movie, don't be sad. I know. Liu Shufen wiped her tears. I think those female soldiers are really amazing. You are also very amazing, Tang Xueduan softly said. The way you rescue people at the border is like a real-life heroine. Liu Shufen blushed. I'm not that great. In my heart, you're the greatest. When the movie ended, it was already dark. They walked back to the army, holding hands. The moon was bright, and there were many stars. The distant mountains looked like a traditional ink painting in the night. Shufen, Tang Xueduan suddenly said, when I retire in the future, let's settle in the county town. I'll find a job, and you can open a small clinic to treat people. We'll have a few children and live happily. Liu Shufen felt warm inside. Okay, we'll also bring my parents here, so they can enjoy life. Yes, and my mother, she lives alone at Tangjia camp. I want to bring her here to live with us. That's right, Liu Shufen said. Once we are settled, we'll go get her. They talked about their bright future, walking lightly. Although they were still poor and suffering now, they had hope, love, and each other. That was enough. Back at the army, it was already late at night. Liu Shufen organized the things she bought. The items to send would go to the post office tomorrow, and the rest she kept. Tang Xueduan watched her busy figure, feeling very satisfied. Having a wife like her, what more could a husband ask for? That night, they slept together, holding each other tightly and sleeping very peacefully. The next day, Liu Shufen went to the post office to send some items. While waiting in line, she overheard two people talking in front of her. Did you hear? The Guo family has gotten into trouble. Which Guo family? The one from the cooperative supply store, Guo. He has been arrested for corruption and accepting bribes, with a large amount involved. Liu Shufen's heart moved. In her previous life, Guo was indeed investigated a few years later. In this life, it happened earlier? Is that true? Of course, it's true. My cousin, who works at the commune, saw him being taken away. I heard he will be sentenced. And what about Guo Qingdong? Guo Qingdong? He was fired a long time ago. Now he sells sunflower seeds on the street. He married a wife, but they argue every day, and life is very hard. Listening to this, Liu Shufen felt very calm. Karma is real. It really does come back. Guo corruption will catch up with him sooner or later. Guo Qingdong, being lazy, won't have a good ending either. What about Du Yunjin? I wonder how she is now. Liu Shufen remembered how Du Yunjin looked regretful at the wedding, silently hoping she would truly change and live a good life. After sending off the package, Liu Shufen went to work at the health clinic. Dr. Zhang saw her and happily said, Shufen, you're just in time. The county hospital notified us. They're organizing a barefoot doctor training class and recommended some of us to attend. I told the instructor about you and they want you to go. Really? Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. Really? Dr. Zhang said, 3 months, with meals and accommodation, plus a stipend. When you finish, you'll be a formal doctor at our health clinic. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Liu Shufen said excitedly. No need to thank me. You earned it yourself. Dr. Zhang patted her shoulder. Study hard, and in the future, bring honor to our unit. That evening, Liu Shufen shared the good news with Tang Xueduan. Tang Xueduan was also very happy. That's great. Shufen, this is a good opportunity. You must study hard. Yes. Liu Shufen nodded firmly. When I return, I can help more people. But Tang Xueduan hesitated. It's 3 months away. 3 months will pass quickly, Liu Shufen said, and I can come back once a month. What will you do if I'm gone? Liu Shufen blushed. Write letters, of course. Didn't you say you wanted me to write more? Tang Xueduan smiled. All right, I'll write to you every day. 2 people chatted and laughed for a while. Liu Shufen suddenly remembered something. Oh, I heard today that Guo was arrested. Tang Xueduan nodded. I heard about it too. People like him will get into trouble sooner or later. Guo Qingdong was also fired and is now running a street stall. That's his own fault, Tang Xueduan said. Shufen, do you remember? If you had married him back then, you would be suffering now. Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. So, I want to thank you for pulling me out of that dangerous situation. No, Tang Xueduan held her close. You chose the right path yourself. Shufen, you are a smart and independent girl. Even without me, you wouldn't have married Guo Qingdong. Liu Shufen smiled. That was true. In this life, she wouldn't let others control her anymore. The moonlight outside shone in, illuminating the two people embracing. It was peaceful, warm, and full of hope. This was the life Liu Shufen wanted most after her rebirth. In early December, Liu Shufen packed a simple bag and took the bus to the county town. Tang Xueduan saw her off at the station, repeatedly reminding her, "Right back when you arrive. Don't overwork yourself studying. Take care of your health. Buy what you need, don't hold back." "Got it," Liu Shufen said with a smile. "You've said that 100 times. I'm afraid you'll forget." Tang Xueduan scratched his head. "Shufen, I will miss you. I will miss you too." Liu Shufen blushed. "Hurry back, the bus is leaving." The bus started to shake and move. Liu Shufen leaned out the window and waved to her husband. Tang Xueduan stood by the dusty road, waving until the bus turned a corner and disappeared from sight. Liu Shufen sat back at her seat, feeling both excited and a little sad. Excited because she finally had the chance to learn medical skills systematically. Sad because she had to leave Tang Xueduan for 3 months. But she knew this was the right path. Only by learning more could she help more people and change her fate for the better. The bus traveled for over 3 hours before reaching the county town. The training was held in a simple row of houses behind the county hospital. When Liu Shufen arrived, many people were already there, mostly young men and women in their 20s, all recommended from different communes as barefoot doctors. "Are you Liu Shufen, comrade?" A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached. "I am the training class supervisor, Mr. Li. Your bed is in room 3. Follow me." Room 3 was small, with 4 bunk beds and 3 people already lived there. When Liu Shufen entered, everyone looked at her curiously. "Hello everyone, my name is Liu Shufen from Hongqi Commune." She introduced herself. "I'm Wang Xuelan from Dongfeng Commune. I'm Zhao Xiaomei from Xiangyang Commune. I'm Li Hongying from Hongxing Commune." After getting to know each other, the 4 girls quickly became friends. They all came from the countryside, had experienced hardships, and shared the dream of studying medicine to help others. They found they had a lot in common. Life in the training class was very organized, waking up at 6 in the morning, running, then attending classes, afternoons for practice, and evenings for self-study. The courses were full: anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, diagnostics, and treatments for common illnesses. The teachers were doctors from the county hospital, and they taught very seriously. However, some topics were too easy for Liu Shufen. She had studied them in her previous life, and in this life, she had learned a lot from Zhou Jisher and Dr. Zhang. Still, she listened carefully, took notes, and asked questions whenever she didn't understand. Soon, the teachers noticed that this girl from the border troops was quite special. During an anatomy class, the teacher asked, "Who knows how many chambers the heart has?" Most students were still flipping through books, but Liu Shufen raised her hand. 4. Left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium, right ventricle. How does blood flow through the heart? Right atrium, right ventricle, pulmonary artery, lungs, pulmonary veins, left atrium, left ventricle, aorta, the whole body. She answered quickly and accurately. The teacher was surprised. "Comrade Liu Shufen, did you study this before?" "I learned a little from the doctors in the army," Liu Shufen modestly replied. "Good, good." The teacher nodded repeatedly. Everyone should learn from Comrade Liu Shufen. After class, classmates gathered around Liu Shufen. "Shufen, how do you know so much? My family ancestors were doctors. I've liked reading medical books since I was little," she said. "Actually, it's not hard. Read more books, practice more, and you'll learn too. Can you teach us?" From then on, Liu Shufen became the little teacher in the class. During evening self-study, whenever anyone had questions, they would come to ask her. She was also very generous and patient, explaining everything until everyone understood. All the students liked her very much and called her Sufen's sister. By the 2nd week of training, late at night, Liu Shufen was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. "Comrade Liu Shufen, hurry. The emergency room needs help." Liu Shufen quickly got up, dressed, and ran to the emergency room. The emergency room was in chaos. A few blood-covered workers were brought in, saying there had been a building collapse that injured several people. Doctor, Please help my brother, a young worker shouted, pulling Liu Shufen's sleeve and crying. His brother's leg was pierced by rebar, bleeding heavily, and he was unconscious. There were only 2 doctors on duty, and they couldn't handle everything. Seeing Liu Shufen, one doctor asked, "Can you sew wounds?" "Yes." "Then you take care of this one." Liu Shufen put on gloves and started cleaning and stitching the wound. Her hands were quick and steady, as if she had done this many times. In fact, she had helped treat many injured people during a flood, so handling such injuries was not difficult for her. After finishing this one, she moved on to the next. A worker's arm was broken, with the bone exposed. Liu Shufen reset and immobilized it, moving smoothly and efficiently. Another worker had a head injury, needing hair shaved and stitches. Liu Shufen carefully operated, trying to avoid scars. She worked until dawn, treating all the injured. The 2 doctors on duty were exhausted and slumped into chairs, watching Liu Shufen with complicated expressions. "Comrade Liu Shufen, what did you do before?" "I was in the military medical unit," Liu Shufen replied. "I learned from the doctors there." "Not just that," one doctor said. "Your skills are better than some nurses at our hospital. And the medicine you used. It works especially well." Liu Shufen's heart tightened. She had indeed used some medicinal powders from the spirit cauldron space, which were much more effective than ordinary medicine. Medicine? The medicine is a family secret passed down, and I learned the techniques in the military, she said vaguely. The 2 doctors looked at each other but didn't ask further. In this era, many families had secret recipes passed down, some of which were truly miraculous. "Anyway, we're very grateful for what you did today," a doctor said. "If it weren't for you, the 2 of us would definitely be overwhelmed." "That's right," Liu Shufen replied. "I'm happy to help." Soon, this news spread quickly in the hospital. Everyone knew there was a talented girl in the training class who handled injuries better than some senior doctors. The director heard about it and specifically came to talk to Liu Shufen. "Comrade Liu Shufen, I heard you performed very well last night." "You're flattering me, director." "I just did what I was supposed to do. There's no need to be modest," the director said. "I saw how you treated several patients. Your technique was professional and your medication was appropriate. Especially the hemostatic medicine you used. It worked very well." Liu Shufen felt a little nervous again. "That's an old family secret," she emphasized again. "I understand," the director nodded. "Comrade Liu Shufen, I want to discuss something with you. Our hospital is short of surgeons. After your training, would you be willing to stay?" Liu Shufen was stunned. Staying at the county hospital? That was a dream opportunity for many.
But,
"Director, I really appreciate your recognition," she said carefully. "But I am a military family member. My husband is in the border troops. I need to go back." "Military family members can also be transferred," the director said. "We can coordinate with your husband's unit to transfer you. The county hospital has better facilities than the military clinic, and you could help more people." Liu Shufen was silent. What the director said made sense. The county hospital had better conditions, more patients, and she could learn and help more people. But what about Tang Xueduan? Would he agree? Would the border troops release her? "Director, may I think about it?" "Of course," the director replied.
take your time.
This is a good opportunity. Back in her dormitory, Liu Shufen felt very confused. Wang Xiaolan saw her looking upset and asked, "Shufen, what's wrong?" Liu Shufen told her about the director's offer. "Oh my! This is such a great opportunity," Wang Xiaolan exclaimed. "Shufen, you must say yes. The county hospital. So many people want to get in but can't." But what?" Zhao Xiaomei also said. "Shufen, your medical skills are so good. Staying in the countryside would be such a waste. If you stay at the county hospital, you can save more people. My husband is at the border, and we just got married. I don't want to be apart from him." "I understand. But you also need to think about yourself. Men are not always reliable, you know." "I was just joking, don't take it seriously. You can be transferred easily." The director said it's possible to coordinate. "Sister Shufen, you should consider your own future." Liu Shufen lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She really wanted to stay at the county hospital because she could do more good there. But Tang Xueduan. She had promised him she would return. And she had an even more important mission: to resolve the White family's karma and change her destiny. This required accumulating good deeds through practice, no matter where she was. The next day, Liu Shufen went to see the director. "Director, I've made my decision. I want to go back to the military." The director was surprised.
Why?
"Is the county hospital not good enough?" "No." Liu Shufen shook her head. "The county hospital is very good. But my husband is at the border, and I want to be with him. The border needs doctors more. There are few medical supplies, and people have nowhere to go when they are sick. I can help more people there." Seeing her firm look, the director knew he couldn't persuade her. "All right," he sighed. "Comrade Liu Shufen, I respect your choice. But the county hospital's door is always open for you. Whenever you want to come back, you are always welcome." "Thank you, Director." Leaving the director's office, Liu Shufen felt very peaceful inside. She had made the right choice. After 3 months of training, Liu Shufen graduated first in her class. At the graduation ceremony, the director personally awarded her an outstanding student certificate and a small cash prize of 10 yuan. "Comrade Liu Shufen, I hope you continue to shine and save lives at the border." "I will," Liu Shufen said seriously. After the ceremony, classmates said goodbye and promised to stay in touch. Wang Xueduan held Liu Shufen's hand. "Shufen, I will miss you. When you come to the county town, you must visit me." "Okay, you two work hard and be a good doctor." Carrying her bag, Liu Shufen left the county hospital and took a deep breath. The 3 months of study had taught her a lot. Not only did she systematically study Western medicine, but she also made a group of like-minded friends. More importantly, she became more determined about her path, helping others and doing good deeds. The bus back to the army only left in the afternoon. She first sent a telegram to Tang Xueduan at the post office, returning today. Then she went to the state-run store and bought some things: a new shirt for Tang Xueduan, a pack of tea for Dr. Zhang, some candies for the health clinic colleagues, and a piece of cloth for the old grandmother in Miao village. After buying everything, the bus arrived. She got on the bus, looked out the window, and felt full of hope. She hadn't seen Tang Xueduan for 3 months. She wondered how he was doing. Had he gained weight or lost weight? Was he thinking of her? The bus swayed and shook, and after more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the army base. From afar, Liu Shufen saw someone standing at the gate of the camp. It was Tang Xueduan. He was wearing his faded military uniform, standing straight, eyes fixed on the direction of the bus. When the bus stopped, Liu Shufen got off. Tang Xueduan strode over, took her luggage, and looked her up and down. "You've lost weight." "No, I've actually gained 2 pounds, Liu Shufen said with a smile. "How about you? Are you doing well?" "Good, I just miss you," Tang Xueduan said softly but clearly. Liu Shufen blushed. "There are so many people. Don't say silly things." "What's there to be afraid of?" "You're my wife," Tang Xueduan said confidently. They walked side by side into the camp. On the way, soldiers greeted them. "Sister-in-law is back. Dr. Liu is back. Training must have been tough, huh?" Liu Shufen responded with smiles. Back home, the house was very tidy, the bedding neatly folded, and a bunch of wildflowers was placed on the table. "Did you do this?" Liu Shufen asked. "Yes," Tang Xueduan said a little shyly. "I picked some because I thought you'd come back today." Liu Shufen felt warm inside. This seemingly rough man was actually very thoughtful. "Are you hungry?" "I'll go cook," Tang Xueduan said. "I'll help you," she replied. They cooked together. One washed vegetables, the other chopped. One lit the fire, the other stir-fried. They worked in perfect harmony, like a married couple who had been doing this for a long time. During dinner, Tang Xueduan asked, "How was the training?" "Was it hard?" "It wasn't hard. I learned a lot," Liu Shufen replied, sharing details about the training, including night emergency drills and the hospital director's attempt to keep her. "The director wants to keep you." Tang Xueduan paused with his chopsticks. "Yes, but I refused," Liu Shufen said. "I want to come back and be with you." Tang Xueduan was silent for a long time before saying, "Shufen, you don't have to do this for me. It's not for you, Liu Shufen interrupted. It's for myself. The border needs doctors more and I can do more there.
Plus.
I want to stay close to you. Tang Xueduan looked at her, his eyes a little moist. This girl always thinks of him. Shufen, thank you. You're welcome, Liu Shufen said, placing a piece of meat on his plate. Eat quickly, it'll get cold. After dinner, Liu Shufen took out the things she bought. This is a shirt for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Tang Xueduan tried it on. It fit perfectly. This is tea leaves for Dr. Zhang. I'll give it to her tomorrow. This is candy for colleagues. I'll share it with everyone tomorrow. This is fabric for Grandma Meow from the village. I'll bring it to her when I go herb gathering next time. Seeing his wife carefully preparing these gifts, Tang Xueduan felt deeply touched. His wife is not only skilled in medicine but also kind-hearted. That night, the two lay in bed talking. Liu Shufen shared funny stories from the training class, her classmates' dreams, and her experiences at the hospital. Tang Xueduan talked about his time in the military, the situation at the border, and updates about his comrades. Finally, Liu Shufen suddenly remembered something. By the way, when I came back, I heard in the county town that Du Yunjin got married. Married? Tang Xueduan was surprised. Who did she marry? They say she married a worker from the provincial city, in his 40s, who lost his wife and has 2 children, Liu Shufen explained. It was arranged by Wang Kaifeng, and she asked for 100 yuan in bride price. Tang Xueduan frowned. In her 40s?
And 2 children?
Is Du Yunjin willing? What can she do if she's not willing? Liu Shufen sighed. She can't stay in the provincial city anymore, and her reputation is ruined, so she had to marry someone like that. That's her own fault, Tang Xueduan said. Yes, Liu Shufen nodded and said, but if she can settle down and live peacefully, that would be good. You are too kind-hearted, Tang Xueduan said, hugging her. She has treated you badly, yet you still think of her. It's not about thinking of her, Liu Shufen replied, leaning on his shoulder. It's that everyone has their own fate, cause and effect from past lives. She made mistakes and faced consequences. If she can change, maybe things will get better for her. Let's hope so. They didn't speak further, just held each other quietly. The moonlight outside shone in, illuminating the two of them. It was peaceful, warm, full of love. Liu Shufen closed her eyes, feeling grateful. In this life, she finally followed the right path. She had a loving husband, a career she loved, and a bright future. She wanted to cherish it and walk forward carefully. After returning from training, Liu Shufen's work at the health clinic became easier. She combined what she learned at the county hospital with the needs of the local area, creating a set of treatment plans suitable for the border conditions. She clearly wrote instructions on how to treat injuries, common illnesses, and emergencies, and shared them with others at the clinic. Dr. Zhang was very happy. Shufen, this training was really worth it. Our clinic's level has improved. It's the result of everyone's effort, Liu Shufen said. Besides working at the clinic, Liu Shufen did another thing. She set up a free clinic at the entrance of the military camp. It was just a table, 2 chairs, and a medicine box. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, she would sit there to see patients from nearby. At first, only a few brave people came to try. But after helping some, her reputation spread, and more people came. Elderly people with rheumatism, children with colds and fevers, workers with injuries, women with gynecological issues, all were patiently treated by Liu Shufen. She used medicine when needed, acupuncture when necessary, and advised going to the county hospital for serious cases. When her medicine ran out, she would go to the mountains to gather herbs or take supplies from her space in the spiritual field. She found that herbs grown in her spiritual field worked much better than wild ones, and they grew quickly, providing a steady supply. The local people were very grateful and called her Liu Bodhisattva. Dr. Liu, you are truly a living bodhisattva. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my leg. Dr. Liu, here are some eggs from my family. Please take them. Liu Shufen doesn't usually accept gifts, but when common people insist, she accepts and then gives them to those in greater need. Tang Xueduan fully supports her. Shufen, you're doing a good thing. The army supports you, and I do too. With her husband's support, Liu Shufen feels more motivated. She also did another thing, teaching health workers at the clinic to recognize medicinal herbs. Border areas lack doctors and medicine, so we must rely on ourselves, she said. There are herbs everywhere on the mountain. Knowing them can save lives in emergencies. She took the health workers up the mountain to teach them about herbs like sanqi, tianma, chonglu, and dangui. She showed them how to pick, process, and use these herbs. The health workers learned very carefully. They knew that sometimes a single herb could save a life at the border. Once, a patrol team got caught in a heavy rainstorm and was stranded in the mountains for 2 days. When they returned, several soldiers had colds and fevers, and one had pneumonia. The clinic's Western medicine supplies were running low, so Liu Shufen used traditional Chinese medicine to treat them. She prepared prescriptions with herbs like manhwa, xingren, ganqiao, and shigao, plus some rare herbs from Lingtian. The soldiers recovered quickly after taking the medicine. Dr. Zhang said with admiration, "Shufen, your Chinese medicine works better than Western medicine." Liu Shufen replied, "Combining both is even more effective." Since then, the clinic started stockpiling Chinese herbs. Liu Shufen led the health workers to gather, process, and store herbs and built a small herb storage. The local people in the border area heard about it and came to buy medicine. Liu Shufen set very low prices, only charging the cost, and gave free medicine to the very poor. Her reputation grew, and even the county officials knew that there was a good military wife in the border troops who could treat illnesses. That summer, after returning to school, Liu Shufen found out she was pregnant. By then, she was already 2 months along. One day, she was bandaging a soldier's wound at the clinic when she suddenly felt nauseous and ran outside to vomit. Dr. Zhang saw this and asked, "Shufen, are you expecting?" Liu Shufen was surprised. She counted the days and realized her period was indeed late. Dr. Zhang took her pulse and smiled. "Congratulations. You're going to be a mother." Liu Shufen touched her belly, feeling a strange, happy sensation inside. She is pregnant with Tang Xueduan's child. In her previous life, she became pregnant with Yun Tian in 1976. At that time, Tang Xueduan had already been back in the army for 3 years. She was worried and went alone to find Xueduan in the army. After they shared a room, 3 months later, she confirmed she was pregnant and then returned to the Tang family camp. In this life, she married Tang Xueduan and they shared their wedding night. Now, with a child, could it be their eldest son Yun Tian from her previous life? In this life, Tang Xueduan is kind and caring, always by her side, looking after her. "Shufen, this is good news," Dr. Zhang said. "Why do you look so serious?" I am happy," Liu Shufen said with a smile, tears falling down her face. That evening, Tang Xueduan came home, and Liu Shufen told him the news. At first, Tang Xueduan was stunned. Then, he jumped with joy. "Really? I'm going to be a dad." "Yes, that's wonderful. So wonderful." Tang Xueduan picked her up and spun around, then quickly put her down. "Be careful, don't move too much, or you might hurt the baby." He squatted down and pressed his ear to her belly. "Let me hear if the little one is moving." "It's only 2 months, there's no movement," Liu Shufen said with a smile, pushing him away. "No matter. I just want to listen," Tang Xueduan said like a child, lying on her lap and refusing to get up. Liu Shufen stroked his hair, feeling full of happiness inside. In this life, she could finally share her love and welcome the arrival of their baby together. From then on, Tang Xueduan became even more caring. He would come home early every day to cook for her. Though his cooking was still not perfect, at least she could eat it. He didn't let her do heavy work or get tired. He also bought some nutritious foods from the town: malted milk, brown sugar, eggs. Hard-to-find items bought after asking several comrades. Liu Shufen felt warm inside but still said, "Don't be so nervous." "I'm not that delicate." "No, that's not right," Tang Xueduan said seriously. "You're 2 now, you need to be careful." The soldiers in the army heard about it and were happy for them. "Old Tang is going to be a dad. Congratulations, Dr. Liu. Hope for a chubby little boy." Liu Shufen accepted everyone's blessings with a smile, but inside she was thinking, Whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as they are healthy, that's enough. Pregnancy days, whether they go fast or slow, always seem to pass quickly or slowly. Liu Shufen still works at the health clinic, but only does light tasks, dispensing medicine, organizing medical records, and teaching health workers about herbs. The heavy and tiring work is not allowed for her by Dr. Zhang and other colleagues. Her belly grows bigger every day, and by 5 months, it is very obvious. Every night, Tang Xueduan massages her swollen legs and talks to the baby inside her. "Baby, I am Dad. Be good inside, and don't trouble your mother. Baby, Dad got first place in shooting today. Isn't that great? Baby, when you come out, Dad will teach you how to shoot and stand at attention." Hearing this, Liu Shufen feels both amused and touched. This man, usually strict and quick in the army, becomes gentle like a different person at home. At 6 months pregnant, Liu Shufen brings her mother, Bai Huizhen, to visit. Bai Huizhen, visiting the army for the first time, sees where her daughter lives and notices her big belly. She feels happy and worried at the same time. "Shufen, you've suffered a lot." "Mom, I am not suffering." Liu Shufen holds her mother's hand. "Xueduan treats me very well, and the comrades in the army are also very kind." Seeing her daughter's rosy face, Bai Huizhen knows she is telling the truth, and she feels more at ease. She stays at the army to take care of her daughter, cook, and do housework. With her mother's help, Liu Shufen feels much easier. Bai Huizhen also brings news from home. Old Liu is still healthy but still loves drinking. Liu Muhan studies hard, and the teacher says he might get into high school. Everything in the village is fine, but they miss Shufen. "Mom, after I give birth, I will take you back home," Liu Shufen says. "No rush," Bai Huizhen waves her hand. "Take good care of yourself, and we'll go back after the baby is born." Tang Xueduan respects his mother-in-law very much. He calls her Mom every time, which makes Bai Huizhen feel warm inside. "Xueduan is a good boy," she tells her daughter. "You married the right person." "Yes," Liu Shufen nods. "Mom, don't worry, I will have a good life." Days pass and Liu Shufen's due date gets closer. Tang Xueduan is both nervous and excited. He has prepared everything early: tiny clothes, small blankets, diapers, and even a little wooden horse. He made it himself, rough but heartfelt. "The baby isn't born yet, and you're already preparing so much," Liu Shufen laughs. "Be prepared for any situation," Tang Xueduan said. "Shufen, what do you think we should name the baby?" "If it's a boy, let's call him Yuntian," Liu Shufen replied. "Tang Yuntian. Yuntian is a good name," Tang Xueduan nodded. "And if it's a girl, let's call her Yunhua." Liu Shufen thought for a moment. "Tang Yunhua. Yunhua is also nice," Tang Xueduan smiled. "But I hope it's a boy, so he can follow in my footsteps and join the army." Favoring boys over girls, Liu Shufen teased. No, Tang Xueduan quickly said. "I like boys and girls both. As long as it's our child, I like them all." Liu Shufen smiled. She knew Tang Xueduan wasn't someone who preferred boys over girls. He was just very happy, so excited he couldn't speak clearly. On the 5th day of the 11th lunar month, at night, Liu Shufen went into labor. The pain came suddenly and strongly. Tang Xueduan hurried to call Dr. Zhang at the clinic, while Bai Huizhen prepared hot water, towels, and scissors at home. Dr. Zhang arrived quickly, bringing a nurse with him. "Don't be nervous, breathe deeply," Dr. Zhang said. After checking, he added, "The cervix is opening quickly. The baby should be born soon." Liu Shufen clenched her teeth, breathing and pushing as instructed. Tang Xueduan held her hand, his face paler than hers. "Shufen, if it hurts too much, bite me." Liu Shufen shook her head, sweat soaking her hair. The contractions came one after another, like waves crashing. She remembered giving birth to Yuntian in her past life. How painful it was then, but she had no Tang Xueduan, only her mother and the midwife. She bit down on a cloth, not daring to cry out loud, afraid of frightening her mother-in-law. This time, with Tang Xueduan, her mother, and the doctor here, she was not afraid at all. "Push. The head is coming out," Dr. Zhang shouted. Liu Shufen couldn't help but cry out. Don't shout. Save your strength. Dr. Zhang's voice came through the fog. She bit her lips tighter, the smell of blood stronger. Her body felt like it wasn't her own, torn and crushed by a wild force. She thought of the mountains around Tang's home, silent and strong, of the hope she had sewn into her wedding dress stitch by stitch, of Tang Xueduan turning back to look at her before leaving, saying, "I'll be back." These images flashed through her mind during the intense pain, like a faint breeze that couldn't clear away the heavy darkness, but barely helped her focus. The intervals between contractions grew shorter, almost merging into endless suffering. She began to tremble uncontrollably, feeling cold seeping from her bones. Someone wiped her sweat and offered her water, but her movements were mechanical. She swallowed instinctively. She didn't know how long it had been, maybe hours, maybe a lifetime. Dr. Zhang's voice rang out again, urgent. "The head is coming. Push hard. Use your strength. Push." She was already exhausted. Her body felt like a wrung-out cloth, crushed and torn. Yet, that command carried undeniable authority. She closed her eyes, only one thought remaining in her mind. Her baby, her child. She let out a loud cry, a sound unlike her own, hoarse and broken. Using her last bit of strength, squeezed from deep within her, she pushed fiercely and recklessly, driven by a destructive force. After a tearing pain, everything suddenly went blank. Then, a loud, clear cry, like a military horn, pierced the still, blood-stained, sweaty air of the delivery room. At that moment, all the pain, struggle, and fear seemed to ebb away like the tide. She collapsed, her breath faint, eyelids heavy, and unable to lift. "It's a girl, weighing 6 pounds 2 ounces, Dr. Zhang said, holding the baby in a white cloth, her tiny face wrinkled and red, eyes closed tightly, but crying out with all her might. Liu Shufen tried to focus her gaze on the tiny, lively life. She reached out her finger, gently touching her cheek. Warm, soft, like the tenderest tofu in the world. Suddenly, tears burst out, mixing with her sweat, silently flowing down her face. It wasn't sadness or fear, but a wild, overwhelming emotion that broke through all her defenses. Outside the window, the sky had turned a faint blue-gray. On the distant horizon, a faint glow of dawn appeared. A new day had begun. Her baby had arrived. Tang Xueduan held her hand, so excited he couldn't speak. Bai Huizhen held her newborn granddaughter, tears streaming down her face. Good, good. As long as mother and baby are safe. Dr. Zhang finished handling the umbilical cord, washed the baby, wrapped him up, and placed him beside Liu Shufen. The little one was wrinkled, red, with closed eyes, and a small mouth pouting as if searching for food. Shufen, look, this is our daughter. Tang Xueduan's voice was a little choked. Liu Shufen turned to look at the tiny life beside her, feeling a deep, indescribable tenderness in her heart. This is her daughter, their daughter. In her past life, this child was never born. She named her Yunhua. In this life, she has a father and a complete family. Yunhua, she whispered softly, welcome to the world. The little one seemed to understand, moving her little mouth, then fell asleep. Outside the window, dawn was breaking. A new day, a new life. During the postpartum period, Liu Shufen was well cared for. Bai Huizhen made delicious food for her every day, brown sugar eggs, pork knuckles with ginger, carp soup, all good for milk production. Although busy, Tang Xueduan made time every day to come home, see his wife, and hold their daughter. The little one changed quickly each day, growing chubbier and cuter, with big, bright eyes like Liu Shufen's. Her nose was like Tang Xueduan's, straight and prominent. Tang Xueduan loved holding his daughter and walking around the yard, talking to her. Yunhua, Dad is in the army, protecting our country. When you grow up, you should also be in the army, okay? The little girl didn't understand but smiled at her father, making Tang Xueduan's heart melt. His comrades from the army often came to visit. Some brought eggs, others brought colorful cloth, small tokens of kindness. Liu Shufen felt warm inside. This army unit felt like a big family, giving her a long-missed sense of warmth. On the full moon day, Tang Xueduan held a small celebration in the canteen, inviting his comrades to eat, celebrating their daughter's first month. The canteen was lively, with everyone taking turns holding the little girl and exchanging good wishes. She looks so lively. She looks like old Tang. She'll definitely be a good soldier in the future. Liu Shufen sat nearby, watching the scene, feeling full of happiness. In this life, she finally had a complete family, a loving husband, a healthy daughter, and caring friends. The banquet ended, and Tang Xueduan carried his sleeping daughter home with Liu Shufen. The moonlight was bright, shining on the small path. The cold winter night wind carried a sharp chill, along with the scent of grass and earth. Shufen, Tang Xueduan whispered, "Thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for marrying me. Thank you for giving me a daughter." Tang Xueduan looked at her. "I think the luckiest thing in my life is marrying you." Liu Shufen's eyes welled up with tears. "Me too. Marrying you is the luckiest thing in my life." They looked at each other and smiled. Back home, they placed their daughter on the small bed and covered her with a blanket. Liu Shufen sat by the bed, watching her sleeping face, and softly said, "Xueduan, I want to wait until Yunya is a bit older, then go back to work at the health clinic." "That's fine," Tang Xueduan replied. "Whatever you want to do, I support you. But what about the children?" "The children have my mother," Tang Xueduan said. "I already talked to her, and she's willing to help us take care of them." Liu Shufen felt warm inside. Tang Xueduan was always so thoughtful. "Xueduan, you're so kind. You're my wife. Who else should I be good to?" Tang Xueduan hugged her. "Shufen, let's live happily, raise our children well, and have a few more kids, make our home lively." "Yes," Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. "A few more children, one boy named Yuntian, another Yunchao, and another Yunha. The girl can be Yunshu." "Good names," Tang Xueduan smiled. "All your ideas." Outside the window, insects chirped. Inside the house, a family of 3 was warm and peaceful. Liu Shufen closed her eyes, silently thanking the heavens and the judge for giving her a second chance at life. In this life, she finally found happiness. But she knew this was not the end. She still had a long road ahead, to resolve the Bai family's past wrongs, to change more lives, to watch her children grow up, and to grow old with Tang Xueduan. The road is long, but she is not afraid. With love, hope, medical skills, and the spirit cauldron, she will walk step by step toward a bright future. The story of the first volume ends here. But Liu Shufen's life has only just begun. In the winter of 1974, Liu Shufen held her 1-month-old daughter, Tang Yunhua, sitting in the newly built family housing area of the army. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted down lightly. The little baby was sleeping quietly in her arms, with long eyelashes that looked like tiny fans. The family housing area was built just before winter. It had rows of red brick houses, each with a small yard in front. Tang Xueduan's house was at the far east end. It had 2 rooms, totaling less than 60 square meters, but for Liu Shufen, this was already their first real home.
What are you looking at?
Liu Shufen's mother, Bai Huizhen, came out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of red sugar water with boiled eggs. "Eat it while it's hot. You can't catch a cold during your confinement." "Mom, you don't have to work so hard," Liu Shufen said softly, taking the bowl. "You've been tired enough these days." Bai Huizhen sat beside her daughter, looking at her sleeping granddaughter's face with love in her eyes. "What's there to be tired about? Seeing you and the baby doing well is better than anything." The door opened, and Tang Xueduan came in, shivering from the cold, carrying a fish. "Shufen, look what I got from old Li at the kitchen. I made soup for you." "Such trouble for them," Liu Shufen said softly. "No trouble at all. Old Li's wife was giving birth, and I helped him with night shifts for a month," Tang Xueduan said honestly, taking off his military coat and hanging it up. He rubbed his frozen hands. "Mom, shall I take you to the station tomorrow?" Bai Huizhen's smile faded slightly. "Yes, it's about time to go back. Your father and younger brother are at home." If I'm not there, they won't even have a proper meal. Liu Shufen's eyes welled up with tears. Mom, stay a few more days. After Yunhua's 100 days. You silly girl, isn't your mother-in-law coming soon? Bai Huizhen patted her daughter's hand. Wang Xiuying is a good mother-in-law. She'll come to take care of you, and I can rest assured. Our two families are far apart, and I can't stay here forever. Liu Shufen knew her mother was worried about causing her trouble. The army family housing was just built, with limited conditions. The three of them, plus two elders, were crowded together. That night, the baby slept soundly. Liu Shufen leaned into her husband's arms and softly said, Xueduan, my mother will leave tomorrow. Yeah, I know, Tang Xueduan said, holding her tighter. When spring comes and it's warmer, we'll take the baby to visit your family. Do you think if Mom goes alone, is the road safe? I took my mother to the bus station, where the bus goes directly to the town. Your younger brother will pick her up there. Tang Xueduan paused and said, Shufen, I know it's hard for you to part, but my mother came to help us. She has been hoping to hold her granddaughter. Liu Shufen nodded. Her mother-in-law, Wang Xiuying, is a capable woman. Her husband passed away early, and she raised Tang Xueduan and his siblings alone, even paying for his middle school education. Liu Shufen respects her mother-in-law very much. I just feel sorry for my mother. She came all this way to help me during my postpartum period, and now that it's been a month, she is to leave. Later, we will take good care of both our elders, Tang Xueduan said softly. Go to sleep now. We need to get up early tomorrow. The next morning, the snow had stopped, and the sun shone brightly, making the snow on the ground sparkle. Tang Xueduan took Bai Huizhen to the bus stop near the family compound. Since the military family housing was built, because it was far from the town, a shuttle bus was arranged to run back and forth, which was quite convenient. Liu Shufen held her baby at the door, watching Bai Huizhen walk away. Tears finally fell. The baby in her arms, Yunhua, seemed to sense her mother's sadness and started crying loudly. Liu Shufen quickly comforted her. Be good, don't cry. Grandma will come to see us again. Just as she was soothing her, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A woman in her 50s, carrying two large bundles, came in. Her cotton coat was still covered with snow. Mother, Liu Shufen called out happily. Wang Xiuying put down her bundles, rubbed her red, cold cheeks, and immediately reached out to hold her granddaughter. Let me see my little darling. Oh, she's so pretty, just like Xueduan when he was little. Liu Shufen handed the baby over. Wang Xiuying was very skilled at holding her, gently patting her. Yunhua stopped crying and looked around curiously at her unfamiliar grandma. Was the trip okay? Liu Shufen asked, helping her mother-in-law carry her bundles back inside. It was fine, just snowed heavily, so the bus was late, Wang Xiuying said, holding the baby and walking around the room. She nodded with satisfaction. This house is good, bright and spacious. The yard is big enough to plant some vegetables in spring, enough for the family. Wang Xiuying held the baby and followed Liu Shufen into the room. She placed the baby on the bed and started taking things out of her bundles. Homemade cured meat, dried mushrooms, a small cotton jacket for the baby, and a bag of brown sugar wrapped in red paper. Mother, you brought so many things. It must have been tiring on the way. Liu Shufen looked at these things, feeling warm inside. Why are you tired? You're just riding in the car, not walking, Wang Xiuying said energetically as she started tidying up the house.
You sit down.
Your confinement period isn't over yet. Don't move around. I'll take care of everything. Liu Shufen couldn't stop her, so she had to hold the baby and sit on the long bench in the living room. The bench was covered with a blanket, and she watched her mother-in-law quickly tidy up the room and organize things. Wang Xiuying was quick and efficient. In less than half an hour, the house looked completely new. Mother, you should rest now, Liu Shufen said, pouring a cup of hot water and handing it to her. Wang Xiuying took the water, sat beside Liu Shufen, and looked at her seriously. Shufen, Jianjun told me everything. I know about your family and the unfair things you've suffered. Now that you're here, this is your home. I am your real mother. If anything happens, tell me. Don't keep it inside. Tears welled up in Liu Shufen's eyes again. Thank you, mother. No need to thank me. We're family. Wang Xiaoying wiped her tears. Right now, your most important job is to recover well and take good care of the baby. I will handle everything at home. Just then, someone outside the door called, "Is Dr. Liu at home?" Liu Shufen got up and opened the door. It was Xiaolin, a young nurse from the military medical office, panting heavily. "Dr. Liu, you should go to the health clinic quickly. Dr. Zhang is out on a consultation, and there's an emergency patient." Nurse Li can't handle it. "What's the situation?" Liu Shufen immediately got into work mode. "It's a pregnant woman, 7 months along. She fell and now has severe stomach pain and bleeding," Xiaolin said anxiously, almost crying. Liu Shufen looked back at her mother-in-law and the baby. Wang Xiaoying immediately said, "Go. Leave the baby to me. Mother, I might be gone for a long time. Saving lives is the most important. Don't worry, I am here at home." Wang Xiaoying took Yinhua from her arms. "Take care of yourself, too. You just finished your confinement. Don't overexert." Liu Shufen quickly changed her clothes and followed Xiaolin to the medical office. The snow made walking difficult. The two of them stepped carefully, and by the time they reached the health clinic, Liu Shufen was already sweating. In the observation room of the military medical office, a young woman was lying on the bed, groaning. Her face was pale, and the sheets underneath her were stained with blood. Next to her, an elderly woman was anxiously pacing. When she saw Liu Shufen come in, she suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Doctor, please save my wife." "Save the baby. Ma'am, please get up." Liu Shufen helped the elderly woman to her feet and quickly walked to the bedside. "When did she fall?" "About an hour ago." The pregnant woman gritted her teeth and said, "I was sweeping snow outside and I slipped." Liu Shufen quickly examined her, feeling worried. There was an early placental detachment, and she was bleeding quite a lot. The medical room at the army unit had limited supplies. There was no blood bank or operating room. They had to transfer her immediately to the county hospital. "Prepare for transfer," she said decisively. "Xiaolin, call the county hospital and ask them to get ready." "Ma'am, your daughter-in-law has an early placental detachment and needs surgery right away. But it takes over an hour to get to the county hospital." The elderly woman cried. "Will the blood hold until then?" Seeing the pregnant woman's face turn paler, Liu Shufen knew she was right. The road to the county hospital was rough, and it was snowing. The pregnant woman might not make it. "Get me an acupuncture kit and some hemostatic medicine," Liu Shufen decided. "I'll stabilize her first, then transfer her." Xiaolin quickly brought the supplies. Liu Shufen took out silver needles and inserted them into acupoints like Higu, Senyinjiao, and Zisanli. She also gave her a hemostatic pill, left by Zhou Jisher, only 3 pills remaining. Miraculously, the bleeding slowed down. The pregnant woman's face looked a little better. "Hurry, lift her into the car." Liu Shufen directed the only ambulance at the clinic. "I'll go with her, Dr. Liu." Xiaolin hesitated. Everyone knew Liu Shufen had just finished her postpartum rest. "Saving lives is the most important," Liu Shufen said, already getting into the car. The bumpy mountain road was still covered in snow, and the car moved slowly. Liu Shufen held the pregnant woman's hand tightly, encouraging her. "Hold on, we're almost there. You and the baby will be fine." The pregnant woman nodded weakly, her eyes full of a will to survive. After an hour and a half, the car finally arrived at the county hospital. Doctors and nurses were waiting at the door, quickly pushing the pregnant woman into the operating room. Liu Shufen sank onto a bench in the corridor. Feeling exhausted, she had only given birth a little over a month ago. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat approached. "Are you the escort doctor?" he asked. "You handled it very well. The patient's blood pressure is still stable, so surgery is possible. That's what I should do," Liu Shufen replied weakly. "You look unwell. Rest for a bit," the doctor said. Liu Shufen shook her head. "I need to go back quickly. There are children at home." On the way back, Liu Shufen was so tired she fell asleep. When she woke up, the car was already parked outside her house. It was dark outside, and warm light shone through the windows. She pushed open the door, and the smell of food filled the house. Wang Xiaoying was busy at the stove, and Yunhua was sleeping peacefully in her small bed. "You're back? How is the patient?" Wang Xiaoying asked with concern. "She was taken to the operating room. She should be fine." Liu Shufen sat down on the bench, feeling her whole body ache, as if it were falling apart. "Go lie down on the bed quickly." Wang Xiaoying brought a hot bowl of chicken soup. "I cooked it all afternoon."
Drink it to get some strength.
Liu Shufen drank the chicken soup, tears falling into the bowl. These weren't tears of sadness, but tears of gratitude. She felt warmth and care she hadn't felt in a long time in this family. "Why are you crying? Drink up." Wang Xiaoying wiped her tears with rough hands. Being a doctor isn't easy, and being a military doctor is even harder. Your mother is proud of you. That night, Tang Xueduan came home very late. When he heard what his wife had done today, he felt proud and worried at the same time. You always care more about others than yourself. The patient couldn't wait. Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder. "Xueduan, I believe I made the right choice. Being a doctor, saving lives, it's meaningful work." "I know." Tang Xueduan kissed her forehead. "My wife is the best." Spring turned into summer, and it was now the beginning of 1975. Wang Xiaoying cleared a small vegetable patch in the yard, planting scallions, chives, and bok choy. Liu Shufen had recovered and was preparing to return to the local health clinic to help. Yunhua was growing day by day. She was starting to smile, reach for things, and was becoming more adorable. It was a weekend, and Tang Xueduan was off work. The family was together, which was rare. Wang Xiaoying prepared a table full of home-cooked dishes, simple but full of family warmth. "Auntie, when Brother Xia's kids are on summer vacation, let them come stay for a while," Liu Shufen said. "You're alone here, and I know you miss them." Wang Xiaoying smiled. "I don't miss it. Seeing you and Yunhua makes me happy. But if your nephew and niece come, I'll welcome them. It will make the house lively." Just as they were eating, someone knocked on the door. "This is Dr. Lao Zhang from the military clinic, looking serious." "Xiao Liu, I want to talk to you about something." Liu Shufen invites Lao Zhang into the room and pours tea. "Here's the thing," Lao Zhang says directly. "The regiment headquarters has decided to set up an official military hospital that needs doctors. I know you are skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, so I want to recommend you. But the hospital work might be busier than the town health center, and you'll need to take care of the children." "I will go," Liu Shufen says, without hesitation. Tang Xueduan looks a bit worried. "Shufen, think it over again. Yunhua is still young. My child is with me," Wang Xiaoying says. "Shufen is capable. She should use her skills where they are needed. Don't worry about the family matters." Liu Shufen looks gratefully at her mother-in-law and then at her husband. "Xueduan, I want to go. I want to use my medical skills to help more people." Seeing her determined look, Tang Xueduan finally nods. "All right, I support you." Lao Zhang breathes a sigh of relief.
It's settled then.
The address is the old military clinic, but now it has been fully renovated into a hospital open to the public. Report next Monday to get familiar with the environment. Oh, and a new Western medicine graduate from the medical college, Li Jiangguo, will be transferred here. You will be colleagues. After seeing Lao Zhang off, the family returns to the dining table. Yunhua is in Grandma's arms, babbling and waving her little hands. "We want Yunhua to grow up and be like her mother, someone capable," Wang Xiaoying teases her granddaughter. Liu Shufen watches this scene with a full heart of gratitude. From a poor girl from a landlord family who is almost forced to death, to now a military doctor with a husband, children, a career, and a home. Her path has been tough, but she has made it. There may still be storms ahead, but she is no longer afraid. Because she has people to protect, beliefs to hold on to, and a path to follow. Late at night, when everyone is asleep, Liu Shufen enters her space. The medicine hut stands quietly, with a bubbling spiritual spring flowing. She walks to the cause and effect mirror, which appeared naturally after her daughter Tang Yunhua was born. The mirror reflects her face, no longer the timid girl, but a woman with determined eyes. "I will live well and practice medicine properly," she says to her reflection. "I won't let down everyone who loves me, nor my master's teachings, nor everything left by Grandma Tai. The mirror rippled as if responding to her words. Outside the window, spring breezes blew gently, and the vegetable seedlings in the yard swayed softly under the moonlight. A new day, a new start. Everything was full of hope. Spring in 1975 arrived very early. The snow on the Songnan Plain had just melted, and the poplar trees around the camp eagerly sprouted new buds. Liu Shufen held her daughter Tang Yinhua, who was just over 100 days old, and hesitated at the entrance of the military hospital. She took a deep breath and pushed open the army green wooden door. "Dr. Liu is here." Nurse Xiao Zhao, who was tidying the medicine cabinet, turned around and smiled. "Did you bring the baby?" "Let me see." The hospital was filled with a mixed smell of disinfectant and medicinal water. The glass medicine cabinets along the wall were shining brightly, and several beds with white sheets were neatly arranged. Liu Shufen looked around at this familiar yet strange environment. 2 months ago, she had cared for wounded soldiers here and had come several times to help treat injuries. Now her role had changed. She was officially a doctor here. "The baby is with her mother now." "I'll change into my white coat," Liu Shufen said, handing her daughter to her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaoying, who came forward. Wang Xiaoying took the granddaughter, her face full of gentle smiles. "Go to work without worry. I'm here at home. I'll take Yinhua for a walk around the family yard, water the vegetables, pick out the larger bok choy, and cook them for dinner." Liu Shufen nodded gratefully. Her mother-in-law had come from her hometown after spring began, saying she wanted to help her new daughter-in-law, who had just given birth. But Liu Shufen knew deep down that her mother-in-law was worried she would be too tired, working and caring for the baby alone. The automotive company where Tang Xueduan worked had been busy with recent missions, often transporting supplies to the border, and he was away for 10 days or half a month at a time. Just as Liu Shufen finished changing into her white coat, the hospital door was pushed open again. A young man, about 25 or 26, wearing black-rimmed glasses, entered carrying a new brown leather suitcase. He stood straight, clearly a recent graduate. "Excuse me, is this the 3rd Regiment Military Hospital?" "I am the new military doctor, Li Jiangguo, a graduate of the medical college, here to report." The young voice was loud and clear, with a tone typical of intellectuals. Old Dr. Chen, the head of the military hospital, came out from the back room, shook hands, and smiled. "Welcome. Dr. Li, this is Dr. Liu Shufen, one of our key traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. You two should work well together." Li Jiangguo adjusted his glasses, looked at Liu Shufen, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect such a young female TCM doctor in the military. But he still politely extended his hand. "Hello, Dr. Liu. I look forward to working with you. You're too kind, Dr. Li. Let's learn from each other." Liu Shufen shook his hand, feeling the strength and warmth of his palm. In the first few days, they got along quite well. Li Jiangguo had just graduated from the provincial medical college, where he studied Western medicine theories. He approached everything with a scientific and rigorous attitude. Liu Shufen, on the other hand, came from a traditional Chinese medicine background and had many years of practical experience, valuing intuition and effectiveness more. It was drizzling lightly that day, and there weren't many patients in the hospital. After organizing the medical records, Li Jiangguo walked over to Liu Shufen's desk and saw her copying from an old, yellowed book. "What book are you reading, Dr. Liu?" he asked curiously. "The Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases by Zhang Zhongjing." Liu Shufen smiled. "Are you interested, Dr. Li?" Li Jiangguo took the book, flipped through a couple of pages, and frowned. These ideas about yin and yang, the 5 elements, cold and heat, deficiency and excess, they don't seem very scientific. Modern medicine focuses on anatomy, pathology, pharmacology, things you can see and feel. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't easy to fully explain with modern science, Liu Shufen replied calmly. But it has been passed down for thousands of years and has cured countless patients. That's a fact. But without double-blind experiments or control groups, how can we be sure the treatment isn't just a placebo? Li Jiangguo pushed up his glasses. Take acupuncture, for example. Anatomically, the meridians can't be found. Just as Liu Shufen was about to answer, the door was suddenly pushed open. A young soldier from the communication unit, Xiao Zhang, rushed in, looking pale.
Doctor.
Hurry. Something's happened at the training ground. What happened? Both of them stood up at once. During training, a truck had tipped over, injuring several soldiers. The most serious was the deputy squad leader, whose leg was trapped. Liu Shufen and Li Jianguo grabbed the first aid kit and ran outside. In the rain, the training ground was chaotic. A military green truck was tilted on the muddy ground, and 7 or 8 soldiers were desperately trying to lift the truck bed. Under the vehicle, a man in his 30s, a military officer, lay in the mud. His left leg was tightly pressed against the edge of the truck, and blood mixed with rainwater had soaked a large patch of ground. Don't move, Li Jianguo rushed forward. First, assess the injury. He knelt down to examine the injured man, his face growing more serious. The femoral artery might be broken. He's losing blood too fast. We need to perform surgery immediately to stop the bleeding. It takes 40 minutes to reach the regiment hospital. We don't have time, Liu Shufen said calmly. She looked around the scene and saw some crowbars near the truck. First, lift the truck. I'll stop the bleeding here. Are you joking? Such injuries need surgery in a proper operating room, Li Jianguo exclaimed. Without a sterile environment and blood plasma, he could get infected. Liu Shufen already directed the soldiers to start lifting the truck. Infection can wait. If we don't stop the bleeding now, he won't last 10 minutes. The truck bed was slowly raised, and Liu Shufen quickly dragged the injured man out. The wound on his left leg was shocking, his femoral artery was torn, and blood was spurting out in jets. Li Jianguo hurriedly pressed on the wound to stop the bleeding, but it was only partially effective. Press here, Liu Shufen said, pulling out a silver needle pack from the first aid kit. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, she carefully inserted silver needles into several acupoints near the injured man's thigh. Miraculously, the bleeding slowed noticeably. How does that work? Li Jianguo stared in amazement. Temporarily sealing the meridians to slow blood flow, Liu Shufen explained while wrapping the area with bandages. Now we can take him to the hospital. Bring a stretcher. Immobilize the leg and elevate the head 15 degrees. The injured man was rushed to the hospital. On the way back to the military hospital, Li Jianguo was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Dr. Liu, about those needles just now. Can you teach me? Liu Shufen wiped the rain and mud from her face and smiled. Of course. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine each have their strengths. Combining them can better save lives. That night, Liu Shufen worked late into the night at the military hospital. After everyone left, she locked the door, focused her mind, and entered her personal space. The space was still filled with mist, and the medicine hut stood quietly. After years of exploration, she found that time in the space flowed at about 1/10 the speed of the outside world. That means 10 hours inside equals just 1 hour outside. This allowed her to find more time to study. The first floor of the medicine hut is filled with medical books inherited from Grandma Tai and various medical classics she has collected over the years. Liu Shufen walks to the bookshelf and pulls out a thick book called Complete Records of Zhou's Medical Cases, a gift from Mr. Zhou Jisher before she left, containing the most important cases from his lifetime of practicing medicine. As she opens the book, Liu Shufen's eyes are suddenly drawn to a piece of paper tucked inside. It is an unfinished letter, written in Mr. Zhou's handwriting. Shufen, my disciple, if you see this letter, it means you have officially started your medical journey. There are a few things I must tell you. First, you have a special talent, with a memory that never forgets. This is a dream for anyone studying medicine, but remember, great wisdom can harm. So, do not overstrain your mind. Second, you carry a secret treasure. Never tell others, not even close family members, be cautious. The letter stops abruptly here. Tears well up in Liu Shufen's eyes as she carefully folds and keeps the letter. During her military service, Mr. Zhou suddenly had a stroke. When she returned, he could no longer speak, only tightly holding her hand with tears streaming down his face. Master, I will use the skills you taught me well, she whispers softly. The next morning, Liu Shufen arrives at the military hospital and hears arguing from the direction of the cafeteria. She walks over and sees Wang Meili, a cafeteria worker, standing with her hands on her hips, loudly scolding some military family members helping in the kitchen. Some people, relying on being a military wife and knowing a little medicine, think they're so special. Don't they look at their background? A lady from a landlord's family, pretending to be progressive. Liu Shufen pauses in her steps. Wang Meili is a longtime staff member of the unit. Her husband died in an accident 2 years ago, and she has been working in the cafeteria with her 2 children. Since Liu Shufen joined the military, Wang Meili has shown a strange hostility towards her, often making sarcastic remarks. Big Sister Wang, that's not appropriate, Old Li the cook advises. What's not appropriate? Did I say something wrong? Wang Meili raises her voice. If she hadn't hooked up with Captain Tang, would she be a doctor? I think those Chinese medicine tricks are just nonsense. Liu Shufen wanted to turn and leave, but after some thought, she walks over and greets her. Good morning, Big Sister Wang. Wang Meili, seeing her approach, looks a bit awkward and snorts without saying anything. I heard your back has been hurting again? Liu Shufen calmly asked. I have some prepared medicated plaster. Shall I bring you 2 pieces this afternoon to try? Wang Meili was momentarily stunned, her face changing slightly. In the end, she said nothing and turned to go into the kitchen. Old Li gave Liu Shufen a thumbs up and whispered, That's just her temper. She's not a bad person, just a bit sharp with her words. Don't take it to heart, Dr. Liu. Liu Shufen smiled, but she knew in her heart that Wang Meili's hostility was probably not so simple. She thought of Du Yunjin, the woman who almost caused her and her child's death. Du Yunjin was still at the labor reform farm, but her relatives and friends from the Du family might be secretly causing trouble. Talking about Du Yunjin, Liu Shufen felt speechless. When she got married, Du Yunjin seemed very nice. She also thought Du Yunjin had changed for the better. But she didn't expect that when she was 7 months pregnant and working at the town health clinic, she met Du Yunjin there. She had a miscarriage. As former close friends and fellow pregnant women, Liu Shufen felt especially sorry for Du Yunjin. Yet, this malicious woman pushed her when she was coming down the stairs. If she hadn't suddenly remembered she forgot to bring red sugar and eggs for Du Yunjin and had stopped on the stairs to turn around, Du Yunjin's push might have been more forceful. She was only pushed back, leaning over the stairs, but she grabbed the handrail. In the end, she only lost the baby and the consequences could have been much worse. Later, she found out that Du Yunjin's miscarriage was caused by her husband's ex-wife. Although they had divorced by agreement, the divorce wasn't finalized yet, and Du Yunjin was pregnant. Because of this, both Du Yunjin and her husband were sent to the farm for reform, accused of improper relations. Wang Meili's hostility towards her was somewhat inexplicable. She planned to investigate it carefully later. At noon, when she returned home for lunch, Wang Xiaoying had already prepared the meal. It was simple: boiled cabbage with potatoes, served with freshly steamed cornbread, and a small dish of homemade pickled vegetables. Mother, didn't you say you'd wait for me to come back and cook? Liu Shufen took the bowl her mother-in-law handed her. I'm just idling, Wang Xiaoying said as she helped her daughter-in-law serve food. Xueduan went on a mission again. Yes, this time to Heiha. It will take about 10 days. Wang Xiaoying sighed. Being a soldier's family is like this, rarely together. Luckily, you have a job, or you'd be so bored at home alone. While they were talking, Yunhua's crying came from inside the house. Liu Shufen was about to stand up when Wang Xiaoying held her back. You eat, I'll go hold her. The grandmother came out holding her granddaughter. As soon as Yunhua was in her mother's arms, she stopped crying and looked at Liu Shufen with big, bright eyes. The baby, just over 3 months old, already knew how to recognize people. This child is very smart, Wang Xiaoying said kindly. Just like you, and like Xueduan. After dinner, Liu Shufen helped her mother-in-law clear a small vegetable patch in the corner of the yard. In northwestern Yunnan in April, the land was already soft and easy to dig, perfect for planting. Wang Xiaoying was good at farming. She dug quickly and deeply with her hoe. Shufen, her mother-in-law suddenly said, "You and Xueduan have been married for over a year. There are some things I need to talk about. Please go ahead." Wang Xiaoying straightened up and wiped her sweat. Xueduan is like his father. Once he makes up his mind, nothing can change it. He chose you, and that's for life. But there are always rumors outside. You come from a landlord family. Though the class distinctions aren't as strict as before, some people still talk about it. Liu Shufen nodded silently. She knew all this well. In her previous life, because her grandparents were landlords, she was looked down upon. Even after she joined the army and had her first son, she was still excluded and had to return to the countryside. In this life, she was careful everywhere. She worked hard and was kind to others, just to avoid trouble for her husband. "Mother knows it's not easy for you," Wang Xiaoying said, holding her daughter-in-law's rough hand. "But we stand tall and honest. No one can say anything bad about us. You are a good girl, and Xueduan didn't choose wrong." A warm feeling filled Liu Shufen's heart, and her eyes grew moist. "Thank you, Mother." "Why thank me? We're family," Wang Xiaoying smiled, her wrinkles like blooming chrysanthemums. "When we finish this vegetable patch, we'll plant cucumbers, eggplants, and beans. In summer, we'll have fresh vegetables. The money saved can buy Yunhua a piece of colorful cloth and a new dress." In the afternoon, back at the military hospital, Liu Shufen saw Li Jiangguo studying a book on basic traditional Chinese medicine carefully. When she entered, Li Jiangguo closed the book shyly. "Dr. Li is interested in Chinese medicine now?" Liu Shufen asked with a smile. "Yesterday's events really shook me," Li Jiangguo said as he pushed up his glasses. "Since I want to be a doctor in China, I should learn about our traditional medicine. Dr. Liu, could you recommend a few beginner books?" Liu Shufen thought for a moment and took out a handwritten notebook from her drawer. "These are some common prescriptions and acupuncture points I compiled. Take a look. Feel free to ask me if you have questions." Li Jiangguo sincerely accepted it. "Thank you. I will study carefully." In the following days, Li Jiangguo often asked Liu Shufen for advice whenever he was free. They both worked diligently, she taught seriously, and he learned with focus. The atmosphere of learning at the military hospital became much stronger. Old Dr. Chen watched happily. He liked young people with enthusiasm. On Friday evening, Liu Shufen finished work and went home. From a distance, she saw someone standing at her gate. As she got closer, she was surprised to see Tang Xueduan. "Why did you come back early?" she asked, both surprised and happy. Tang Xueduan looked tired but bright-eyed. "I finished my tasks smoothly, so I came back 2 days early. I wanted to surprise you." Inside, Wang Xiaoying had prepared dinner, and Yunhua was sleeping peacefully in her cradle. The family of 4 sat around a small table. Although they ate simple food, it felt very warm. "This trip to Heihe was eye-opening," Tang Xueduan said while eating. "The border area isn't peaceful. The Russians keep causing trouble. Our supply convoy almost got stopped twice." Liu Shufen's heart tightened. "Did anything happen?" "No, we were alert," Tang Xueduan said, placing a piece of egg on his wife's plate. "Just a reminder to stay away from remote areas lately. Even on our own land, we need to be careful." At night, the children slept, and the mother-in-law rested too. Tang Xueduan held his wife, and they whispered quietly. "I heard you're getting along well with the new Dr. Li?" Tang Xueduan asked. "Yes, he's eager to learn. Although he's trained in Western medicine, he's willing to understand traditional Chinese medicine." Tang Xueduan was silent for a moment. "Shufen, I need to tell you something. Li Jiangguo's background isn't simple. His father is a leader at the provincial health department. He's here to gain experience, but he probably won't stay long." Liu Shufen was surprised. "How do you know?" "Today, I ran into the political commissar and casually mentioned it," Tang Xueduan said, gently touching his wife's hair. "I don't want you to distance yourself from him, just to remind you to be careful with your words and actions. Relationships in the military are complicated, and I worry you might get hurt if you're too naive." Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew how complex human feelings could be, but she was a doctor, focused only on patients and their illnesses. She didn't like wasting energy on social matters. "I know my limits," she said softly. Don't worry. Moonlight shone through the window, casting faint shadows on the floor. Suddenly, Liu Shufen remembered the unfinished letter in the space, Mr. Zhou's advice and the scheming stories in Grandma Tai's diary. She closed her eyes and buried her face in her husband's chest. This warm embrace was her greatest comfort and support in the world. No matter what, she wanted to protect her family and this hard-earned happiness. Late at night, Liu Shufen entered the space again. The oil lamp in the medicine hut automatically lit up. She walked to the blurry copper mirror. Grandma Tai called it the karma mirror. Usually the mirror was foggy, making it hard to see images. But tonight, the fog seemed lighter. Liu Shufen reached out and gently touched the mirror. The cold surface made her shiver slightly. Gradually, fragments of images appeared. A man in military uniform being led away by two people. A pile of documents thrown on the table. A blurry woman crying. She wanted to see more clearly, but suddenly the images disappeared, and the mirror became foggy again. What does this mean? She whispered. A warning? Or something that already happened? No one answered. The space was silent. Only the bubbling spring outside the medicine hut could be heard. Liu Shufen went to the spring, scooped up some water, and drank. The cool, sweet water soothed her restless heart. No matter what storms lie ahead, she would stay calm and clear-headed. When she left the space, dawn was breaking outside. Inghua was making soft sounds in the cradle, about to wake up. A new day was about to begin, but Liu Shufen knew that peace wouldn't last long. Still, she was ready, with a healer's compassion, a wife's resilience, and a mother's courage, to face any challenge. She gently rocked the cradle and hummed a lullaby her mother had taught her when she was a child. Yunhua looked at her with big eyes, then suddenly opened her small, toothless mouth and smiled. At that moment, all worries and fears disappeared. She wanted to protect that smile. In May 1975, spring in northwest Yunnan was still settling in, and summer arrived quickly. The white poplar trees around the camp looked like green clouds, and the dirt on the training ground was firm from being stepped on. Soldiers' voices shouting training commands could be heard everywhere. That morning, Liu Shufen arrived at the military hospital and sensed something was wrong. Dr. Lao Chun was frowning, talking on the phone and repeatedly saying, "Yes, yes, yes." After hanging up, he turned to the two of them and said seriously, "We just received orders. The whole unit is going on a training march for 3 days and 2 nights into the edge of the towering mountains. The hospital needs to send 2 people along." Li Jianguo immediately raised his hand. "I'll go. I want to gain more experience in field rescue." Dr. Lao nodded and looked at Liu Shufen. "Xiao Liu, your child is young. If it's not convenient, I'll go," Liu Shufen said without hesitation. "I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I know more methods for outdoor first aid." Actually, she was thinking that Tang Xueduan would also join the training march. If something happened, she could be there. She didn't say her worries aloud, but her fingers holding the pen turned slightly white. Dr. Lao patted her shoulder with relief.
Good.
Prepare yourselves. We leave at noon. Bring enough medicines and equipment, especially for injuries and first aid. The morning passed quickly in busy activity. When Liu Shufen went home to pack her things, Wang Xiaoying had already packed her clothes and even put in a few boiled eggs and pancakes. "It's cold in the mountains. Bring some extra clothes," her mother-in-law nagged. "Yunhua has me, so don't worry. Be careful and listen to me. I heard there are wild boars and black bears over there." "I'll be careful," Liu Shufen said, hugging her daughter and kissing her soft cheek. At noon, 12 military trucks lined up on the playground, engines roaring. Liu Shufen and Li Jianguo carried medical kits and got into the ambulance in the middle. As the vehicle started moving, Liu Shufen looked out the window and saw Tang Xueduan standing beside his truck, waving at her. She waved back. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. The convoy left the camp, passed through a small border town, and gradually entered the mountains. The road became bumpier, and the trees on both sides grew denser. In May, the mountains are full of blooming azaleas, covering the hills in shades of pink and purple, looking almost unreal. Li Jianguo sat across from Liu Shufen, curious as he looked out the window. "This is the first time I've been so deep into the mountains." "Have you been here before, Dr. Liu?" "I used to pick herbs here with my master when I was a child," Liu Shufen replied simply, her eyes fixed on the distant mountains. She remembered the times Zhou Jisher took her into Black King Mountain to gather herbs. The old man taught her how to identify medicinal plants, how to find her way in the wild, and how to handle sudden injuries with simple methods. These skills might be useful today. At dusk, the team set up camp in a relatively flat valley. The soldiers quickly pitched tents, and the cooking team started a fire, smoke rising soon after. Liu Shufen and Li Jianguo checked the hygiene of each squad and treated blisters on some soldiers' feet. Dinner was simple, cabbage stew with potatoes and cornbread, but in the wild, this was a rare hot meal. That night, the mountain wind howled loudly, making the tent sway. Liu Shufen lay on her sleeping mat, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She remembered the strange movement in the space before leaving. Last night, when she entered the herb hut, the mist from the cause and effect mirror had thinned again, revealing faint images of the forest and a blinding red color. Was that red blood? She dared not think too much and forced her eyes shut. The next morning, the training officially began. The troops split into 3 groups, practicing tactics in different directions. Liu Shufen and Li Jianguo followed the 2nd Battalion, while Tang Xueduan's vehicle company handled logistics and stayed at the camp. The mountain trail was rugged, with some parts requiring hands and feet to pass. Li Jianguo clearly struggled with the terrain, panting after walking for over an hour. "Dr. Li, are you okay?" Liu Shufen offered him a water bottle. "I'm fine, just not used to this kind of exercise," Li Jianguo said with a bitter smile, taking a sip. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. A soldier ran over. "Doctor." "Something's happened up front." They exchanged a quick look and hurried forward. Turning a corner of the cliff, Liu Shufen's heart tightened at the sight. On a steep slope, several soldiers were gathered around, with 2 people lying in the middle. "What's going on?" Li Jianguo pushed into the crowd. The leader of the 2nd Battalion looked very worried. The slope collapsed. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Wang fell while trying to carry equipment. 2 young soldiers were lying on a pile of broken stones. One was holding his left leg and moaning, while the other was completely still, blood streaming from his head. Li Jianguo first checked Xiao Wang, who was unconscious. He opened his eyelids to look at his pupils. His face suddenly changed color. "Brain injury. We must send him to the hospital immediately. It takes 2 hours to reach the nearest road, and another hour and a half to the county hospital," the 2nd Battalion leader said through clenched teeth. "There's no time, but we still have to send him," Li Jianguo insisted urgently. "This kind of injury can't be treated here." Liu Shufen was already kneeling beside Xiao Wang. She gently touched the injured person's head and found a noticeable dent in the right side of his skull. The bleeding wasn't heavy, but his breathing was getting weaker. "We can't move him," she said seriously. "A depressed skull fracture can worsen brain damage if moved carelessly. Are we just going to wait here and die?" Li Jianguo asked anxiously. Liu Shufen didn't answer. She opened her medical kit. She took out a cloth bag from the bottom, unfolded it, revealing long and short silver needles. In everyone's puzzled eyes, she took a 3-inch needle, sterilized it, and slowly inserted it into the baihui point on the injured person's head. "What are you doing?" Li Jianguo tried to stop her. Calming the mind and slowing bleeding, Liu Shufen replied without looking up, carefully turning the silver needle. Miraculously, the injured person's weak breathing seemed to stabilize a little. She took a few more needles and placed them in other acupuncture points like Fengqi, Taiyang, and Yintang. The whole process was smooth and natural, as if she had done it many times before. "Now we can move him carefully," Liu Shufen said as she removed the needles. "Use a stretcher, keep the head fixed, and stay level. We need to go down the mountain slowly and steadily, avoiding bumps." The 2nd Battalion leader immediately ordered the construction of a simple stretcher. Liu Shufen turned to the other injured person, Xiao Zhao. His left leg was clearly deformed, an open fracture. Li Jiangguo was already doing basic treatment, fixing the leg with a splint. It hurts. It hurts so much. Xiao Zhao's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down. Liu Shufen took out a small porcelain bottle, poured some brown powder, and mixed it with warm water. Drink this. It will stop the pain. Xiao Zhao hesitated but drank it. After a few minutes, his expression relaxed noticeably. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. What kind of medicine is this? Li Jiangguo asked curiously. I made this pain relief powder myself, using herbs like Corydalus angelica and Chuanxiong, Liu Shufen explained simply. It works a bit slower than Western painkillers but has fewer side effects. 2 injured people were carefully carried down the mountain. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo followed beside the stretcher, watching the patients closely. Halfway there, Xiao Wang's breathing became rapid again, and foam appeared at the corner of his mouth. His brain swelling has worsened, Li Jiangguo said anxiously. He needs a dehydrating medicine, but we don't have that kind. Liu Shufen took out a silver needle again, and inserted it into the Yongquan point on the sole of the foot and the Sanyinjiao point on the calf. She also took another small bottle from her medical kit, pouring out 2 black pills. Help me open his mouth. Li Jiangguo did as told. Liu Shufen placed the pills under his tongue, then took out a water bottle and dropped a few drops of spiritual spring water. She had taken it from her space before leaving, mixing it with regular water to boost the medicine's effect. Strangely, about 15 minutes later, Xiao Wang's breathing gradually stabilized, and the foam at his mouth disappeared. What kind of medicine is this? Li Jiangguo asked, unable to speak more. Anong Niu Huang Wan. It clears the mind and awakens consciousness. Liu Shufen wiped sweat from her forehead. It's a formula left by my master. There are only a few pills left. Finally, they reached the road, where an ambulance was waiting. The injured were quickly taken to the county hospital. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo also got in the ambulance, both lost in thought during the ride. At the hospital, the surgeon examined the patients and said in surprise, the condition of the brain injury patients is much better than expected. Did you treat them outdoors? Li Jiangguo looked at Liu Shufen. It was Dr. Liu's acupuncture and traditional medicine that helped. The doctor glanced at Liu Shufen with some doubt, but since the patient's vital signs were stable, he said nothing more. By the time the patients were settled, it was late at night. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo rested on a bench in the hospital corridor, both exhausted. Dr. Liu, Li Jiangguo suddenly said, today's events made me see traditional Chinese medicine in a new light. I was too narrow-minded before. Liu Shufen leaned against the wall and softly said, both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine can save lives. My master often said, a doctor with a kind heart is the best, and methods are just tools. Your master must be an extraordinary person. He is. Liu Shufen's mind flashes with the kind face of Zhou Jisher. He taught me not only medical skills but also how to be a good person. Outside, the moonlight is gentle and the hospital corridor becomes quiet. Li Jiangguo seems to want to ask something, but when he sees Liu Shufen close her eyes, he stops speaking. The 2 of them returned late last night to the training site. In May, the forest awakens in the morning mist, and birds sing everywhere. Liu Shufen sits up on her military bed, stretching her stiff neck. Li Jiangguo has already gotten up and is boiling water outside the tent with an alcohol stove. Good morning, Dr. Liu, he says, handing her a cup of hot water. Did you sleep well last night? Pretty well, Liu Shufen replies, taking the cup. The hot water warms her hand. How are the injured soldiers? Stable. 2nd Battalion commander had someone watch over them all night. Neither has a fever, so we're lucky. As they talk, old Li, the cook, comes over with a pot of porridge. Doctors have some hot porridge. Mornings in the mountains are cold. The porridge is thick, served with pickled vegetables, simple but comforting. Liu Shufen eats while observing the camp. Soldiers are packing up tents, checking equipment, preparing for today's training. The battalion commander approaches, looking a bit calmer than yesterday. Dr. Liu, Dr. Li, today we'll go deeper into the mountains to train in survival and reconnaissance. The injured have been sent back to the camp. I'll stay with the team. Liu Shufen stands up. Field training can be risky, and a doctor should be on site. Li Jiangguo hesitates. Dr. Liu, your health. I'm fine. Liu Shufen interrupts him. Let's go. The team departs at exactly 8 o'clock, following a barely visible trail into the mountains. The trees grow denser the further in they go, and some areas require cutting through bushes. Liu Shufen keeps close behind, watching for slippery moss and roots underfoot. After about 2 hours, they hear rushing water ahead. Turning past a pine forest, they see a mountain stream about 5 or 6 meters wide. The water is shallow but fast, with moss-covered rocks at the bottom. Everyone pay attention, the battalion commander shouts ahead. 2 by 2, help each other cross. Watch your footing. The soldiers begin crossing the river in an orderly manner. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo walked carefully in the middle of the team, holding hands as they moved cautiously through the water. The water was icy cold, reaching above their thighs, and the current was quite strong. Suddenly, a loud cry came from ahead. A young soldier slipped and fell into the water, being swept away 2 or 3 meters before his comrades pulled him out. When he was dragged ashore, his face was pale, and there was a lot of blood on his right knee. Doctor, someone shouted. Liu Shufen hurried over and saw that the soldier's knee was cut open by a sharp stone from the bottom of the river, with flesh exposed and white bones visible. Pressed down to stop the bleeding, Li Jiangguo had already opened the first aid kit, taking out gauze to press on the wound. The wound was deep, and blood quickly soaked through the gauze. Liu Shufen took out a silver needle and quickly inserted it into several points on the soldier's thigh, which slowed the bleeding noticeably. It needs stitches. Li Jiangguo examined the wound. But the conditions here, let's sew it here, Liu Shufen said decisively. Clean and disinfect the wound properly. The risk of infection is manageable. Waiting until we return to the camp would leave the wound exposed too long, increasing the chance of infection. Li Jiangguo clenched his teeth. All right, you do it. I'll assist. The soldiers used raincoats to set up a simple shelter. Liu Shufen knelt on the wet ground and began her work. First, she rinsed the wound with spring water, secretly taken from her space and mixed with regular disinfectant. Then she carefully removed dirt and debris from the wound, stitching each thread precisely and evenly. The young soldier trembled from the pain but clenched his teeth and stayed silent. An older soldier next to him held his hand. Hang in there, Xiaochen. Dr. Liu is skilled. After 20 minutes, the wound was stitched up. Liu Shufen applied a homemade ointment to the wound and wrapped it with clean gauze. You can't get it wet for 3 days. Change the dressing daily, she instructed. Later, someone will carry you back to the camp to rest. Xiao Chen nodded weakly. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liu. After tending to the injured soldier, the team continued their journey. This incident made everyone more cautious. When crossing the river, they supported each other closely. At noon, the team reached a relatively flat hillside. The second squad leader ordered a rest and meal. The soldiers sat in small groups, taking out compressed biscuits and water bottles. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo found a tree stump to sit on. Just as they took out their dry food, they heard a commotion nearby. What's wrong with you? Can't even read a map properly, a platoon leader's voice shouted. Sir, this map was made 10 years ago. Many terrains have changed, a young voice explained. Stop making excuses. How did you learn military terrain skills? Liu Shufen looked up and saw a young soldier in his early 20s being scolded, holding a yellowed map with red eyes. Li Jiangguo shook his head. It's not easy to be in the army. None of it is easy, Liu Shufen whispered. She remembered Tang Xueduan from her past life, who also often got scolded for various reasons. He would come home feeling down, and not long after, he transferred out. And later, while she was lost in thought, the scolded young soldier suddenly looked up and glanced in her direction. In that instant, their eyes met, and Liu Shufen felt a shock. This child looked very much like someone she remembered. Like who, she wondered. Before she could figure it out, the second platoon leader blew the assembly horn. The afternoon training was about outdoor reconnaissance and camouflage. The soldiers had to split into groups and reach designated spots within a set time. Dr. Liu, Dr. Li, follow my group, the second platoon leader said. We'll take the east route, it's easier. The east route was indeed gentler than the west, but it was thick with bushes, and some parts required crawling. Liu Shufen's uniform was soon torn in several places, and she had a few cuts on her hands. "Dr. Liu, can you keep going?" the second platoon leader asked as he looked back. "I can." Liu Shufen wiped her sweat. Actually, her legs were already trembling, but she couldn't fall behind. After crossing a hill, the path suddenly opened up. It was a clearing in the woods, full of wildflowers, with bees and butterflies flying around. A few soldiers' eyes lit up, and they were about to rush forward. "Wait!" Liu Shufen suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped. Li Jianguo asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Liu Shufen stared at the wildflower-covered grassland ahead, her brow furrowed. "Something's off here." She crouched down and examined the plants carefully. Among the bright wildflowers, there were some small, unremarkable plants with palm-shaped leaves and pale green flowers. "Is this poison hemlock?" she whispered. "What hemlock?" The second platoon leader didn't hear clearly. "Poison hemlock, a highly toxic plant." Liu Shufen stood up and said, "The roots and leaves are poisonous. Eating them accidentally can cause breathing paralysis, and in severe cases, it can be fatal. Also, there is likely a swamp nearby. Look at the grass growing very thick there. The ground underneath might be mud." Before she finished speaking, a soldier walking at the front suddenly shouted in surprise and sank down. "Don't move," Liu Shufen shouted. "It's a swamp. Everyone back away." That soldier had already sunk to his thighs. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. A few comrades tried to help pull him out, but Liu Shufen quickly stopped them. "Don't go. You'll get pulled in too. Find some branches." Long branches. The soldiers realized and started looking for branches. Liu Shufen quickly looked around and suddenly brightened her eyes. There were a few dead trees nearby. "Cut down that dead tree.
Hurry."
The 2nd Battalion commander led people over with knives and spears to cut the tree. The dead tree fell quickly. Everyone worked together to drag it to the edge of the swamp. "Hold on to the branches," the 2nd Battalion commander shouted. The soldier trapped in the swamp grabbed the branch reaching out to him. Everyone pulled with all their strength, slowly dragging him out. He was covered in dark mud, shaken but safe, sitting on the ground gasping for breath. "That was close." Li Jianguo wiped his cold sweat. "Dr. Liu, how did you know there was a swamp here?" "Poisonous water parsley usually grows in wetlands or at the edge of swamps," Liu Shufen explained. "My master taught me how to identify poisonous plants. He said that when you go into the mountains to pick herbs, the first priority is to avoid danger." The 2nd Battalion commander patted Liu Shufen on the shoulder. "Dr. Liu, we owe you today. Without you, we might have lost more people." "That's what I should do," Liu Shufen said calmly, then looked again at the young soldier, who was being cleaned of mud. He was helping his teammate, carefully removing mud from him. After a short rest, the team continued forward. This time, everyone was extra careful, testing each step before stepping down. Liu Shufen walked in the middle of the group, still thinking about that young soldier. Who does he really look like? Around 4 p.m., the team reached the designated spot. Other groups arrived one after another, and the training task was completed. After counting the people, the 2nd Battalion commander ordered everyone to return to the camp. The return route was different, crossing a steep slope. The slope was covered with bushes, and they had to use their hands and feet to climb up. Halfway up, something unexpected happened. A scream of pain and surprise came from above. Liu Shufen looked up and saw a soldier rolling down the slope, crashing through several bushes before finally getting stuck next to a protruding rock. "Quick, help him!" Everyone hurried over. The soldier who rolled down was Xiao Wang from the cooking team. He was unconscious now, with his forehead hitting a rock and blood streaming down his face. More seriously, his right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. Broken bone, possibly a concussion. Li Jianguo quickly checked. "We need to immobilize him immediately." As Liu Shufen examined the wound, she felt a shock. This injured soldier was the same young soldier who had been scolded earlier that morning. His face was covered with dirt and blood, but his tightly closed eyes and the shape of his eyebrows. "What's his name?" she asked the soldier beside her, her voice a little tense. "Wang Jianjun, from the cooking team. He just joined the army this year." "Wang Jianjun." the surname Wang. A sudden idea flashed through Liu Shufen's mind. She finally remembered who he resembled, not just someone but a combination. His eyebrows and eyes looked like the young photo of Grandma Wang Xiuying. The curve of his mouth resembled Tang Xueduan's thoughtful expression and that stubborn chin. Exactly like her eldest son, Tang Yuntian, in her previous life. Dr. Li Jiangguo, noticing her staring blankly at the injured soldier, softly reminded her. Liu Shufen snapped back to reality, forcing herself to focus. Now was not the time to analyze these details. Saving the person was the priority. Secure the limb, stop the bleeding, and bandage the head wound, she quickly ordered. Her team moved swiftly to clean and dress the wound. The bleeding stopped soon, and Liu Shufen carefully bandaged the forehead wound with gauze. When treating the arm fracture, she was especially gentle, afraid of increasing the injured soldier's pain. Wang Jianjun, still unconscious, furrowed his brow from the pain. His young face looked even more tender in his suffering. Prepare the stretcher. The 2nd Battalion commander directed the soldiers to cut branches and tie ropes. While making the improvised stretcher, Liu Shufen specifically asked for several layers of clothing to pad it and personally checked each knot to ensure it was secure. On the way back to the camp, she stayed beside the stretcher, gently pressing her hand on Wang Jianjun's uninjured wrist, constantly monitoring his pulse. Dr. Liu, do you know the soldier? Li Jiangguo asked quietly as he walked nearby. No. Liu Shufen shook her head, her eyes never leaving the pale face of the injured man. But he's very young, and it makes people feel sad. Li Jiangguo nodded and did not ask further questions. The mountain path was rough. The soldiers taking turns carrying the stretcher were all exhausted and gasping for breath. Liu Shufen noticed that one old soldier refused to switch hands and kept holding the front of the stretcher, lips tight, eyes full of worry. Comrade, let me do it, Liu Shufen said as she approached him. No need, Dr. Liu. I can do it. The old soldier shook his head, voice hoarse. Child from the army. It's not easy. Do you know him? The old soldier sighed. I'm his squad leader. This kid has a hard life. No father since he was young, mother in poor health, family very poor. He joined the army hoping to save some food for his family and send money home to treat his mother. He trains very hard, afraid of being sent back. Liu Shufen felt a pang in her heart and softly asked, "What's wrong with his mother?" He said she has a lingering illness from her youth, bad hips and legs. She can't get out of bed when it rains, the old soldier said, eyes a bit red. Jianjun writes to me often, asking if there are good medicines for back and leg pain. What can I do? Our medical room has pain ointments, but he says he sent them back and they don't work. As they spoke, Wang Jianjun moved on the stretcher and let out a painful groan. Jianjun? Jianjun, Liu Shufen called softly as she leaned over. Wang Jianjun slowly opened his eyes, looked confused for a moment, then focused on Liu Shufen's face.
Doctor.
What's wrong with me? You fell down the slope, broke your arm, and hurt your head, Liu Shufen said gently. Don't worry, we're heading back to the camp. Once we get there, we'll take good care of you. Jianjun tried to lift his head but immediately turned pale from the pain. Liu Shufen gently pressed his shoulder. Don't move. Keep your head steady. Will I be disabled? The young man's voice trembled, full of fear. If I am, what will happen to my mother? It won't happen, Liu Shufen said firmly. It's just a simple fracture. As long as it's treated properly, you can fully recover. I promise. These words, I promise, seemed to give Jianjun strength. His tense body relaxed a little, but tears slid down his cheeks, mixing with blood and dirt, flowing into his hairline. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. Is your name Wang Jianjun? Where are you from? Heshi Town. Over in Daong area, Liu Shufen's heart skipped a beat. On the other side of the big sheep farm, it's the same place as my mother-in-law's hometown. Are there any other family members at home? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. My mother, sister, and brother. When he mentioned his family, Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up briefly, then grew dim. My father died when I was very young. I hardly remember my sister and brother, Liu Shufen's hand trembled slightly. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Your brother? You don't remember him? Yes, I don't remember. I asked my foster mother many times where my brother and sister went. She said that during the hardest times in my maternal family, my brother was sent to join the army, and my sister. I think she might be gone. Wang Jianjun closed his eyes, his voice getting softer. My mother said that sending me away was the biggest regret of her life. But back then, we really couldn't support 3 or 4 children. Every word felt like a hammer hitting Liu Shufen's heart. In the past, my mother-in-law never explained in detail about sending away her children, only saying it was out of necessity and that she felt guilty for a lifetime. Until now, she had never told Liu Shufen about having sent away a child. If she guessed correctly, now she was hearing the other half of the story from this unfamiliar yet familiar young man. Your mother. What's her name? She asked softly, almost afraid to hear the answer. Wang Xiaoying. Those 3 words sounded like a thunderclap in Liu Shufen's ears. She staggered, nearly falling. Li Jianguo quickly helped her. Dr. Liu? Are you okay? Your face is so pale. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Liu Shufen steadied her mind and tightened her grip on Wang Jianjun's wrist. Your mother isn't in good health. Why did you still come to join the army? Shouldn't you stay at home to take care of her? I want to take care of her. That's why I joined the army. She's my real mother. I've been living happily with my foster parents. Wang Jianjun opened his eyes, his gaze firm. In the army, I can eat well, wear warm clothes, and get allowances. Then I can find my mother and brother. If I stayed at home, I'd just be another mouth to feed. And he paused. I want to be a good soldier. If I make achievements and get promoted, I can go find my mother and brother openly. His simple wish and straightforward logic made Liu Shufen's eyes fill with tears. This is her mother-in-law's son. This is Tang Xueduan's brother. His stubbornness and sense of responsibility are exactly the same. You will get better, she said, holding his hand tightly. Once your injury heals, I will teach you some massage techniques. When you learn them, you can help your mother relieve her pain during visits. Really? Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. But my home is very far from here. It's okay. I can write it down and draw pictures. Just follow what I show you. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. The young man cried again, this time tears of gratitude. During the rest of the journey, Liu Shufen stayed by Wang Jianjun's side, talking to him now and then to distract him from the pain. She learned more. His mother's legs had been getting worse over the years, and he had fewer chances to visit her. He also said his mother's eyes weren't good because she cried a lot. His sister had died, and his brother didn't know much, only that he was probably in the army. So, Wang Jianjun had another reason for joining the army, to find his brother, who looked like him. My mom says that if my brother is still alive, he would be 22 this year, Wang Jianjun whispered. I remember he had a small mole behind his left ear, just like mine. I wonder if he still remembers me now. The mole behind his left ear. Liu Shufen remembered Tang Xueduan taking a bath and noticing a tiny black mole behind his left ear. She had joked then that it was a lucky mole. Everything matched perfectly. When they returned to the camp, it was already dark. Inside the medical tent, a kerosene lamp was lit. Liu Shufen personally treated Wang Jianjun's wound. The fracture needed to be reset and fixed, which was very painful, but Wang Jianjun bit down on a towel and didn't make a sound. Good job, Liu Shufen praised, her movements becoming gentler. After the reset, she applied a homemade ointment to the wound. The ointment contains spring water and several herbs that promote blood circulation and reduce swelling, helping the wound heal faster. Finally, she carefully fixed the injury with a splint. Dr. Liu, your ointment. It's cool and doesn't hurt as much, Wang Jianjun said in surprise. This is a recipe my master taught me. It's especially good for bone injuries, Liu Shufen said as she covered him with a blanket. Don't move around much these days. Change the dressing on time and you'll heal quickly. Dr. Liu, Wang Jianjun called as she was about to leave. Can I learn medicine from you? Just a little, enough to treat common minor illnesses. There's no doctor in our village and I want to. Once you're healed, I will teach you, Liu Shufen promised. Stepping out of the tent, Li Jianguo and others were outside, handing her a cup of hot water. "How is that child doing?" "He's stable now. Young people recover quickly, so he should be fine." "Dr. Liu, you seem a bit off today," Li Jiangguo observed her face. "Are you too tired? You just finished your postpartum rest, and you shouldn't be on patrol duty." "I'm fine." Liu Shufen forced a smile. "Dr. Li, could you please cover my shift tonight? I need to go see my husband." "Of course, go ahead." Liu Shufen found Tang Xueduan in the camp, organizing the night watch. Seeing her pale face, Tang Xueduan immediately came over. "Shufen? What's wrong? Are you hurt?" "Xueduan, I need to talk to you." Liu Shufen pulled him aside to a quiet place. "The soldier who was injured today is named Wang Jianjun." Tang Xueduan's face changed slightly. "Which Wang Jianjun?" "A local from Daong. His mother is Wang Xiuying. His father passed away early. He remembers having an older sister and brother." Liu Shufen looked into her husband's eyes, speaking carefully. "He said his brother has a mole behind his left ear. His mother only told him that his brother went to serve in the army." Tang Xueduan looked stunned, swaying slightly before leaning on a nearby tree to steady himself. "Are you sure?" he said it himself. "And he looks..." Liu Shufen's voice choked up. "He looks like his mother, and also like you. Especially when he's stubborn. He's exactly like you." Tang Xueduan closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against the tree trunk, shoulders trembling slightly. After a long moment, he asked in a hoarse voice, "How is he now?" "His arm is broken, and he has a head injury, but nothing life-threatening. I've taken care of it. Can I go see him?" "Not now." Liu Shufen held him back. "You're too emotional. You might scare him." And she paused. "He only knows he has an older brother in the army, but he doesn't know his brother is in the same unit. He's still looking for him." Tang Xueduan took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to stay calm. "You're right. We can't reveal everything now. He was raised by foster parents, and suddenly telling him the truth might be too much for him to handle. As for his foster parents, he said he knows nothing about his brother, only that he's in the army." Liu Shufen softly said, "But he misses his family very much, especially worried about his mother's health. His foster parents only mention that his mother has trouble walking, so he has fewer chances to visit her." When talking about his mother, Tang Xueduan's eyes turned red. "Shufen, I really have a younger brother. I couldn't do anything back then, so he was sent away. Over the years, every time I mention him, I cry. I don't know if he's doing well, eating enough, or being bullied. He probably isn't doing badly. At least his foster parents let him go to school and learn, supported him to join the army, and told him some news about your family. Though it was little, they still told him," Liu Shufen said. "But I can see he's very worried about his mother." They stood quietly under the tree, hearing soldiers washing up in the distance and the campfire flickering in the night. This ordinary night became heavy yet hopeful because of a surprising discovery. "Shufen." Tang Xueduan held his wife's hand. "What should I do?" Liu Shufen thought for a moment and said, "No need to rush. He's injured and needs rest. We can take this time to care for him and learn more about him slowly. When the time is right, we can decide whether to tell him the truth. And his mother, don't tell her for now." Liu Shufen shook her head. "She's old, and emotional outbursts aren't good for her health. After the training ends, we'll bring him home for a meal and let her see him. We can just say, 'He looks like a relative of ours.'" Tang Xueduan nodded. This cautious plan was the best option for now. "I want to go outside the medical tent and see him from afar," he said. "Just a quick look." Liu Shufen accompanied him to the outside of the medical tent. Through the canvas gaps, they saw Wang Jianjun already sleeping, his young face peaceful in sleep. The duty soldier was gently taking his temperature. "He looks just like Xuebing when he was a child," Tang Xueduan whispered. Xuebing was the name of his younger brother, who was only 5 when he was sent away. "Xueduan," Liu Shufen softly said, "whether he recognizes us or not, knowing where he is and that he's doing well is the greatest comfort for his mother." "Yes." Tang Xueduan hugged his wife. "Thank you, Shufen. If it weren't for you, I might never have known that my younger brother is right here with us. A family stays together no matter what." Liu Shufen leaned on his shoulder, saying, "It's just that he's injured now, and I want to take care of him more." "That's right. But don't be too obvious. to avoid suspicion. The two stood there for a while longer before each went back to rest. Liu Shufen lay on the military cot but couldn't fall asleep. She remembered her mother-in-law's guilty look when talking about her younger son, Tang Xueduan's occasional longing for his brother, and Xiao Wang's concern when mentioning his mother. Blood ties are truly amazing. Even after many years apart, they can bring family members back together. In the middle of the night, she got up to check on the injured. Wang Jianjun was sleeping restlessly, moaning in his dreams. Liu Shufen gently adjusted his splint and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a damp cloth. "Mother," Wang Jianjun mumbled in his sleep. "Do your eyes still hurt? I'll rub them for you." Tears finally fell from Liu Shufen's eyes. She softly patted the young man's hand, like soothing a child. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Sleep well." That night, she stayed in the medical tent until dawn. The next day, the training was relatively light, mainly review and assessments. Wang Jianjun stayed at the camp to rest because of his injury. Liu Shufen visited him twice. The young man was recovering well and looked much better. "Dr. Liu, you said yesterday you would teach me massage techniques. Is that true?" Xiao Wang asked eagerly. "Of course it's true." Liu Shufen sat by the bed. "But you need to recover first. When we return to the base, I'll teach you slowly." "Thank you." Xiao Wang paused. "Dr. Liu, you are very kind to me. More than my own aunt." Liu Shufen's nose tingled, and she forced a smile. "Silly child, I am a doctor. Taking care of patients is what I should do. It's not just care," Xiao Wang said seriously. "The way you look at me, it's like a mother looking at her son. My mother's eyes aren't good anymore, but I remember she used to look at me like that." Liu Shufen almost couldn't hold back her tears. She stood up, pretending to organize the medicines. "Rest well. I'll come see you again this afternoon." Stepping out of the tent, she took a deep breath of the cool mountain air, trying to suppress the emotions flooding her. At that moment, she saw Tang Xueduan standing nearby, holding an apple. "Did you bring this for him?" she asked. "Yes. The supplies just arrived, one for each person." Tang Xueduan looked toward the tent and asked, "How is he today?" "Much better. He's a strong kid." Tang Xueduan hesitated, but still went into the tent. Liu Shufen stayed outside, listening to the conversation inside. "Lieutenant Tang," Xiao Wang's surprised voice. "Lie still and don't move," Tang Xueduan said, a little tense. "I heard you got hurt. Come take a look. Here's an apple for you to eat and get some vitamins." "That's too kind of you. Take it. You're injured and need good food." After a brief silence, Xiao Wang said, "Lieutenant Tang, thank you. You're really kind, like my older brother." "Your older brother?" "Yes, though I don't remember him now. My mother said he was very responsible. He volunteered to join the army to help our family." His voice lowered. "I joined the army because I want to be like him." Outside the tent, Liu Shufen saw Tang Xueduan with his back to the door, shoulders trembling slightly. But he quickly controlled his emotions and spoke calmly. "You're a good soldier. Your brother would be proud if he knew." "Really?" "Yes, really." When Tang Xueduan came out of the tent, his eyes were red. He quickly walked to the edge of the camp, facing the mountains, and stayed silent for a long time. Liu Shufen gently took his hand. They stood there until the assembly horn sounded. The last day of training ended peacefully. In the afternoon, the convoy returned to the base. Many people had gathered on the playground, families and comrades waiting to welcome them. As Liu Shufen got off the vehicle, she saw Wang Xiaoying holding Yinhua among the crowd. "Shufen," her mother-in-law called, holding the child. "Finally back. You must be exhausted." Liu Shufen took her daughter. The little girl saw her mother and smiled with her toothless mouth, reaching out to touch her face. "Yinhua, are you good?" "Very good, just missed Mom," Wang Xiaoying said, glancing unintentionally at the injured soldier being helped off the vehicle. Her gaze stopped on Wang Jianjun, and she froze. "Mother." Liu Shufen sensed something was wrong. Wang Xiaoying looked at Wang Jianjun for a long time and shook her head. "It's nothing. I just feel. That kid looks familiar. Like the young soldier when he was a child." Her words were soft, but they sounded like thunder in Liu Shufen's ears. She looked at Tang Xueduan, whose face also changed upon hearing this. "Mother, what are you saying?" Tang Xueduan put his arm around his mother's shoulder. "There are many people who look alike in the world. Let's go home. Shufen is tired. All right, let's go home." Wang Xiaoying glanced back once more before leaving with her son and daughter-in-law. Wang Xiaoying was distracted all the way home, nearly tripping several times. Once home, she hurried to boil water and cook, but she seemed absent-minded, almost cutting her hand while chopping vegetables. "Mother, sit down." "I'll do it," Liu Shufen said, taking the knife. "Shufen," Wang Xiaoying suddenly asked, "where is the young soldier who was injured today from?" Liu Shufen paused, trying to stay calm. "I heard he's from Daong." "Daong," Wang Xiaoying murmured. "How old is he?" "About 18, just joined the army this year." "About 18. If the young soldier is still here, he'd be that age." Wang Xiaoying sat by the stove, adding some firewood. "The year the soldier was sent away, he had just turned 5. I cooked him an egg, but he didn't want to eat it and insisted on sharing half with me." Tears fell from her eyes into the fire, making a soft hissing sound. "Mother." Liu Shufen knelt down, holding her grandmother's rough hand. "I'm fine." Wang Xiaoying wiped her face. "Just old and often thinking of the past." "That child. What was his name?" "Wang Jianjun." "Jianjun. That's a good name." Wang Xiaoying smiled, tears flowing more fiercely. If his father were alive, he'd definitely like that name. At dinner, Wang Xiaoying ate very little and went to rest early, tired. Tang Xueduan watched his mother's back, his brow furrowed. "Xueduan," Liu Shufen whispered, "do you think mother has sensed something?" "Maybe. Mother and son are connected. Even if she didn't recognize him, she must have felt something." Tang Xueduan sighed. "I need to think about what to do." That night, after the family was asleep, Liu Shufen entered the space. She headed straight for the causality mirror. Lately, this mirror had become more active. The mirror rippled and gradually became clear. The scene that appeared made Liu Shufen's heart race. Wang Xiaoying and Wang Jianjun were standing face to face, both crying, but their tears were of happiness. Wang Xiaoying was gently touching her son's face, her hand trembling. Then the scene shifted to a family photo, Wang Xiaoying sitting in the middle, Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen standing behind her, Wang Jianjun kneeling beside her, and Yunhua being held in her arms. Everyone was smiling. Finally, words appeared in the mirror. "Blood is thicker than water. We will reunite someday." After the image disappeared, Liu Shufen stood in front of the mirror for a long time. The mirror gave her answers and confidence. She left the space and woke up Tang Xueduan beside her. "Xueduan, I've made up my mind. When Xiaowang gets better, we'll invite him to our home for a meal.
Then
We'll tell him the truth." Tang Xueduan, still sleepy, asked, "So soon?" "Won't that? Mother can't wait any longer," Liu Shufen softly said. "Look at her today. Instead of letting her think and guess all day and night, it's better she knows the truth. As for Xiaowang, he misses his family and longs for love. We'll tell him slowly, and he will understand." Tang Xueduan was silent for a long time, then finally nodded.
okay.
"I trust you." The plan was set, but it would take time to carry out. The next morning, as Liu Shufen was about to go to the hospital, she heard the assembly call on the playground. The whole unit was lined up neatly, with the commander standing on the stage, looking serious. "Yesterday's accident cost us dearly," the commander's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "But it also showed us that our medical team is capable." Despite very limited conditions, they successfully saved 2 soldiers' lives. The commander paused, looking toward Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo. Special praise for Dr. Liu Shufen and Dr. Li Jiangguo. Their professionalism and dedication during outdoor first aid are worth learning from. Applause erupted. Liu Shufen felt a bit shy. She was not used to being in the spotlight. Li Jiangguo, however, straightened his back, his face shining. After the assembly, Tang Xueduan quickly walked over and took his wife's hand. "I've heard everything. You're amazing." "I just did what I had to do," Liu Shufen said softly. "You don't know, 2nd Battalion Commander keeps saying that if it weren't for your acupuncture and medicine, Xiaowang might not have made it to the hospital. Tang Xueduan said proudly. My wife is really amazing. As they were talking, Wang Meili came out of the camp cafeteria carrying a basin. When she saw them, she made a strange sound and turned away.
Tang Suzun Xueduan.
What's wrong with her now? Nothing much, Liu Shufen said, not wanting to cause trouble. Maybe she has some misunderstanding about me. What misunderstanding? I think she's just jealous, Tang Xueduan said protectively. Don't pay attention to her. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Liu Shufen felt warm inside and squeezed her husband's hand. The award ceremony was scheduled for 3 days after returning to the unit. During those days, Liu Shufen clearly felt the change in the way people looked at her. Some looked at her with respect, some with curiosity, and others, like Wang Meili and her friends, showed obvious jealousy and hostility. That noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Liu Shufen sat down and overheard whispers from the next table. Did you hear? They say she gave the injured some mysterious pills. Who knows what's inside? Yeah, acupuncture can treat brain hemorrhages. Who are they fooling? She probably has connections. Her husband is a company commander, so of course, she can say whatever she wants. Liu Shufen clenched her chopsticks tighter, but said nothing, lowering her head to continue eating. However, Nurse Xiao Zhao at her table couldn't hold back and stood up sharply. What are you talking about? Dr. Liu saved a person, and that's the truth. If you have the ability, go save someone too. The military family members gossiping fell silent awkwardly, but their hostile looks grew more intense. That evening, at home, Liu Shufen told Tang Xueduan about what happened. Tang Xueduan's face turned pale with anger. I'll go talk to their leaders. This is too unreasonable. Don't, Liu Shufen said, holding him back. The more we make a fuss, the worse it gets. Let time prove everything. But, Xueduan, Liu Shufen looked at him. Do you know what I care about most? It's you and Yunhua, this family. I don't care about anything else. Tang Xueduan sighed and pulled his wife into his arms. You're always so sensible, so understanding that it hurts me. That night, after everyone was asleep, Liu Shufen entered her space again. This time, she walked straight toward the cause and effect mirror. The fog on the mirror's surface slightly cleared, and she could faintly see a few shadowy figures whispering to each other. One woman's profile looked very much like Wang Meili. The scene flickered and was replaced by a certificate that read, Outstanding Medical Worker, signed by the Youth League Committee. Is this a sign? Liu Shufen whispered to herself. She went to the second floor of the medicine hut. This was the most recent change in the space. Since returning from that training, she had noticed that the second floor of the medicine hut had somehow opened. A staircase appeared in a corner on the first floor, leading up to the second floor, which was wider than she had expected. In the center of the second floor stood a copper acupuncture figure, cast in bronze, with many points marked all over its body. Next to it was a medicine-making workshop with tools like a mortar, a furnace, a scale, and some other instruments she couldn't name. At the very back, there was a row of new bookshelves. Liu Shufen approached and found that the shelves held not medical books, but her great-grandmother's diaries and letters. She pulled out a yellowed booklet with Confession Record, Year of the Tiger, written on the cover. Opening the first page, she saw elegant brush-written words. Today I dreamt of that woman again, covered in blood, demanding my life. I know I am deeply guilty. In my youth, I was competitive and ambitious, harming many people. I record this not to excuse myself, but to warn future generations. Liu Shufen turned page after page, growing more and more shocked. Her great-grandmother had detailed how she used her medical skills to harm others, tampering with prescriptions to ruin rivals' reputations, deliberately stabbing wrong acupuncture points, causing paralysis, even slowly poisoning a jealous aunt to death. Doctors should have a kind heart, but I have strayed from that. All I learned has become a tool for harm. In the quiet of the night, I often feel countless restless spirits lingering. If future descendants see this record, remember, medical skills can save lives, but they can also kill. Only with a kind heart is that the true foundation. On the last page, her great-grandmother wrote, Recently, I found a strange treasure, an ancient mirror that can reveal cause and effect. But each use shortens my life. I know I am deeply guilty, so I dare not use it lightly. I have sealed it in the medicine hut. If someone is destined to find it, I hope they use it wisely and not follow my path. Liu Shufen closed the booklet, her hands trembling slightly. She finally understood why her great-grandmother had suffered so much in her later years, and why the space contained these warnings and restrictions. "Don't worry," she softly said to the empty space. "I will use my medical skills to help people, never to harm them." As soon as she finished speaking, the second floor of the medicine hut suddenly brightened. The acupuncture copperman's points glowed faintly with golden light, and the tools in the medicine workshop automatically arranged themselves neatly. At the top of the bookshelf, a wooden box slowly opened, revealing a set of golden needles that shimmered under the light. Liu Shufen approached and picked up the set of golden needles. The needles were as thin as hair, but very flexible. The ends of the needles were carved with delicate cloud patterns, clearly made by a skilled craftsman. "Is this for me?" No one answered, but it seemed as if a faint sigh was heard in the air. Liu Shufen carefully stored the golden needles and stepped out of the space. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, and a new day was about to begin. Today was the award ceremony, where she would officially be named Outstanding Medical Worker. She knew that behind the honor lay greater responsibility and more attention. Some would admire her, others might envy her, and some would be waiting for her to make a mistake. But no matter what, she would keep going. For those who needed help, for her husband and daughter, and also for the hopes of Grandma Tai and Master Zhou. A doctor's compassion is her chosen path. The award ceremony was held in the community hall. Red flags hung on both sides of the stage, and the golden five-pointed stars sparkled under the fluorescent lights. Liu Shufen sat in the front row, wearing a faded military uniform. She didn't have a formal one, so Tang Xueduan borrowed this for her. "Don't be nervous," whispered Li Jiangguo beside her. "This is what you deserve." Liu Shufen nodded, but her palms were still sweaty. She wasn't nervous about going on stage, but unaccustomed to such occasions. Since she was young, she had been used to working quietly in the shadows. Suddenly being put in the spotlight made her feel uncomfortable all over. The leader of the group stepped onto the stage and began to speak. The speech was mainly about recognizing outstanding workers and boosting morale. Liu Shufen drifted a little, her gaze sweeping the audience and landing on Tang Xueduan sitting in the back. Tang Xueduan smiled at her and mouthed, "Keep going." She also smiled back, feeling a bit more at ease. "Next, Liu Shufen, please come up to receive your award." Applause erupted. Liu Shufen stood up, adjusted her uniform, and walked onto the stage. The leader handed her a certificate and a hero-style pen, then firmly shook her hand. "Dr. Liu, well done. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, sir," Liu Shufen replied with a somewhat awkward military salute. The applause from the audience grew even louder. She could see Tang Xueduan clapping desperately and Wang Meili with a long face. She also noticed Wang Yufu, Du Yunjin's husband. He was surprisingly there, sitting in the corner with a complicated look in his eyes. After receiving the award and returning to her seat, Liu Shufen didn't pay much attention to the rest of the program. She was lost in thought about the changes in the space, the set of gold needles, and her grandmother's confession. The records of how medicine was used to harm people weighed heavily on her heart. After the meeting, several officers came to congratulate her, and she responded politely. When the crowd dispersed, she finally let out a breath and prepared to find Tang Xueduan. "Dr. Liu, please wait a moment," a voice called from behind. Liu Shufen turned around and saw Wang Youfu standing there, holding a cigarette. "Comrade Wang, is there something you need?" she asked politely, but with a distant tone. Wang Youfu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. "My wife, Du Yunjin, is sick at the labor reform farm. She has a lung illness, quite serious." Liu Shufen's heart moved, but she kept her expression calm. "You should find the farm doctor. The farm lacks medical supplies." Wang Youfu looked at her. "I know you're a good doctor. I want to ask if you could help. Could you take a look? I'm a military doctor and don't have the authority to treat patients at the farm, Liu Shufen replied calmly. And we both know why Du Yunjin is at the labor reform farm. Wang Youfu's face darkened. Comrade Liu, please show some mercy. My wife has already been punished. Can't you just consider our past friendship as sisters? Comrade Wang, Liu Shufen interrupted him. I have other matters to attend to. I need to go now. She turned to leave, feeling Wang Youfu's gaze like a knife stabbing her back. Outside the hall, the sunlight was blinding. She squinted and saw Tang Xueduan waiting under a tree. What did Wang Youfu say to you? Her husband asked, approaching with concern. Nothing much, just that his wife is sick, Liu Shufen said, linking her arm with his. Let's go home. On the way, Tang Xueduan was silent for a moment before speaking. Shufen, the Wang family won't give up easily. Wang Youfu has some connections in the county. Be careful recently. I understand. How about I talk to the commissar and help you get a different position? Liu Shufen shook her head. No, I like my current job. Saving lives and helping others is the path I chose. I won't back down just because someone tries to block me. Tang Xueduan looked at her determined face, feeling both proud and worried. His wife seemed gentle, but deep inside, she was stronger than anyone. When they got home, Wang Xiuying had already prepared lunch. Yunhua was in her cradle, babbling happily. When she saw her parents return, she waved her little hands excitedly. Yunhua is going to turn over today, Wang Xiuying said happily. I was just washing vegetables, and she managed to turn over by herself. Liu Shufen picked up her daughter and kissed her little face. The smell of milk on the child made her tense, nerves relax. After lunch, Tang Xueduan went to the unit, and Wang Xiuying took Yunhua for a nap. Liu Shufen closed the door and entered the space. This time, she went straight to the second floor of the medicine hut. The acupuncture copper man stood quietly in the center. She approached and took out a set of gold needles. Gently tapping the acupuncture points on the copper man's surface, something strange happened. The inside of the copper man made faint mechanical sounds, and then a light blue liquid flowed out from the corresponding holes. Is this simulated meridians? Liu Shufen was surprised to see that the path of the liquid matched the traditional Chinese medicine meridian map. She tried inserting needles into several points in a row. The flow of the liquid changed speed, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. The copper man could actually simulate acupuncture effects. Liu Shufen became excited. This meant she could practice acupuncture in the space without risking mistakes on real people. For a doctor, this was priceless. She spent the entire afternoon, space-time, practicing various needle techniques on the copper man. In her grandmother's medical books, there were many lost acupuncture methods. She had never dared to try them before, but now, with this patient, she could practice boldly. When she exited the space at dusk, Liu Shufen felt refreshed and full of energy. She was not tired at all. The space's time flow allowed her more learning time, and the spiritual spring water seemed to have a refreshing effect. The days that followed were peaceful and fulfilling. Liu Shufen worked at the military hospital during the day and studied in the space at night. As expected, Li Jiangguo began to study traditional Chinese medicine systematically, often asking her questions. Their teamwork became more coordinated, and the efficiency at the military hospital improved a lot. That afternoon, Liu Shufen was organizing medical records when Nurse Zhao hurried in. Dr. Liu, hurry. Something happened in the cafeteria. What happened? Beauty Wang cut her hand while chopping vegetables and is bleeding a lot. Liu Shufen grabbed the first aid kit and ran outside. In the cafeteria, a group of people gathered. Wang Meili sat on a chair, pressing her left hand with her right, blood constantly seeping from her fingers, forming a puddle on the ground. Step back. Liu Shufen pushed through the crowd, squatted down and said, Relax your hand, let me see. Wang Meili looked pale and trembling. She loosened her grip. The wound was at the base of her right thumb, very deep, almost showing the bone, with blood gushing out. It needs stitches, Liu Shufen quickly assessed. Where is Dr. Li? He went to a meeting at the headquarters, Zhao replied. Prepare a sewing kit, Liu Shufen calmly ordered, then took out a silver needle and inserted it into several acupoints on Wang Meili's arm. Strangely, once the needle was in, the bleeding slowed noticeably. The workers watching the scene looked surprised. "Press here." Liu Shufen instructed Xiao Zhao to hold the acupoint, then began cleaning, disinfecting, and stitching the wound. Her movements were smooth and precise, each stitch even and accurate. Wang Meili grimaced in pain, but didn't make a sound. By the time she finished stitching, she was sweating heavily. "The wound is quite deep. You shouldn't get it wet recently. Come to the hospital every day to change the dressing," Liu Shufen said as she bandaged the wound and prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine. "Take the medicine on time to prevent infection." Wang Meili lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." "Thank you, Dr. Liu. You're welcome," Liu Shufen replied as she packed up her tools and turned to leave. "Dr. Liu," Wang Meili called her, hesitating.
About before.
"I'm sorry." Liu Shufen paused and looked back at her. Wang Meili's eyes reddened. "I was just jealous of you. You're young, educated, your husband treats you well, and you do great work. My husband passed away early, and I raised 2 children alone. I was bitter inside, and I couldn't stand to see others doing well." Liu Shufen stepped in front of her and softly said, "Wang's sister, life is not easy for anyone. If you face difficulties in the future, you can talk to me." Tears fell from Wang Meili's eyes, and she nodded heavily. This matter spread quickly. Some said Liu Shufen responded to kindness with kindness and had a big heart. Others said she was trying to win people's trust. But no matter what, the people in the cafeteria had started to treat her much better. That evening, Liu Shufen told Tang Xueduan about it. Her husband smiled and said, "My wife is amazing, turning enemies into friends. Actually, Sister Wang is a good person, just unlucky," Liu Shufen sighed. "A woman with 2 kids, still working, it's not easy. You always think of others," Tang Xueduan said, hugging her. "But I like you this way, kind and caring." That night, when Liu Shufen entered her space, she noticed a new change in the spiritual spring. The spring was a bit larger, and the water flow was stronger. She scooped up some water and drank it, feeling a sweet taste with a special, indescribable flavor. What surprised her even more was that a strange plant had grown by the spring. Its leaves were silver white, and it had small light blue flowers. She picked a leaf and smelled it. It had a cool minty scent. "Is this silver leaf grass?" She remembered from her great-grandmother's medical books. "It says this plant can help wounds heal, but it's long gone." Carefully, she picked a few leaves and took them to the medicine workshop. Following the instructions in the book, she crushed the leaves and squeezed out the juice. The pale green juice had a refreshing aroma. The next day, she took the juice to the military hospital. A soldier had a scrape during training that was infected. Liu Shufen used the silver leaf grass juice to clean his wound and applied some crushed leaves. A miracle happened. By the afternoon, when changing the dressing, the redness and swelling around the wound had noticeably decreased, and the discharge was less. The young soldier was surprised and said, "Dr. Liu, this medicine really works. It doesn't hurt as much anymore." Li Jiangguo also came to see and carefully observed the wound. "What kind of medicine is this?" "It works better than antibiotic ointments. It's a kind of herb I found by chance," Liu Shufen said vaguely. She couldn't say it was from the space. "Can I have some samples? I want to study it." Liu Shufen hesitated for a moment, but still gave Li Jiangguo a small bottle of the juice. She thought if this herb really had such good effects, more people should benefit from it. That evening, Li Jiangguo came excitedly to find her. "Dr. Liu, I conducted a preliminary experiment. The liquid has strong antibacterial properties and can promote cell growth. This is a major discovery." Liu Shufen was very happy but also worried. This herbal medicine comes from space. If used on a large scale, how can we explain its origin? "Dr. Li, let's not reveal this for now," she said. "I need time to study it and make sure there are no side effects." Although confused, Li Jiangguo agreed. In the following days, Liu Shufen studied the silver leaf herb in the space. She found that this plant can only grow near the spiritual spring. If transplanted elsewhere, it will wither. Also, it grows very slowly, taking days to produce a new leaf. It seems we can't use it widely. She felt a bit disappointed but also relieved. At least the secret of the space is safe for now. Wang Jianjun's injury needed at least 2 weeks to heal. During this time, Liu Shufen often visited him under the pretext of checking his wound. Tang Xueduan also found opportunities to visit the kitchen staff, mainly to see his brother more often. After a week, Wang Jianjun was able to walk around. That afternoon, Liu Shufen was teaching him basic acupoint massage at the military hospital. This point is called Zisanli right here. She pointed to her lower leg. When your mother has leg pain, pressing here can help. Xiao Wang listened carefully and took notes in his notebook. Dr. Liu, you know so much. It's all my teacher's teachings. Liu Shufen paused. Xiao Wang, do you want to see your mother? Wang Jianjun was surprised, then looked downcast. Yes, I do. But I don't have leave to visit her this year. The earliest would be at the end of the year. I mean, Liu Shufen chose her words carefully. If your mother were nearby, would you want to see her? That's impossible, Xiao Wang sighed. My home is hundreds of miles from here. Liu Shufen didn't say more. The time wasn't right yet. Another week passed. Wang Jianjun's injury was almost healed. The splint was removed, leaving only a bandage on his forehead. It was a weekend and Liu Shufen and Tang Xueduan decided to carry out their plan. Xiao Wang, come to our house for dinner today, Liu Shufen told him at the military hospital. Captain Tang bought some meat to help you recover. Wang Jianjun was a bit surprised and shy. That's too much trouble. Don't be polite. We're comrades. Tang Xueduan appeared at the door unexpectedly, holding a fish. Let's go, your sister-in-law is a good cook. Xiao Wang couldn't refuse, so he followed. On the way, he looked a bit nervous, constantly adjusting his military uniform. Captain Tang, is it okay for me to go empty-handed? It's fine as long as you come, Tang Xueduan replied, his voice a little tense. When they arrived home, Wang Xiaoying was busy in the kitchen. She heard the noise, wiped her hands, and came out. When she saw Wang Jianjun, she froze. Mother, this is Xiao Wang, Wang Jianjun, Liu Shufen introduced. Xiao Wang, this is my mother-in-law. Hello, madam, Wang Jianjun bowed politely. Wang Xiaoying's lips trembled, and after a long moment, she finally spoke.
Good.
Good boy, come in and sit. The atmosphere during the meal was very strange. Wang Xiaoying kept piling food onto Xiao Wang's plate, her eyes almost never leaving him. Xiao Wang felt a little shy, but was very grateful, calling her madam, again and again. Madam, your cooking is really delicious, just like my mother's, Xiao Wang suddenly said after taking a bite of the stew. Wang Xiaoying's chopsticks fell to the table. Your mother also cooks like this? Yes, I remember my mother liked to add dried mushrooms to the stew because it made it more fragrant, Xiao Wang continued without noticing anything unusual. But now her eyesight isn't good, so she probably doesn't cook much anymore. Tears streamed down Wang Xiaoying's face. Tang Xueduan quickly handed her a tissue. Mother, what's wrong? It's nothing. Nothing. Wang Xiaoying wiped her tears, but they kept coming. I just remembered. My youngest son. When he was little, he loved my stew the most. Xiao Wang was stunned. He looked at Wang Xiaoying, then at Tang Xueduan and Liu Shufen, seeming to realize something. After dinner, Tang Xueduan and Xiao Wang talked in the yard. Liu Shufen was washing dishes in the kitchen, and Wang Xiaoying stood at the door, watching the two through the glass window. Such a strong resemblance, she whispered. Exactly like his father when he was young. And also like Xuebing at age 5. Liu Shufen dried her hands and went to her mother-in-law. Mother, I know. Wang Xiaoying turned around, tears streaming down her face. I know who he is. My son. How could I not recognize him? There's a mole behind his left ear, isn't there? Liu Shufen was surprised. How do you know? There is a red mole behind Xuebing's left ear, like a small cinnabar spot. Wang Xiaoying's voice trembled as she said, That day I sent him away, I cried all night holding him, kissing that mole countless times. I will never forget it in my life. In the yard, Tang Xueduan and little Wang's conversation reached a crucial point. So, your mother's surname is Wang, named Wang Xiaoying. Your father passed away early. You have a brother named Xueduan and a sister named Xueying? Tang Xueduan asked as calmly as he could. Little Wang nodded.
Yes.
Lieutenant Tang, how do you know so much? Tang Xueduan took a deep breath and turned to face him. Because I am Tang Xueduan, your brother. It felt like time stopped. Wang Jianjun's eyes widened and the color drained from his face.
You
said what? I am your third brother, Tang Xueduan said with a choked voice. Our family was too poor back then and couldn't support 5 children. Mother had no choice but to send you to distant relatives. She has been thinking about you all these years. No, that's impossible. Little Wang stepped back, leaning against the wall. My parents treat me well. They say I am their biological child, but I have another mother. They didn't lie to you. In their hearts, you are their real son, Tang Xueduan said as he stepped closer. We're telling you this not to make you choose, but just to let you know you have other family members in this world. Mother. She thinks about you every day. The yard was so quiet that you could hear the wind rustling the leaves. Inside, Wang Xiuying tightly held Liu Shufen's hand, her nails digging into her flesh. After a long while, little Wang spoke, trembling. Can I see your mole? Tang Xueduan turned his head and pushed back the hair behind his left ear. Under the dim yellow light, a dark red mole was clearly visible. Wang Jianjun seemed drained, sliding down the wall to sit on the ground, covering his face with both hands, his shoulders shaking violently. Wang Xiuying couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed open the door and rushed out. She knelt in front of her younger son, trembling as she reached out to touch his head. Xuebing. My Xuebing. Mother is sorry. I'm sorry, Mother. Wang Jianjun whispered this word through his fingers, then burst into loud crying. Mother and son embraced each other. After more than 10 years of separation and longing, their tears flowed uncontrollably at this moment. Tang Xueduan turned around, looked up at the night sky, and fought back tears so they wouldn't fall. Liu Shufen stood at the door, watching this reunion scene, tears flowing uncontrollably. The bond of family cannot be broken. Even across mountains and rivers, even after 10 years apart, those who are meant to meet will eventually reunite. That night, Wang Jianjun left very late. The mother and son talked a lot, cried many times, and also laughed many times. Before leaving, little Wang said, Mother, third brother, third sister-in-law, I still call my current parents Mom and Dad, but you will always be my family. I will come to see you often. Okay. Okay. Wang Xiuying held his hand tightly. As long as you're happy, I will be happy. After seeing little Wang off, the family returned home, exhausted but feeling a sense of relief and joy they hadn't felt in over 10 years. This matter, only we know, Tang Xueduan said. We should keep it quiet outside, act normally, and not cause trouble for little Wang. We also need to consider his foster parents. Everyone agreed. That night, Liu Shufen lay in bed, thinking about the day's events. She remembered little Wang's fear when he was hurt, his concern when he mentioned his mother, the tears when his mother recognized her son, and the trembling during the family reunion. A doctor's kindness saved his injury. The family was reunited, and she witnessed this miracle. The moonlight outside was gentle, shining on the bed. Liu Shufen closed her eyes. Her last thought before falling asleep was, tomorrow is a new day. She must keep working hard to be a good doctor, a good wife, a good mother, and a good sister-in-law. That night, everyone slept very peacefully. Even Wang Jianjun, who was in the kitchen dormitory, smiled in his sleep. In his dream, he was holding his adoptive mother's hand with his left hand and his biological mother's hand with his right, both of them smiling at him. Love is not about division but about addition. Having more family members means more happiness. The moonlight softly covered the night through the window. In places where the moonlight did not reach, more stories were quietly brewing, waiting for dawn to begin anew. It was another weekend, and Tang Xueduan was rarely free. The family of 3, along with Wang Xiuying, decided to go for a walk in town. Yunhua was already 6 months old, able to sit, and full of curiosity about the outside world. The small town is not big, with one main street and a few shops. Liu Shufen tore a piece of colorful cloth, planning to make a new dress for her daughter. Tang Xueduan bought a bag of fruit candies and gave a piece to his wife. "I'm not a child," Liu Shufen said playfully, but she still kept the candy in her mouth, feeling sweet. At the post office entrance, Liu Shufen suddenly remembered she needed to write a letter to Mr. Zhou Jishi's son. She asked Tang Xueduan and her mother-in-law to take the children to the supply and marketing cooperative first, then went into the post office. She bought an envelope and stamps, was about to leave, when she heard a conversation at the counter. "Wang Youfu is here again, saying he wants to send a package to his wife. Isn't the labor reform farm not allowing packages? Who knows? Maybe he has connections." Liu Shufen's heart tightened. She quickly walked out of the post office. Sure enough, she saw Wang Youfu at the street corner, talking to a man in a Zhongshan suit. They seemed familiar, and Wang Youfu even handed him a cigarette. She lowered her head and hurried away. Back at the supply and marketing cooperative, Tang Xueduan noticed her strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I saw Wang Youfu," Liu Shufen whispered. "He's at the post office, trying to use connections to send something to Du Yunjin." Tang Xueduan frowned. "That guy is still not giving up." "Xueduan, I'm a bit worried." Liu Shufen held her husband's hand tightly. "Du Yunjin is in the labor reform farm. If she gets seriously ill, will Wang's family blame me? Don't worry. Justice will prevail," Tang Xueduan said, but he held her hand even tighter. On the way home, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Wang Xiaoying noticed and started talking about her hometown to lighten the mood, mentioning how good the crops looked this year and that someone's daughter-in-law had twins. Yunhua was sleeping in her mother's arms, her face rosy and cute. Liu Shufen looked at her daughter silently, secretly vowing, no matter what happens, she would protect this family. That night, after everyone was asleep, Liu Shufen entered the space. She went straight to the cause and effect mirror. Recently, the mirror had become clearer, showing more scenes. Tonight, a scene appeared in the mirror, a hospital room. A thin, gaunt woman was lying on a bed coughing. Looking at her profile, it was indeed Du Yunjin. The scene shifted to Wang Youfu at a drinking table with others, seemingly plotting something. Finally, a letter appeared in the mirror, with the words "report letter" written on the envelope. The content was unclear, but the recipient's address faintly showed the words "disciplinary committee." Who is this letter meant to report? Liu Shufen's heart tightened with alarm. The image vanished. Liu Shufen stood before the mirror for a long time until the mist in the space began to swirl. Then she stepped out. Back in reality, dawn had not yet arrived. She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Her husband slept soundly beside her, his breathing calm and steady. "No matter what happens," she whispered, "I will protect all of you." Outside the window, the first light of morning broke through the clouds. A new day was about to begin. Liu Shufen knew that peaceful days might not last much longer. But she was no longer the helpless girl she once was. She had medical skills, her secret space, a loving family, and a heart that had endured hardship yet remained strong. She was ready. After the commendation ceremony, Liu Shufen's life seemed to return to normal. But only she knew that everything had changed. Since the second level of her medicine space had opened, she spent more time there each night. The bronze acupuncture figure became her best practice partner, and she grew increasingly skilled with her golden needles. In the medicine workshop, she followed ancient recipes to make various pills and ointments. She failed many times, but gradually began to understand the process. What surprised her most was the power of the silverleaf herb. After several experiments, she found that it not only helped wounds heal faster, but also worked wonders on stubborn skin infections. However, as she had expected, it couldn't be grown in large quantities. Once removed from the spiritual spring, it withered within 3 days, making transplantation impossible. "I'll have to use it sparingly," she murmured, carefully collecting the leaves, grinding them into powder, and storing them in small porcelain bottles. That morning, a special patient arrived at the military hospital, a young man from the propaganda unit named Shaoli. His hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and his face was twisted in pain. "Dr. Liu, please take a look," he said miserably. "My hand feels like it's falling apart." Liu Shufen carefully unwrapped the bandages and gasped softly. A large sore covered the back of his right hand, red and swollen, with dark edges and a foul smell. What happened? About half a month ago, I got scratched by a piece of wire. I didn't think much of it and just rinsed it with water. The situation became more serious. I went to the county hospital, but the injections and medicine didn't work.
The doctor said.
I might need to have my limb amputated. As Xiaoli spoke, tears fell from his eyes. I can't lose my right hand. I still need to write and draw. After examining Xiaoli, Li Jiangguo frowned. This is a typical case of necrotizing fasciitis. The infection has spread. Dr. Liu, look here, the tendons are exposed. We must control the infection, or amputation may be the only option, Liu Shufen said thoughtfully. She first cleaned and disinfected the wound, but the effect was minimal. The dead tissue around the wound kept spreading. At that moment, she remembered the silverleaf herb. Dr. Li, you watch the patient. I'll go get some medicine, she said. Liu Shufen hurried home, took some silverleaf herb powder from her space, and prepared a few herbs to clear heat and detoxify. Back at the military hospital, she mixed the silverleaf powder with ointment and applied a thick layer on Xiaoli's wound. What kind of medicine is this? The color is quite special, Li Jiangguo asked curiously. It's a family secret recipe, effective against stubborn infections, Liu Shufen explained simply. Just try it. Miracles appeared after 3 days. The redness and swelling on Xiaoli's hand noticeably decreased, the infection stopped spreading, and the dead tissue began to fall off. A week later, new healthy tissue started to grow. Incredible. Truly amazing, Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly as he watched his hand heal. Dr. Liu, you saved my hand. You saved my life. The news spread quickly. Several similar cases came to the unit. A soldier's foot infection turned into cellulitis, an old soldier's leg wound that hadn't healed for decades, a child's burn infection turning into pus. Liu Shufen used her silverleaf ointment combined with acupuncture, and the results were remarkable. But she remained very cautious. Each time she prepared medicine, she only used a small amount of silverleaf powder mixed into regular ointment. She only told outsiders it was a family secret recipe. She knew that if this miraculous herb were exposed, it would cause unnecessary attention and trouble. That afternoon, Liu Shufen was organizing medical records when Wang Jianjun arrived. Sister-in-law, he called nervously from the door. Since that recognition, Wang Jianjun had started calling Liu Shufen sister-in-law in private, but in front of others, he still called her Dr. Liu. This 20-year-old young man is trying hard to get used to having new family members suddenly in his life. Jianjun is here? Come in and sit, Liu Shufen said, putting down her pen. How's your hand? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, just a bit sore when it's cloudy or rainy, Wang Jianjun said as he sat down. He took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. This is my foster mother. My adoptive mother made these insoles. She asked me to bring them to my biological mother, and you. Liu Shufen took the insoles. The stitching was tight and strong, clearly made with care. Your foster mother is very skillful, she said kindly. Tell her we are very grateful. Wang Jianjun nodded, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Liu Shufen noticed he seemed troubled. Sister-in-law. My foster mother. She wants to visit the army to see me, Wang Jianjun whispered. But I'm afraid. Afraid she might meet my biological mother, and I don't know what to say. Liu Shufen understood his difficulty. On one side is his foster mother who raised him for 20 years, and on the other is his newly found biological mother. Both are like mothers who love him. He fears hurting either one. Jianjun, you need to think this through yourself, she said seriously. But I believe, since your foster mother raised you so well, she must be a reasonable person. As for your biological mother, you know she just wants you to be happy. She won't force anything. I know. But Wang Jianjun scratched his head. I just don't know how to start the conversation. Here's an idea. Liu Shufen thought for a moment. When your foster mother comes, invite her to our home for a meal. Your brother and I will be there too. We can all meet. Take your time, there's no rush. Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up. That sounds good. Sister-in-law. Thank you. You're welcome, we're family, Liu Shufen smiled. By the way, how's your massage practice going? You need to pay more attention to your mother's back pain. I practice every day, Wang Jianjun said excitedly. Sister-in-law, look, am I finding the right spots? He reached out and gestured on his own arm. Liu Shufen carefully checked and occasionally corrected his movements. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the two, who were not mother and son but looked like family. The scene was warm and touching. Just as she was teaching him, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Li Jianguo rushed in, looking serious. Dr. Liu, quick! A critically ill patient was transferred from the county hospital. Liu Shufen immediately stood up. What's the situation? It's a car accident. The truck rolled down a mountain ditch. The driver is seriously injured and the county hospital can't handle it, so they sent him here because we're nearby, Li Jian spoke quickly. Severe chest injuries, suspected internal bleeding, blood pressure keeps dropping. Get the operating room ready, Liu Shufen said as she headed out. She turned to Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, go back first. I'll teach you another day. Go ahead and focus on your work, sister-in-law, Wang Jianjun nodded understandingly. Inside the operating room, the atmosphere was tense. The patient was a man in his 40s, covered in blood, with weak breathing. The monitors showed his blood pressure was dangerously low. Multiple fractures on the left ribs, suspected spleen rupture, Li Jianguo quickly examined. We need to open his abdomen immediately. Prepare anesthesia and blood transfusion, Liu Shufen said calmly as she put on gloves. Xiao Wang, go to the blood bank and get 800 milliliters of type O blood. The surgery began. After opening the abdomen, the situation was worse than expected. His spleen was completely shattered, and the abdominal cavity was full of blood. Remove the spleen, Liu Shufen decided decisively. I can't do it. I've never operated on a patient myself. Li Jianguo looked distressed. Liu Shufen closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then I will do it. You assist. This was her first time performing such a major surgery alone. Although she had observed and assisted before, she had never been the lead surgeon. Her hands were steady, each cut precise, and every stitch secure. Blood pressure is still dropping, the anesthetist said nervously. Speed up the transfusion, Liu Shufen said, without looking up. Dr. Li, you handle suction to keep the surgical field clear. The operation lasted 3 hours. When the last wound was stitched up, Liu Shufen was nearly exhausted. But seeing the patient's vital signs gradually stabilize, she felt it was all worth it. Dr. Liu, you're amazing, Li Jianguo said admiringly. Such a surgery usually requires a chief surgeon at the county hospital. You, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, did it so well. All thanks to my teacher. Liu Shufen took off her surgical gown, her voice tired. The patient is now in the ICU for close monitoring. When she left the operating room, it was already dark outside. Tang Xueduan and others were waiting outside. Seeing his wife come out, he hurried forward to support her. Why aren't you going to rest? What are you waiting for here? Liu Shufen gently scolded. I'm worried about you. Tang Xueduan looked at her pale face. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Come on, let's go home. Mom has made chicken soup on the way home. Liu Shufen leaned on her husband's shoulder, almost falling asleep. It was a very tiring day, seeing the doctor in the morning, surgery in the afternoon, and teaching Wang Jianjun how to massage in between. But she felt fulfilled inside. When they arrived home, Wang Xiaoying had indeed prepared the chicken soup. Yunhua was already asleep, lying in the cradle, making soft sounds. The family sat around a small table. It was simple but warm. Shufen, I heard about the surgery today, Tang Xueduan said as he served her soup. Everyone is talking about it, saying Dr. Liu is a miracle worker, even able to save a ruptured spleen. Don't listen to their nonsense. I just did what I had to do, Liu Shufen said as she drank the soup, feeling her strength returning. My wife is amazing, Tang Xueduan said proudly. But Shufen, you also need to take care of yourself.
You're not alone now.
You have me, the children, and this family. I know, Liu Shufen said, holding his hand. I will take care of myself. At night, after the family had gone to sleep, Liu Shufen entered the space as usual. This time, she didn't go to the medicine hut, but directly approached the cause and effect mirror. The mirror rippled, gradually becoming clear. The scene made her heart tremble. A middle-aged woman carrying a bundle, standing at the army gate, weathered and expectant. That was Wang Jianjun's foster mother. Next, the scene shifted to a meeting between Wang Xiaoying and Wang Jianjun's foster mother. The two women were initially reserved, but then embraced and cried together. Finally, they held Wang Jianjun's hands on either side, both smiling. "This is a good ending," Liu Shufen whispered. The mirror changed again, showing a new scene, her standing on a university podium, surrounded by students. The blackboard read, "Introduction to Integrative Medicine." Then came a third scene, Tang Xueduan in a new military uniform, with an extra star on his shoulder. Finally, the scene froze on a family portrait. Tang Xuwen, Tang Xuewu, their families, Tang Xuejuan, Liu Shufen, Yunhua, along with Wang Xiaoying and Wang Jianjun. Next to Wang Jianjun stood a shy young girl. After the images disappeared, Liu Shufen stood in front of the mirror for a long time. These scenes gave her hope and strength. When she left the room, she already had a plan in her mind. The next day, Liu Shufen found Wang Jianjun. "Jianjun, when will your foster mother come? I thought it might be better if, when she comes, she can stay with us. I'll talk to your mother about it. Is that okay?" Wang Jianjun was both surprised and happy. "Of course it is. We are family," Liu Shufen smiled. "Your foster mother has come a long way. She shouldn't stay in a guest house. Our home might be small, but it will be lively with her here." Wang Jianjun's eyes turned red.
Sister-in-law, you are so kind to me.
"Don't say that, silly boy," Liu Shufen patted his shoulder. "Hurry up and write a letter to your foster mother. Tell her to come soon. Everyone here is waiting for her." Wang Jianjun nodded happily and ran off excitedly. Liu Shufen went home and told her mother-in-law about it. Wang Xiaoying thought for a moment and said, "It's time she came to see us. She raised the soldier boy all by herself. That's not easy. We should thank her properly." "Mom, you don't mind, do you?" Liu Shufen asked carefully. "Mind? Why should I?" Wang Xiaoying smiled, but her eyes glistened with tears. "I'm grateful already. Shufen, you've arranged everything well. Our Tang family owes her a big favor." After the plan was made, Liu Shufen started preparing. She cleaned the house thoroughly, cleared a small room, and put in new bedding. She also bought some rare candies and snacks from the county town to entertain the guest. A week later, Wang Jianjun's foster mother arrived. Her name was Zhang Guifang, an ordinary rural woman in her 50s. Her hair was already gray, but she kept herself neat and tidy. Seeing Liu Shufen, she was a little shy. "Aunt Liu, I'm sorry to trouble you." "Uncle Zhang, don't say that." Liu Shufen warmly took her bag. "Jianjun is like my own brother. We're happy you're coming to visit." Wang Xiaoying also came out of the house. The two mothers met for the first time, both feeling a little emotional. "Big sister, thank you. Thank you for raising Jianjun so well." Wang Xiaoying held Zhang Guifang's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Little sister, don't say that." Zhang Guifang also cried. "Jianjun is a good boy. I am lucky to have him." The two women hugged and cried together. Liu Shufen watched from the side, her eyes also moist. Wang Jianjun stood nearby, crying and laughing like a child. That night, the Tang family was very lively. Liu Shufen prepared a big meal, and Tang Xuejuan came home early on purpose. At the dinner table, Zhang Guifang talked about Wang Jianjun's childhood, how mischievous he was, how obedient and thoughtful, and how he didn't even buy new shoes to save money for the family. "This child has been sensible since he was little," Zhang Guifang said, wiping tears. He knew the family was poor and never asked for anything. That year, he got into middle school, but the family couldn't afford it. He secretly tore up his acceptance letter and told me, "Mom, I won't go anymore. I'll work hard to earn money and support the family."
I was heartbroken then.
Wang Jianjun lowered his head, tears falling into his bowl. Later, the village found out, and everyone pooled money to let him continue school. Zhang Guifang continued. He knew how rare this chance was, so he studied very hard, always ranking first. The teachers said he was born to study, but unfortunately, he was born into a poor family. Now, things are better, Tang Xueduan said, helping Zhang Guifang serve food. Jianjun is doing very well in the army and has a bright future. Aunt Zhang, don't worry, we will all support him.
Thank you.
Thank you all, Zhang Guifang said tearfully. Having children like you is his blessing. That night, everyone talked until late. The two mothers had endless things to say, while Wang Jianjun listened nearby, sometimes crying, sometimes smiling. Liu Shufen watched this warm scene, feeling very happy inside. This is family. Blood ties can be broken, but love never will. Love can bring separated people back together and turn two families into one. Zhang Guifang stayed at the Tang house for 3 days. During these days, Wang Xiaoying took her around the army, watched Wang Jianjun train, and also visited the town. The two mothers grew closer, like sisters. When it was time to leave, Zhang Guifang held Liu Shufen's hand and said, "Shufen, with Jianjun being cared for by you all, I feel at ease. You are a good sister-in-law and a good doctor. I am lucky to have a daughter-in-law like you. Aunt Zhang, please come anytime. This is your home," Liu Shufen said sincerely. After seeing Zhang Guifang off, Wang Xiaoying said emotionally, "Guifang is a good person. Giving Jianjun to her was fate." Yes, Liu Shufen nodded. Jianjun is blessed to have two mothers who love him. This story also spread in the army. Everyone says that Dr. Liu is not only skilled in medicine but also kind-hearted, treating a little soldier like a younger brother. In the army, Wang Jianjun also received more care. Everyone knew he was Deputy Squad Leader Tang's brother and Dr. Liu's brother. But Liu Shufen and Tang Xueduan both told Wang Jianjun, "Don't seek special treatment. Stand on your own abilities." Wang Jianjun worked hard and was serious about his duties. By the end of the year, he was named an excellent soldier. He showed his certificate to his mother and then sent it to his other mother. Both mothers were very happy. Life went on peacefully and happily. Liu Shufen's medical skills became better and more well-known. Not only the soldiers but also nearby villagers came to see her for treatment. Autumn wind swirled fallen leaves around the camp. In the newly built family courtyard, smoke rose from each household's chimney. Liu Shufen carried the last bundle of cabbage into the cellar, straightened up, and wiped her sweat. In the yard, Wang Xiaoying was teaching 1-year-old Yunhua the names of vegetables. "This is cabbage, this is radish, this is potato." "Grandma, eat." Yunhua pointed at the bright red radish, speaking softly and cutely. "Yes, Grandma will make radish soup for Yunhua tonight." Wang Xiaoying smiled and picked up her granddaughter. Seeing her daughter-in-law still busy, she chided, "Shufen, take a break. The food in the cellar is enough for the winter. Just a little more." Liu Shufen sealed the cellar door and patted the dirt off her hands. "Mother, tomorrow I will go to the county for a medical training session. It will take 3 days. It's hard on you at home." "Why is it hard?" "Learning new skills is important," Wang Xiaoying said. "Just be careful on the road in this cold weather." Just then, the door of the neighbor's yard opened. Wang Meili came out carrying a basket. Seeing Liu Shufen, she smiled warmly. "Dr. Liu, I was just about to find you. I made some pickled vegetables at home and brought you a couple to try." Since Liu Shufen cured her hand last time, Wang Meili's attitude had completely changed. She no longer gossiped and often brought her homemade treats. "Big sister Wang, you're too kind," Liu Shufen said, taking the basket. Inside were 2 bright yellow pickled cabbages and a few potatoes from her own garden. "No need to be polite. We're neighbors." Wang Meili lowered her voice. "By the way, I heard you're going to the county for training. Can you bring back some yarn? I want to knit sweaters for the 2 children." "Sure. What color do you want?" As they were talking, a few more people arrived outside the courtyard gate. They were military family members. The leader was Sister Zhao, the wife of the deputy political commissar in her 40s, with short hair cut to her ears, speaking clearly and confidently. "Is Dr. Liu at home?" "Perfect, I have something to tell you," Sister Zhao entered the yard. Our family compound now has over 20 households. I discussed with some sisters and we want to start a literacy class. Many soldiers in the army are illiterate, and some of our military families also can't read. Dr. Liu, you're educated. Could you spare some time to teach? Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. When do we start? Next Monday evening at my house. There's plenty of space, Sister Zhao said. I'll get the teaching materials, blackboards, chalk, all ready. But about the teacher, I'll teach. Liu Shufen agreed, without hesitation. But I have to take 3 nights a week to work at the army hospital. I can do it at other times. That's great, Sister Zhao said happily. Wang Dajie, do you want to learn too? Wang Meili looked a bit shy. I'm already this old. What can I learn? Learning never stops, Liu Shufen said, taking her arm. Wang Dajie, come, I promise to teach you to recognize your own name. Well, I'll try. Wang Meili blushed. Sister Zhao then turned to Wang Xiaoying. Andy, if you're free, you can come listen too. Help keep order. Okay. I'll boil water and pour tea for you, Wang Xiaoying replied cheerfully. That was settled. Liu Shufen felt happy inside. This was not only a chance to teach literacy, but also a good way to connect with the military families. Since moving with the army, she had been busy with work and caring for her family and hadn't interacted much with the military families. Now, with this platform, she could get to know everyone better. The next morning, Liu Shufen took the bus to the county town. The medical training session was held at the county hospital, attended by barefoot doctors from various communes, health workers from clinics, and military medical staff. As soon as she entered the meeting room, someone called her. Dr. Liu. It was Director Zhang from the county hospital, a doctor in his 50s, wearing thick glasses. After Liu Shufen successfully treated the pregnant woman with a post-surgery infection last time, Director Zhang looked at her with new respect. Hello, Director Zhang, Liu Shufen greeted politely. Come. Sit here, Director Zhang said warmly, pulling her to the front row. Today's training includes a case discussion. I'd like you to talk about how traditional Chinese medicine can be used in emergency care. I turned your last case into a paper, and it was published in a provincial journal. Liu Shufen was surprised. Director Zhang, I don't refuse. This is a good thing, he said in a lower voice. They're encouraging the combination of Chinese and Western medicine now, and you're a great example. Do your best and make our county proud. The training began. The morning session covered the prevention and treatment of common infectious diseases. In the afternoon, they practiced CPR and trauma care. Liu Shufen listened carefully, filling her notebook with detailed notes. When it was time for the case discussion, Director Zhang called her to the stage as expected. She felt a little nervous, but when she saw the eager faces in the audience, she calmed down. She talked about a case from a field exercise where she treated a head injury, focusing on how acupuncture helped stop bleeding and stabilize the patient. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't perfect, and neither is Western medicine, she concluded. But when we combine them, they can complement each other and often bring surprising results. Especially when medical supplies are limited, having one more method means one more chance to save a life. The audience applauded warmly. A young barefoot doctor raised his hand. Dr. Liu, can those of us who haven't studied Chinese medicine learn these acupuncture points? Yes, Liu Shufen said confidently. I've made a simple handbook on emergency acupuncture points. I can show it to everyone later. Many of these points are near the places we already use in first aid. With small adjustments, we can get better results. After the training, several doctors gathered around her with questions. Liu Shufen answered patiently and promised to print more copies of her handbook for them. On the ride back to the army base, she met Li Jiangguo, who had also been in town for a meeting. They happened to travel together. Dr. Liu, I heard your talk was excellent, Li Jiangguo said with a smile. Director Zhang has been praising you everywhere, calling you the medical star of our county. Don't believe his exaggerations, Liu Shufen said, shaking her head. I just shared some experience. Your experience is truly valuable.
Li Jiangguo spoke seriously.
Dr. Liu, I want to discuss something with you. Can we set up a training class at the military hospital to regularly teach soldiers first aid skills? If the methods you use during drills are shared widely, many lives could be saved. That's a good idea. Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. Actually, I also want to teach the soldiers some simple massage techniques to help relieve fatigue after injuries. Then let's go back and write a plan to report to the regiment. The two discussed excitedly as they traveled back. By the time their bus returned to the base at dusk, a complete training plan had taken shape in their minds. When they got home, it was already dark. Wang Xiaoying prepared dinner. Yunhua sat at the table, using her small hands to hold a steamed bun and stuff it into her mouth. Mom, seeing Liu Shufen, the little girl waved her sticky hands covered with crumbs. Hey, Yunhua, be good. Liu Shufen picked up her daughter and kissed her little face. Mom, is everything okay at home today? Yes, everything's fine. Yunhua was very good. Wang Xiaoying served the food. By the way, Sister Zhao came this afternoon. The literacy class is settled and will start next Monday at 7 p.m. 10 people signed up. That's great. Liu Shufen sat down to eat. Mom, I have a day off tomorrow. Let's wash and mend the winter clothes. You rest, I'll handle it, Wang Xiaoying said, helping her daughter-in-law with the dishes. You've been busy studying outside. Don't worry about chores when you get home. I'm not tired, Liu Shufen smiled. Mom, I learned a lot of new things at the training. I plan to go to the county hospital once a month to observe and learn. Director Zhang agreed. That's a good thing. Wang Xiaoying nodded. Learning more skills is always good. At night, after everyone was asleep, Liu Shufen entered her space. She went to the second floor of the medicine hut and organized the knowledge she learned today under the oil lamp. Next to the acupuncture bronze figure, she hung a small blackboard, writing down important acupoints and treatment methods. In front of the cause and effect mirror, she saw new scenes. In the literacy class, soldiers' family members carefully reading. At the hospital training, soldiers practicing first aid. At the county hospital, she was following doctors on ward rounds and learning. The final scene showed her standing on a larger podium, with many people in white coats sitting below. She was explaining something, with the blackboard displaying the application of integrated Chinese and Western medicine in community healthcare. That day will come, Liu Shufen whispered. She stepped out of the space and lay on her bed, planning her upcoming days. She needed to start a literacy class, organize first aid training, go to the county hospital for clinical practice, and take good care of her family. Her schedule was full, but she was not afraid, because she knew that every effort she made would not be wasted. Every word she learned, every person she helped, every lesson she taught was paving the way for a better future. Outside, the autumn wind howled. Winter was coming, but Liu Shufen felt that spring had already begun to sprout in her heart. When the first snow fell, the literacy class in the family compound had been running for 2 months. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m., Zhao Dajia's living room was always full of people. Liu Shufen wrote characters on the blackboard, and everyone followed along. People, mouth, hand, foot, sun, moon, mountain, water. Teacher Liu, how do you write the character medicine? Wang Meili raised her hand to ask. She had already learned to write her own name and wanted to learn more. Liu Shufen carefully wrote the character medicine on the blackboard. The top part is the grass radical, representing herbs. The right side is U, meaning regular or with a formula. Together, it means medicine. I understand now. Wang Meili carefully traced the character in her notebook. My husband used to say that taking medicine is like eating grass. Turns out he was right. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and friendly, with the fire crackling, warming the cold winter night. Besides teaching literacy, Liu Shufen also shared some health tips. How to prevent colds, how to treat small cuts, how to identify spoiled food. These were practical knowledge she had summarized from her medical work. Dr. Liu, what you teach is more useful than just literacy, said a young soldier's family member. My child used to have frequent diarrhea. After learning your methods and paying attention to diet and hygiene, he's much better now. I'm glad it's helpful, Liu Shufen said with a smile. Next week, I will teach everyone how to take body temperature and check pulse. When someone in the family is sick, these basic skills are very important. The literacy class was thriving, and the first aid training at the military hospital had also started. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, after training, volunteers from the soldiers came to the hospital to learn basic first aid. The first class had more than 20 participants. Liu Shufen and Li Jiangguo worked together. Li Jiangguo teaches Western medical first aid theory, while Liu Shufen teaches traditional Chinese emergency treatment. If you encounter a fracture, while waiting for help, you can press certain acupoints to relieve pain, Liu Shufen demonstrates on the acupuncture model. Higa point here, Naguan point here. Dr. Liu, are these acupoints really that effective? A soldier asks curiously. Have any of you ever had a toothache? Liu Shufen replies. Several soldiers raise their hands. When you have a toothache, pressing the Higa point can help reduce the pain. Try it now. Liu Shufen walks to a soldier and guides him to find the point. Yes, right here. Press firmly. The soldier presses for a while and says in surprise, Really? I twisted my shoulder during training earlier. Pressing this point made the pain less. That's the power of acupoints. Liu Shufen smiles. Of course, this can't replace proper medical treatment, but in emergencies, it can buy time and ease pain. The soldiers listen carefully. They know this knowledge could save lives during training or on the battlefield in the future. After the training, Liu Shufen often stays behind to practice more. She repeatedly simulates various first aid scenarios in the space, practicing each acupuncture technique on the model. She reviews her grandmother's medical books over and over. Many ancient texts she once couldn't understand now become clearer. One night, while studying an old remedy in the space, she suddenly has an idea. This formula works well for frostbite, but some ingredients are hard to find. What if I replace some with common herbs? She mutters to herself and begins experimenting in the pharmacy workshop. After several failures, she finally creates a simple frostbite ointment. She packs it into a small jar, ready to test the next day. Soon, the chance comes. After a heavy snow, the temperature drops below freezing. 2 soldiers on guard suffer frostbite on their ears and hands and are sent to the military hospital. Liu Shufen examines them and finds mild frostbite, but if not treated quickly, it could worsen. Try this, she says, presenting her homemade frostbite ointment. The ointment is light green with a cooling scent. After applying it, the swelling and redness quickly subside, and the pain lessens. Dr. Liu, this ointment really works, the soldier exclaims happily. It feels cool and the pain is gone. Apply it 3 times a day and keep warm, Liu Shufen warned. Frostbite is most dangerous when it keeps happening again. Once you've had frostbite, that area is more likely to get frostbitten again. When the news spread, more people came to ask her for frostbite ointment. Liu Shufen didn't refuse anyone, but she always advised, this is just a helper treatment. Severe frostbite must be treated at the hospital. What she didn't know was that word about her ointment had reached the unit headquarters. During a meeting, the commander specifically mentioned, our military hospital's Dr. Liu Shufen makes a homemade frostbite ointment that works very well. Her dedication to research is worth learning from. This comment reached the family quarters. Some people were happy, while others felt jealous. One afternoon, Liu Shufen went to the cafeteria to get food and overheard some military family members chatting. It's just making some ointment. What's so special about that? She trained at the county level. She's different from us. Training doesn't matter. My sister-in-law is also a doctor, but I haven't seen her show off like that. Her husband is Lieutenant Tang. Isn't that a higher rank than a company commander? I haven't seen her act proud. She just likes to show off. Liu Shufen pretended not to hear and left after getting her food. She knew that fame brings trouble, which is unavoidable. The important thing was to do her work well and feel at peace with herself. However, Wang Meili heard everything and was unhappy. She said to the others, What are you talking about? Do you know how many people Dr. Liu has helped? Last time, I cut my hand badly, and if it weren't for Dr. Liu, it would have gotten infected. If you think you're so capable, go help people too. You're just using her to get favors. We're not afraid. Exactly. Taking advantage of her kindness and using small gifts to buy people's loyalty. Well, you better take good care of yourselves. If you get sick or have a headache, don't come to DR.
Liu,
Be careful, she might treat you too harshly. The military family members shut up awkwardly. Wang Meili caught up with Liu Shufen and said angrily, Dr. Liu, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just jealous. It's okay, Sister Wang, Liu Shufen said calmly. People talk about others, but we can't control that. Just focus on doing your own work. You're just too kind, Wang Meili sighed. But really, arguing with them isn't worth it. When she got home, Liu Shufen told her mother-in-law about what happened. Wang Xiaoying was sewing shoes when she heard the words and put down her needle and thread. Shufen, remember, a big tree attracts the wind. Now that you're famous and people praise you, others might criticize. But as long as we act honestly and sit upright, we don't need to fear what others say. Mother, I understand, Liu Shufen nodded. I just want to do more and help more people. That's right, Wang Xiaoying picked up her sewing again. Oh, Yinhua can count today. She counted from 1 to 10 without missing a number. Really? Liu Shufen looked at her daughter with surprise. Yinhua was playing with building blocks. When she heard her name, she looked up and cheerfully counted. 1, 2, 3, 10. Yinhua is amazing. Liu Shufen hugged her daughter and kissed her happily. Yinhua was just over a year old now. Life was passing very quickly. Seeing her child's growth was her greatest happiness. No matter how hard it was or how many criticisms she faced, seeing her child smile made everything worthwhile. Soon it was December, the first spring festival after the family compound was built. The atmosphere of the new year grew stronger in the compound, and every family started preparing for the holiday. Liu Shufen and Wang Xiaoying also got busy, making cured meats and sausages, steaming buns, frying meatballs, and making frozen tofu. On the 23rd day of December, Little New Year, Sister Zhao organized the military families to make dumplings. More than 20 women gathered in the dining hall, kneading dough, mixing fillings, rolling wrappers. Everyone was busy and lively. Dr. Liu, your dumplings look so nice, said a young military family member with admiration. They look like little gold ingots. I'll teach you, Liu Shufen said, guiding them step by step.
Pinch like this, fold like that. See?
It works. Let me see. Let me see. Take your time. I can't keep up. Look, see? Just lift it slowly. Liu Shufen patiently taught everyone how to make dumplings. Dr. Liu, you have such a good temper, the military family member said with admiration. I heard some people talk behind your back, but you still treat them so well. Liu Shufen smiled. Who doesn't talk behind others' backs? We are all sisters in this yard. Helping each other is what we should do. Some other military family members nearby overheard this and felt a bit ashamed. One of them stood up and came over to Liu Shufen. Dr. Liu, I used to gossip about you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Those things are in the past, Liu Shufen said sincerely. Let's get along well from now on. Yes, the military family member nodded firmly. Sorry, we were being petty. It's okay. Living together, disagreements happen. It's normal. Just talk it out. The dumplings are ready, and we put them in boiling water. The steaming dumplings are served, and everyone sits together, talking and laughing happily. Suddenly, we hear a car outside. Tang Xueduan and Wang Jianjun walk in one after the other, carrying some bags. Oh, Deputy Lieutenant Tang is back. Sister Zhao smiles. Perfect timing, the dumplings just finished. Come and eat. We just made it. Tang Xueduan puts down the bags. These are candies from the city, for the kids. Wang Jianjun also takes out a cloth bag. This has mushrooms and dried vegetables for my foster mother, to share with everyone. The dining hall becomes more lively. The children cheer when they get candies, jumping around happily. The women look at the mountain goods and say they want to visit Wang Jianjun's foster mother to thank her. Liu Shufen watches this scene, feeling warm inside. This is the family compound. This is the life of military families. There are disagreements and misunderstandings, but mostly they understand and support each other. Winter turns to spring, and Liu Shufen spends 1976 busy and tough. That year, government policies changed. Tang Xueduan had more missions, and the literacy class lasted over a year, helping everyone learn to read. The first aid training at the army hospital was almost finished. Soldiers gained more first aid knowledge, which helped a lot during outdoor missions. The county hospital internship also lasted about a year, gaining much experience. New Year's Eve 1977 arrived as planned. That night, lying in bed, Tang Xueduan said, "Shufen, I heard many people praising you today at the meeting. They say you're capable and kind to everyone." "Oh, it's not that good." Liu Shufen leans on a shoulder. "I just do what I should." "You're good." Tang Xueduan hugs her tighter. "Marrying you is the greatest blessing of my life." "You're talking silly again," Liu Shufen playfully scolds, but her heart feels sweet. "They say silly people have silly luck."
Tang Suzun lagut hon stili.
"Look at your proud, silly face." Liu Shufen rolls her eyes at him. "Are you tired after being out for so long?" "That's okay, Shufen. Let me tell you, the provincial city is very big with tall buildings." Tang Xueduan excitedly talked about the outside. "Yes, maybe one day I will go see it too," Liu Shufen replied absent-mindedly. She remembered that in her previous life, her eldest son, Yuntian, was born in August 1977. Based on that, she thought she should already be pregnant with Yuntian now. But in this life, Tang Xueduan has been away on a mission for over 3 months, and her period has just come again. That means her Yuntian hasn't arrived yet, and she feels a little anxious. "Xueduan, I miss you so much." Liu Shufen changed the subject. "I miss you too, but I haven't had many tasks lately, so I can stay home more and keep you company." Outside the window, snowflakes are falling gently. This winter, because of these warm people and things, it doesn't feel so cold anymore. She closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. In her dream, spring was in full bloom. She held Yunhua's hand, walking along a path full of flowers. Ahead was a broader world, full of more possibilities. The ice on the river melted, willows sprouted new buds, and spring arrived as expected. Liu Shufen stood by the window of the military hospital, looking at the old locust tree in the yard sprouting new green leaves, but her mood was a bit heavy. Recently, she had been feeling unwell, easily tired, loss of appetite, sometimes nausea and stomach upset. As a doctor, she had a faint suspicion but didn't dare to be sure. Although Yunhua was only over 2 years old, she also hoped to get pregnant. But she couldn't be certain yet if this child would be Yuntian. "Dr. Liu, your face doesn't look very good." Li Jianguo came in concerned. "Are you too tired? Should you take a day off?" "It's nothing, maybe spring fatigue," Liu Shufen said to hide her feelings. "By the way, how is that patient with stomach pain from last week? Getting better?" "The medicine you prescribed worked well, and acupuncture helped too." Li Jianguo sat down opposite her. "Dr. Liu, I want to discuss something with you. The county hospital is setting up a 6-month training program to develop primary healthcare workers. I want to recommend you." Liu Shufen's eyes lit up. "Training program? What will I learn?" "General practice training, including internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, and basic surgical skills," Li Jianguo explained. "I think you're very suitable. You have a good foundation in traditional Chinese medicine, and if you learn Western medicine systematically, your future will be amazing." But Liu Shufen hesitated. If she is really pregnant, can she still attend the training course? Are there any difficulties? "Family? Children?" Li Jianguo asked. "If it's those things, I can overcome them. The training class is in the county, and I can come back once a week. Also, this is a rare opportunity. If I finish, I will become a key person and can do more." Liu Shufen was tempted. She really needed to learn Western medical theory systematically, especially in surgery. Last time, she performed a spleen removal surgery. It was successful, but she knew she only managed because of experience and practice. With proper training, she could do better. "I'll think about it and discuss it with my family." "Good, give me your answer soon." The registration deadline is at the end of the month. When she got home from work, Liu Shufen told her husband about it. Wang Xiaoying was the first to support her. "Go. Such a good chance. It would be a pity not to go." "Yunhua has me, don't worry." Tang Xueduan hesitated a bit. "Shufen, you haven't been feeling well lately. The training is tiring. Can you handle it?" "I'm fine, just tired in spring," Liu Shufen said casually. "Xueduan, I want to go. Learn more skills so I can help more people in the future," Seeing her determined look, Tang Xueduan knew he couldn't persuade her. Then go. But promise me if you feel unwell, come back immediately. Okay, I promise. That's how it was decided. Liu Shufen filled out the application form, and Li Jiangguo helped her submit it. 3 days later, she received the notice. She was accepted, and the class would start on April 1st. Amid the surprise, her doubts grew stronger. She quietly checked her pulse, slippery pulse like beads, definitely a sign of pregnancy. She was really pregnant. Yuntian came, although 2 months late. That night, she lay in bed, unable to sleep. The baby arrived just in time, but the training course came too suddenly. Both are opportunities, but also responsibilities. How should she choose? What's wrong? Can't sleep? Tang Xueduan woke up and asked softly. Xueduan, Liu Shufen turned to face her husband. I might be pregnant again. Tang Xueduan was stunned, then quickly understood. Pregnant? Yes, just confirmed. Over a month. In the darkness, both were silent. After a while, Tang Xueduan said, maybe you shouldn't go to the training. Liu Shufen's voice was soft but firm. Xueduan, this child came at the wrong time, but since he's here, it's fate. The training class is also fate. I think. I want both. But your health, I'm fine. Liu Shufen held her husband's hand. Just need to be careful in the first 3 months of pregnancy. The training class is mainly theoretical, not tiring. I want to try. Tang Xueduan knew his wife's temper. Once she made a decision, nothing could change her mind. He sighed. You must promise me that if you feel tired, you will stop immediately. The baby is the most important. I promise. The next day, Liu Shufen went to the county hospital to see a familiar obstetrician for a checkup. Sure enough, she was 6 weeks pregnant and everything was normal. Dr. Liu, congratulations, the doctor said with a smile. But you're working so hard, even pregnant and still taking the training. It's okay, I feel good, Liu Shufen replied. Dr. Wang, please keep this a secret. I don't want special treatment. Of course, I understand, Dr. Wang nodded. But you need to be careful and not overexert yourself. If you feel unwell, come see me anytime. On April 1st, the training class started. There were 20 students, including doctors from the Commune Health Center, barefoot doctors from the brigade, and medical workers from the army. Liu Shufen was the only woman. The first lesson was anatomy. The teacher was a serious old man named Sun, a retired professor from the provincial medical college. To study medicine, you first need to understand the human body, Professor Sun said, drawing an anatomy diagram on the blackboard. Traditional Chinese medicine talks about meridians and qi blood. Western medicine talks about muscles, bones, and nerves. They are not opposed. They complement each other. This made Liu Shufen feel very inspired. She listened carefully and took detailed notes. During the break, several students gathered around her. Dr. Liu, I heard you're trained in traditional Chinese medicine. Can you tell us about meridians? Yes, we're Western medicine students, but we're very curious about Chinese medicine. Liu Shufen was happy and generous. She took out her portable acupuncture model, a small copper figure she made based on a larger copper man for teaching. Look, this is the lung meridian of the hand tying. It starts from the chest and runs down the inside of the arm, she patiently explained, and the students listened eagerly. Professor Sun came over, watched for a while, and nodded in approval. Well done. Little Liu, how about you teach the basic theories of Chinese medicine in the next class? Our training class will focus on integrating traditional Chinese medicine with Western medicine.
Me?
Liu Shufen was a bit surprised. I'm worried I might not do well. You will do well, Professor Sun said confidently. I think you explain things clearly and simply, which is good for students with weaker foundations. So, Liu Shufen became an unofficial lecturer for the training class. She had to teach 2 Chinese medicine classes each week. She prepared her lessons very carefully and often stayed up late working on her materials. Life in the training program was busy but rewarding. She attended classes during the day, studied on her own at night, and went home on weekends. Although Liu Shufen was pregnant, her health was still good. Besides occasional morning sickness, she felt fine. However, something small but significant happened in the family courtyard.